and bringing all kids along. And that's really the core of Flesh and Blood.
Wait, sorry, Naib, I have to jump in. I had you guys muted still. They did not hear the first minute of introduction. That's my bad. Take a beat, restart. There we go. Yikes! That was my bad.
All right. So thank you, Ethan, for turning our mics on. Good morning. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. We're live from the David Lawrence Convention Center here in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is awesome because it's where my hero, Mr. Rogers, grew up about an hour away from the city. And Mr. Rogers really brought in the culture of inclusivity and bringing folks along, which I think is the core of this game and what makes this game so great. Yanji, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty good. It's going to be a really exciting tournament, I think, for everybody to watch. It's the first major tournament that we've had since kind of an update to the metagame with Lexi, Livewire exiting the classic constructed format. I'm really interested to see what kinds of decks people bring, and I'm ready to tour the neighborhood.
Yeah, for sure. And with Lexi leaving, it definitely created a power vacuum in Flesh and Blood, as she was, by some measures, quite possibly the most powerful deck in the format. We got a glimpse at calling Melbourne with Lexi not even making it to finals. It was
Right.
Dash.io, one of the new heroes, and Uzuri, which ultimately took it. What do you think we're gonna glimpse from this battle, Hardened Yanji?
Well, there's been a lot of talk on social media about how Dromai is going to be, the dominant force in the metagame moving forward. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not that proves to be the case, as well as I'm sure that a lot of the players who are here at this tournament have kind of prepared for Dromai. That being said, we have our first round ready to go, which features a mirror match.
Yeah, an Iyslander mirror. Fun way to get started with the first tournament in the new format.
Yeah, so let's take a look. I believe the players are getting ready. Iyslander is one of the better performing decks now that Lexi is gone.
For sure. Of course, Lexi was one of Icelander's biggest predators, and so with Lexi gone, it's a very clear choice why these two players would want to bring this hero along. We have Daniel to our left and Casey to the right. Looks like they're both getting ready to shuffle up their first hands, and looks like they've already presented an equipment suite. We have Casey to the right. He's bringing in AB 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he's fully prepared for our Iyslander. We have Daniel to the left, and it looks like he's presenting AB1 in the Metacarpus nodes. Sorry, AB3 with the Stormstars and Metacarpus, and still running the Cornet Peak.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what's going on, and Casey's already off to a pretty good start.
Yeah, Insidious Chill turn 1 is always a fantastic start, and definitely what the Iyslander wants to see.
Yeah. Most of the time, and he's pitching is that a red Aether Hail, so it looks like Casey is on some red spells as well.
Sure.
The matchup is largely, I think, focused on a mix of playing these permanents that kind of impact kind of your big turn that you want to set up with Ice Eternal. So that's the Frost Hexes, the Insidious Chills. It's interesting because Daniel doesn't have AB5. He's going to be a little bit more vulnerable, I think, to Arcane with like the Aether Ice Veins and such. But
yeah,
the advantage that you get from playing Tunic is that some of your turns could be like a little bit stronger. Otherwise, if both players submit AB5, then sometimes you get into these board states where both players are kind of stalled out.
Right.
And like sometimes the best play is to Waning Moon yourself and build up counters. So
it becomes a lot like the Kano mirror, right?
Yeah.
Speaking of permanence, looks like Daniel just plays the Channel Lake Frigid and calls it pass. Now I guess Casey's thinking about what he's going to do during his turn. Looks like he has a Frost Hex in hand. Is that a Command and Conquer, Ice Bolt, blue, and another red Aether Hail teams. So he is fairly arcane heavy, Yanji, but looks like he's also bringing in some attacks. So it doesn't seem like he's full arcane Iyslander by any means.
Yeah, and so we might actually be. Are we on Daniel's turn? We're not on Daniel's turn because he's drawn up. It's interesting to see that Casey has elected to pitch the Frost Hex. I think that you kind of get into a quandary, I guess, when you are drawing. Like, you want to be playing the reds out of your deck so that you draw more blues later on. But Frostex is such a crucial part of the
that. That's
game.
a freezing point. That's a card we haven't seen in a long time in Iyslander, I feel.
Yeah, Punkage, I think, was playing it in his Iyslander list when Lexi was popular. Oh,
and a Nourishing Emptiness. So it seems like Daniel is probably the one that's on a heavier arcane build. Nourishing Emptiness is always a tech that some Icelanders would bring when they would switch out their attack package or present a heavy arcane build with Nourishing to always have that option to go Intellect 5 on certain turns. Now, Yanji, would you rather see Nourishing Emptiness this early on or later on when you want to have a kill turn?
It's hard to say because the Nourishing Emptiness is going to give you quite a bit of a tempo lead. It's unlikely that Casey will be able to do any meaningful damage because Daniel has access to 5 cards. So it kind of is both an offensive and a defensive card. It gives you an extra card to block with.
The tough thing about Iyslander is and I think we were just talking about this before the match. What do you do with a 5-card hand as Iyslander if your opponent just passes?
If the opponent passes, it's not as good, but it does look like Casey is choosing to attack, so it gives Daniel an outlet to use all the cards on blocking.
We have Scar for Scar coming in from Casey's side. It does not have Go Again since Casey is at a higher life total currently.
That is true. Daniel is choosing to Waning Moon. So it depends on the timing that Daniel chooses to Waning Moon here. If the Scar for Scar is played and it's an attack, then it cannot gain Go Again. But if you do it in response to the Scar for Scar, maybe Daniel's looking for an excuse to use some of the cards in his hand.
He has a 5-card hand.
Yeah, I see that he does have some Weather Veins and also an Arctic Incarceration. So it looks like his approach towards this mirror is going to be to try to disrupt and lock down some of Casey's plays rather than just like playing all the permanents out necessarily.
Right, and Daniel clearly has a plan with all these Weather Veins. So I guess it looks like the Waning Moon was activated before the resolution of Scar for Scar, so it had Go Again. So Daniel willingly gave that card Go Again. Very interesting.
Yeah, might be looking for just because you do need to have some velocity to like cycle through your deck. Daniel did draw a Frost Hex, which will advance his game state a little bit.
And it makes total sense now why he brought the Coronet Peak. With so many arcane spells, you often find it hard to just cycle through cards, as you mentioned. Wow, setting up a Frost Hex very early. I found that the Frost Hex is quite impactful in this mirror. What are your thoughts on who gets a Frost Hex out first, Yanji?
Yeah, Frost Hex is, I think, in a lot of the matchups where you have heroes that are able to do multiple actions, usually the Frostbite doesn't end up sticking around. But I think in matchups like Iyslander and also against like Bravo, like heroes that just do one thing a turn, the Frostbite sticks around because you can activate in response to them playing whatever it is that they want to play.
Absolutely.
And then you just incrementally get like 1 more damage onto every ice card that you put in your arsenal.
Exactly. And crucially, with the Frost Hexes out, once you're able to get 3 Frost Hexes, it's really hard, even with AB5, for the Iyslander to respond if you are able to, take cards from their hand with Insidious. Looks like Casey is playing out his own Channeling Frigid and throwing in, this is the second or third Command and Conquer?
This looks like to be the second Command and Conquer. And interestingly enough, Daniel elects not to block and then just chooses to have his Weather Vein destroyed.
And fusing.
So he has another red Weather Vein. I think it was going to be difficult for Daniel to use all the cards.
He's looking to get value where he can. I guess he wants to strip, cards from his opponent's hand and set up that Weather Vein for his next turn. I guess he's figuring, if I play Red Ice Vein, I'll get at least a card or 2 from my opponent's hand, and they want to have something as big enough to clap back.
Yeah, but here is where the equipment choices, I think, really play an impact. Because Casey has access to AB5, this play doesn't provide the same amount of progress that you would normally get against somebody who's playing like AB3, because you don't get to do the chip damage.
Absolutely. How much do you think the life totals matter in this matchup, Yanji?
So they matter a little bit. It's basically both players are trying to jockey. I think as the Iyslander, you usually want to play out a lot of your reds, and then the reds are going to end up doing some amount of damage. But what you're really going to do to push, that lethal, and lethal can happen as high as like 20 something. Like you can be at like 20 life and still face lethal for if you have like 3 Frost Hexes and an Ice Eternal set. You can do upwards of I think like 23, 24 damage in a single turn, which is extremely scary. So Daniel is theoretically already in the kill range.
Absolutely. Looks like Casey has set up his own E-Pot, and E-Pot is another card that is quite impactful in the Wizard Mirror from my experience. What are your thoughts on this card, Yanji?
Yeah, Energy Potion, I think, plays more into what we're talking about with this combo kill. It's double duty, both as an offensive card and letting you create one more Frostbite for your Ice Eternal, but also acting as something that you can activate to kind of break Frostbites from the opponent.
Right.
Having access to extra resources also denies the kill.
Looks like it's Daniel's turn. He is pitching a Heart of Fiendel, gaining a life since he's lower, and playing his own yellow Aether Ice Vein. Fusing, is that a blue Arctic Incarceration I see there, Yanji?
It looks like a blue Arctic Incarceration, and this is going to be a pretty powerful play, given the fact that he does have the Frost Hex in play. So Casey is probably going to want to try to find a way to break these Frostbites. You end up saving like a lot of damage. And so it'll be interesting to see if he chooses to, take the damage up front from the Aether Ice Vein. He does have access to the Energy Potion, so, you're kind of like banking a card from the previous turn. So you could do that, throw the Wounded Bull and break all the Frostbites, and then you save 4 extra damage this way. If you just choose to block out the Aether Ice Vein with cards from your hand, then it's very unlikely that you'll be able to, play something. And so I wonder which direction he's going to go.
Absolutely. Typically, in the Iyslander Mirror, if you're just throwing Arcane, it's not as impactful when they bring Arcane Barrier, but because Daniel has so many of these, Eisenhower Weather Veins, he can add another layer of disruption to the Iyslander. I saw that Casey had a Wounded Bull in his hand, and he now has to think about, am I going to just take the damage and then pitch my entire hand to play Wounded Bull, or am I going to try to mitigate some of that and then still potentially take 4 to the Frost Hex at the end of the turn?
Yeah, and it looks like Casey has chosen to kind of block all of his cards on the Aether Ice Vein.
Wow, and 2 more Frostbites. Look at that.
Yeah, 2 more Frostbites and potential Waning Moon coming in.
We might start seeing these life totals equal out very quickly, Yanji.
Yeah, and this is kind of the strength of a card like Frost Hex. I think in combination, Daniel, I think, has decided to lean more heavily into the Frostbite synergies. And so he's packing, I think, a lot of Eisenhower Weather Veins. I believe both blue and reds that we saw, as well as, playing these blue Arctic Incarcerations.
Absolutely. Critically, looks like Daniel pitched away an energy potion this early on. I wonder if that might come to bite him later on if Casey is ever able to set up his own Frost Hex.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so we see a second Frost Hex. So this Aether Ice Vein, I think, is just there, again, to kind of delay. He's not really going to make progress because Casey has access to all the Arcane Barrier. But I do believe Daniel is trying to kind of accelerate his board development and playing out these Frost Hexes because he does have less Arcane Barrier than Casey. He's incentivized to try to, speed the game along.
Absolutely, and 2 Frost Hexes is doubly as impactful as 1 Frost Hex. Casey, crucially, has not been able to set up his own Frost Hex yet, and so he is relying on the slim life lead that he has now, looking to increase that quite a bit. I think, if Casey wants to win this, he's going to have to find his Frost Hexes as fast as he can. What do you think about that, Yanji?
So usually playing the red attacks is pretty good for them. For like within the mirror, it's a little bit scary to block your hand because then you're going to be taking, if they arsenal the arcane damage spell, you're taking like a lot of damage on the back end. Casey knows that Daniel has an expensive card in his arsenal, so he knows that Daniel's going to be incentivized not to block, and this just gives him a little bit more space to do a little bit of damage.
Absolutely, and we just saw the life leads reverse. Looks like Casey is one below Daniel now.
fuse with a Polar Blast.
Daniel's fusing it in case. In case is a card that prevents the opposing player from activating any of their equipment if it hits, so to speak, or if they take any arcane damage.
Yeah, this is I think like a really sick combo if Daniel has something like a freezing point that he can draw into. I don't necessarily think that you would want to use the Storm Striders this early, but giving your opponent a lot of frostbites, freezing all of their equipment, all of these things, buff the damage on the freezing point. So it looks like Daniel's leaning pretty heavily into this with his build.
Absolutely.
Casey's build looks a little bit more like a standard Boltyn list.
Right. Absolutely, and we're seeing those frostbites add up. It looks like Daniel was rewarded and is being rewarded in dividends for his early casting of that Frost Hex.
Yeah. And Daniel, I think, is just looking for a space right now to deploy his second Frost Hex. Decided that it wasn't the time to, play it at the end of Casey's last turn, and would rather just give Casey some Frostbites. I think if Casey chooses to throw an attack and pitch most of his hand, now would be a great time to play your second Frost Hex.
Absolutely. And you don't really have to worry about the Frost Hexes until you see the second one, I would say. Looks like Casey is opting to pay...
That's going to cost you 6.
Oh, no. Casey's unable to pay for his Fiendless Fighting Spirit. It looks like he's rethinking his turn now.
Yeah, I think he had a red that he was pitching. Most of the time you're used to just giving one Frostbite.
Exactly.
But Daniel has given Casey 3 with, a yellow Eisenhower Weathervane.
He can pop his Z-Pot to make...
That's true. So you can actually pitch a blue. This is another instance where Energy Potion is really helpful, right?
Right. But usually you'd want to keep that for late game. One of the scenarios that you get into is once your opponent has multiple Frost Hexes, you need ways to crack your opponent's ice or Frostbites, or they're just able to blow you out.
Yeah, I think it's hard. So Iyslander mirrors there's a range of speed, so sometimes they can be very grindy. Sometimes, and I think that we might be seeing kind of a more a faster paced game. It's just it will be difficult, I think, for the game to go much longer, given the fact that Daniel has already deployed these Frost Hexes.
Exactly. I think now, the moment that Daniel finds his Ice Eternal, it's going to look really dire for Casey. One strategy that I've seen in the Iyslander mirror is that if you have counters on your Luvion Constellus and you have enough resources floating or in hand, you're able to just activate Constellus to get rid of your opponent's Frostbites. And so that's something that Daniel has to think about when he potentially goes off on his kill turn.
Oh, that's a great point. So Luvion Constellus, the way that it's worded, one, it's not a once per turn action, or it's not a once per turn instant. And so it will discount your weapon by 3, I believe. Even though Waning Moon only costs 2, if you have Frostbites, it'll discount it, by that amount. If you have 4 Alluvion Constellus counters, you can actually activate it twice, and it'll discount your Waning Moon by 6, which I think, which is a huge play to make in the face of these Frostbites. Daniel is choosing to play the whole gamut of Frostbite generating effects.
Absolutely. He looks like he's way more teched into the Frostbites than I would have anticipated. Very unique build coming from Daniel. This is similar to the Iyslander builds we were seeing very early on in the Uprising meta before the onslaught, so to speak, of Bullander.
Yeah, Bullander I think tends to be a little bit better into decks like Bravo or slower decks. But this is a very disruptive approach, and could be, maybe Daniel is trying to get some points into Dash.io, because that's going to be probably a popular deck this weekend, as people, are trying to piggyback off of the success that was had at Collie Melbourne.
Absolutely. We have Red Arctic Incarceration being cast by Casey here. This is the first counter that he gets from his Insidious Chill. Do you think the reason that this Insidious Chill hasn't been able to be procced is just because of the Frostbites that Daniel's been giving left and right to Casey?
Yeah, I think Daniel's been doing a really good job. So Casey kind of got off to a really strong start by playing the Insidious Chill. Usually that's going to be a big tempo swing for whatever Iyslander player gets to play it. But Daniel was able to give Casey so many Frostbites that it really becomes difficult that you can't fuse, because you have to spend the ice card to pitch to play your Aether Ice Veins, and we saw that last turn. where Casey just spent a blue, activated energy potion, and then just like played a Aether Ice Vein raw for 5 damage. Now we do see a fuse, and so maybe this is like a great opportunity for Casey to try to, catch up. Casey is definitely behind. Not having the Frost Hexes means that the potential kill range that he has is much lower, but Daniel also doesn't have AB5 and is currently at a lower life total.
We're going to AB1.
Absolutely. And we saw Casey fuse that Channel Lake Frigid. Channel Lake Frigid is not a card that you would think would be as impactful in the Iyslander mirror. However, it is one of the mirror breakers that I found if you're able to cast it at a point where your opponent is wanting to go for lethal.
Yeah. Channel Lake Frigid is kind of weird because you would think that a deck like Iyslander that plays, like 2/3 of their deck are blues, that it wouldn't be that impactful. But Iyslander's cost curve is actually very tight. Most of the cards that you want to be playing, like the Wounded Bulls, the Command and Conquers, etc. Or sorry, not Command and Conquer, the Wounded Bull, the Lightning Strikes, Ice Veins. They all just like pitch or cost evenly in terms of cards. So putting that one extra tax actually, usually generates an extra card. Now Daniel is playing cards like Polar Blast, Command and Conquer, which do help you kind of play around Channel Lake Frigid somewhat, although not on the turn that the Channel Lake Frigid gets played from Arsenal, because he is going to get a Frostbite in addition.
Yeah, and would you look at that, the red Arcane Incarceration that Casey cast, along with the Insidious Chill, took 3 whole cards from Daniel's hand.
3 Arcane.
It looks like Casey is also being rewarded for early setting up that Insidious Chill. Casey's now facing this in case. Did Daniel fuse that? He did not, because he has an Ice Eternal in hand.
Yeah, he's an Ice Eternal. So Ice Eternal is actually like a really strong card for Daniel in this position. If Casey doesn't, play his cards right, Daniel is threatening lethal with the card that's in his that he's about to put in his arsenal, because he has 2 Frost Hexes out. He only if he plays the Ice Eternal, X is equal to 3 plus Waning Moon. That already represents 15 damage.
Absolutely, and it looks like Casey.
Or sorry, that represents 12 damage. But it could be 15 with the Metacarpus node, or 13 with the Metacarpus node.
For sure. Looks like 2 things are going on. It looks like Daniel has a very red hand, so it's going to be very hard for him to cast that Ice Eternal. Casey only has 1 counter on his Luvion Constella, so I think he's going to want to build that back up so he's able to, do shenanigans at instant speed to get rid of Frostbites on the turn that Daniel does play his Ice Eternal.
Yeah, but Casey, I think, looks to be in pole position right now because he's playing another fused Aether Ice Vein. I didn't catch what card that he fused it with, but, despite, it's kind of compounding. Daniel has a hand that has a lot of reds. He's going to be taking quite a bit of damage this turn. In addition to that, his whole hand is going to be ripped, and Casey has, this is the window of opportunity where you can potentially play your Arsenal card and Stormstriders. Now, what Daniel does have going for him is that he knows that Casey's Arsenal is not damaged.
Oh boy, but Daniel just pitched his entire hand, Yonji, to block this Aether Ice Vein. That means he's going to be going into his turn naked as Casey draws up.
Yeah, so Casey really needs to just find any damage in his hand, and it looks like, is that an Emeritus Scolding?
Daniel shouldn't be drawing up, should he?
So I believe probably he's saying that he wants to draw up. Daniel is saying that he wants to draw up, and now is the time. But it looks like Casey does have the Emeritus Scolding.
Looks like he has lethal in his hand.
Yeah.
Emeritus Scolding and Waning Moon is just game, right?
Yeah, you just gotta pull the trigger. It can be hard sometimes to decide to pull the trigger, even if it's like locked up. I think in the moment.
Because you always have to think, like, what could they have,
Yeah.
Is it a Sigil of Solace? Is my opponent playing Sigil of Solace?
Yeah.
Looks like Casey's going for it, and that should be this game wrapped up. Looks
Storm Striders.
like Storm Striders. There you go.
Scolding, and then we're gonna pay the extra one.
GG's, bro.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And GG it is. That was a phenomenal game played by both players, Yonji. Looks like ultimately Casey was rewarded for getting up that Insidious Chill very early. He was able to punish Daniel for his Arcane build, having the reds when he did, and getting the cards out of his hand so they could continue taking that momentum.
Yeah, I think it was a really timely draw of like the back-to-back Aether Ice Veins. At the beginning of the game looked a little bit rough for Casey. Daniel having gotten the space to set up the multiple Frost Hexes, but then Daniel drawing into an unfortunate 4 red hand.
Absolutely. And Casey, Casey is someone that I know personally. He's one of our locals from the Washington, D.C. region.
Oh, making the drive or the flight down.
Yeah, I think he drove up. But that was a great game, Yanji. Looks like first round, an Iyslander won. So what are your predictions for the upcoming matches? Do you think it's just going to be more and more Icelanders?
So Iyslander, I think we mentioned it at the beginning. Actually, if you look on the aggregated data for all of the matches that are being played, Iyslander is performing really well and is probably like one of the strongest decks going into the new meta. I think that we still have to see whether or not she is strong enough to deal with some of the like more off-meta decks that people might be trying now. I know there's a couple of people who are registering Brutes. Apparently, Brute is really popular in Pittsburgh. So there's Brutes, there's Dash.io, which are not the same as Lexi, but similarly can be like very aggressive to push Iyslander into an uncomfortable situation. And also, we have to see whether or not the Icelanders are tech to beat Dromai. Dromai getting Tome of Imperial Flame has done a lot, I think, for her ability to kind of snowball the matchup.
Yeah, a good friend of mine, Dayton, thought that Dromai would be the pivotal, hero going into this. Do you think it's really just going to be Iyslander and heroes that can beat Iyslander?
It's hard to say. I think we might be seeing a situation where Iyslander and Dromai are kind of like BFFs, where each deck kind of shuts out a certain type of strategy. So, for example, Iyslander is really good against like slow setup decks, and is a little bit weaker to aggro. But like some of the newer Dromai builds are actually like, quite good into these aggro decks because they have all these defensive capabilities. You can like block up, and then instead of having like a hammer, you just like play 2 dragons on the field. So they're kind of like covering each other's bases somewhat. For sure. And just, this Tome of the Imperial Flame turns, as you mentioned, they can be backbreaking. Setting up multiple dragons is like setting up, 2 or 3 hammers that just persist on the field unless you're able to, both mitigate the damage the dragons are presenting and then kill the dragons on your turn. And so I am curious to see. I do believe that Iyslander will be pretty well positioned, and I don't think that it's crazy to make a prediction right now that I think probably at least one Iyslander will make the top 8.
I think so too, and especially seeing those 2 decks and the performances that we saw today, and especially looks like we have 115 players in 7 rounds. Iyslander typically, as we've seen in the past, has done very well at larger tournaments.
Yeah, I think it's like a double duty kind of thing where Iyslander already is for a lot of people a difficult deck to play against. If you tack that on to a long day of flesh and blood, when you're playing round 7, when you're playing your top 8 matches, it can be difficult to play spot on, which you kind of need to do. You can't really afford to make many, if any, mistakes against Iyslander.
Yeah, for sure. And as the remaining ice hero in the format, she is somewhat of a gatekeeper. Into decks that have low cost curve, it's very hard to play 7 rounds, dodge Iyslander every round. You're going to drop a game, especially at a Battle Hardened, where there are 115 players. It is harder to get into top 8 unless you have a more pristine record than, let's say, a bigger tournament like a Calling or a Worlds, for instance.
Yeah, I think usually how the breakdown is for these tournaments is I think at something like the Pro Tour, at a Calling, you can usually afford to rack up maybe between like 2 to 3 losses. And I think the way that the Battle Hardens are usually structured is that the number of rounds, like you can only really take like 1 loss. And so, you hit that bad matchup, you make like 1 mistake into Iyslander or any other deck that like punishes very well, and it's that could be the end of your run.
Absolutely. Yeah, and if you're facing 1 or more Icelanders, then there are various different builds like the 2 that we saw today. You're not going to know what to expect and how to sideboard, and so you can even get punished for sideboarding wrong, expecting the wrong Iyslander build.
Yeah, the best is like I think a lot of players historically have kind of chosen. There's 2 styles where you can bring in all of the arcane barrier, and you're like, I'm gonna shields up to try to be able to live through your kill turn. Or there's like the other style where it's like, okay, I'm gonna try to keep tempo. I'm gonna play my armor cards so that when you attack me with wounded bulls and stuff, I'm just gonna block with armor. I have like 1 arcane barrier, maybe 2, so that when you're like trying to lock me up with frostbites, I can spend the resources that otherwise I couldn't spend because my turn got jammed up. But then if you play into an Iyslander that's like playing all spells,
Right.
then what does your armor do? It doesn't do anything.
Exactly. Yeah, I once played against a Bravo that presented 0 arcane barrier into me, and even though I was playing, Wounded Bull Iyslander, I just didn't cast any attacks. I just chunked him down with arcane. So, you can really get punished for those choices very early on.
Yeah.
And without knowing what your opponent's on, without seeing deck lists, it is a very tricky matchup to navigate for sure.
Yeah, what heroes are you most interested in taking a look at in this tournament to see like whether or not they do well?
I'm frankly very interested in the new heroes, Dash.io. That performance by Thomas in Melbourne I thought was phenomenal. You don't just get, was it 14 straight wins in a row?
Yeah, you got 14 straight wins.
Yeah, that's...
I think he ended the tournament as being the player that accumulated the most wins.
Yeah, for sure.
Or he was tied because Ben... No, he had more wins than Ben because Ben went 9-3 in Swiss.
Yeah.
So Ben finished the tournament with 12 wins. Thomas had more wins, but he didn't get the final win.
Absolutely, yeah. So I'm definitely interested in Dash.io. I'm hoping that there are some Dash aficionados here, and I'm also interested to see, what classical Dash does. Just Dash Inventor Extraordinaire, or whatever her name is.
Yeah, I believe Brody Spurlock, who's mainstay of the Battle Hardened circuit, is playing Dash.io. And I believe there are some other pretty strong players probably playing Dash Inventor Extraordinaire, so maybe we can try to get one of those heroes on for the next match. I'm kind of curious to see if anybody's brought Boltyn.
Oh, Boltyn, that's a good one.
Because Boltyn has been kind of locked down by decks like Lexi. I think Boltyn particularly struggles against cards like Icequake paired with multiple attacks.
Yep.
He has a pretty tight cost curve. If you're going to be playing like a card and then having to charge and then attacking on like an extra 2 or 3 resource costs, you can't really pay for that. But I've played against Boltyns with Iyslander, and Boltyns now have access with some of the newer equipments that have come out in Dust to Dawn,
right.
in Bright Lights with a new hat.
Yep.
I think that the chess piece in particular from Dust to Dawn is
Absolutely.
super scary to deal with as Iyslander.
Soul Bond chess piece.
Yeah, because I didn't realize, but it's like every time you charge that turn, you take 1 less. So, like the way that normally it works is like it blocks 2, you charge a card from your hand to get a soul, and then it blocks 3.
Right.
Like the card in your hand blocks 3, but you got a soul out of it. But actually, it also works, on your turn. You start off the turn, you charge a card. The Iyslander doesn't have like a period of time to respond because
Right.
charging is the cost.
Absolutely.
And then you just like get a damage prevention out of it. It was actually pretty difficult, I think, to play against.
Yeah, for sure. One time I brought a full arcane Iyslander to a locals, and I did not expect a Boltyn to be that strong.
Yeah.
I think if you're full arcane going into the Boltyn matchup, you can definitely expect to be challenged. As and the matchup is kind of interesting to me. It's kind of like the reverse of the Briar Iyslander matchup, where
Sure.
Briar would give Iyslander an window of opportunity to do her thing, but Boltyn charges first. He maintains priority, and Iyslander has no window to actually just arcane him out of the game.
Yeah, I think that priority window is so key because a lot of the times, even if you set, if you have like an ice card set, you're looking for a time to tax, and if they just like lead off and they do like the thing that they wanted to do, that's like the difference between having a turn that like is great and a turn that's like not like completely broken up. Especially cards like Channel Lake Frigid lose a lot more value not being able to do it on the first thing that they want to play.
Absolutely, and with some of the newer cards like Spirit of Irina, for instance, it gives Boltyn protection from cards like Blizzard, which would normally just end his Lumina Ascension turns.
Oh yeah, you have the Spirit of Irina now. They go Blizzard, your charge attack. You're like, all right, I don't have to go again. Play my Lumina Ascension. It's still on the chain, so all my things get buffed anyways.
Exactly. So.
All right. So that was a great first round to start off the tournament. I believe we're about to cut to sponsor break, so shout out to our sponsors. And
Yay for sponsors.
Hey yo, Don Amarabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
Go to ascent-gaming.com for all your Flesh and Blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your Blood Rush to Pulping or Wild Ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of Reckless Swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of Reckless Swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the Flesh and Blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
No way, dude. I can't win a single game against you. It is so hard living with such a good Flesh and Blood player. Don't look at me like that. Yeah, I know I need practice. It's just hard when you beat me up all the time. What? You think I need to go to the Realm Rumble? And you also think I should outline exactly what the Realm Rumble is in case anybody watching doesn't know about one of the biggest Flesh and Blood events of the year? Okay, if you say so. Realm Rumble 2023 is a first of its kind, independently organized, 3-day-long celebration of all the biggest names in trading card games. If you love Flesh and Blood, then this is the weekend for you. There's going to be a $10,000 open tournament, a $5,000 team sealed tournament, and overall, $45,000 of prizes given out over the course of the whole weekend. If you like callings, if you like Pro Tours, then this is the event for you. It's going down December 1st through 3rd in Columbus, Ohio. Head down to the Realm Games' website, realmgames.myshopify.com, to get your early bird registrations in, and we'll see you at the Rumble. All right. 3 of a kind resolves.
Do you feel unsupported in your quest to become a better Fab player? Are you lacking the resources to answer your questions? And most importantly, is this you? Come join the Runaways premium Discord server where you can access a rated CC queue, play games that matter, not just against randoms on Talishar. Simply click to join the queue, play your game, and report the win. Tournament reports from the Runaways competitive team. Learn from the runs of some of the best in the country, reported live as the tournament unfolds. Private channels where like-minded players can chat, test, and network with others dedicated to improving at the game. For those committed few, the higher tiers gains access to team streams and direct access to the team for your questions. Runaways is committed to providing an environment for Fab players by Fab players. Run away with your next tournament win. Join the link below.
For a special giveaway to kickstart our paid tiers, if you join the Discord as a Rare Squire, you'll be entered to win the Cold Foil Apocalypse Automaton. If you join as a Majestic Squire, you'll be entered 3 times. A winner will be drawn at the end of November, along with a bonus prize drawn from our ranked queue players as well. Best of luck.
All right, and welcome back to Battle Hardened Pittsburgh. We are waiting for round 2 to come up here. Pittsburgh's a pretty cool area. I've been exploring the town, seeing what's there to see. It's pretty freezing out here, but did you know, Yanji, that the Big Mac was actually invented in Pittsburgh?
The Big Mac?
Yeah.
How did that come to be?
Well, the Big Mac, there was a place called Delgati's, and they were the first to actually create the McDonald's franchise, and it was located right on McKnight Road down the street. I think you're actually staying there.
Oh, yeah. I'm staying with Pat. I think we're just around the corner.
Yeah, and, back in 1967, they created the Big Mac that we know and love today, and they sold it for 45 cents back then. 45 cents?
Yeah. Dude, what can you buy for 45 cents nowadays?
You can't even get fries.
Oh, unlucky. Well, we had, a gripping Iyslander mirror in the last round, but we were talking in the break about Boltyn, about Dash, and it looks like that is what we have lined up for round 2. So we have a Pittsburgh local. I don't know where Anastasia, who is the Boltyn player, I don't know where she's from.
Yeah, I can't say I've interacted with her, but I'm pretty excited to see Boltyn, honestly. Both a 1-0 Boltyn and a 1-0 Dash going into round 2.
Yeah, I have, what do you think, who do you think is going to be favored in the matchup going into it?
Yeah, that's a tough one. It really depends on how the Dash has constructed her deck, If it's boost, 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 and the Boltyn blocks out, there's a chance that Boltyn can just fatigue Dash. But, if Dash either has a hybrid pistol plan or she's closer to a Tree Frog, then I think, there may be a challenge there. Although if it is Tree Frog Dash, then Boltyn can just combo her out way faster than she can.
Oh, really? Yeah, it's kind of hard always, deciding if, how many pistol items you choose to play in any matchup. I think usually against decks like Boltyn, who have access to a lot of 3 blocks, I think you want to opt to play at least a couple, maybe 2 or 3 pistol items.
Yeah, exactly.
So it looks like the players are have gotten set up.
Cool. Looks like we're going into round 2 of Battle Hardened Pittsburgh. We got Anastasia on Boltyn to the left, and Jeff, local to Pittsburgh, on the right on Dash. The OG Dash, so to speak.
Yeah, Jeff is wearing the Smash with Green Tree shirt that we see a lot of the players who are at this event sporting. Smash with Green Tree, I think, is their local team that plays at Green Tree Sports Cards, which is a sponsor of the stream. They sell singles, I think, for a variety of games.
For sure, and I'm told that Jeff is a notorious popcorn enjoyer from conversations with him coming into this game.
Yeah, I wonder what snack foods Anastasia likes, and I don't know. Maybe we'll have to. If Boltyn comes out on top, we'll have to find out. Maybe will popcorn reign supreme.
My guess is she's a cotton candy enjoyer.
Cotton candy, oh, too sugary.
I like cotton candy.
Oh.
I like cotton candy milkshakes. You ever had those, Yanji?
Cotton candy milkshake?
It's surprisingly really good.
Is it cotton candy flavored, or is it a topping of cotton candy?
Oh, no, it's flavored, so there'll be blue and pink and all
those are colors.
Yeah. Yeah, but it emulates the flavor of cotton candy, which is more or less just sugar, but, cotton candy does have a distinct flavor, believe it or not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The flavors of the rainbow.
Roll for a turn order?
Looks like the players are discussing who's gonna start us off.
Yeah.
Oh no, they are rolling.
Rolling.
Do you think they called? You think Jeff called odds or evens?
Jeff looks like an evens kind of guy. I always have a hard time when the players decide to double sleeve their decks, knowing how many cards they're presenting.
That is a pretty chunky deck on the Boltyn side, though.
Yeah.
My guess is she has at least 65 cards in that deck.
64?
65.
65.
Ooh, I would guess so.
Yeah.
I bought all the Warrior stuff recently.
It looks like Boltyn. I can't tell if that's just a one stack. Do you think that Boltyn is better presenting combo or presenting Raiden?
that's also another decision point. You know, if the Boltyn is on sabers, you know, you can combo out a slower dash. But if the Boltyn is on Raiden, you can just race a faster dash potentially if the cards line up.
Yeah, and like dash plays a lot of attack actions, so you know the Boltyn hero ability is on all the time if the dash ever is inclined to block.
Yeah, absolutely. And this was, you know, a typical matchup. I think this was before I started playing the game, but, you know, when I used to start looking at streams and watching to learn, I would see Boltyn dash come up fairly often. And
It's like a typical matchup in the period of time when Chain was legal, so, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
The characters would be on stream, and then you would look at top 8 and it would just be Chains.
I've got a story about Dash Boltyn as well. When I used to work at an LGS back in college, and I would introduce people to Flesh and Blood, I would break out CC decks of Boltyn and Dash. That was my absolute go-to because I thought it really showed kind of the stepping ladder of everything that Flesh and Blood has available to it, where you've got kind of this base level mechanologist hero that doesn't have a complicated hero ability, but has a complicated board state versus a hero who's got like really complicated hero ability and this extra layer of like talent cards, but at its core, the cards, you know, they're not sticky, right? There's no board state you're really managing. It's a whole different thing entirely with Soul now, and then kind of the micro decisions of, yes, there are now attack reactions that you need to learn rather than some other matchups you play where you just don't even get exposed to that part of the game. So I would always just whip out Boltyn to Dash and get people into the game that way, and they loved it. Magic players love Dash. They like their board state. And then anyone who was looking for just kind of the flavors of Flesh and Blood and what the game could offer loved Boltyn. And so it was great. I probably got like at least 6 people into the game from this matchup
And
alone.
then Ethan was setting them up for failure as they would play in their local events and then lose to Chain.
Oh, no. Well, believe it or not, Boltyn was actually the first hero I ever played. A coworker of mine got me into this game. His name is Anthony, a really cool guy. You know, we had a work event, and he just brought, you know, a Prism deck and a Boltyn deck, the, you know, starters that you can buy.
Okay, yeah.
I thought Boltyn was really cool. I was playing him, but it was really difficult to understand because I couldn't grasp the concept that charging was not the same as cards going to Soul.
Oh, yeah, that is a sticky point for a lot of players starting out. So we see Jeff has elected to start with Induction Chamber.
Oh, and Anastasia does have the dual sabers, so we could just see a very strong combo Boltyn going in. If the dash is not quick enough, we can just see, you know, Boltyn comboing Jeff out of the game.
Yeah, Jeff does have access to adaptive plating, which, you know, is extra armor block for that big combo turn. Also, Anastasia is bringing, I think, well, Warband of Bologna is one of the new cards from the all-mech set that has bolstered Boltyn somewhat.
Yeah, for sure. We have Warband of Bologna. Looks like we have Courage of Bladehold and Gallantry Gold, along with the Snapdragon Scalers. A very classical Boltyn loadout. On Jeff's side, he has the Crown of Providence, the adaptive plating, as you're mentioning, and, of course, the Tekla Foundry Heart.
Yeah, so Anastasia has access to a Oath of Steel. She's probably going to want to save that for her big turn. Leading off with Bolt of Courage. Bolt of Courage is definitely the scariest attack I think that Boltyn has access to.
For sure, but on turn, you know, on the first turn, are you really afraid of Anastasia drawing cards? I would think, you know, she just wants to set up her Soul, get to a 4-card hand, and let Jeff deal with it.
Yeah, I wonder what you do here. Like, do you know blocks? And if you know blocks, does Anastasia...
Oh, perfect. He's blocking with a non-attack action, which turns off the Boltyn hero ability, which gives the attacking card +1 in the case that it blocks with an attack action card.
Now, that block is actually pretty informative for Jeff because knows that, you know, Anastasia doesn't have something like a Courageous Steel hand.
Right.
At least in two out of the 5 cards that she has access to in this turn.
Absolutely. It looks like Jeff is leading off with a pistol shot. No doubt he's going to activate the Induction Chamber as an attack reaction. Anastasia's thinking about, you know, whether or not she wants to block this at all. Looks like she does. She gives it, you know, a 3 block. Jeff activates the Induction Chamber with Go Again, and looks like he's going to be reloading that pistol.
Yeah, I think Anastasia choosing to block with a 3 block on the 2-power attack seems to indicate that she has a read that she thinks that Jeff is inclined to play the matchup like a little bit more passively.
Mm-hmm.
You know, blocking 3 on 2 isn't the most efficient, but then you also, I think, as the Boltyn player, probably want to extend the game out like a little bit as you're building up your soul so that you have enough cards in soul to kind of do your combo turn.
Yeah, and it's clear that Anastasia is looking to block out this turn, as as indicated by her block on the 2-attack pistol. Looks like she's looking to take things slow, build up her soul, and combo out Jeff late game. That seems to be the game plan going into this.
Yeah, so not a super big turn from Jeff, just shooting the pistol twice and then throwing the throttle.
I'd rather just do that, make it easier. Okay.
Anastasia has access to one card in her hand. I wonder what that is going to be.
Jeff shoots a pistol one more time, leaks in 2 damage. So we have a player on the board.
Yeah, so it looks like it was a Celestial Cataclysm. So Anastasia was just keeping the card in her hand so that she could charge.
Which checks out. Anastasia is going to want to build up a board. As you mentioned, Boltyn isn't looking to build the board the same way that Dash is, but Boltyn is looking to build up his soul, and that's his real currency going into this game.
Yeah, I think the magic number usually is at least 3 cards in soul. So I think if you have 3 cards in soul, then you can swing your weapon at least 3 times. With Go Again, if you have 2 Luminas plus the Gallantry Gold, that's swinging for 5 3 times, which usually is going to connect on most boards.
Absolutely, and Jeff was comfortable blocking with an attack there, leaking into damage, because he saw that Anastasia didn't have any mana or any resources or a way to follow up on the attack.
Yeah, so Jeff, I think, is now in this matchup kind of pressured to be the aggressor. Anastasia has this really big turn that she's building towards. She is, just interested in finding the Lumina Ascensions or Beacon of Victory, which are, can tutor up Lumina Ascensions.
No block on the first. Looks like a market change from her game plan from last turn. That tells me she has at least a card that she wants to keep. And we do see that she's drawn into her first Lumina Ascension, which I would assume that she would want to arsenal at the end of her next turn.
I've seen, I think, 2 schools of thought go about this. So sometimes I've seen Boltyns who want to pitch the first Lumina Ascension when they draw it this early in the game, because it is a little bit awkward if you just get the card stuck and then you draw the second Lumina Ascension, then you have to IP yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes it's a little bit better as you're building up. Maybe you want to save the arsenal slot, so you can put cards like Sink Below in the arsenal, and you're that Dash has, I think, a pretty hard time before she gets her pistol items set up to really push through a lot of damage. It looks like Jeff isn't super aggressive in the matchup. He's not just trying to boost every turn, going for max Vs. The way that he has his deck oriented doesn't seem to be. He's not playing the full gamut of 0-cost boost attacks.
Yeah, absolutely.
But he does have a big hand in his currently.
He does, and it looks like Anastasia is going for the former. I think she arsenaled that Lumina. She's looking to draw into future ones. Anastasia is playing this card, Oath of Steel, and I think we saw 2 of these so far. Yanji, what do you think about this card, and how much does it push the damage capability of the Boltyn player by?
So Oath of Steel reads for the turn every time you attack with your weapon. I believe you put a +1/+1 counter on it. So if you play it alongside 2 Lumina Ascensions, then you get 6 weapon swings.
Mm-hmm.
So each weapon that swings is going to get up to 3 counters, which represents 3 + 2 + 1, so 6 damage per sword.
Wow.
So that could be a 1-card 12 damage for that turn, which is really strong by itself. I think Oath of Steel is probably more important when you're comboing into decks that let's say Bravo. Although Dash can be oriented pretty defensively, so maybe is important to get the extra little bit of push that's necessary.
We see Jeff pitch a Big Bertha to play a zipper hit. The presence of Big Bertha, does that tell you that this deck is bringing in hyperdrivers, Yanji, at some point?
No, I don't think so. So I was actually playing Big Bertha in my Dash deck that I brought to Taipei. I think Big Bertha as a blue boost attack that has a breakpoint is pretty important. Sometimes when you're opting for the boost plan as Dash, you get to the point in the late game where it's really hard for you to beat 4 cards that block just because you're left with all your blues in your hand. You can swing your weapon twice, but then if you're swinging your weapon twice and you swing 3 and then 2, you're not making any progress. But if one of those cards is a 4, because you have access to all the blues, going 4, 2, 2, and then like just 2 damage, you're pushing through at least a point of damage on that turn.
Gotcha. So it's more or less a gas guzzler that he managed to have
with a better name.
That's fair.
Gas guzzler with a better name. I think you play like one of each. You play 1 Rev Up, 1 Big Bertha, 1 Gas Guzzler. Just keep them guessing.
We're looking at a T-Bone from Jeff. That's going to get armor block out of Anastasia, but because she has that Snapdragon Scalers and has a defense value, she's able to just put that in the way. Full block from hand.
Yeah, and Jeff has boosted away his second high octane. So I wonder if that's going to be play a role later on.
Absolutely. We see a second T-Bone coming out from Jeff. Anastasia can give any of her equipment blocks right now, as none of them are being threatened to explode from the T-Bone play, since she hasn't blocked with anything so far.
Do you think Jeff is going to try to go for like a double magnetic shockwave?
That's what I thought. I'm not seeing one unless he has it in arsenal. Looks like he just wants to cast his Overloop.
Overloop is an interesting card. I think Overloop is like another card where I think the way that Jeff has decided to make his card choices, seems like fatigue is definitely on his mind.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think you would play Overloop unless you've played this matchup a few times or played with the deck a few times and understood that you can absolutely get fatigued by any deck that's blocking you out.
Yeah, and Overloop I think is also like pretty good when you're playing it into like Dromai or something, for example. Being able to attack dragons and keep attacks in deck.
Absolutely. Very heads-up choice by Jeff to play that card. It got a Soul Shield block from Anastasia.
Yeah,
Soul Shield is one of the more impactful cards in any light hero. Clean 6 block for 2.
Ooh, and we have boosted away the second maximum velocity to play the third maximum velocity. So Jeff only has access to 1 more maximum velocity, but unfortunately it is at the bottom of his deck. He just pitched it last turn. And so he's probably going to be looking for a Spark of Genius or something to be able to, shuffle his deck.
Sure.
Yeah, and one of the cool things that I saw Jeff do here is playing the Overloop first, baiting out the D-React. So Anastasia actually lost a block value by, overvaluing perhaps the inevitability of that card.
Yeah, that's true. But you were talking earlier about how Soul Shield, is very impactful. Soul Shield, being able to block with a card plus add it to Soul is huge. Anastasia's probably pressured pretty heavily now to try to find at least the second Lumina Ascension.
Absolutely. Looks like she has a Beacon of Victory in her hand, which is essentially another Lumina Ascension. It's one of the searchers.
Yeah, I think we might be seeing her just, opting to take all the damage. Boltyn combo is interesting because usually the combo requires, if not all 4 cards, at least, or if not all 5 cards, at least 4 cards to really do the full combo, like with Gallantry Gold. One thing that you can do now, which you couldn't do before, is you can like pitch a blue to activate the hat, and then you can add Gallantry Gold.
Absolutely. Look at that. She's blocking with Courage of Bladehold. Does that tell you, Yanchi, that she is thinking about going off?
Yeah, it looks like it is probably going to be go time. Like, you need to combo at some point in time. And like you said, she has, if she has the Beacon of Victory in her hand, it is time to press the button.
Absolutely. And I love this heads-up play from Anastasia. I think she wants to go off now and finish Jeff in chunks. I think she recognizes that she probably won't be able to finish the job on this go-around, but she can get Jeff to a low enough life total that other cards from her deck, Celestial Cataclysm, for instance, or Bolting Blade, will present enough damage to Jeff where he'll have to block out for the remainder of the game.
Yeah, Celestial Cataclysm being super strong after you combo, you're going to end up with a pile of cards in your soul. You got to find ways to use them. Beacon of Victory, Celestial Cataclysm, letting you convert all those cards in soul into damage.
Absolutely, and the one interesting deck choice with Anastasia is that she is running the Oath of Steel, as we mentioned before. Those are essentially, a second or third Lumina in a pinch.
Yeah. And so I think Jeff probably knows that the jig is up. You want to block somewhat on this turn, And it kind of makes sense usually to block onto the attack action because the Centauri Sabers, if you spend a card to block on it, it's going to buff its power for the rest of the turn. And so, this way you get to not buff the Centauri Saber for the rest of the turn.
Absolutely, and it looks like Jeff is reading Lumina Ascension, which means he's not familiar, perhaps, with how this deck plays out.
Well, it could be that he's not familiar, but it also could be just you just gotta. It's like what's gonna happen, and but you're just like
totally fair.
You're taking it in.
I always tend to read cards, even if I have read them before or know what they're doing.
Yeah, I wonder. One choice that Anastasia made was not to banish an extra card to get an extra point of damage out of the Beacon of Victory. It is probable that she won't need more than 4 soul to start her turn. But I think she's going for a very conservative line. It does look like because she has cards like Oath of Steel, Sink Below, it's not guaranteed that she's going to get all the cards into her soul.
Absolutely. So she has double Lumina, and she broke her arm piece, which buffs her weapon by 3, buffs each of her weapons by 3, and gives each of them 2 additional attacks. Yep. So she's going to be attacking a total of 6 times here.
Yeah, so she's threatening at least 30 damage. Jeff is probably not going to be able to. Well, it's like 30 damage, but if you block with attacks, you're going to be increasing the power of the Centauri Saber. So I think Jeff is thinking about. So he has a Spark of Courage, which is a non-attack action.
Absolutely, and it seems like Jeff is familiar with this matchup. He knows not to block with an attack action early on. He blocked with a non-attack in his equipment, which doesn't buff up that Centauri Saber for its future attacks, crucially enough.
And Jeff just drew a second Spark of Genius, which is pretty big. Just being able to spend another card to block for 3, and not for 2.
Absolutely. Looks like Jeff's down to his last card in his hand, so I think he's going to be eating the rest of these sword attacks from here on out.
Do you think you would ever use the adaptive plating to destroy your induction chamber?
I personally wouldn't, but who knows? Maybe he's just using it for a block value.
Yeah.
Because the induction chamber is just worth so much, isn't it? It's that's your hero ability. You use your hero ability, which is now blank, to get that card into the game.
Yeah, and so Jeff has opted to block the Big Bertha. I think this is a slight misplay on this turn, just because you want to spend the cards in your hand to block, but you really just want to spend the card to block the very last Centauri Saber attack. Because the Centauri Saber ability isn't just for that attack. It just increases its power for the duration of the turn.
Absolutely. So that crucially buffed up Anastasia's Centauri Saber. That wasn't her last attack, right? Looks like she has one more.
She has one more attack, but that Centauri Saber is going to be attacking for at least 6 on the next attack because Jeff had blocked it with an attack. And in addition, it was 7 because it gets pumped by the Boltyn. Boltyn just really punishing players for having attack actions that they want to be blocking with.
Absolutely. It's kind of like the Uzuri, one of her daggers that punishes you for playing only attack actions, right?
Yep. So we saw an Oath of Steel going to the bottom. Do you think Oath of Steel is going to be impactful in the late game?
I think so. I think the way that Anastasia's constructed her deck looks like she has the ability to, once you go off on your first Lumina turn, she can concoct secondary Lumina turns with her Oath of Steel.
Oh, and I just want to point it out because it was pretty fast. Anastasia on the last Centauri Saber swing has just banished her remaining 2 Beacon of Victories. So that's actually pretty big for the Dash player. For Jeff to know that, he doesn't have to be afraid of. Normally, you're kind of, scared. You don't know. They have 10 cards in Soul.
Right.
They can just, pump. They attack for, 3. You block 3, then they pump it by 10. Now that play is just off the table because she used 1 Beacon of Victory this turn to get the second Lumina Ascension, and she is out the last 2 Beacon of Victories.
Absolutely. And without a Beacon of Victory in deck, Jeff is no longer just afraid of getting, beaconed out of the game, as you mentioned. If she does banish her last Lumina, though, I think it might be tough for her to close it out, as I do think that's a card that will be impactful into the, second chunk of Jeff's health going into the later rounds.
Yeah, do you now pivot to just trying to play like a fatigue style? You know, Jeff has taken a lot of damage on the last turn, but Anastasia has also deployed the majority of her deck's damage.
Right, absolutely. It's unique. It's a unique matchup, isn't it? Because both players are kind of going into fatigue at different points in the game. Jeff is doing so consistently, but Anastasia is doing so, whenever she wants to have a large aggressive turn into Jeff.
Yeah.
It looks like, Anastasia is now the attacker. She's attacking with the red beaming bravado. This one says it's charged by a yellow card against +1.
Yeah, so coming in for 4. Jeff is going to be taking 1.
Saber for 2.
What do you think in these types of matches, Yanji? Would Anastasia prefer to have a Raiden at this point? The Saber is just not as efficient as a Raiden is it?
Yeah, it's a little bit tough because so if you have Raiden, you always get to use Boltyn's hero ability. Now, given the last turn wouldn't have been as powerful, but Lumina Ascension's still, a pretty strong card with Raiden. Being able to attack for 3 twice means that the Lumina Ascension at least represents, 3 damage plus like however much life she's gaining plus whatever you can convert the souls into.
Absolutely, and it looks like Jeff was able to actually keep cards in his hand. Anastasia was the aggressor until that last turn, but I don't think the 4 into 2 was as impactful as she would like. Jeff managed to keep a hand. He plays the high-speed impact, boosts away his twin drive. Looks like Jeff has 2 remaining cards in hand. Is one of those a Teklo Pounder we see there, Yanji?
I didn't get a good look, but if it's a Teklo Pounder, that's an interesting choice. To choose to keep Teklo Pounder, he might just be opting to, just shoot pistol, saying that I gotta be the aggressor. I gotta find a way for me to close the game out before Anastasia, draws into her damage.
Absolutely, and it looks like that's exactly what he's going for. I think he planned to pitch both blues at the start of this turn. Trying to get that chip damage where he can. That's an additional 4 damage that he was able to convert from that blue.
Yep.
Thanks to the existence of that induction chamber.
Yeah, I wonder what kind of turn Jeff is going to be looking for. Probably you want to ideally be able to tank 1 turn and then play something like a high octane, although Jeff had, I think, already expended 2 high octanes, either boosting or banishing. Actually, he just banished another high octane, so I think he's out.
I believe so as well. Looks like Jeff is opting to block this take flight. Takes 1 damage because the card was charged.
Yep.
Take 1.
Anastasia, I believe I saw Bolting Blade in hand. Anastasia's really going to depend on these large 7 attack cards.
Yeah, Bolting Blade is
the last remaining bits of Jeff's life.
Bolting Blade is huge here because you get, in addition to it just presenting a breakpoint, you can't even really block it efficiently because it's going to get buffed by Boltyn. So, if you block, like right now Jeff is blocking with a card in armor, it goes up to 8. Like you get the breakpoint anyways.
What do you think about this decision to block with armor there, Yanji?
So usually you would want to save armor maybe for something like a Bolt of Courage, but Jeff is also at a life total that's so low that it's I think difficult to decide like how many turns the game is gonna go. If all you do is present pistol twice,
right?
I don't think that you can pressure the Boltyn in enough like quickly enough for it to meaningfully impact her turns. Now Jeff gets to keep a 2-card hand. He gets to play the 4-cost boost, but this also represents a 2-card 8 because he carried over the induction chamber counter.
Yeah, absolutely. Jeff is doing the best he can to string together the most efficient damage that he can back at Anastasia. So that's definitely commendable on his part.
Yeah, and so if Anastasia opts to take the 4 damage this turn, I wonder if Jeff is going to be activating the Foundry Heart. Because sometimes I think when the games are this tight, like you really just want to be trying to like eke like every single point out. So Jeff chooses not to Foundry Heart.
Right. Absolutely. I think, what do you think about that choice? I do think that this game is not going to go to fatigue at the rate that it's going at now, but do you think it's worth potentially banishing one of your high priority reds to Foundry Heart?
Next attack, I can.
I think so, because
If it's yellow,
you know
draw a card.
you don't know how many more turns the game is going to last, and if you had Foundry Heart at the last turn, it opens up some play lines that you could have made. For example, it's not clear, for example, that you're going to be able to play a boost attack and boost it. So if you had gotten the extra resource, maybe you could have attacked for 2 more with Achilles Accelerator.
Absolutely.
On the last turn.
We just saw the Warband of Bologna popped. What is that card that Anastasia has summoned onto the field, Yanji?
That I am not sure. I think that's just a token.
Oh, that's just a really nice courage token. Okay, that's awesome.
Courage token pretty large in this situation, because it does let her at least, if nothing else, swing the Centauri Saber and give it go again. Being able to boost the power, satisfying Boltyn's requirement.
Got it. And she got the courage token because she charged the banneret, which gives the courage. That makes total sense. So she's using that Warband of Bologna as a way to push through damage breakpoints, such that Jeff will not be able to throw back a card.
And Jeff is going to need to at least block 1 card now, because he.
Same trigger that would push it up. I'm gonna block 3.
Yeah, he has to block at least 1 card because she is. Oh
wow, she plays a route.
My local's gonna love that. Okay.
And that was the card that she's holding on to. A card like Route is super powerful for closing.
Yeah, absolutely. And
the game's
that's
out.
his game, right? Wow. The game ended on the back of a route. I didn't even see that coming.
No, didn't see that coming.
Wow, that was phenomenal. Anastasia, I think, recognized that the combo Boltyn deck has struggles with closing out the game, and she's opted to include these reactions that, just trick her opponent into blocking perfectly. And of course, you can never overblock a route expecting a route,
Yeah, and I think it got set up the previous turn because I think there was one turn early on, right after the combo, where she attacks with the Centauri Saber. Chooses not to do anything when Jeff doesn't block.
Right.
It's setting up. Like you could have cashed in the route there to get an extra Saber swing potentially. I don't know what her resource situation was. But saving it for, the final blow, very strong.
Absolutely.
Great showing by Anastasia.
Yeah, and it was clear she had a game plan. She knew she had a route, and that's how she was going to win the game, and she executed that strategy perfectly.
Yep.
I think that was flawlessly played from the Boltyn side. The dash played very well as well. What do you think about that matchup now that, we've gotten to see it? Do you think that it's favored for the Boltyn side, or is it just Anastasia just, had a clear game plan on how to close out the game?
I do feel like Dash is pressured to try to win the game, whereas Boltyn, I think, is more content with, letting a lot of the turns wash out. Because if the Dash player isn't making significant progress in chipping down the Boltyn player, and the Boltyn player just gets to just charge a card into Soul every so often, maybe doesn't even have to, can just play cards like Soul Shield, which add to Boltyn's Soul without needing to play attacks, then Boltyn is going to get to this Lumina turn. And, Jeff didn't present Pounder start, wasn't all in on trying to boost. So it's going to be extra difficult. But you said also that you're in this quandary, right? If you go full boost, the Boltyn can just block you out.
Exactly. If you're going boost from the start, then Boltyn can just say, okay, I have more cards in my deck than you. I will just block until I'm happy returning damage. And so you kind of have to play that induction chamber to start the game off. The induction chamber did come in clutch for Jeff, in a few of those turns. He was able to present 2-card 8, that's not easy to do without that level of item out on the field.
Yeah, and so I think we're in a situation where Dash, I think, probably can offer some kind of counterplay, but it is probably favored for Boltyn.
Yeah, for sure. And, it's worth it to note that Jeff also banished one of his maximum velocities, and he pitched one early on. And so it was just a very unlucky sequence of cards that he saw, and so he wasn't actually able to push the big turns that he would have liked.
Yeah, Dash having the boost mechanic means that there is some amount of randomness that goes into every game. Unlike some other heroes, most of the time in Flesh and Blood, depending on how you construct your deck, you can expect to see over the course of however many turns, you can expect to see certain powerful cards that you are going to kind of build your game plan around. But with Dash and the boost mechanic, because you're banishing random cards off of the top of your deck, then you might get into a situation where, like, I think Jeff really needed a high octane turn somewhere along those, like in the middle. Jeff probably needed to play more than one maximum velocity. He got one off, but pitching one and then boosting one off the top just means that you just don't have access to it anymore.
Absolutely, and choosing to play into this boost style definitely adds a certain level of variance to your game plan. You have the option to boost away your maximum velocities or your high octanes, like you saw Jeff do. And that ultimately bit him in the end when he just wasn't able to present enough damage back to the Boltyn player.
Yeah, and so I think we're going to open up again to suggestions. If you guys have any heroes that you're interested in seeing, type it in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
In the meantime, I think that we are going to be moving towards a sponsor rig as we go scout the tables to try to find exciting new matches to show you guys in the next round.
Yeah, stay tuned while Yuanji and I go walk around the hall.
Yep. The chat, by the way, just to tune in here, they really want a Vynnset. So as you boys go walk around, please find us a Vynnset.
We'll
do
try to look for a Vynnset.
At least 1-1, please.
Okay.
At least 1-1.
Okay.
All right. Find a Vynnset for you guys.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clamps, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
Go to ascent-gaming.com for all your Flesh and Blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your Blood Rush to Pulping or Wild Ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of Reckless Swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of Reckless Swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the Flesh and Blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
No way, dude! I can't win a single game against you! It is so hard living with such a good flesh and blood player. Don't look at me like that. Yeah, I know I need practice. It's just hard when you beat me up all the time. What? You think I need to go to the Realm Rumble? And you also think I should outline exactly what the Realm Rumble is in case anybody watching doesn't know about one of the biggest flesh and blood events of the year? Okay, if you say so. Realm Rumble 2023 is a first of its kind, independently organized, 3-day-long celebration of all the biggest names in trading card games. If you love Flesh and Blood, then this is the weekend for you. There's going to be a $10,000 open tournament, a $5,000 team sealed tournament, and overall, $45,000 of prizes given out over the course of the whole weekend. If you like callings, if you like Pro Tours, then this is the event for you. It's going down December 1st through 3rd in Columbus, Ohio. Head down to the Realm Games' website, realmgames.myshopify.com, to get your early bird registrations in, and we'll see you at the Rumble. All right. 3 of a kind resolves.
Do you feel unsupported in your quest to become a better Fab player? Are you lacking the resources to answer your questions? And most importantly, is this you? Come join the Runaways premium Discord server where you can access a rated CC queue, play games that matter, not just against randoms on Talishar. Simply click to join the queue, play your game, and report the win. Tournament reports from the Runaways competitive team. Learn from the runs of some of the best in the country, reported live as the tournament unfolds. Private channels where like-minded players can chat, test, and network with others dedicated to improving at the game. For those committed few, the higher tiers gets access to team streams and direct access to the team for your questions. Runaways is committed to providing an environment for Fab players by Fab players. Run away with your next tournament win. Join the link below.
For a special giveaway to kickstart our paid tiers, if you join the Discord as a Rare Squire, you'll be entered to win the Cold Foil Apocalypse Automaton. If you join as a Majestic Squire, you'll be entered 3 times. A winner will be drawn at the end of November, along with a bonus prize drawn from our Ranked Q players as well. Best of luck.
Hey everyone. Just got a quick update from the people on the ground. The Vynnset player just beat Charles Dunn and is 2-0. So we are going to get the Vynnset next round. Sorry, I think my mic's a little hot. I'm normally not live. The Vynnset player is 2-0. One of the two. Oh my god, my mic is way too hot. All right, is that good? I'm just excited. The Vynnset player is 2-0. They just beat Charles Dunn. So we're about to get that queued up. So that'll be a great stream game. If they can take down Charles Dunn, maybe this is the run. We get a Vynnset top 8. That'd be crazy. Vynnset does have Living Legend points now. Don't forget. I think it won a singular RTN in like the last season, so just as good as Levi. And I think Levi is great. So let's see this Vynnset take it home. We're getting that set up like right now. There was a little delay in reporting, so we're running like a little bit behind on when round 3 was supposed to start. So I don't have like a set time for that anymore. But there we go. We're going to cut it back to the break screen while we wait. Maybe like 3 minutes. Be right back. Also, check out this shirt. Savage Feats. We're official now.
right, boys and girls, we are back to Battle Hardened Pittsburgh. We're getting ready for round 3. We got a special 2-0 Vynnset for you guys, so just like you asked, we're going to be showing you that soon. But before that, we have a meta breakdown, Yanji. Whoa, looks like Bravo is the crowd favorite today. After Lexi rotated, looks like everyone in the Pittsburgh area and nearby has gravitated towards Bravo. What do you think about Bravo being the first most played deck here, Yanji?
It's kind of interesting. Bravo, I think, is always the default go-to whenever there's a new meta emerging and people aren't like too sure of what to play. Just play Bravo. At least you have Anothos. You can attack for 4 with your weapon. You have powerful on hits, and you have a big fridge.
Absolutely, and just straight value attacks. We have Bravo in at number 1, 16 Dromais here, 13 Iyslanders, 10 Rhinars. That's surprising, or is it, Yanji? 10 Rhinars coming in at 4th.
Yeah, so I think that Rhinar and to like a lesser degree, there's 2 Levias, so 12 Brutes in total at this event. I think Brute is pretty compelling for a lot of the people who might be expecting Dash Inventor. She's most of the Brutes also have decent matchups into Bravo, into Dromai. Your whole deck is built around 6 power attacks, so the Phantasm mechanic is in your favor.
Absolutely, and they got that new card, Smashing Performance. As a Brute enjoyer of sorts, Yanji, what do you think about Smashing Performance?
Oh man, dude, I have had so many negative experiences with that card where, I think Brute is you're in a battle against yourself, because I have set up so many times where it's such a high percentage for me to hit the Smashing Performance, and I just whiff. And Ethan is probably no stranger to Brutes just kind of letting you down. But that's the price that you have to pay for greatness. Sometimes Michael Fang is one of the Rhinar players. He was telling me about a turn where he is playing the Skull Crushers, and he rolls his Capskin Leathers. He has 1 card in his hand. He rolls a 5. And then so he pitches his blue, attacks with Claw for 4, and then uses his Tunic counter, attacks for Claw for 4 again. You just created a 1-card 8, and no other hero really can do things on that scale. But then in exchange, you get the one rolls, and then now your turn's over. You get the Smashing Performance where you pitch 3, you attack for 6, you draw, discard a card, and you whiff, and you're just attacking for 6.
Yep, that sounds like Brute things. We will hopefully get to expand in that, in the coming meta when Heavy Hitters comes out. I'm pretty excited for that, Yanji.
Yeah, Heavy Hitters is going to look to be pretty interesting. It was a meme for a while that, Flesh and Blood was just Rune Blades and Guardians. But Guardian hasn't been, I think, in the limelight since Oldhim has rotated out. So it'll be kind of cool to see. There's a lot of people who really enjoy Guardian and the playstyle. So they get a slew of new cards. That being said, we are just about ready to enter in the next match. The next match is going to feature a Vynnset at 2-0.
Yep, round number 3 coming in hot. Vynnset and, of course, Katsu, which was the 5th most played deck at this event. So really looking forward to this game. I have not seen this matchup myself, but given the high amount of damage that Katsu can output and also the high amount of damage that Vynnset can output, I feel that this is anyone's for the taking. What is your thought, Yanji?
I think this is going to be like a punch out. It's just going to be haymakers, back and forth, because, Vynnset has access to a lot of armor, but because of her mechanic where she has to banish a card from her hand every turn, actually can't full block that well. However, I don't know if Bob is playing what's it called, Reduced to Rune Chant, but Reduced to Rune Chant is one of the most powerful defense reactions in the game, and serving as double duty, both defending, doing damage, and discounting Rune Gate attacks.
Absolutely.
I think on the other side, Jordan kind of has free reign once Bob uses all of his armor to just kind of set up these huge combo turns.
This is exactly what I expect a Katsu player to look like and exactly what a Vynnset player to look like.
Yeah. Bob is actually somebody who I know very well. He's a good friend of mine. He owns a store, Gilded Raven Games, in New Jersey near Rutgers University.
Awesome.
So they host they host events with huge turnouts, and it's kind of interesting because all of the tables at a store are kind of like tables made for, you know, like Warhammer, where they're kind of square and then they're like a little bit indented. So it's a little strange to play, you know, Flesh and Blood on these tables, but it's always a real good time. Bob is like a great supporter of the game. And do you know where Jordan is from?
I'm not familiar with Jordan. Maybe I'll have to go make an introduction after this game to get to know him a little bit more.
Yeah, both players playing with Vynnset sleeves.
Yeah. Funnily enough, that means Jordan must also be a Vynnset enjoyer of sorts.
Yeah.
Standard loadout from the Katsu side. It looks like we have Mask of Momentum, Breaking Scales, and the Tunic, and of course the AB boots. So the Katsu is opting to respect the Arcane Barrier coming in from the Vynnset, which tells me that they may be a slightly more defensive version than what we're used to.
Yeah, he's got the fire and ice altered Kodachis. Those look pretty cool.
They do look really cool. On the Vynnset side, of course, we have the Crown of Providence, the Spellbound Creepers, the Vexing Quillhand, and the Dyadic Carapace for that clean 3-block over time.
Yeah, interesting choice, I think, to play Vexing Quillhand. I've heard from a lot of the Vynnset circles that Grasp of the Arknight is kind of the preferred arm equipment of choice for Classic Constructed, where the games, you know, aren't as long, or aren't as short as they are in Blitz.
Mm-hmm.
In Blitz, Vexing Quillhand's really good because it lets you kind of jump start a turn. When you're short on Rune Chants, you know, you just get the extra boost, and you can play pretty much like any Rune Gate card that's in your deck off of no setup.
Absolutely. This tells me that the Vynnset is opting to be a little more aggressive than we're expecting. You know, typically in the past, I've seen folks go Grasp of the Arknight when they start out, and Vexing Quillhand when they go second. But it looks like, you know, Bob is starting out the game and still opting to go Vexing Quillhand, which tells me he prefers the burst power of Vexing Quillhand to the, you know, overtime damage that Grasp of the Arknight provides.
Yeah. And we see Bob does have a defense reaction. He has the Sigil of Suffering, which is, I think, a really strong card to have in your opener. Normally, I think Vynnset usually does a little bit better playing smaller hands. Oh, and he's opting to pitch it away for the Scepter of Pain. Maybe he wants to take the game in an aggressive slant.
Is that a Sigil of Suffering or a that's
Oh no, that's a Bloodspill Invocation. Sorry, I got confused. The cards are, I think, similar in shape. You know,
I thought it was, because it looks very similar.
Yeah, I am actually the worst with recognizing card art.
Mm-hmm.
You know, for the longest time, I thought that Oasis Respite was a green mushroom.
I can see how you can come to that conclusion.
Oh,
looks
yeah,
like
I just see outlines.
The Katsu player forgot to take up his tunic and is.
I believe now actually that you can, the way that the policy is worded, I was just told by one of my judge friends who went to one of the more recent judge conferences,
Mm-hmm.
that the current policy for mistriggers does allow the player, if no information really has like been exchanged, whatever, if they deem that contextually the player would have always wanted to, you know, activate the ability to just do it. And I think this came up originally when they were talking about whether or not you can like misburn them all. Tunic is like similarly like a May trigger, but is almost always beneficial.
Sigil, the same picture. Nice comment. Yeah, for sure. You know, maybe someone should let Jordan know, but perhaps a little too late. But definitely a lot more forgiving, and you know, the type of you know, camaraderie that I would expect of a card game. You know, folks miss tunic triggers every now and then.
Yeah.
It's okay to, you know, let someone or be able to get the tunic trigger if you really haven't done anything impactful.
Yeah, and we have like a really good follow up here.
Oh yeah.
Command and Conquer, you know, pressuring the arsenal. Now Vynnset actually doesn't need huge hands to be able to threaten, you know, big damage.
Absolutely.
Depends what he has arsenal. If he has something like an Envelope of Darkness arsenal, then, you know, that lets him banish a card from his hand, make a second rune chant, make a third rune chant, and play the Widespread Destruction from his banish zone. Now, Widespread Destruction isn't going to be that strong on this turn because Jordan, you know, does have no arsenal that he's about to set. probably he's taking this line because he sees the widespread destruction.
100%. Really heads up move by Jordan, casting this Command and Conquer, and by the time given the amount of time that it's taking Bob to think on this, it's clearly an impactful Command and Conquer that's coming.
Yeah, it's likely that Bob doesn't have 2-3 blocks that he wants to block with. This is the issue when you do play Runeblade, that you sometimes just end up with hands that the cards are really good when you get to attack with them or when you get to play them, but they're not so good on defense.
Absolutely. Bob opting to give a clean 6 block, so that tells me that he values what's in his arsenal and would rather have it there rather than cash in the Crown of Providence this early.
Yeah.
Start turn.
Start of turn. Vynnset trigger.
Okay, so we get another Runegate card, which is the Deathly Whale.
Play out.
And it's the Envelope of Darkness, or no?
It's an Oath of the Arcanite. So yeah, so probably Bob was just thinking, oh well, I need to make this 3rd rune chant anyways. So time to send it in.
So that's a +1 attack. So that yellow Deathly Whale is like it was a red Deathly Whale.
Yeah, it's coming in for 6. Now, Deathly Whale is one of the best cards that Vynnset has access to, letting you just keep chaining together these turns of playing Runegate attacks because you get to keep making rune chants. Jordan actually can cleanly block this out with 3 cards because you just only has 3 rune chants. 6 doesn't present a break point, so you can block it for 6.
Absolutely, but Jordan does give up his tempo that he's brought with that Command and Conquer.
Yeah,
if he chooses to do that.
That's true.
That's one of the interesting things about Vynnset. She can play with a very efficient hands and force these 2-card and equipment block from their opponents. It looks like Jordan is more or less probably going to be opting to set up and pass here.
Yeah, and we'll really have to see what kind of a hand Bob draws in his next turn. This is the type of situation where Vexing Quill Hand really shines when you end up on 0 rune chants and you just you don't have a setup, so you just wanna just launch the attacks.
Moved Arsenal.
Absolutely, Jordan, as we expected, arsenals and passes. Back to Bob, who now gets to play with a 4-card hand.
Yeah, and so I don't know if Bob is on pummels, but a card like pummel would be really good. Looks like his hand has a incantation, and is that a widespread annihilation, a deathly, and then 2 Deathly Whales, 1 blue, 1 red. So this is the type of turn where it's a little awkward. He is probably going to. There's 2 ways that you can go about this, I think. One is you can banish the widespread annihilation and save it for later, and then just play the Deathly Whale for 6, and then you take 2 blood debt. Or you could, if you don't want to take the blood debt, you can banish the incantation. That's kind of like a short-term play. You can opt to make a longer-term play where you banish, a Runegate attack, and then now you get to activate your Quill Hand. But the Quill Hand is kind of like your safety valve to get yourself out of these situations. But in exchange, you get to play the Runeblood Invocation, which is what he's doing right now.
Absolutely.
And then this helps you set up for future turns because the Runeblood Invocation just represents an extra rune chant. He can play at least 2-cost Runegate cards for sure.
Absolutely, and this Runeblood Incantation, is that what it's called? The Runeblood Incantation is one of those power cards in Vynnset that lets her steamroll her turns over and over, right? Because it creates that extra rune chant. But it looks like Bob is opting to break that Vexing Quill Hand. So, like we said earlier when we were discussing how this match is going to play out, looks like Bob does just, really value that burst ability of that card, and he doesn't want to take an off turn ever. And I like this heads-up play from Bob. What do you think about this, Jan?
Yeah, I think it's like a necessary, you put the card in your deck for a reason, even though the Quill Hand, maybe is coming out earlier than you would like. So your future turns, you don't have the same, bailout. It was put in the deck for this specific reason, right? You don't have a setup. You need to play something from your banish zone. And Jordan is incentivized pretty heavily to block this out as well. It's pretty scary. Bob has 2 floating. He's representing pummel.
Absolutely. And what do you think about the choice to play Deathly Whale instead of Widespread Destruction here?
So I think in either case, if the attack connects, it would probably be better to connect with the widespread destruction, because Jordan does have an arsenal. But I think that Bob is probably thinking that, you know, the card is not likely to connect.
If it does connect, we might see a Creeper's activation here, right? Because we did see an Envelope in Darkness, so he is able to create 2 Rune Chants and Envelope as well.
Oh, does he have? Is that his last card? I think his last card is Widespread Annihilation.
Oh, was it Widespread Annihilation? Okay.
Yeah.
If it was an Envelope of Darkness, we could see that play line potentially.
Yeah, Widespread Annihilation, a little bit awkward. Probably looking to crown that away.
Absolutely.
All right.
Back to Jordan, it seems.
Yeah, and now that Jordan has opted to take damage, I think that Widespread Destruction maybe would have incentivized Jordan to block. Jordan looks like he has a hand that he wants to keep, and you know it's okay if Bob gets his extra 1 Rune Chant of value.
Absolutely, but that 1 Rune Chant can be the difference between, you know, being able to play a card on your next turn and absolutely not being able to play a card at all.
Yeah, and Bob has drawn a hand that looks like it does not block particularly
this is
well.
a very aggressive hand. Those are those pummels that you were talking about, Yuanji.
Yeah, and so Bob is going to want to, you know, not block very much at all this turn. Probably going to be leaning very heavily on his armor to kind of tide him over for this round, because if he gets to play all the cards that are in his hand, you know, that is going to be a nasty Widespread Destruction that is coming in.
For sure. Looks like we see the Katsu players start off with Kadachi for 1.
Be Like Water for 3.
Be Like Water. This is a very tricky card, Yuanji.
Yeah, this is the card that, you know, usually, like, you want to block this card.
Be Like Water, that's... on hit, I can pay 1 to name it.
Yeah. On hit, you can pay 1 to name it. Usually you choose Surging Strike with this card.
Yep.
As most Katsu players opt to not run any of the other lines and mostly just go for 1 or both of the Surging Strike lines.
Yeah. I wonder how aggressively you use armor in this situation. Bob does also have a Bloodspell Invocation in his hand. That's like a great card to pair with the Spellbound Creepers.
Absolutely. Jordan,
will he use the armor? Yeah, you were
Jordan
saying.
does only have a 1-card hand currently, so I could see Bob just opt to block out the Be Like Water and...
27?
oh no, Bob just takes it.
On
So
hit, I will pay
no fear, this man.
Yeah, so
the ninja player.
So now this is becoming a Surging Strike.
Coming for Whelming for...
Oh no, this absolutely requires a block, doesn't it, Yuanji? Like you can't let the ninja player draw a card.
Yeah, and then this card is actually going to threaten 2 cards that are drawn, because this is the 3rd attack in a row that's connected with the Mask of Momentum. Bob is making a face. I think he's thinking, oh, I wish I had blocked that Be Like Water right now. So I think that deserves a yikes moment.
Absolutely. You know, I think, you know, this is why Ninja always just needs to be respected. You know, if you let any card hit, they can just combo you out, as you know, as is their namesake, out of the game. And now Bob is required to give a 2-card block, and this, you know, may actually end up hurting him because of that arm piece that you see right there.
Yeah, I think the 2-card block is a little bit risky to see if Jordan wants to commit the arm piece.
What do you think? Do you commit the arm piece here, Yuanji?
It's so high value here. It's important to note that Jordan cannot use Katsu's ability because he's hit with the Be Like Water already.
Absolutely.
And so, you know, the extra card draws are a little bit weaker than if this Whelming Gust Wave was the first attack that was going to hit.
Right. But it looks like he has the bonds anyway.
He just drew the bonds. And now Bob is in for a world of hurt, as he is going to be coming in with another 100 wins follow-up.
Absolutely nasty. Imagine if he just blocked that Be Like Water. How weak this turn would have been.
Yeah, I think it's a hard line to cover, because, you know, it is possible also that the Be Like Water is just a bait, right? So he has 2 floating. You attack with the Be Like Water. Let's say you block it with your armor. Then you come in with a Surging Strike that was just in your hand. You have the 2 floating to pay for it. And then you're coming in with the Whelming Gust Wave anyways. So it's kind of like a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of situation that the Katsu is trying to set up.
Absolutely, but this is a really damned if you don't scenario here. The Katsu player, it looks like, has 2 additional Go Again cards. One that he just banished, and I think I saw a Descendant Gust Wave in his hand, which tells me he can recreate this chain if he has another Bonds of Ancestry.
Yeah,
that's going to be a lot of damage that adds up really
Bob
quick.
has a look of consternation on his face.
He does, and you saw from his reaction that he was really upset that he didn't block that Be Like Water.
Yeah.
Because Dishonor gets +2 when Bonds is before it. But because there's a whelming currently, Dishonor would not be online.
Okay. Thank you.
So Jordan is just kind of explaining, and I think it's an act of good sportsmanship just to explain like all the cards. I believe players have the ability to ask a judge, for like they can be like, hey, what does this card do? And then they pull up like a picture of the card, and you have access to this information anyways. Like, might as well if they ask about it. Just
absolutely, it just behooves you to be a good sport. You're gonna waste less of your time and less of your opponent's time if you just let them know what the game state is and what their options are.
Yeah, so we'll see if he has another gust wave. Do you know if he has a gust wave? It looked like Jordan has a Bonds in his hand.
He had a descendant gust wave, I thought.
So this is actually a tremendous turn coming out. He can actually attack with the 100 Winds, close the chain, and then lead off again so that this 100 Winds is going to be the graveyard so he can banish it again. I don't know if he has a Fluster Fist or something. Fluster Fist is like the ideal
So he has a
ender.
descendant. If he has another Bonds, this will be an additional 7 damage potentially that we see coming in.
Yeah, I don't know if he has it depends what he has in his graveyard in terms of combo attacks.
I'll then come in with another Bonds.
Wow.
Oh my.
This time I'll banish the Dishonor.
Combo.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Okay.
so he is getting a Dishonored.
This is just an absolute blowout, Yanji. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 long chain.
Yeah, and Bob is going to be heavily incentivized to block the Dishonor, as Vynnset's hero ability is how you get cards into the banish zone and how you make Rune Chance to pay for the Rune Gate attacks.
Absolutely.
So he's going to have to block at least a card and armor on the Dishonor that's coming in. This was a huge turn. How much damage is this turn been? It's 1, 4, 1, 4, 9,
so it's 3,
13,
4,
16, 17, 18, 22,
13,
26
16.
damage on this turn.
Yeah, this is absurd, Yanji.
It's 26 damage off of his starter was a blue, Be Like Water,
and a Gust Wave.
A Gust Wave, and he had another card in his hand. So it was a 4 card for 26 damage. That is almost 7 damage per card.
This turn is a PSA on blocking ninja attacks, Yanji.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to do it. And now Bob is probably not too happy about having to block.
Yeah, no, Bob's turn is just zeroed out here.
Yeah.
I'm sure he can clap back because he gets a Rune Chant off of the Rune Blood, and then he gets a banish. But Jordan doesn't have an arsenal. He just
Yeah, and now this widespread destruction is going to get less value as a result. Jordan kind of playing out all the cards. This was the payoff that he was hoping for, and Bob is probably maybe regretting choosing to go for the more setup based attack rather than just trying to saying like, oh, you got to block now. But I can understand it's like a really hard decision to make because you're on such low setup to begin with.
For sure. No, that was an absolute punish. I think Bob knows it. But he's going to do the best he can, and I think he's going to try to clap back as best
we're
as he
coming
can.
in. We're coming in for basically like a 1 card, 9 damage. Jordan's life total is pretty healthy, so I think he can take almost all the damage to throw something back. Now, Katsu's turns don't always, even when they have a 4-card hand, don't always translate into the best turns because you can, if you block out the Katsu trigger, oftentimes they can't do a lot. But I think being able to set up, having the space to set up an arsenal is pretty big.
Absolutely, and Katsu does have some awkward turns. I've had Katsu hands where I just have 3 blues and just have Kadachi blue.
Yeah.
If Jordan does have those turns, he is at a high enough life total where we may just see him cash in his boots just to get additional value.
Maybe
in his hand.
Yeah, we'll see. Bob really needs Jordan to have like a whiff of a turn.
Oh no, Yanji looks like he has the combo in his hand again.
He has the combo again.
Surging Strike, blue Whelming Gust Wave this time.
Yeah.
This is going to be really scary for Bob.
But he also has the Ancestral Empowerment, so maybe being able to just push that Surging Strike if Bob decides to block it exactly, it can be like pretty scary. And
absolutely,
and he's also going to be threatening Mask of Momentum on that hit because he has access to this Tunic
resource. You know, it's funny, by getting that tunic one turn too late, Jordan set himself perfectly up here to use it on the turn that he needed it.
He knew he didn't need the tunic on the previous turn. You know, had just like the perfect combo hand. This is the turn that he needs to use it.
I really hope that Bob blocks this for 6.
Yeah, if I mean it's a hard call, right? Because
it is a very hard call.
Because it could be also like if you block it for 6 and then they have the Whelming Gust Wave,
right?
Then you're gonna have to block that one, and maybe you wish that you would have the 3 blocked for the Whelming Gust Wave. Because then you could block with a 3 block in your armor, and then that blocks it out.
This is a really tough scenario for the Vynnset player. You know, these types of matches really rely on which player has the momentum and can keep it up. And, you know, the Ninja player, being the one wearing the Mask of Momentum, clearly has momentum in this game.
Yeah, having the Mask of Momentum, always threatening, you know, on that 3rd hit.
Absolutely. This is a very difficult block from Bob. Do I block 5? Do I block 6? Do I just let him have it and try to clap back?
Yeah, I think this game also we see could have gone, you know, very differently because and we are seeing,
and he's perfect blocking for 5.
Giving the loving caress to the spellbound creepers, but before you send it to before you send it to the Aether, but he has the ancestral empowerment.
Oh no, Bob. You can see from the reaction on his face, Bob is not happy with that.
Yeah, I think he knows what is coming, and he is not too thrilled.
Oh man. And he gets to trade in that blue Whelming Gust Wave for a red, or, you know, the less impactful blue for perhaps Bonds of Ancestry.
Yeah, perhaps the 3rd Bonds of Ancestry.
Oh man, Katsu just stringing together these turns with 4-card hands. I like this Bob guy. I do too.
Yeah, Bob is usually a pretty good sport. He knows that he's taking risks in the lines that he's choosing.
For sure. F in the chat for Bob. This is a real tough for him here.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna make a big pile of stuff. Yeah. Chains can get kind of long sometimes. Yeah. All right.
You can tell when the Katsu player starts moving their chain that.
It signals good times for the Katsu, bad times for their opponent.
For sure. What's the longest Katsu chain you've ever seen, Yanji?
When I banished the card on my graveyard and.
It was like a Kadachi. They had like surging into like a Whelming Gust Wave that they got to pump with 2 ancestral empowerments, so they got the double draw.
Wow.
I'll draw my card.
And then they hit like they use their boots to be able to like crack their boots to be able to play like the double Bonds of Ancestry like we saw. So I think it was like kind of similar. It was like 8 or 9 long.
Wow.
We're witnessing Bob's villain origin story now. Bob is, you know, these losses weigh heavily on his heart.
For sure.
He is
really cosplaying the hero that he's brought to this tournament today.
Yeah, so we see him banishing. He's looking for another Whelming Gust Wave. Does he have like another, maybe like a yellow Bonds of Ancestry? Like, because he's getting a blue Whelming Gust Wave. Maybe there's another.
Oh, maybe it's time to cash in the boots. What do you think about this?
Yeah,
Yanji?
I think so.
Oh man, so Jordan is just saying, I don't care about your arcane at all anymore from this point on. I'm going to be throwing enough damage to clear out your life for the remainder of the game. The one good thing for Bob now, though, Yanji, is that he currently does not have any blood debt. So is there a world, Yanji, where Bob can potentially block out the Katsu such that the Katsu fatigues?
I don't know if the Katsu is necessarily going to fatigue, but there is the possibility that you end up in a situation where if you do get to string together some blocks and the Katsu player, you know, draws into those dead hands, like he has gone through a lot of his powerful reds.
Right.
You know, that is one of the trade-offs. In exchange for being able to tutor your deck for these cards, you also have to discard an attack to do so. He's pulled out. I think he's played all of his red. This is his 3rd red Bonds of Ancestry.
Absolutely.
He is out of red Whelming Gust Waves. He just had to discard his last one and to look for a blue one. So you know the damage output is not going to be as high. There is a scenario where Vynnset, if the Katsu bricks very hard, and you know you're just blocking, you just gotta like live through the Kadachis and then present just like pretty strong turns. You just play like widespread annihilations. You play just like two cost sixes. There's like one card 8, one card 8, and if you string together like a bunch of these one card 8 turns, like you could call back, but it's going to be a very steep battle. I would be lying if I gave Bob more than like
absolutely. There's that
2% to win from this point.
There's that boot cash in. We have this Mugenshi release for 5 Yonji. Now this is not blocked. This is just total blowout.
Okay, this is definitely the spice. If this Mugenshi release hits, he will be able to search his deck for Lord of Winds, and Lord of Winds just refill your deck with all of the reds that you have used so far.
Absolutely. A lot of Katsus are opting not to play this line, but I just think it's such a good card, and the ability to just refill your deck with 7, 8 of your power cards that you've already used is just so impactful.
Yeah. And so I don't know if I think Bob said it's over.
I think Bob realizes the writing's on the wall too, Yonji. I would be surprised if the Vynnset player is able to claw himself back into this.
Yeah, we need to screen cap to that one moment right after the Be Like Water hits where he mazes the face, and I think that was the beginning of the end.
I should have found a red whelming and pitched the Mugenshi for the surging that I pitched.
For sure, and I think Bob might have a bit of nerves going into this as well. When we asked if he wanted to be on stream, he was reluctant. He took a little bit of convincing, but just know that you did this, chat.
Yeah. The blood is on your hands.
For sure.
Yeah, so it looks like Bob cannot play his blood dead card because it costs 3 and he only has access to 2 rune chance. Katsu's going to get, like a full 4-card hand to swing back.
Yeah, just a free damage off of having to banish the
Flail for 1 and 2.
Oh man.
Yeah, so, if you're going to go out, you're going to go out swinging.
That's true. As a notorious shadow player, I think you all know what it feels like to, be the one that kills yourself.
You gotta end the game on your terms.
Right, absolutely.
Do you take blood debt? I do. Yes.
This is like
one blood debt.
This is like you don't fire me, I quit. Scenario.
Thank you, Bob, for sharing Vynnset with everyone. Absolutely, Bob. Thank you for your service to this country and to this stream.
Really a service to the international Flesh and Blood community as a whole.
For sure. Imagine there may have been a different timeline where we didn't force Bob to go on stream. He didn't have nerves, and he just ended this tournament 7-0.
Yeah. There's still hope for Vynnset. Bob can, take a reflect on this game and rally back. One loss does not do you in at the Battle Hardened. Usually you need to take 2 losses, so there is a chance he can rally back, learn from the errors of this game, and bounce back strong, and hopefully we'll see a Vynnset in the top 8 potentially.
Absolutely, and if he loses this, maybe he can ride Bravo tier to the top of the standings.
Oh yeah, sure.
Because I do believe this hero is somewhat favored into Bravo, no? Because I don't think the Bravo on hits really do anything to Vynnset.
I think it depends. I think if the Bravo takes a very defensive stance, it's very hard for Vynnset to break through. But if the Bravo is trying to trade, then it's pretty decent for Vynnset.
Makes sense. Oh no, we're seeing blocks on the Kachis now.
We're in the phase of the game where you just gotta.
Yeah, I mean, when an attack threatens a quarter of your life, it's best to start blocking it.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do, and this is what we were talking about a little bit before, where Katsu doesn't have access to necessarily like all the go again attacks. So if the situation was a little bit different, if Bob, let's say, if he wasn't at 4, if he was at 14, and he could on the next turn. If he didn't swing the weapon and had access to 2 rune chance, you block your hand, you swing the whale. Now the Katsu is kind of incentivized to block. You could find spaces to claw back, but I think the one turn that Jordan played, the 26 damage turn, that was just way too much, too fast.
Absolutely, and outside of that one, if you can call it a mistake, Bob really didn't make any misplays this game. It was just like not opting to block that 1-3, threatened over 20 damage in one turn. That's not something that you could have foreseen as Bob. With 1 card remaining in hand, I think it was totally a valid option to say no blocks here potentially.
Yeah, it's a hard situation to be in for sure.
Take 1, go to 3.
Yeah. Part of me wonders if Bob is trying to concoct the best way to die to his own blood debt.
He's manufacturing a situation where he goes to 1.
I'll start practicing with this deck for like the last 10 games. I've been saying the same thing. I said, am I ever going to not brick?
I wanted to show off that this deck actually can push like 35 points of damage on it.
It does, Bob. It does. It does push you 30 life.
We know.
I'm a believer.
Yep.
Bob, champion of the people, champion of our hearts. Bob going up to 2 rune chance here.
Yeah, so he's going to be able to swing the Deathly Delight to, Red and 5.
perfect lethal on himself if he
swung weapon?
Yeah.
No. Bob believes in tournament integrity.
Okay.
You have to
Bob's
play
going
it
for
to
it.
the best of your ability.
Of course. This is why we respect and love the man.
21?
He's going to go out swinging.
5, go to 16.
Yeah. And then I'll gain a life.
And he gains a life off the Death to Delight.
Alright, so you go to 4.
Yeah. And then
But Jordan here is in no risk of dying. He's happy to just take every attack and, threaten the wrath of Katsu each and every turn.
Yep.
With Bob at 3 life, I'm feeling that this might be the turn, Yanji.
Bob is one of the new heroes in heavy hitters.
Kodachi.
Kodachi for 1. Card arsenal, 3 cards in hand.
Yes.
Got it.
Kodachi for
And
1.
So if we can see what Jordan has cooking.
He has a red soul beat strike.
Okay. So red soul beat is another one of those cards where you can block it out.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not a huge fan of the conditional go again cards in this version of Katsu because your turn can just end. It's more or less a red Fluster Fist unless your opponent, absolutely doesn't respect that card for some reason.
But he does have the Surging Strike. This is kind of like the bottleneck for Katsu is like making sure that you have like enough go again attacks.
Right. But when you're able to let your Be Like Water hit, it's almost as if you cheated in an additional Surging Strike in your deck.
Yeah. I'm curious if Jordan has yellow Surging Strikes in his list.
I haven't. I think we did see him pitch one for the Mugenshi release.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So we're seeing a perfect block here. Do we have the attack reaction? We don't, but we have.
We have just the one Gust Wave, and then there's going to be 4 coming on the back end of this. So it looks like it's going to be the final, the curtain call.
Yeah, I think this has got to be it. This is you got to block it perfectly, or else you
block
draw,
it out, but then there's going to be 4 damage coming on the back end.
Yeah.
And Bob, we appreciate your sacrifice.
Possibly.
So.
Yeah, because there's Soul Beat coming in. You can't perfect block both of them, so.
Cards don't like blocking.
I'm thinking maybe you can block 3 here. He whiffs, but you got to give everything.
Ninja cards, and I didn't get the,
it's hard because you can always Katsuhiro ability to get a go again.
Absolutely.
No cards.
And come in for 4.
That's it.
Good game.
Man.
Good game. Well played to both Bob and Jordan. There was one mistake with the block, but other than that, that just shows how punishing a hero Katsu can be if you don't block perfectly every single time.
Yeah, you're on the knife's edge. So
Absolutely.
And ends up being Vynnset is falling on the knife this round, but hopefully we're wishing for a Vynnset rally.
Yeah, for sure. I do hope that Bob, makes it out of Swiss and we see him again in top 8. It would be super exciting to see Vynnset in top 8. But the Katsu I think is really placed well. If the Katsu wins a few more games, we might see a couple of Katsus in top 8 as well.
Yeah, Jordan had a lot of confidence, I think, knowing exactly what he wanted to go for and all the lines played. This is a guy who has practiced a lot with his deck, so he knows all the things that he can do.
Absolutely, and there wasn't any point in that gameplay where I thought the Katsu player didn't know what he was doing. He knew exactly the lines that he needed to go for, he knew what was in his grave, and he knew exactly how much he could push.
Yeah, and with Katsu, it's always a little bit tricky because, you have access to not only the cards in your hand, the cards in your arsenal, but you have access to cards in your graveyard via Bonds of Ancestry, you have access to cards in your deck via Katsu's hero ability, so it can be difficult to, keep all of that in mind when you are thinking about how it is that you're going to be playing out your turns. Jordan having utmost confidence, playing his lines cleanly, no pauses, so he looks to be well poised to try to make a deep run.
Right, absolutely, and Katsu was the first CC hero that I played competitively.
Oh, really?
Smack dab in the middle of Starvolt era.
How did those games go?
It wasn't fun. The first time I played at some rated event, I was playing against a Bravo star of the show that was cosplaying as Noldhim, and so he would just block out with Rampart and Crown, and just felt miserable. That's what really got me off of Katsu. But I started picking up him again recently, and honestly, the deck is really fun. Just the fact that you force your opponent to make all the decisions in the game, and the fact that your deck is a toolbox. Your deck and grave is now a toolbox.
Yeah, I have a similar experience with Katsu where I first started playing Katsu. I forget which event it was. I think it was like there was like some charity event that was being held, and like a mid-range Katsu or like an aggro Katsu won that event. This was like when right after Monarch came out, so it was like chain meta. And I went to Michael Fang's apartment, and we built the Katsu deck, and I was playing it. And every time I draw a hand, and there's like no Surging Strike or anything, I'm like, this deck is unplayable. How do you do anything? My hand is like, it's like a blues and like Soul Beat Strike, and they're just gonna block the Soul Beat Strike, or it's like blues and like Command and Conquer, and the chain just like puts the Husk in front of it, and the chain's like, oh, I'm just gonna attack you for 20 this turn. And you're like, well, I guess I come back at you for 8.
Absolutely. The Katsu metas change over time. Back before Outsiders came out, leg tap was the line that you would primarily want to rely on because it had the most efficient damage.
Yeah, and now because they printed Bonds of Ancestry in Outsiders was a huge power boost for Katsu. That plus Dishonor.
For sure. We're being joined by Bob for an interview. Bob, do you want to hop on? Yuanji, you know Bob really well, so do you want to interview?
Yeah, I can interview Bob. Bob, you're the people's champ.
Yeah, you are the people's champ. We love having you put you on, and we're going to talk about Vynnset.
Oh, okay, sure. Cool. Small. All right.
Thanks for joining us, Bob. That was a difficult pill to swallow. We saw the look on your face after the Be Like Water connected.
I knew the pummel was coming, or I knew the Dishonor was coming, so I was like, all right, I have to take this already atrocious draw of a hand.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw, what was it? It was
like pummel. It was like all
3 red pummels, 2 blocks, and like a invocation or something. And I was like, ugh. I was like, I wanted to show the stream that this deck often does like 30 damage a turn and just pummels everything in, and it's really good, except for like 1 out of every like 10 games. The deck just decides to be like, ha ha ha, you play nothing.
Yeah, it was unfortunate, and then I wanted someone to clip. You had a great. I guess it was difficult for you in the moment, but it was a great. It was a great look for the stream. It was just like pure emotion of realizing, oh, I am about to take a lot of damage.
Mm-hmm. I was just like, oh, this is going to hurt so bad. But if I get dishonored, I don't think I can win.
Yeah.
So I was like, I know it's going to be at the end of this whole chain, and I got to just hold back for it.
Yeah.
Like some of the thought process was like, hopefully I can like Arsenal pummel or do something, and then maybe get tempo back, but Dex said no bueno.
Yeah, didn't happen. How do you feel about playing Vynnset at the event?
So I have played Vynnset in 2 side events, where one I went 4-0, and one where I went 3-1, but that's because I have a smooth brain and didn't pay attention to something very obvious on board and punted. My last match before this was against Charles, as you saw, and that the deck cooperated better.
Yeah,
which is why I won that one. But
we mentioned on stream that prior to this game, you had dethroned the U.S. national champion.
If I dab on stream, is it cringy?
No.
My friends will kill me for that.
Yeah. While we have you here, we did talk a little bit about your store. Do you want to plug your store? I told them that you have all the Warhammer like tables.
Yes.
Where it's a little awkward to play Flesh and Blood on, but it was always a good time.
Yeah. So I own Gilded Raven Games in Somerset, New Jersey, and it's just a good, friendly local game store. We love Flesh and Blood there. We have a ton of singles and keep everything in stock. And we actually have a website that goes live as soon as I tell them to flip the switch. We were having DNS problems, and I'm like, computers. So that should be up in like the next day or so.
Okay.
We built really cool tables. Like if you've seen like Wormwood tables and stuff, when we were opening the store, I was like, let's go a little bougier. My friend is a master carpenter, and he was like, I could just build those. And I was like, all right, can you build 8 of them? And they're great for 40K, for Star Wars Legion, for all those like board games.
Yeah, I think you have like a pretty decent tabletop community that comes to your store.
Yeah. Our board game and tabletop miniature games are really good. But that's why we have a few of those card tables towards the front of it. I do recognize that like the tables are a little big when you're playing a card game.
Yeah.
Sometimes it feels like, especially if you're like me and you really, really need a new prescription on your glasses, you're like, binoculars, what's my opponent playing? What did that pitch for? So that can happen. But, as long as you're not in the middle of the first pre-release draft of Bright Lights and you're like, what's a boom grenade? I'm not going to worry about that. It's all the way over there. And oh no. Yeah.
I have actually like a really funny story about Bright Lights draft. So I don't know if you remember, we on the first night of Bright Lights release, we all got together and we were drafting into the wee hours. And there was this one draft where I think you drafted like 6 Hadron Colliders.
Yes.
And you know what's funny? Like that, we look on that at the time, maybe you thought that you were being like silly or whatever, but I think that's actually like closer to correct than incorrect. As we're learning.
The funny thing about that, like that deck was super meme because everybody just passed me, what was it? It was Hadron Colliders, and it was the thing when you boost, I can't remember the name of the card. When you boost, you add
recharge.
Yeah, recharge. It was just basically that. And playing the deck was super fun because it was basically just Falcon Punch. It was just like I threw one attack for like 13 every turn, and then just took like an off turn to set up and just wham, which was really fun. Like I was memeing on that, but that's right. That was for Bright Lights pre-release. We are release actually. We ran I think 10 drafts that night.
Yeah, I think I got to the store at like 2 p.m. and we were drafting until at least like 2 or 3 a.m.
Yeah, 3 4 a.m. Yeah.
So it as always, it's a great time. We loved having you on the stream.
Thank
and
you.
We're hoping, Naib and I were wishing for that you rally back and just rattle off all the wins, and maybe we'll see a Vynnset in top 8.
If I make it there, that'll be super cool. But if not, still had fun.
Yeah. All right, so. Now that we are kind of wrapping up round 3, we're ready to go to our sponsor break, and we'll get another great match for you guys in round 4.
Ayo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell them about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clamps, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
descent-gaming.com for all your Flesh and Blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your Blood Rush to Pulping or Wild Ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of Reckless Swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of Reckless Swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the Flesh and Blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
No way, dude. I can't win a single game against you. It is
I apologize. I was changing something and it actually like reset the ad reel. So, oops. Sorry about that. There were like 3 more ads to run, but I'll just skip through it real quick so we can watch those last ones. All right. It's going to be a bit clunky though, because I'm pressing the wrong buttons. Sorry.
biggest Flesh and Blood events of the year? Okay, if you say so. Realm Rumble 2023 is a first-of-its-kind, independently organized, 3-day-long celebration of all the biggest names in trading card games. If you love Flesh and Blood, then this is the weekend for you. There's going to be a $10,000 open tournament, a $5,000 team sealed tournament, and overall, $45,000 of prizes given out over the course of the whole weekend. If you like callings, if you like Pro Tours, then this is the event for you. It's going down December 1st through 3rd in Columbus, Ohio. Head down to the Realm Games' website, realmgames.myshopify.com, to get your early bird registrations in, and we'll see you at the Rumble. All right. 3 of a kind resolves.
Do you feel unsupported quest to become a better Fab player? Are you lacking the resources to answer your questions? And most importantly, is this you? Come join the Runaways premium Discord server where you can access a rated CC queue, play games that matter, not just against randoms on Talishar. Simply click to join the queue, play your game, and report the win. Tournament reports from the Runaways competitive team. Learn from the runs of some of the best in the country, reported live as the tournament unfolds. Private channels where like-minded players can chat, test, and network with others dedicated to improving at the game. For those committed few, the higher tiers gains access to team streams and direct access to the team for your questions. Runaways is committed to providing an environment for Fab players by Fab players. Run away with your next tournament win. Join the link below.
For a special giveaway to kickstart our paid tiers, if you join the Discord as a Rare Squire, you'll be entered to win the Cold Foil Apocalypse Automaton. If you join as a Majestic Squire, you'll be entered 3 times. A winner will be drawn at the end of November, along with a bonus prize drawn from our ranked queue players as well. Best of luck.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game. Ta-da.
All right, welcome back to Battle Hardened Pittsburgh. We're going into round 4. We got a special one for you guys. We got Rhinar versus Dash.io coming up.
Rhinar being piloted by, I think, pretty known Rhinar aficionado, Dexter fan.
Yeah. If you guys have been to any major Fab events, Dexter is always very enthusiastic about playing Rhinar, and he likes to cosplay as a hero. So we have, the man himself, Rhinar, in the flesh, playing Flesh and Blood against a Dash.io, also an owner of Gilded Raven Games, from what I
I
understand.
guess this is the Gilded Raven game stream. So, as far as I know, I think David, who is the Dash.io player, is a co-owner. Used to be just like a regular goer to the store. I believe now he owns a part of the shares. So it'll be a really interesting matchup. Two new heroes that we haven't yet seen on stream. Dash.io, Rhinar, both of which are pretty high representation. So it looks like the players are almost ready to start.
Absolutely.
And they're just shuffling out sideboarding.
Oh, yeah. We got Rhinar on the left. He broke out the, what is that, a tooth mask? What do you call those things, Yanji?
Face mask? I don't know. It's not a face mask.
Where do you go to buy one of
those are his natural teeth. What do you mean?
Sorry, yes.
Those are natties.
I'm sorry for insulting you, Rhinar. You have beautiful teeth. As he's getting his deck ready, it looks like David is on Dash.io to the right.
Yeah.
What do you think about this matchup, Yanji? Do you think that Rhinar is favored because he has all this item destruction?
So it's a little bit weird because I think that just regular item destruction, one, it has to kind of line up. So like, are you gonna line up to try to like play like an Arc Smash when they play a Tekla Core out? Because Dash.io is putting a lot of pressure on the opponent to kind of block hands like during the setups, you don't always get left with cards to be able to pitch and then play these item destruction effects. So I actually think that Rhinar is really, really good into Inventor Extraordinaire, but I think that Dash.io could present a challenge. Rhinar has historically been weak to aggro decks, so decks like Briar, Viscerai, Phi, these were all decks that gave Rhinar problems, and Lexi as well. So now that a lot of those decks are either out of favor or out of the meta for various reasons, now we're seeing a resurgence.
Absolutely. Looks like we're getting started off. Dexter to the left, he has a tunic, gambler's gloves, the scabskin leathers, and he's brought in the Scowling Flesh Bag. I think the Scowling Flesh Bag will be a fairly impactful card going to Dash that could potentially stop maximum velocity turn in its tracks.
Yeah, I think a lot of this matchup is going to hinge upon whether or not Dexter is able to find the right window to use the Scowling Flesh Bag. It's kind of similar to when you were playing Oldham and you need to find like the right window to use your Stalagmite. If you just use it as a block 2, that's not really what you want. You really want it to use it to cripple your opponent's turn.
Absolutely. We see a barraging beatdown into a Savage, which one is that? Savage, Pack Hunt.
So it was possible, Dash.io does play quite a lot of items in their deck that do not block. So it's possible that we could have been left with an item in the hand, and then it would have been a great first start for Rhinar.
Absolutely. So double Intimidate, definitely a good move from Dexter there. On the Dash side, we have the Achilles Accelerator, the Crown of Providence, the Tekla Core, Tekla Foundry Heart, and an Adaptive Plating. What do you think about Adaptive Plating versus Goliath Gauntlet in this matchup, Yanji?
So I would think that you would probably... Oh, we have a little bit of a...
Oh, no.
A little bit of an accident. Just put the cards back. I think that Adaptive Plating is probably a little bit weaker in this matchup than it could be in other matchups. Rhinar doesn't have as many on-hits that you really have to worry about. It's not like an Azalea, a Bravo, that present on-hits that really stop your turn. However, Rhinar could have access. There are some generics that you can play, cards like Erased Face, which is pretty big because removing the Mechanologist class type from all of the cards turns off a boost. It turns off Boom Grenade, pretty important. It's also possible, that Dexter's running Command and Conquer.
Absolutely. And plus, it just saves some life. I guess the Dash.io player recognizes that this is a pure numbers game, and if you are able to mitigate some life damage here and there, that can be the difference between having enough life to survive a Reckless Swing or not.
Yeah, that's true. And so this turn has not been the strongest of turns, where David is drawing a little bit awkward with the double blue protocol. Luckily enough, and this is like, you don't always get a blue attack in your arsenal, but he did have a blue attack that he blocked with on turn 0. Having access to just like swinging the blue attack with boost, and now playing the Spark of Genius. He's getting a Boom Grenade. I suspect that this is just going to be a pure setup turn.
Right. The Dash player will be floating a card. I wonder, do you ever crank and then continue attacking?
I don't think so. I think that you really... Oh, wait, is it cranked? I'm not 100%.
I think so. I'm not seeing a counter on it. So it seems
Yeah, so it looks like it is cranked.
And he broke the combat chain, so we're only going to be forced to reveal 1 card to the Pulse Wave Harpoon.
Yeah, and so I think that you run this risk when you are not setting up enough as the Dash player, that you could fatigue.
Absolutely, but crucially the Dash player, I think they're using the Boom Grenade just to get a counter on the gun and to be able to have an action point. I'm wondering, in this matchup, do you ever build up counters on the gun so you can go super wide with your high octane turns, or do you just throw damage where you can?
Yeah, this is an area where I admittedly don't have the most experience, as a deck that has just come out. I have played Dash.io a couple of times, and, against decks like Rhinar, which have a lot of 3 blocks, you're not going to end up in a situation where your attacks sometimes just like randomly get through because your opponent has 2 blocks in their deck. That being said, there's always this tension, right? Like, sometimes you want to push, sometimes you want to stockpile counters, and stockpiling counters onto your Symbiosis shot is one of the best ways that you can set up and present a lot of damage on a turn and cash in when you play a card like High Octane.
Like, I guess David just wanted to cash in that adaptive plating where he could, so he did get maximum value out of that Boom Grenade in a way.
Yep. Yeah, getting the 3 block on the adaptive plating. Now we'll see David has access to Tekla Core, and Tekla Core is the beginning of all of Dash.io's strongest turns.
Absolutely. And another heads-up thing, Yanji, about playing that Boom Grenade and cranking it, one thing I think David's trying to do is get rid of the items in his deck so he doesn't get to a point later on where he might get intimidated out of the game.
That is a line that I hadn't thought of. And it does make sense. Maybe David is thinking that, my normal plays, if I just play boost attacks, is sufficient to beat Rhinar. And so that is the strategy that he's going in with. Is that all you got? So it looks like Dexter's deck is actually teched quite heavily for this matchup. Having a card like that all you got means that you can block the Symbiosis shot and get a card back.
Not all you got. Oh, wow, yeah. He is running the yellow D-React that draws you a card.
Yeah, when it blocks two power or less. And it actually plays into a lot of Dash.io's lines where, on some of your larger turns when you want to be stockpiling these steam counters onto your gun, you want to be weaving in your gun to give away less information so your opponent doesn't make the best blocks. However, you also do break the chain playing cards like Spark of Genius. And so when you swing your weapon and then you break the chain and then they block with that all you got, that's pretty huge.
Absolutely, but heads up from David, he plays a Pulse Wave Harpoon. I thought he would have picked that all you got, but...
I don't think you can. I think Pulse Wave Harpoon can only put action
it can only be actions, right? Absolutely.
Yeah. But now that he knows about that all you got, he is surely not going to swing his weapon.
Absolutely. Another card that we, he boosted time away, but a card that we just saw from Dexter was Hold the Line. That's another D-React that seems to be very teched for this matchup. So Dexter seems to be really respecting these new Go-Ahead Mechanologist decks.
Yeah, I think Hold the Line pulls kind of double duty. It's really good in this matchup because Dash wants to be playing cards like Tome of Findel that draw 2 cards, and that's the beginning of your best turns. But also, it is really good in the Brute Mirror, and Dexter did tell us when we were talking to him at the end of the previous round that he has played a lot of Brute Mirrors already in this tournament. being able to block for 5 on a single card on your opponent's Blood Rush Bella turn, I think is
Absolutely.
huge.
Yeah, that's Dexter really came in teched for today's meta, where Brute is the 4th most represented class. So it's very impressive and expected as Rhinar aficionado for him to be doing so well in this meta.
Yeah, and now I think when David is boosting away cards like High Octane, sometimes you're just like forced into these lines, and this is a part of playing, I think, Dash.io that makes the deck like very difficult to pilot at the highest level to be able to play it perfectly, because you have to banish cards from the top of your deck in order to continue your turns, but then also you have these cards that you are really reliant on to kind of push through extra damage, like High Octane, like Maximum Velocity. Sometimes they just end up on the top of your deck, and even if you see them, you still have to make the decision.
Absolutely. And David here playing a new card from Bright Lights, Outpace, which says you can't block this card with any equipment, immediately followed by a card that demands equipment blocks. So seems like a little bit of anti-synergy there, but Rhinar is not a class where you expect to take equipment from anyway.
Yeah, I think there is an argument to be made where you could maybe want to try to do like a magnetic shockwave turn, so that you can take away the scowling flesh bag to be able to stuff your largest turns.
Yeah, absolutely. A heads up play would be, I guess, to T-bone magnetic, just get rid of that flesh bag so your later maximum velocity turns are turned on.
Yeah. And David has already gone through 2 Teklo cores, so he really, I think, is feeling pressure to make, all of the turns that he has Teklo core active really strong. And so opting to not set up as much while he had the 2 Teklo cores active.
Absolutely, and Dexter is just a very defensive Rhinar, and so David has found it quite difficult to push through damage. David himself hasn't taken much damage either,
Right.
but Dexter sitting at 35 with so many power cards gone from David's deck. I don't think he's really feeling the heat right now.
Yeah, I think David right now is definitely in the hot seat, and Dexter's kind of just trying to like weather the storm. It's like, okay, I'm gonna shields up. I'm going to be defending a lot, and I'm gonna wait for you to make the move.
Absolutely, Dexter looks like he has a very value-based Rhinar deck. I'm seeing an E-Strike in his deck, so that tells me he values very efficient turns. That's why he's running the D-Reacts, and he's running cards like E-Strike. It's one of the most efficient cards in the game.
Yeah, and there's no fear really currently of like a boom grenade on top of David's deck. Dexter is choosing to block efficiently rather than trying to play really conservatively.
Absolutely, and he has D-Reacts in the case that there is a surprise boom grenade.
Yeah.
I think Dexter's just happy to block out and, potentially play a Warmongers if he can.
Yeah,
if
Dexter might be looking for the Warmongers. Warmongers is actually really strong into Dash after they set up.
Absolutely, and you don't realize how impactful it is until you actually play the deck and you realize that Warmongers is just total blowout.
Yeah, it's like you have everything going, but you just needed to play a Spark of Genius or a High Octane to like make everything tick. And
that was a fairly early
all of a sudden
use of the Scowling Flesh Bag. What do you think about that use there, Yanji?
I think he might be trying to take an opportunity to set up a turn where he's going to play the Warmongers. He might be feeling good about the fact that David has already boosted away so many, or boosted or played so many of the powerful cards, that he just doesn't think that it's necessary anymore to keep the hat.
Right, but I don't think we've seen a single maximum velocity yet, right? I would want to keep that card until you're suspecting a maximum velocity turn, perhaps. But
it's possible. Was David floating resources?
He was not. He was floating resource. Okay, so he had the ability to Teklo Foundry Heart and maximum velocity. So it's actually
so maybe that's like Dexter is like, okay, this is like when you have the Teklo core active, this is like your last like really big turn that you have set up. I'm going to be able to play Warmongers to kind of shut off a setup, and so you're going to have to be playing pretty face up into me on the next turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is exactly why Dexter is a Rhinar player, and I'm here casting the Rhinar games.
Yeah, it's okay. We can be team washed up together.
Oh, did David choose peace here?
Yeah, so David is probably just opting to play like a pure setup turn. Rhinar normally can't punish that hard, but Dexter does have the Blood Rush Bellow in his hand.
Right.
Although Dexter also probably named war.
Choose war, yeah.
Yeah, so we have like a little bit of a Nombo
and Dexter also has an Oasis Respite in his hand and a Fate Foreseen in Arsenal. So, did I see an Oasis Respite? I thought I saw an Oasis Respite.
So we have an Alpha Rampage. There's an Alpha Rampage, a Reincarnate, a Blood Rush Bellow. So, I mean, yeah, and Oasis Respite. Okay. So, I wonder if you just want to discard the Oasis Respite to not have to draw it later, or if you value it as being, a crucial card in the deck. Maybe you just want to keep it in deck and then you pitch it to the Alpha Rampage. I think that is the main line. So he is actually opting. Oh. Okay.
He's going for the late game Blood Rush Bellow turn.
I think it's that, and so his Tunic is on 3, so he has access to both Oasis Respite and a defense reaction from Arsenal. Mm-hmm. David spent his last turn only deploying a red Boom Grenade. So David's game plan is currently hinged upon, I think, hitting this Boom Grenade. And if you get to deny the Boom Grenade any value for the turn, I think it would be pretty huge.
Right, absolutely. But if he does indeed have that maximum velocity, it will be very hard for Dexter to block out entirely, even with double 4 block.
Yeah. And so I think because Dexter took this line, it gives us some insight into how his approach to the matchup is and what his strategy is. I think he's taking a very fatigue-oriented approach to the matchup, where he's like, okay, you are going to have to burn through 7 cards every turn. Even if you fat deck and you play 70 cards into me, that's only 10 turns that I have to play through.
Right, absolutely. David starting off with a 3 boost to go again, boosting away one of his maximum velocities. I think those are definitely going to be crucial if David wants to push through damage to a point where Dexter has to start.
Yeah, we see the Toma Findall in David's hand.
David here opting to double boost.
Oh, you're gonna max V me?
Got some commentary from Dexter. He, is clearly expecting that max V.
Yeah, he knows it's coming. It's just a matter of how are we gonna play around it. And if he blocks for 6 here, and David's follow up is just to play max V, Dexter actually has the block value to weather it because he has the defense reaction in his arsenal.
For sure.
So he could give all his armor, play the Oasis Respite, play the defense reaction from his arsenal.
Yeah, absolutely. Although if you wanted to do that, I wonder if you would want to block more efficiently with the Scab Skins and a D-React. That way you can block perfectly without having to give up Tunic.
No. He has. I think he has to. No, because his last card is Oasis Respite, so he has to give all the armor.
No, but he blocked 6 there. What I'm saying is you could block 5 perfectly
by
giving Scabskin Leathers and a D-React. And so when you get hit by the max V, you give...
That is true.
And you save the Tunic.
That is true. Yeah, so opting to take a bit of an inefficient line.
You get Fate Foreseen, or Cedar Fate.
I wonder if Dexter has any additional Oasis Respites. If he does, then having given up the Tunic now because he took a slightly inefficient play, that makes sense.
Yeah, because Dexter, he mentioned the max V, so he knew it was coming. I'm wondering if he just hoping that he didn't have it, save, D-Reacts, or whether that was just him, perhaps not counting the damage there.
Sure.
We're coming in with an outpace on David's side. Thankfully for Dexter, he was able to weather the Boom Grenade turn, which was very impactful.
Yeah. I think at this point, David probably has between 25 to 30 cards left in his deck.
Mm-hmm.
And so Dexter is at a very healthy life total given David's deck situation, but the Dash deck is able to, with the proper setup, output 30 damage hands. So he only needs to put together, in all honesty, 2 huge hands.
Right.
And he's still capable of winning the game.
Right. But the Rhinar player, turn 7, still has 3/4 of his life left. So, that can't be feeling good for the Dash player here.
Yeah, I think when you play Dash, you need to just accept that.
He's choosing to boost twice here. Does he have the resources to maximum velocity?
I believe he can if he uses Foundry Heart. He looks like he has a heist in his hand.
Oh, okay.
Take 2. Go. 29.
And so David here will be pitching the heist to gain 2 resources, hopefully. We've seen one. Yeah, there shouldn't be any other misses in the deck, right? Because we've seen already he played a Tome of Fyendal, he pitched one, and then he boosted one earlier.
And so that's pretty big also. David has just boosted away another red boom grenade, and that's really what your deck needs in order to output like the huge damage turns. Dexter is probably just content. He's like, okay, I'm just going to keep blocking. David looks like he is sub 15 cards.
Right, we're definitely in the last third of David's deck here. Dexter's, along with his Grave and Banish, the deck is
looking very thin.
Looking a little light there.
All of his piles, the boost pile and the discard pile, much greater than the deck size.
Absolutely, and Dexter's deck there still looking like a pretty chunky boy. So I think if Dexter can block out the next 2 big turns, he might have it in the bag.
Yeah. Rhinar, I think you never know like which way the player is gonna swing. Like it could be that you're the type of Rhinar player that's like, I'm all in on Berserk, Pulpings, Wild Rides, whatever, Bear Fangs. I play all these no blocks in my deck, Tear Limb from Limb, because that's the kind of gameplay that I enjoy. Or you could be like, I think Dexter is probably taking like a much more mid-range blocking based approach, where you play maybe some Intimidate setups for the later game. And it's difficult, I think, to know ahead of time, unless you know the player personally, like which strategy that they prefer.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've played Dexter in the past. He's fairly local to the DC Maryland area. He comes in for events every now and then, and he's a very adaptable player. I've seen him go both ways.
Okay.
In more recent times, Dexter has been a fairly conservative player with his Rhinar games. He's presenting the Gentlemanly Scholar brute today, choosing Peace only to block out.
Yeah.
Okay. Instant. Are you cranking?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, so David is, I think, probably spending most of this turn just to develop some steam counters onto his gun. He does have the high octane, so
Absolutely.
we are in at least for another pretty big turn.
I wonder if that is. Oh no, but looks like Dexter is now getting his first big turn. He's playing a Blood Rush Bellow.
Oh, and he has discarded.
And he gains a resource off of the Skullcrack.
This is brooding at its finest. Discarding cards and getting additional effects.
Absolutely, and this is why Dexter is the Rhinar player. He gets to play off of a 3-card hand, 3 resources to float. Unfortunately, he drew into an Oasis Respite, which tells me he's probably going to swing Claw and attack.
5, go again.
I guess he can swing Claw twice and attack with Regenerate. What's that card called? Reincarnate.
Yeah. So we were talking before. I think the slight inaccuracy of losing your Tunic makes the Oasis Respite a very unappealing card to hold on to now. With the Tunic, you don't have to dedicate an extra card to pitch. And Rhinar probably doesn't have, it's different from playing like Oldhim, where you can have resource dumps on defense like you would otherwise have cards like Rampart, Staunch Response, Crown of Seeds. Rhinar doesn't really have those cards, and so like putting the Oasis Respites into your deck, I think, is just a concession saying like, okay, I'm playing this against Iyslander probably. I am playing this card into this matchup with Tunic on 3. Those are the only times.
Absolutely, and based on the slump down position we saw Dexter there, I guess he's perhaps blaming himself for blocking with that Tunic a little earlier.
Yeah. I wonder. I think I might have considered, just pitching the Oasis Respite to just swing the Claw in extra time. Normally, the life totals don't matter a ton because if you're taking the fatigue-based approach, but you do get some benefits off of chipping your opponent efficiently, so that if they are opting for more setup-based turns in the later game, when you get them low enough, you can threaten to take cards out of their hand because they have to block or they lose.
Right, absolutely. And we see a high octane being played by Dash.io. This could be one of the bigger turns. I'm wondering if the Dash.io player at this point is opting to chip out the rest of Dexter's life with a series of gunshots from the Symbiosis shot.
Yeah, I think unfortunately for David, his deck size is at a point where this is probably the last big turn that he has access to in this game. I don't know. I don't think that he can play Tome of Findel because I think they're at the bottom of his deck.
Yes.
And so normally on your high octane, if you pair it with Tome of Findel, it's really strong. Oh, and we had one on top of the deck. Oh,
so
we were just one card away short. So like, if you are able to pair the high octane with the Tome of Findel, I think it enables you to be able to throw really wide attacks, plus have a ton of pistol shots on the back end.
Right.
As it stands, I think probably we are not in the 30 damage range for the turn, and we're probably looking at most at like a 20-something damage turn.
Absolutely, and based on the fact that David just boosted away that tome, he didn't shuffle his deck earlier, did he?
He did. He played a Spark of Genius.
Okay, he played a Spark of Genius, so he probably has more cards than I thought he did. I thought perhaps because he's seeing the tome this early, maybe he's on his last few hands, which is probably also true.
No, I think David has like less than 5 cards left in his deck.
Oh man! All right. In that case, I think, I think it's safe to say that Dexter probably has this.
Yeah.
I'd be very impressed if David's able to win this somehow.
Yeah, I think we are in the end game. There is just a little pile left. The other awkward part about playing boost attacks is that even when you like draw, but if you don't have a deck, that the boost attacks can't get going again. So Dash.io is always faced with this kind of balancing act. Do you set up? Do you push? If you push too hard, you run into situations like this where you're fatiguing. If you don't push hard enough, then your opponent can sometimes cripple you either by doing a lot of damage or by threatening on hits. And so finding like the balance. This deck is very hard to play.
Right. Absolutely. We just saw a heist being played. If this heist hits, do we get a red backup protocol? Or what do you think David's going to opt to get?
So the red backup protocol, he could pay for it with Foundry Heart.
He just didn't opt to get an item?
Maybe. I think there might not be. I thought there was like at least a boom. There was a boom grenade at least in the.
Yeah, he's boosted away like half of his deck. Don't tell me there's no items in that.
Yeah, and then so David, I think, just sees the writing on the wall. I think he missed. He ended up missing the trigger, but it was looking like a grim situation regardless.
Yeah. Well played by both opponents or both players. David, I think, recognizing that the way to victory here is to be able to cheat out those boom grenade turns. But Dexter recognizing very early on that if he just manages to block every boom grenade turn, there's no way that Dash.io can reasonably present enough damage to take him down.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. So I know that the guy who ended up going 14-0, Thomas, who was at the Calling Melbourne, did mention that a lot of his opponents at the tournament didn't really know what his deck was doing for the most part. And there is some advantage to be gained from playing a deck like that, which is, very powerful in its own right, but also has, some tricky elements to it. And now that everybody kind of knows, okay, like I know that you're trying to hit boom grenades, I know that, you're trying to attack for max Vs, whatever, then you're able to kind of build your deck in a way that kind of capitalizes on that. And we see a lot of Dexter's card choices, like the hold the line, that all you got. He is ready to beat Dash.io's.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Dexter, definitely not a stranger to the Melbourne stream. I think he watched it very closely and he recognized the pitfalls to the deck.
Yeah.
That if you're just able to block out the 3 or 4 big turns that they have, there's really not much they can do.
Yeah, and I think that's like one of the things that I really enjoy about Flesh and Blood is that, you have these decks that look like extremely powerful and then they can do these very powerful things. But as a whole, I think that the balancing team has moved us into a situation where even when Lexi was, the strongest deck, there were ways that you could build your decks to kind of capitalize on the weaknesses. So we saw in Colleen Melbourne, for example, Uzuri doing really well, and a lot of players just being like, this is Lexi's last tournament. We're here to kind of like ruin their days.
Absolutely. Do you think going forward into Worlds, Yanji, that we're going to see players build their decks much more defensively to be able to fatigue these Dash IOs?
I think there's like a balancing act, right? It's like if you build your deck too defensively, I think you give up some percentage points into Dromai, into Iyslander. Rhinar's in the unique position where you don't have to like build your deck that aggressively to still have a decent matchup at the Dromai, because you just have all these poppers in your deck to begin with.
Absolutely.
But for a lot of other classes, that's a concern. You don't want to put too much defense into your deck. Even like, let's say if you're playing Dromai, if you put too many defensive cards in your deck, you're also sacrificing percentage points for the mirror.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that should be an intriguing mirror for sure.
Well, yeah, no, definitely. Like when I played Vynnset at the Battle Hardened, nobody was really exploring Vynnset in Blitz. I had some opponents that didn't play Arcane Barrier into me. It was just like, I think having a surprise factor on top of a deck, doing powerful things, is a proven recipe for success. So we will have to see if the Dash IO players can kind of adapt their game plan to counteract their opponents trying to kind of prepare for what has already been kind of published out there.
Absolutely, and one of the things that I love that LSS has been doing is in each of the new sets they release, they're opting to create newer ways to play different heroes. And I think as the game grows and we see, more than one or two different play styles for each hero, it's going to be very hard to predict how each hero will play into you.
Yeah, I remember, my favorite is, I think I was watching like Battle Hard in Hong Kong, and there was that Boltyn player that was just trying to fatigue everyone.
Oh yeah,
with the Decimator Great Axe, and like it does present like a lot of challenges, and so that was a great round 5, great showing to Brute, and so we are going to be heading back to the tables to try to find another exciting match for you guys going to the next round, and in the meantime, please support our sponsors that are supporting this stream.
Yep, thumbs up.
All right, sweet, thanks guys. In the meantime, we actually have about like probably 20 minutes still left in the round, so let's do a giveaway. We've got, as Yanji, as I have been shouting out, lovely sponsors who are literally the only ones making this stream possible. These SCG events are completely brought to you by the sponsor reel that we're showing that helps support like me traveling out here, which lets me pay the casters. It all comes off the back of them. And they're more generous than that. There's also giveaways to add in as a little cherry on top as well. So let's go ahead and run a giveaway real quick. I forgot to set this all up, so bear with me. Which giveaway file is this? Okay, it's the Dragon Shield giveaway. Let's do a Dragon Shield giveaway. Let me set up the drawing feature as well. There will be a way to enter with a keyword. So give me 1 second. Oh my goodness. I really didn't do any of this prep, people. I was too focused on all the other aspects of the stream, which hopefully have been enjoyable. This stream, like, no hiccups. The internet hasn't dropped. I'm going to jinx it all now, just by the way. I'm jinxing every single aspect of this. Internet has not dropped. The cameras look incredible. The new fiber optic cabling, the new the 8K quad link, like, the upgrades are really coming through. Hopefully you all have enjoyed it. This is, I think, the most beautiful stream I've pulled off yet, and Yanji and Naib are absolute brothers in arms in this. They are doing a great, great job. So, with that said, why can I not open Nightbot? This is great. It won't let me log in to the giveaway bot. Fantastic. Fantastic. Well, we'll have to do this a different way then. I can't really troubleshoot this live. It's just not letting me log in for whatever reason. I'll have to try like a different computer or my phone or something. So. Let's just do this. In chat, I'll like randomly end up picking somebody. I promise it just won't be generated by a bot. In chat, let me know. For this Dragon Shield giveaway, we've got a little bit of a different twist on it this time. There's 2 new sleeves that Dragon Shield wants to help put out there in the world. There's Truth here. There's Truth. and there's Justice. So you got to tell me which one you prefer. And then I will give you a code for free shipping, free sleeve, anywhere US or EU in the web shop. Just tell me, you want Truth or Justice? You into the bronze? You into the silver? Just let me know, and then I'll pick someone. I'll pick someone in there while I also try to settle how Nightbot is not being cooperative with me here. Maybe I'll try a different computer. This is why we have redundancies. In the meantime, chat it up. Chat it up. I'm going to log in on a different computer. Oh! Is it letting me? Is it letting me? Oh, I'm logged in on the other computer. Okay. In the future, we're going to do this a different way because I won't be able to randomly draw from 2 different keywords now. So I've messed it up for this one. Apologies. So this one will be a bit manual. I'll just like close my eyes and scroll and end up picking somebody. But just let me know. Would you prefer Truth or Justice? Truth or Justice for this wonderful Dragon Shield giveaway brought to you by... Dragon Shield, right? Dragon Shield is a longtime sponsor, not actually just of Savage Feats, but they've been a sponsor for a long time just of me personally. They reached out really early on when I was doing sleeves, or when I was doing streams on like my own, just like at little RTNs and stuff, because I was using the Dragon Shield 2-player mat. It was the only 2-player mat I had. And they reached out and they're like, hey, you used our mat already. Like, let's just go ahead and marry this. So they've been great. They've been great for, like, I can actually say years now. I can actually say years. So here's their little sponsor moment. We've got 6 of these total to give away. I know we kind of got to the giveaways late, but we'll probably start doing like 1 per round even. We have a lot. It's not just the Dragon Shield giveaways. We also have a box of Welcome to Wraith. We have a special local playmat from the Green Tree guys out here in Pittsburgh. It's their local design from when they hosted a Battle Hardened and 10K out here at the Realm Brawl a couple months ago. Then we also have coloring books from Deb and the Coaxing, who are doing the Fab Event Code coloring book. I think they're calling it Deb's Farmery, which is great. I love puns. And we have a gift card for T-shirts from MinMax. It is the season almost. People are in the spirit of Thanksgiving, I guess. There's a lot of giveaways. So even though at the beginning we didn't get to them, we're going to do 1 per round, all right? 1 per round. So let's get to a winner right now because I also want to go grab some food before the next round. Okay. So here we go. I'm going to like close my eyes, scroll, and then end up clicking on somebody, and then that person wins, okay? Oh, did I even click on somebody? Oh, I didn't click on somebody. I missed the button. Okay. Close. I'm scrolling up. I'm scrolling down. Click. Oh, there we go. Okay, I clicked on somebody. I actually got it. Daniel Rothar. This is the only time we're going to do it that manually. I swear. I have methods for this, but I wasn't logged in correctly. Whatever. We screwed it up. Daniel Rothar, congratulations. You have won. You know what? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to pick 2 giveaways right now. A Truth winner and a Justice winner. Keep it even. A Truth winner and a Justice winner. How am I going to make sure that it's a Truth and Justice winner? Ooh. All right, we're just going to have to roll the dice again. We're going to have to roll the dice on that one. I really hope this next person is a truther in chat. Or how about this? Just start spamming truth in chat. That way it's only one of you guys. Start spamming truth in chat. Spam so it's like a solid wall of just truth, and I'll do it again. Okay? So there we go. We've got 1 winner on the Justice. I'm making sure I'm tagging them in the comments. We'll get to that in a second. Start spamming truth. Start spamming. It can't be you, Daniel. Don't type. It can't be you. Start spamming truth. Truth. Okay. Okay, Daniel, I see your comment, but all you said was thank you. Good job. Don't spam truth. Everyone else, spam truth. We'll give you a minute. But yeah, truly, some of the other giveaways coming up are quite a big deal. The Fab Farmery coloring book is fantastic. That's all part of the Coaxing, which is coming up in, I think, like the 2nd week of December, which is going to be fantastic. I'm going to enter in chat for that one. I really want to win that one as well. And we're also going to have Guess the Fab Event Code, as always. Chat is absolutely popping off now. Everyone's saying truth. Truthers in chat. Here we go. All right, so I'm going to go to the top of where people started spamming truth, and then just start scrolling blindly. Scrolling down, scrolling up, scrolling down again, scrolling up, and we've got Blasmafet. Blasmafet that's I did not peek. Okay? I absolutely promise. We've got Blasmafet and Daniel winning. So let me tag you in chat. Email me at ethan@savage. How do you even spell this? SavageFeats.com for your code. Okay, there we go. That's the 2 winners for this round. Like I said, we have a ton of giveaways to get to today. I just needed to make sure the start of the day was going smoothly. And of course, I've now jinxed it all because I said things were going great. So with that, let me end the poll. Let me go get some food. We'll run the sponsors, and we'll be back with round 5.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
Go to ascent-gaming.com for all your Flesh and Blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your Blood Rush to Pulping or Wild Ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of Reckless Swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of Reckless Swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the Flesh and Blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
No way, dude! I can't win a single game against you! It is so hard living with such a good Flesh and Blood player. Don't look at me like that. Yeah, I know I need practice. It's just hard when you beat me up all the time. What? You think I need to go to the Realm Rumble? And you also think I should outline exactly what the Realm Rumble is in case anybody watching doesn't know about one of the biggest Flesh and Blood events of the year? Okay, if you say so. Realm Rumble 2023 is a first of its kind, independently organized, 3-day-long celebration of all the biggest names in trading card games. If you love Flesh and Blood, then this is the weekend for you. There's going to be a $10,000 open tournament, a $5,000 team sealed tournament, and overall, $45,000 of prizes given out over the course of the whole weekend. If you like callings, if you like Pro Tours, then this is the event for you. It's going down December 1st through 3rd in Columbus, Ohio. Head down to the Realm Games' website, realmgames.myshopify.com to get your early bird registrations in, and we'll see you at the Rumble. All right. 3 of a kind resolves.
Do you feel unsupported in your quest to become a better Fab player? Are you lacking the resources to answer your questions? And most importantly, is this you? Come join the Runaways premium Discord server where you can access a rated CC queue, play games that matter, not just against randoms on Talishar. Simply click to join the queue, play your game, and report the win. Tournament reports from the Runaways competitive team. Learn from the runs of some of the best in the country, reported live as the tournament unfolds. Private channels where like-minded players can chat, test, and network with others dedicated to improving at the game. For those committed few, the higher tiers gets access to team streams and direct access to the team for your questions. Runaways is committed to providing an environment for Fab players by Fab players. Run away with your next tournament win. Join the link below.
For a special giveaway to kickstart our paid tiers, if you join the Discord as a rare squire, you'll be entered to win the Cold Foil Apocalypse Automaton. If you join as a Majestic Squire, you'll be entered 3 times. A winner will be drawn at the end of November, along with a bonus prize drawn from our ranked Q players as well. Best of luck.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game. Ta-da.
All right, and welcome back to Battle Hardened Pittsburgh. We are heading up into round 5. We have a pretty relevant game in store for us, Yanji. We have Dromai versus Iyslander coming up, and I imagine that's going to be on top of people's radars going into Worlds.
Yeah, Dromai and Iyslander are both, I think, at the top. I've seen like 3 or 4 different tier lists that have been published by various members in the community, and I think almost all of them have put Dromai and Iyslander at the top of the tier list. So we're seeing a battle of titans in the current meta.
For sure.
We have on Dromai is our latest calling champion, Guy Cohen.
Before Melbourne.
Yeah, the latest
American calling champion.
The latest American. Sorry, my America is showing up. Only USA matters. Yes, the latest American calling champion.
To be fair, there's been way too many callings in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's true. Against an Iyslander player, Brenden. I'm not sure. I think maybe a local to the Midwest.
Brenden will be on Iyslander as we're heading into the game, and Guy will be on your left, piloting the red sleeves on Dromai.
And we're about to jump into it. Dude, one thing that I noticed, I pointed this out. I guess everybody who watched the calling stream knows Guy has fully embraced pay to win.
Oh, he's literal pay to win. He has 3 Marvel CNCs. Every dragon is a Marvel. Are there any cards that aren't cold foil in his deck, Yonji?
I don't know, but ILSS needs to curb the amount of advantage that you gain from playing cold foils. It's ridiculous.
It's these microtransactions, dude.
Yeah, microtransaction-based game. No, but in all seriousness, I think it's pretty cool to see people who are real enthusiasts for the heroes that they enjoy, doing well, because this is what they've been playing this whole time.
For sure. He is either a very rich person or clearly a Dromai enjoyer.
Or both.
As many illusionist players often are.
Yeah, but Brenden has some swag too. I think we're about to see when we cut into the stream. But he has, a cold foil Iyslander.
Although, to be fair, Iyslander is kind of like this raggedy witch from the north, and Dromai is born into royalty, right?
Yeah. Well, Dromai, I think in the story, Dromai wasn't royal originally. She was of the lower caste.
But she got
and then after the emperor gets assassinated, so she was I think she was inducted into the nobility because she had the ability to make dragons out of dust.
So she's nouveau riche, new money.
Yeah,
I gotta show out my bling. Iyslander's I got nothing to prove. I'm just out here in the winter trying to find my memories.
Yeah, what is the story tie-in for why Iyslander was in Volcor?
No idea. I think that's to come in Uprising Part 2. To be honest, all I know is she lost her memories and she's out in the tundra.
And today, give us a go ahead.
But the game is kicking off. We got Guy on the left with fully blinged out gear, cold foil gold with Crown of Dominion and typical.
Wait, that's also a cold foil gold? Oh my god.
It is a cold foil gold.
It's actually my cold foil gold. I sold it to him right before his run at Dallas. So I'm literally to credit for why he won.
Yeah.
Literally me.
Wow. And we have Silken Form. That's been a card that the Dromai players have opted not to play until more recently. Guy is opting to play it here against Iyslander. What do you think about this Silken Form?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because you can play a card like Null Rune Gloves, and if you play Null Rune Gloves, and you always have access to AB1. Guy does not always have access to Arcane Barrier with his current setup. However, playing the Silken Form, I think, has some uses outside of just being a source of Arcane Barrier. I think being able to, let's say, pitch a blue and block a bunch of breakpoints against Dash, maybe that's relevant.
Yep.
In the mirror, being able to create an Ashwing to help clear the board, it's relevant as well. So we might be coming into where for the tournament, because you have the deck size constraint of 80 total cards, maybe you opt to play a Silken Form.
Absolutely. And on Brendan's side, we see typical Iyslander loadout. He is opting to go for Metacarpus nodes. That card is often very necessary when the Dromai player plays a Themai, and you have no other way to get rid of it but buffing 3 attacks.
Yeah, and Guy is off to a great start where he has played 3 Ashwings already, and he still has an Ash left over. And I don't know. Like it's pretty tough because one of the advantages that you can try to leverage as the Iyslander player, especially with this current equipment loadout that Guy is choosing, is that he doesn't have Arcane Barrier.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then to minimize or to maximize the amount of arcane damage that you do during this time period.
Yeah, it can't feel good to be the Iyslander player looking at AB3 off the bat where your opponent started the game with AB0.
Yeah. So he's choosing go again on his Enlightened Strike. Probably going to either Corner Peak, or it would be, I think, ideal if his last two cards were maybe like 2 damage spells so that he can like throw some damage at an Ashwing and clear
like
it
a
out.
Frosting and an Ashwing would be great.
It looks like there's a Polar Blast, so we're just going for the Coronet Peak.
The Polar Blasts I've noticed in Iyslander, Polar Blast and Cold Snaps, are somewhat of a liability into Dromai because you often want a damage spell in your arsenal so you can end their turn on a dragon attack.
Yeah, it's like a double-edged sword. So like the card is so good, like for rate, when you think about it as being a 1 card, make a Frostbite 3 damage. So in terms of just like pure efficiency, these like cyclers are some of the best cards that you have access to. But against Dromai in particular, you are pretty heavily constrained on the cards that you want in your arsenal. For the most part, you just want cards that threaten to kill dragons so that you can stop the Dromai's turn.
Absolutely, and we see Guy casting a Kyloria. That is a very impactful dragon, not only in this matchup, but in all matches. Thankfully, Brenden has the popper, so he's able to end Guy's turn there.
Yeah. And these Ashwings, I think we're going to see, are going to kind of incrementally gain a bunch of advantages as the game progresses.
For sure. Early on, especially if you've cast or Rake the Embers, it's very hard for the Iyslander player to carry out their game plan because they need to efficiently clear those dragons, but also threaten damage to the Dromai player.
Yeah, so we have in the arsenal, he probably wants to clear the arsenal. The arsenal didn't do damage last turn.
So it's a Wounded Bull.
Yeah, we have a Wounded Bull. Probably the best card to arsenal in this situation is going to be the blue Aether Ice Vein. As a damage spell, you can deal with the dragons.
Absolutely, and Guy getting use out of his armor as soon as he can. He knows that in this matchup there aren't any on-hits, and so if he can get value early, then that's something he doesn't have to worry about later.
Yeah.
Brenden thinking about his arsenal.
Yeah, choosing, I believe, to arsenal the Aether Ice Vein.
Yeah, for sure. You always want to be able to end your opponent's turn at the later step, preventing their attacks from gaining go again.
Yeah, and we see one of the premier cards that is kind of catapulting Dromai to the top of the meta, and I think it is going to be Tome of Imperial Flame, letting Dromai put together massive turns. For the most part, it's just a blue. It's a blue that makes Ash. But normally, Dromai just cannot play with resource cards on curve, and really her whole kit is based around the fact that you pitch reds.
Right, but I love this Aether Ice Vein played by Brenden. This forces a card out of Guy's hand. And the chance that he draws a blue, he can just banish his entire hand, Yuanji.
That's true. So Guy looks like the coast is clear. He did draw Chromai. Chromai is one of the better dragons that are one of the more impactful dragons that for this matchup in particular. Normally, the Iyslander has access to one type of card that stops the Dromai's turn, whether it be a popper or a damage spell. And in this case, the Chromai kind of requires that you need 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think it would have been better in retrospect for Brenden to hold the Aether Ice Vein to kill the Chromai?
Yeah, so I think that you are taxed so heavily on these types of effects that to use it to go face, even though he did take a card out, I think he was probably just gambling on the fact that, you're probably going to be putting some blues into your deck.
Oh, man, and a super big power card in this match. The Themai, Brenden with a 2-card hand, he's going to be locked out of a game unless he's able to clear that Themai.
Yeah, well, he does have access to the Enlightened Strike, so we can go Enlightened Strike, draw a card, try to draw a relevant arsenal card, and, if he has a way to deal with the Chromai and he gets a popper in his hand, he can still stop the Dromai's turn with 2 cards.
Right. Absolutely. Brenden clearly on the back foot here, though. Guy has 4 dragon field, and Brenden is throwing his cards to clear dragons.
Yeah, so we've drawn into another E-Strike, which is good for clearing.
But at some point, Brendan's going to want to start attacking Guy to force cards from his hand, or Guy's just going to continue building up a dragon board and snowballing out of control.
Yeah, I think as the Iyslander player, you really want to try to find a way to get this Aether Hail into your arsenal. Aether Hail is absolutely one of your best cards.
Absolutely. And we're seeing a Kyloria attack for 4. This is something you definitely want to pop or get rid of. Brenden, making it clear that he doesn't have a popper here.
Yep.
So Guy is able to play the Dust Up, which requires probably another answer. I'm curious why. That's a Blizzard in his hand, right? Do you think there's a reason why he didn't cast that?
So the Dromai has already attacked, so it really...
So it's already 2 action
points.
points?
He already has 2 action points. It's good if Guy has no cards in his hand. Oh, this Passing Mirage is
and
also
it's a blue.
huge.
Oh, man. Yeah, this board is gone quickly out of control. Brenden at half of Guy's life. I'll be very surprised if the Iyslander can claw it back from here.
Yeah, it's kind of tough. It depends. A lot of this matchup, it can kind of snowball out of control if you don't have the right cards. I think that E-Strike should be pointed at the Dromai.
Looks like Brenden is opting to go face here.
Yeah, one of the issues that you have when you have this setup with the Dromai and the Passing Mirage is that the Passing Mirage kind of shields the Dromai. And because you get to shield the Dromai, you're always guaranteed 2 action points.
Absolutely.
And so your arcane damage spell that you have set to kind of stifle the opponent's turn really doesn't get that much value. And then plus, on top of that, the popper that you also were kind of banking on can't pop the dragon that you want it to.
Right. And Guy casting the highest rarity version of Sandcover. I believe that was a Team Covenant promo?
Yeah, just increasing his odds of drawing good cards by spending more money the gacha way.
For sure. Looks like Guy is attacking with the Dromai. This generates an action point. The Dromai can't be blown up because he has the Passing Mirage on the field. Brendan's in a really tough spot, Yonji. How do you claw your way out of this as an Iyslander from this point in the game?
Yeah, so I think you need to. It's like a combination of cards that you need to draw. You need a card like a Channel Lake Frigid to really like put a damper on what the Dromai can do. Passing Mirage in particular is like a pretty annoying card to deal with because you have these attacks, but all the attacks in your deck are poppers.
Yeah.
And so you don't really want to spend 2 cards. Ideally, you Scar for Scar and destroy the Passing Mirage.
Absolutely. We see the Merline Sigil of Solace being played by Guy.
Do you think he does the split where he has like 1 Merline Sigil, 1 Cold Foil Sigil, and then when the Barcelona one comes out, he'll have
that's what I'm thinking.
One of that.
Or maybe he just stops playing this deck until the next Sigil artwork comes out, and then he gets 1 of each.
Okay.
What was the comment chain?
Either that or, Guy wins Worlds and gets Dromai to a point where she's liable to LL pretty soon.
Yeah, so we're seeing right now with the Burn 'em all, so threatening 1 arcane damage. In addition to the Kyloria. Kyloria is the worst of the worst to kind of defend against.
For sure. I think this Kyloria needed to have been blown up a while ago, or else Brenden is going to be giving 2 cards every turn.
Yeah, Brenden does have access to an Aether Hail in his arsenal, so he does have an answer for the Kyloria, but unfortunately he is going to be taking a lot of damage from these Ashwings.
Right. No, the Kyloria needs to go, or Brendan's going to be playing with IP for the rest of the game.
Yeah. I think normally the priority order in terms of cards that you really have to deal with, I would say Dromai is number 1. Dromai, Themai, and then you have cards like Passing Mirage or Mirgai.
Right.
And then Kyloria. These are like all of the
that cost more than my house.
these are all of like the major threats that you have to deal with. And there's so many threats that Dromai can put on the table that a lot of these matches can look like pretty lopsided. However, usually in the games where the Iyslander is winning, it looks kind of lopsided the other way, where Dromai can't ever like really get anything going. Just does like 1 attack a turn, gets blown up, on your setups. Maybe they have like a Channel Lake Frigid or something.
Absolutely, and Brenden has yet to draw his Channel Lake Frigid, so I'm feeling the writing is getting clearer and clearer here, Yanji.
Yeah, it's tough.
And he's going to be having to arsenal a Frost Text. That's definitely not something you want to see at this point.
Both of these cards are pretty awkward arsenals, both the Emeritus Scolding and the Frost Hex.
At least this way you can, get a card out of their hand, guaranteed.
Yeah, but potentially you should just Waning Moon. Yeah, and Brenden is going to elect to Waning Moon. Keep the arsenal clear.
Right.
Arsenaling a bad card in Iyslander is so much more damaging than just like not arsenaling.
Yeah, if you got the Frost Hex early on, there are games where I've set up Frost Hexes into Dromai and been able to win, but it's way too late to start setting up Frost Hexes at this point in the game.
Yeah, so we have number 2 Tome of Imperial Flame. Guy is saying, I am going for the game on this turn. You got to answer me or else.
Right, and I think Brenden needs 2 poppers here. Anything short, I don't think is going to cut it.
Yeah, 2 poppers, but Guy also does have the second Dromai in his hand, so he's kind of insulated also even from that.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Guy has plays for days. This was a much faster snowball than I expected.
Yeah, showing off why he is a calling champion.
For sure.
I think having a lot of experience in this matchup, definitely. I think that the only thing that we can really point that Brenden could do was potentially save the Aether Ice Vein.
Right.
Other than that, there's not a lot that you can do. We have a red out muscle.
That's
that is
out
spicy.
muscle. No reactions. So Brenden looks like he's fairly prepared for Dromai and that he's having these, go-again attacks. But he just couldn't draw the answers they needed early on. I think if Brenden saw Channel Lake Frigid somewhere in his first 3 or 4 hands, this match might have gone differently, but it's really tough facing down Dromai, 4 Ashwings, and an unknown hand.
Yeah, unfortunately, a missed sequence on Brendan's part, forgetting that the Passing Mirage was in effect. So using the popper on the Dromai that did not have Phantasm. A little bit unfortunate, but I think that the way that the game played out, the draws for Brenden were a little bit awkward. As Iyslander, you have a lot of pressure to draw into good arsenals, and I think that Brenden just didn't have the space to draw into cards that he wanted to arsenal. Like when he E-Strike drew a card that, if he drew a damage spell on that turn, it would help him keep in the game, but he drew another E-Strike, just making the whole situation kind of awkward to play.
Absolutely, and I think this Themai is just a death knell for Brenden. It looks like he was trying to save an Insidious Chill to set up, some semblance of a board, but now this Themai is just going to demand a response.
Yeah, this is, I think, we're in a checkmate scenario where, because he has the 2 Dromais and the Themai, it kind of shuts down all of the counterplay that Brenden really has access to. Really, the only thing that Brenden can do is draw a hand with 3 poppers in it.
Right. Absolutely.
And even then, the 3 poppers cannot clear the Dromai. Yeah, we see the frowny face of Doom as the Snatch is looking down, drawing a card.
Move to end.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any way that Brenden can survive this next turn. I'm sure you can have a handful of poppers, but Guy will have at least 3 action points going into it.
Yeah. And so I think we're just going through the motions. This game turned out to be really lopsided, and I think it's just how the matchup ends up getting played.
Right. Guy running out of board space to cast dragons is the embarrassment of riches that he's in at this point.
Yeah, embarrassment of riches in more ways than one.
For sure. I really commend the Iyslander player for continuing to play here.
Yeah.
I'm someone who probably would have scooped a turn earlier.
Sure.
But, really respect his willingness to play it out for the fans.
Yeah. Well, I think you're in the situation okay, even though we're saying the game is over, but you never know. Maybe your opponent just decides to fall over. We've seen a lot of situations in particularly high stakes matches where you know your a Dromai misses like a swing for lethal, and it ends up being that the Iyslander wins. And so it's just I think
wasn't that Guy back a couple?
It could have been
battle hardened.
I think it's just good. I think it's just good practice. Guy clearly learning from his experiences is currently on kind of a tear. You know, with the calling win, and then also now looking to take home a battle hardened trophy. I believe at 5-0, he is pretty close to getting locked.
I think with 5-0, if there are any X2s that make it in, he's definitely guaranteed.
Yeah, it's just 115 is pretty close to the cap. So we might be in a situation where only X1s make it in.
For sure. But definitely, I think James White calling out Guy activated his inner demon.
Yeah.
And, you know, he's definitely been on a tear. If he wins this, it's going to really solidify his place as the North American Dromai Emperor, so to speak.
Sure. So we are home to an emperor and an empress. So I'm curious to see how Guy ends up doing at Worlds, because this is potentially like his time. The hero that he has devoted so much time and resources into has now come to be one of the most powerful decks in the format.
For sure, but I will say I think for a while Dromai has gone under the radar and not many people have respected it. But with Guy, winning that calling and potentially if a Dromai wins this, battle hardened, I think Dromai is definitely going to be on folks' radar, and we're going to be seeing a lot of new ways that folks might adapt to this onslaught of Dromais.
Yeah. All right, so I think that's what we have. We have a little bit of extra time. I think Ethan is preparing our mobile cam.
Oh, time for the mobile cam.
Yeah, so we might be going around the hall and giving you guys a snapshot. That was a pretty fast game. So we have about half an hour left before the next round.
Cool. We will see y'all on the flip side. We'll see y'all on the flip side.
We'll see you all on the flip side.
We'll see y'all on the flip side.
Let's see how many times we have to say it.
Is Ethan plugged in? Oh, we just said we'll see y'all on the flip side.
All right. Wait, no, this is the perfect time. We have to buy some time, and we have gone through the liberty of looking up some interesting dolphin-related facts for you guys.
Is it dolphin hour?
It's time to bust out the dolphin facts.
Oh boy! All right, dolphin facts. Yanji, did you know that dolphins are known for their high intelligence, which is comparable to that of great apes, and in some aspects, human children, and some flesh and blood players?
Could you make the argument that human children are great apes? And yeah, flesh and blood players definitely also fall in that category.
For sure. They have large, complex brains, and they exhibit behaviors like problem solving, self-awareness, and playful curiosity.
Can we teach a dolphin to play flesh and blood?
I would imagine you could. Did you know that there's this lady who worked for NASA in the 60s, and she ran these studies on dolphins, and the dolphin formed an emotional attachment to her. And then they took her away from the dolphin, and the dolphin ended up killing itself.
Really?
Yeah. Dolphins have such emotional depth. I'm forever, surprised and amazed by how closely dolphins resemble us. There's also was it Futurama or Simpsons episode where the dolphins took over the Earth or something? Yeah, no, I think they're pretty close when it comes to.
Okay, and I think Ethan has finished setting up. We've bought enough time.
All right, that was our first dolphin fact. Stay tuned for more throughout the day. We are now looking at the venue. It's a pretty packed venue here today at SCG Con. There's various different card games and tournaments going on.
Yeah, we're running Flesh and Blood, Magic the Gathering, Lorcana that I know of. A lot of vendors for a lot of the different games. It's pretty exciting to see all the different players kind of get interested. We got some questions over dinner at some Magic players who are either interested in acquiring Flesh and Blood prize cards or just interested in the game in general.
Yeah, for sure. I think Flesh and Blood being in a space where so many card games are played it's definitely very positive for the community, as we've had a lot of interest from other card game players into this game over the past several years.
Yeah, I think we've come a long way. I remember being at an SCG Con about like a year and a half ago, and it was like I think it was like some master set had come out, and the basically like the Flesh and Blood drafts were not firing because we went on like Friday at like 2 p.m. And so we joined a Magic draft. It was like me, Michael Fang, and Yang Yang, and like 3 Flesh and Blood players. And then these guys were talking around us, like and like they didn't know, but they were like, "Oh man, like there's like a bunch of Flesh and Blood tournaments happening this weekend." And then some guys like, "Yeah, but nobody plays that game." And we're like, "Yeah, nobody plays that game."
Yeah,
of course not. But I think we've come a long way in terms of like Flesh and Blood usually has like a pretty strong presence at every SCG Con.
For sure. I think we're coming up to the Flesh and Blood area here. There's a famed Iyslander player there. My buddies from the Florida area.
Yeah, so we have Iyslander versus Bravo. That should be a pretty good match for Iyslander.
We're back to, it's a Rhinar mirror.
Yeah,
Michael Fang and Dexter Pham.
Yeah, running it back at the Super Armory, they played in the Ultimate round. Running back the matchup, I wonder if Michael is going to use any of the lessons that he learned to improve on this match.
Did they play this match yesterday?
Yeah, they played in the Super Armory in round 4.
And who won?
Dexter.
Oh, okay.
Michael, I believe, called Dexter his Rhinar sensei.
Well, I mean, Dexter has been an aficionado and prodigy at that deck for a long time now, and so it shows that specialists are very rewarded in this game eventually.
We have a Dromai versus Katsu. Katsu does not have Mask of Momentum. That's good news for Dromai.
Wow, and then we have here Iyslander against another. Oh, that's a
Dash.io. So we have
very interesting.
The Jacuzzi man himself.
What do you think about the Dash.io and Iyslander match? Do you think that Dash is favored into it like the Mechanologist Extraordinaire is, or do you think it's a little easier for Iyslander?
So I think that, okay, in my experience, it's difficult to win as Iyslander, and you have to build your deck like specifically to try to like beat them, and you need to like know how to play the matchup. Because you can't fatigue them the same way that we saw Rhinar doing it.
Right.
It's because your deck is kind of forced to play a bunch of 2 blocks because they're ice cards.
Yep.
That being said, I recently was present at a Dash.io seminar online hosted by none other than Phil McKay, who worked with Thomas on the Dash.io deck.
Sure.
And Phil made the claim that Dash.io is supposed to be a dog to Iyslander. Now, why that is, I do not know, and I wish I knew the answers, and hopefully I can find those answers before Worlds.
Did you stick around the seminar long enough to find out, or did he just not spill the beans?
I don't know. The beans were not spilled.
All right.
I think he's keeping some things close to his chest. He does have a business going. He wants people to pay for the insights and for the coaching, so I don't blame him. But I am very curious to figure out how to play that matchup.
That's fair. Someone somewhere is paying for those insights, and maybe one day they will spill the beans, and we'll find out.
Yep. One way or the other.
One way we'll know how to play the matchup.
All right, and so I think we're about to pass it to Ethan. I believe we have another segment. Is it a giveaway? So we have another giveaway upcoming, so take it away, Ethan.
Giveaway. See you on the flip side.
All right. Oops.
See you on the flip side.
Oh, oops. Oh, my God. I stepped away for 2 seconds. Did that even work? Did that work? The Flesh and Blood section is so far away. I have no idea if there's enough range.
I think we saw it.
Yeah, we saw you.
It did work?
Yeah.
Okay, like you could tell the heroes and all that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, that felt like 1,000 feet away, and this thing's distance is like 500.
Yeah, we were talking about it.
Okay, good.
We were about to start casting it.
I actually, so I have a backup phone with the same life thing, so I actually have it ready to go where we can like go set up a backup game. I drop the phone, and it's like almost as good as the overhead. Yeah.
That's cool.
We'll get to that probably for the top 8 stuff. There's just a lot to do right now. All right, another giveaway, people. Let's see. We've got plenty more Dragon Shield giveaways, but let's actually swap it out. Let's do one of the bigger ones right now. Let's do one of the bigger ones. So Green Tree Sports Cards. And also, I have to set up the actual giveaway system here. Green Tree Sports Cards is actually local to Pittsburgh. We saw one of their players with the Smashing with Green Tree shirt on. They're on stream. Jeff, unfortunately, lost to the Boltyn. But he is local as well as this wonderful game store, Green Tree Sports Cards. And they've offered up 2 giveaways here because their store is just popping off with fab. Their armories are massive. Back when Charles Dunn lived out here, and like Pat Eschke, who still lives out here, they would always report these like crazy 40-person armories, and it sounded like so much fun. So Green Tree Sports Cards has jumped in with 2 giveaways. There's a playmat, and there's a Welcome to Wraith booster box. So let's go ahead and hype up some of the Pittsburgh-ness of the stream with the playmat giveaway first. Okay, so we'll do the playmat giveaway. This is art that was commissioned for the Realm Brawl that was in Pittsburgh just a couple months ago, and there are more left over. So 2 were donated to the stream. I get to keep 1, chat. I get to keep 1, but you all get to win the other one. So with a giveaway here, let's do. Does Pittsburgh have like a mascot? What's like a very Pittsburgh thing to say? You know what's a very Pittsburgh thing to say is bridge, because Naib told me about some fun bridge facts. So the keyword is going to be bridge. Here we go. Bridge. All right. That's it. Keyword is bridge. And I'll unmute Naib so he can tell us those wonderful bridge facts. Go for it.
Oh, we didn't drop the bridge facts earlier?
Yeah, no, did you?
Oh, no, maybe we didn't. Yeah, so
go for it.
So I found out today that Pittsburgh has the most bridges in the world out of any one city, even beating out Venice by 3 bridges. It has a total of 446 bridges.
Venice, there's still time.
Yeah,
you just got to build 4 more bridges.
Where those bridges are, I'm not sure. Me and Nathan were looking at the map and trying to count them, but I'm sure we'll take a trip down the river sometime today and try to count all 446.
Yeah, it's we really tried. On the entire drive over, we were looking for bridges. I think we counted 6. So I don't know where the other 450 are, but
sure.
Truly, there's supposedly the most bridges in the world, or in a city rather, here in Pittsburgh, which is crazy. Literally never would have guessed. Go ahead, type bridge. Someone in the chat mentioned that Steelers is a very Pittsburgh thing. Totally forgot about that. Sports ball is not my forte.
Yeah, we don't talk about that team.
No. Oh, okay. Or we just don't talk about that team. But in the meantime, there is the. I wonder if they actually left a copy of the playmat in person. I'm not sure if they did, but you can see it in the art, at least the art right here. This is the playmat that we're giving away. Right in the back, there was actually a really cool version given out exclusively at the Realm, where it was like a black and white kind of like test print, and it looked really cool.
Oh, yeah.
Probably
one of my locals, I think, has one of those.
Yeah. It's a pretty nice playmat. A fun fact about this playmat, though, you can't see it in how I covered it up here, but when Riptide was just spoiled, they wanted to get on top of this playmat quick and like show even a new hero on this playmat that was like right there at the Brawl.
Wow.
So they sent out to the artists like the concept art, or not the concept art, but like the hero art that was out at the time. So we saw Riptide only like in his one hero art yet. We didn't see him on like, for example, the new specialization intoxicating shot. Like that art just didn't exist yet, right? So we saw him just as he existed in the hero art. They sent that off to the artist to commission the playmat, and because Riptide looks so much like a, I don't know, brute or something, he's holding an axe in this playmat art, which is so funny. You can kind of see it. You can kind of see it here, right there. You can see like the handlebar right here, and then he's holding a giant axe. Like there's the axe, right? And yet he's an archer. There it is. Look, it's perfect. Look, we've got Green Tree in the flesh, dropping the mat off. You see the axe I'm talking about. You see Pittsburgh in the background. You don't see the 450-something bridges that Pittsburgh is famous for, but we're in the beautiful city. Wait, is that the convention center in the art? Is that the convention center in the art? I kind of see it.
Convention center's off to the side over
yeah.
Here. This is a view of the whole city from up above.
Yeah. So this is like accurate to literal Pittsburgh. We're in this art right now. Yeah, the Guardians of Pittsburgh. We are literally in this art at the convention center, kind of by my nose right now. So really cool. If you want to enter for that giveaway, once again, it's Bridge. The keyword system is up and running, so it's going to be actually random. We've got almost 200 eligible winners. Almost 200 eligible winners in the chat. Let's actually get it to 200, and I'll roll it. Okay? We're almost there. We're almost there. This is a pretty hype. pretty hype. Like I said, there are tons of giveaways throughout the day. We're going to try to start doing one per round because while we get to 200, a little update about tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're not going to be streaming the entire day. There are some projects I have to finish before leaving for Worlds, so I need that day tomorrow with actually Yanji and Naib's help as well to finish some projects. But we will stream the top 8. So we're trying to get through a lot of the giveaway and segment stuff that we had planned today because top 8 will be on just for like maybe 3-4 hours to actually stream the top 8, and that's it. So you won't get the Swiss tomorrow, but you will get us back for top 8. So in the meantime, let's roll the giveaway here. We've got... we're still not quite there. We're pretty close. We're at 190. Who hasn't entered? Are you entered, Naib? Yanji, did you type? Bridge in the chat?
I don't have internet.
Oh, okay. Well, they don't have internet. I'm not sharing. All right, here we go. We'll roll it. Let's roll it. Oh, this person asked a question about how to join the Runaways Discord. Oh, wait. Does it show on screen? It says it in chat. MLTV won the giveaway. Hold up. It'll pop up on screen if I click on it.
Major League TV.
There we go. This guy, this person right here, this person asked in the chat, this is so rigged. This person asked in the chat, where do I join the Runaways Discord? And I said, oh, there's a link in the description. And now this person is getting rewarded for their curiosity and hopefully their membership in the Runaways Discord with this Green Tree Sports card. Matt, so this is yours now. Email me about how to get it. Let's see, ML, email Ethan at savagefeats.com. There we go. It's pay to win, just like we saw from Guy last round. Like the human existence is pay to win. Who knew? Who knew? So there we go. That's the giveaway for this round. We're gonna cut to a break. Find something spicy. If you saw from that walk around, the top tables does have some Bravo. So I'm feeling. How about a Bravo next round? Does that sound fun? You guys into it? You guys into it? Because we haven't had one yet on stream. A lot of Dash.io floating around. There are a lot of Iyslander, Dromai, and then the Rhinar mirror between Michael, Fang, and Dex was still ongoing. So we'll be back next round. It's saying about 12 minutes left. So that's perfect timing for a push to ads and then a break as well. So sweet. We'll be back in a bit with round 6 of 7 and then the top 8. Not bad.
See on the flip side.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
Go to ascent-gaming.com for all your Flesh and Blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your blood rush to pulping or wild ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of reckless swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of reckless swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the Flesh and Blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
No way, dude! I can't win a single game against you! It is so hard living with such a good Flesh and Blood player. Don't look at me like that. Yeah, I know I need practice. It's just hard when you beat me up all the time. What? You think I need to go to the Realm Rumble? And you also think I should outline exactly what the Realm Rumble is in case anybody watching doesn't know about one of the biggest Flesh and Blood events of the year? Okay, if you say so. Realm Rumble 2023 is a first of its kind, independently organized, 3-day-long celebration of all the biggest names in trading card games. If you love Flesh and Blood, then this is the weekend for you. There's going to be a $10,000 open tournament, a $5,000 team sealed tournament, and overall, $45,000 of prizes given out over the course of the whole weekend. If you like callings, if you like Pro Tours, then this is the event for you. It's going down December 1st through 3rd in Columbus, Ohio. Head down to the Realm Games' website, realmgames.myshopify.com, to get your early bird registrations in, and we'll see you at the Rumble. All right. 3 of a kind resolves.
Do you feel unsupported in your quest to become a better Fab player? Are you lacking the resources to answer your questions? And most importantly, is this you? Come join the Runaways premium Discord server where you can access a rated CC queue, play games that matter, not just against randoms on Talishar. Simply click to join the queue, play your game, and report the win. Tournament reports from the Runaways competitive team. Learn from the runs of some of the best in the country, reported live as the tournament unfolds. Private channels where like-minded players can chat, test, and network with others dedicated to improving at the game. For those committed few, the higher tiers gets access to team streams and direct access to the team for your questions. Runaways is committed to providing an environment for Fab players by Fab players. Run away with your next tournament win. Join the link below.
For a special giveaway to kickstart our paid tiers, if you join the Discord as a rare squire, you'll be entered to win the Cold Foil Apocalypse Automaton. If you join as a Majestic Squire, you'll be entered 3 times. A winner will be drawn at the end of November, along with a bonus prize drawn from our ranked queue players as well. Best of luck.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game. Ta-da.
Hi, and welcome back to Battle Hardened Pittsburgh here today. Our matchup for you next is Bravo versus Dash, Mechanologist Extraordinaire. What's her name?
Inventor Extraordinaire.
Inventor Extraordinaire. So OG Dash and Bravo. That should be an interesting one. You know me, Yanji, as a notorious Bravo hater, but I do think that Bravo has some legs going into this Worlds. How do you think Bravo is pitched up against the meta?
Against the world or in this particular matchup?
Either and both.
Okay. Let's talk about Bravo against the general meta at first. I think that Bravo is, we said at the beginning, a hero that a lot of people gravitate towards at the beginning of formats when things are pretty unknown. I think that's because Bravo is more or less a solved deck at this point. You know, you're going to be playing your Spinal Crushes, your Crippling Crushes, your Starstrucks, you play a bunch of blues. And I think that because of that, you get a lot of edges for just, playing a deck that is, better than people who are experimenting. But that being said, I think into the more established decks, I believe that Bravo versus Dromai is somewhat of a skill matchup, depending if the Bravo techs for it. If the Bravo doesn't tech for the matchup, it should be Dromai favored now. If Bravo versus Iyslander, similarly, I think is Iyslander favored. And then Bravo gets a pretty good matchup into Dash.io. And into the fourth most represented deck, Rhinar, I believe Bravo should be slightly unfavored. Because Rhinar has access to, this Intimidate setup, which Bravo can't really deal with. So when you're in this period of time where you're trading life, realistically, the Bravo is at a lower life than the Rhinar is.
So if you're a Bravo player going into Worlds, what are the reasons that you would actually want to play that hero?
I think if you have a lot of comfort on the deck, I think if you think that Dash.io is going to be, like the predominant deck of choice, I think Bravo has a really great matchup into Dash.io. Bravo also has a really good matchup into Azalea. And Azalea, while at this tournament isn't super represented, is still, one of the strong decks going into the meta.
Absolutely. And we only see 3 Azaleas here at this tournament. You and I both know from experience that, she's way better than just a 3-hero representation out of Battle Hardened.
Yeah, I think that Azalea is, I think this is where facing kind of like a regional meta kind of thing where, a lot of the people who play in this area, I believe, enjoy the big, beefy attacks. They enjoy Brutes, they enjoy Guardians. And that's kind of what we're seeing. And so in this type of a meta, I think it's pretty hostile to Azalea because Azalea, Azalea's most powerful card is Red in the Ledger. And that's more suited to combat go wide decks. And if you're just throwing one big bonk, then you're like losing your best card.
Yeah, Brutes and Guardians. Maybe LSS should have hosted, the next calling here instead of in Queensland, huh?
Yeah, it's the Pittsburgh tradition.
Brutes and Guardians.
It's the working man's class.
That makes a lot of sense. And we have Warriors also in that set, Pittsburgh is all about steel. What other class says steel on a card more than Warrior?
Yeah, we should petition that the calling Queensland get changed to the calling Pittsburgh.
That would be. There are already 2 Battle Hardens here this year, right? Or
yeah, I think so. There was definitely like a Realm Games event here, and I think earlier, I don't know if it was this year or the previous year. There was a Battle Hardened that Charles Dunn won.
There was one last year, and the Realm Games one had a Rumble and a Battle Hardened attached to it.
Okay, so about this matchup in particular, Dash Inventor Extraordinaire versus Bravo. I think there's a lot of history for this matchup. Bravo was, one of the best decks in kind of like up until Crucible of War. And Crucible of War releasing Plasma Purifier kind of shifted the tides towards Dash's side, where now Dash can basically have like a better endgame than Bravo. Bravo, after Monarch got released, now got a tool in the form of Rouse the Ancients, which again shifted like the aggressiveness back towards Bravo's side. I think Bravo today is I would say it's a skill matchup. Bravo is really forced to keep the gas up while Dash is trying to set up, I think, pistol items.
For sure.
And I think the players are just about ready, so we're about to jump into the match, and we're about to see it all play out.
About to hop into the game. We have Jesse on the left on Bravo and Rose on the right. Rose is a local to the Virginia, D.C., Maryland area, and so she's been a Dash aficionado for a very long time.
Yeah, quite an accomplished Dash player. I think Rose won the very first Battle Hardened after Dynasty came out in it was called Philadelphia, but it was in Valley Forge.
Yeah.
But Rose has done really well on Dash, and I think she'll know how to play this matchup. It's not a new matchup. Jesse I've also seen around quite a bit, and so these are two pretty experienced players playing a matchup that has kind of been around in this game for a long time. And so blast from the past. We'll see. One card that I wonder if Rose is playing that I think can kind of shift the scales back towards Dash's favor.
Unmovable?
Is, well, that's an old card. Unmovable is certainly really good, but I think if Rose is playing the Evo Steel Soul controller, the arms.
Oh, yeah.
That is a new card that has come out in Bright Lights that basically Dash used to only play either like Iron Rot, Iron Hide, or Goliath Gauntlet in the arm slot.
Yep.
And right now, if you play the Teklo base gloves, it's basically the same thing as playing Iron Rot.
Right.
But you do have access to another blue that can really shift the matchup in your favor because it allows you to kind of set up defenses over that can block out important hit triggers like Crippling Crush or Spinal Crush. So I wonder if Rose is playing that card, or if she's just going for like a more traditional approach that we've seen, just like from deck lists in the past. I wonder what Bright Lights card she's playing.
Yeah, we've seen most recently Merrick Kemp, who top 8'd the last calling. He had a hybrid Dash build, if I'm not mistaken. Very similar to the list that he was playing prior, just updated with some of the newer cards for this format.
Yeah. Yeah, and so Bravo has not received any new cards that most of the lists are playing. Of course, Bravo did get Tectonic Rift?
Sorry, Tectonic Rift. Tectonic Plating is the one he already runs.
Yeah, Tectonic Rift that makes extra seismic surges. I haven't really seen Bravos play that card, and so we'll see if the All Mechanologist set has come out with some new tools for Dash to really overtake Bravo in this meta.
For sure. And, we can see even from these images, Bravo, he's an old, decrepit old man. No
animation.
No animation. Dash is just...
Whoa. I animated his arm swinging the hammer. Calm down. Even though LSS has not officially made a Bravo animation for the entire existence of Fab, almost 5 years now, I had to go ahead and take it on myself to do it, but I don't know how to animate those kind of images, so I just made his arm move. And his hair.
He's barely able to hold his hammer still.
There we go. That's what we got.
He's coming close to his last days. He's no Oldham for sure. That guy's lived for centuries.
Bravo's best days were behind him when he was the star of the show. Now he's the showstopper.
Yeah, now he just doesn't want anyone to have fun.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, we're gonna dominate Starstruck you. You just can't have any fun. Meanwhile, Dash is just chilling. She's like, I have my best years ahead of me.
Yeah, Inventor Extraordinaire, I believe, in the story, should be younger than Dash.io because it's before, she kind of integrated with this AI
for sure
thing. And so, really, everyone calls this old Dash, but this is really young Dash.
It is young Dash, but there's also a young Dash, so it gets very confusing very quick. If you play this game.
Younger Dash.
Youngest Dash.
Yeah.
Do you think they'll ever have baby creatures, like just chibi versions of all the
They come out with a format, it's like 5 health.
Yeah. 5 health, first to deal damage wins.
Yeah.
Lightning format. That'll be somewhat skill intensive, I would say.
No two-handed weapons. Only one-handed weapons are allowed.
D-reacts for days, and then whoever draws the first Command and Conquer just wins instantly.
Yeah.
Cool. So it looks like we're off to a start. Nothing really surprising from the Bravo side. We do see the Civic Steps, which has been the one thing that Bravo has gained ever since the new cards came out. On the dash side, we have the adaptive plating as we've been seeing throughout the day. But interestingly enough, this dash is running a tunic instead of a tectonic rift. Does that tell you, Yanji, that this dash is perhaps more defensive than the average dash?
Yeah, I think so. So tunic is really strong, I think. Oh, yeah, because you can play cards like Oasis Respite.
Is this the famed Tree Frog dash, Yanji?
We might be in for a Tree Frog. So normally this would have been a great start for Jesse, dominating the Spinal Crush and getting a Seismic Surge to kind of start the game off. Dominating Spinal Crush is really risky or really punishing for Dash because it means that you can't spend resources to load your weapons.
Absolutely.
But Rose had the counter, had the Oasis Respite. So putting a big damper on the plan. So Jesse essentially got to trade his Arsenal card for 1 damage, which is not a great trade.
For sure. And I just love the gears and trinkets that Rose has on her board. You'd know for sure that she's a dedicated dash player when she's come with the appropriate gadgets required to play this hero.
Yeah, so we saw Jesse, I think, moving towards his Civic Steps. Oh, and getting the Plasma Purifier out. This is a blistering fast start for setting up the items. I think on the dash side, if you get to play like about an item every like 1.5 turns, so if it takes you like about 6 turns to play out 4 items, I think you're in a great spot.
Right. And I think if Tree Frog Dash gets set up, I think it's just unwinnable for Bravo, isn't it?
Yeah. So I don't think we're actually playing Tree Frog.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
That's not good. Well, you and I were both talking about how great that Firewall card is in Dash.io, but I wonder if that could be doing Rose some harm here.
Yeah, so Firewall lets you play a Mechanologist defensive card, so it lets you continue to play boost cards. And so I was going to say earlier that I don't think that Rose is full Tree Frog because you see she does have a T-Bone in her hand. And so probably has, you know, a bunch of defensive cards in her arsenal, but also has the ability to go for a boost-oriented game plan if the timing arises for it.
Right, that does seem to be the case. But she does have many D-Reacts and Oasis in her deck. I wonder how she finds a space for all of that going in a more boost version of this deck.
Yeah. You were talking earlier about Civic Steps being an addition for Bravo, but Civic Steps I find actually to be quite a liability against Dash because you never really want to give them a Quicken token.
Right.
Because of how strong Plasma Pistol is with Go Again, you're just giving Dash like such high efficiency when you give them Go Again.
It just gives them another way to attack. But into Hybrid Dash or more boosty dash, so to speak, I think the Civic Steps can be good.
Yes.
It really depends how they play. Although, I guess as a Bravo, you wouldn't expect a dash to come full swinging with Teclo Pounder at you, would you?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think most dash players will opt to go for a pistol plan.
Activate Bravo? Sure.
Yeah, I think here Jesse's going to probably try to use his steps as fast as he can, so it's not a liability later on when she has all her items on the field.
If it hits, you can't play attacks with 3 or less space.
Yeah, so Jesse is playing Crush the Weak. I believe that this is probably a card that's really good into Katsu. Is potentially also good into Dash.io, not letting Dash.io play out max V turns. But as Inventor Extraordinaire just wants to put out pistol items, I think that this Crush effect is not going to be as impactful as it could be in other matchups.
Yeah, this was a Bravo Star of the Show special during Chain Meta.
Oh, true. Yeah, you can't play your Bounding Demigons.
Exactly. But looks like Rose just going to opt to start swinging with her pistols here. Or pistol.
Chamber. We'll play another Purifier.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and
phenomenal turn for Rose.
Yeah, great turn for Rose. Being able to set up the double Purifier. So pretty interesting that she chose not to swing her Plasma Pistol. I believe that this is the right choice. Usually you want, for higher efficiency, you want to only be swinging your pistol on the turns that you have Plasma Purifier active.
Right.
Otherwise, it's just more resource efficient to just bank the counters.
Right. That's a really awkward hand for Jesse. He normally would be able to play his Drowsy Ancients, give go again, and then play another card, but it seems like he only has one attack in hand and doesn't add up to 13.
Yep.
Looks like he's opting to create a Seismic Surge. Let's see what he does next.
Yeah, so has another Crush the Weak.
I guess he's just going to go, Hammer for 7, Dominate.
Anathos for 7.
Floating?
Dominate. No floating.
Could he have played the Terra Sunder? He could have played the Terra Sunder and
He could have played it
and
for
the Crush the Weak, no?
8 Dominate, yeah, I suppose.
Because the Crush the Weak only costs 2 because of the Seismic Surge. I wonder if that's going to play an effect. Rose had the Unmovable, so I don't think it would have mattered either way from Arsenal.
Right, this way he just maintains more cards in deck, I suppose.
Yeah, that's true.
He gives up Terror Sunder for a red attack.
And we'll send 4.
I guess as the Bravo player at this point, are you just trying to race? Like, do you want to go as fast as possible? I don't see any way that you can win in the long run, right? Unless you know that your opponent is in a limited amount of D-reacts and you can eventually dominate them out of the game.
So you do want to be aggressive for the most part. That being said, after Dash has deployed the 2 Purifiers, it's really difficult to trade efficiently because the Dash always has access to a 2-card 8, essentially.
Right.
You pitch 2 blues, you get to put 2 counters on the Purifier, the pistol twice, and the Induction Chamber, and you also get, another counter floating when you draw a yellow or a red in the future.
Right, and here we see Jesse giving 2 equipment pieces. That tells us he has a pretty strong hand, and he wants to deploy that during his turn.
Yeah, so he has what looks like Spinal Crush.
And Rousing Ancients.
Pummel,
Zealous Belting.
Pummel, Zealous Belting.
Is that a red pummel we see? It is a red pummel.
Yeah, so
he has 3 reds. It's more or less, I guess his hand is slightly more awkward than you'd want it then.
Yeah, I wonder if it would have been good to crown his arsenal. It really depends, I guess, on what's in his arsenal.
Right, I didn't see what he put there. I think he just wants to play out a card, and if he blocks with any of them, he won't be able to play a Spinal Crush.
Yeah, and I think that once the Dash has played out 2 Purifiers, basically the Dash has access to the play pattern that Iyslander often employs into Bravo, which is I'm going to block 2 cards and then throw my 2-card 8. Now we kind of see why Jesse chose to block with armor. CNC Pummel is really strong into Dash in general.
This is very sneaky, but don't you think this is a little telegraphed? Would you have created a Seismic Surge here?
So if you create the Seismic Surge, then you're giving up the Arsenal. It's likely that he wants the Arsenal, probably the Zealous Belting. And so it is a little bit face up.
Right. I guess Rose is just expecting to get pummeled anyway, so she's like, hey, send me the bill. I will cycle out my Arsenal anyway.
Yeah. And we're seeing maybe Rose is electing
looking to overblock here?
Yeah, potentially overblock.
Wow, okay.
Oh, Junkyard Dog. That is definitely a new card.
I'm definitely thinking this is a more defensive build.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, so Rose is only going to take 1 damage there.
Okay, so she's opting to give a hard card from hand.
Yeah, discarding down to a 2-card hand.
Yep.
She discarded a blue, which makes me think that she has
more blues in hand.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, it looks like that's an Induction Chamber.
Oh, this is super duper defensive
Yeah,
dash.
so we had said you want 1 item, every other turn, 1.5 turns.
Yep. No.
So like 2 items per 3 turns, but she is just going every turn is a new item, and so even though she bottomed it's her last Induction Chamber that she bottomed, she is all set up to kind of win the game now.
Yeah, I think this is Jesse's probably his last turn to take tempo. If she's unable to block this, and he can, potentially string together some turns, but Dash pretty much has her entire item loadout that she needs to push for continuous damage from here on out.
Agreed. So Rose does have the Unmovable from hand paired with paired with the Adaptive Plating, adds up to 8. And really, that's like the worst thing to see as Bravo when you spend 2 resources to dominate, to just get nothing basically for it.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of Bravo players I see just constant nonstop press the Bravo hero ability, but
Arsenal pass.
But really, the Bravo hero ability is sometimes a liability because it's just to potentially do something or not. Really, the Welcome to Wraith heroes suffer this in that a lot of them are just stopped by a single D react.
Yeah.
Looks like Rose chose to Sigil, Arsenal, pass back. I do think this is some variant of Tree Frog for sure. She's very defensive, has a lot of life gain. The blues in her deck are, either T-Bones or big 5-attack blues.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. It's maybe she is playing the T-Bones just for the ninja matchup.
Draw cards during your action phase if it crushes for 4.
Yeah, so Bravo just coming in with a dominated Cranial Crush.
Bravo looks like, he's just trying to string together any damage at this point. Recognizing that this dash is inevitability with just a pure resource efficiency that she's going to deploy over the next couple turns.
Yeah, so we are probably going to start to see the machine gun type of play style come into play. Although Rose doesn't have 2 blues.
Oh, is Rose boosting here?
I think she just wants to play efficiently, so I think she's just attacking for 3, playing the sigil, and then arsenaling the defense reaction.
Okay.
I think she was just looking for a setup.
That makes a lot of sense. I think she's just saying, hey, I'm going to try to chip some damage in. I will win long game.
Yep.
So if you want to block this, you can. If not, I'm just going to gain life and pass it back to you.
Yeah, and basically the decision from the last turn was either you arsenal the zipper hit or you pitch it into an item counter. And definitely just like playing the zipper hit on this turn, especially when you have the tunic up,
right.
It's just like higher value.
For sure. And still we've seen Jesse struggle to use that civic steps, as you mentioned earlier. So it does seem like that liability may just make it so that civic steps is just never played here.
Yeah, at this point, I would almost never want to block with civic steps, because civic steps, what you're doing when you give the dash a quicken token, it's essentially you're saying, okay, you have your purifiers active. I'm going to give you a 1 resource 4 damage. So not a winning proposition for Bravo.
For sure. Without spending a card from your deck.
Yep.
This Bravo, I guess he has 2 Starstrucks. Out Muscle. That is a card we've seen once earlier today. An Iyslander blocked with it. Is this new technology that we're seeing against potentially the expected rise of Dromais?
So I think it's old tech. I believe I had published a video a while ago just suggesting that you could potentially play out Muscle in Bravo as a source of go again. At that point in time, it was when I think it was still Dromai that was relevant. Muscle is pretty nice for clearing dragons.
Yep.
In this matchup, it is also pretty good. The only cards that you can really block with out of dash that you would expect to see are throttles. However, if Rose is on like the 3-for-7s,
right,
those would also come into play.
I would imagine Rose is running those, because how else do you have a game into Dromai?
Yeah.
I would imagine Rose to run a significant amount of poppers, at least the sideboard options.
Yeah, definitely. But in this case, the out muscle actually pulling a lot of weight where it lets you put together 12 damage.
Right. That was a 4-card 12. Pretty high value for Bravo.
Yeah. Dude, that sounds so bad because it's like 4 head jabs.
Right. But that is to say, he's only spending 1 card out of his deck to get
Yeah,
the
that's
damage.
true. In terms of deck damage, it's really good.
Right. Looks like we're starting off our pew that we're going to continue seeing for the rest of this tournament. And I think Rose is clearly in the driver's seat here from this point onward.
Yeah, Rose has access now with the 2 induction chambers and the 2 plasma purifiers to essentially have a 7 resource 12 damage. So it means that if you pitch 2 blues, then you get to carry over. So you can alternate. You have 1 turn where you pitch 3 blues, and then 2 more turns where you just pitch 2 blues.
Absolutely. And then if she has attacks in her hand, like a red zipper hit or yellow zipper hit, she can add an additional 4. And Bravo is going to continue no blocking for a few more turns until he's unable to, and then we're going to see a whole lot of blocking from Bravo until the game ends.
Yeah, one card that Bravo can run to kind of mitigate this is Rampart of the Ram's Head, which makes it so that you can block the pistol much more efficiently.
But even in the past, when we've seen Oldhim run Rampart into this strategy, the Tree Frog dash has always come out ahead. Because Rampart is just not as efficient as your weapon becomes at a certain point.
Yeah, it's a balancing act. It depends if your primary aggression is going to be through go again attacks plus your weapon, or if it's going to be through playing, really big attacks like you're here to play Thunderquakes, Pulverizes, etc. Because it is true that if you play Anothos, really the main value of playing Anothos is when you're training it with go again attacks like this Zealous Belting.
Yep.
So being able to get a 1 card, 6 is really strong.
Absolutely, and we see Jesse has a Command and Conquer and a Pulverize in his hand. That tells me he might potentially be arsenaling that Pulverize. Do you think that is a wise choice?
So I think he has 2 choices. He can either pitch the Pulverize and the Rouse, and then he keeps the CNC. So it depends on what he thinks he's going to draw into. Does he think he's going to draw into Blues, or does he think he's going to draw into Pummel?
Right.
Because if you draw into Pummel, you would rather have the CNC because we're still relatively early in the game. Rose probably still has, at least 2 or 3 more defense reactions left in her deck.
Yep.
So it's possible that you could catch her in a situation where she has maybe 1 or 2 defense reactions in her hand, and then coupling the CNC with the Pummel is really strong.
Absolutely, and I like the choice to pitch the Pulverize to the bottom. Oftentimes if you, just cold sit a Pulverize in Arsenal, it continues to sit there for several turns.
Yeah.
Looks like he drew a Spinal Crush and 3 blues. Now he's starting to block. Clearly, I think Jesse wants to cast his Spinal Crush this turn, or a CNC, depending on how we see this.
Yeah, and I think that this was potentially the last turn that Jesse had available to him to throw an attack like Pulverize. So that could be an argument for keeping the Pulverize, but Rose is at such a healthy life total that it's unclear if that would have been sufficient.
Right, absolutely. And Rose is just, non-stop throwing these 4/4/4s. The damage is adding up quick, Yanji, and I think Jesse is on a clock here for sure.
You're at 15, and it is your turn.
Yeah, it's like every turn I get a hammer, you get 3 hammers. You're going to come out ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. For the low cost of playing out an item from Arsenal, from your deck.
We'll attack you for 4. 4? Yep.
Yeah, Rose with the surprised 4. Hey, I throw 3 of those every turn.
Yep.
22.
22 it is.
Is there a game plan, Yanji, for Bravo now? Like, how do you possibly get out of the scenario you're in, or are you just defending until you die here?
This dog will put
It's really tough. The value engine for Dash is already kind of online, and Jesse, as far as I can tell, is probably not playing some cards that you would need to be playing, like Smashing Good Time. Like, it's possible, for example, if you get a Smashing Good Time from your arsenal, you dominate an attack, but you destroy one of the induction chambers, then you have some counterplay. But I don't think that he's playing that card. Dash Adventure Extraordinaire is not an expected deck to be playing in the meta game. I think most people are more in tune right now to try to counter Dash IO, and this is you get some benefits out of playing a deck like Dash Adventure Extraordinaire for this reason.
Yep. Looks like Jesse has just resigned himself to blocking with 3 cards each turn and swinging with hammer.
Yeah, but this is assuredly a losing line for the Bravo because the Dash gets to chip 1 3 times every turn, and then you only get to chip 1 once.
Yep, exactly. Dash is at high enough a life total that I don't think she needs to block a single time for the rest of the game.
Yeah, we are entering the danger zone where Dash is presenting lethal.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Activate the purifiers. Counter.
And now to throw salt on the wound, we have a Sigil of Solace, just erasing the damage that Jesse has done for the
last
past
3 turns.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's rough. Looks like Rose is pitching a Hold the Line. Card we've seen once again today. I think the Rhinar played it against the Dash IO.
Yeah.
Do we see this card gaining popularity with the newly found popularity of Dash IO?
I definitely think so. I think that It's also hold the line. Also could be good into brutes, and we've seen a big uptick in the number of brute players when they play their Blood Rush Bellow. It's really useful there as a 1-card block 5.
Absolutely, and possibly also into Dromai on their tone turns.
Yep.
4.
Yep. Same game plan. Block for 12, attack for 4.
I'll give you the one from Arsenal this time.
Get a little bit of snark from Rose.
Yeah, the one from Arsenal implying that there's going to be another one coming down, and I think she does have the Fate Foreseen in her hand. It looks like.
Right. She's swapping out a more efficient D-React for a less efficient one.
Yep.
That's a Junkyard Dog pitch, so definitely opting to play the high power scrap cards here. 4 go again. Not much to say from here on out. I don't think the Bravo really has any recourse left in this game. I think it's more or less just block until surefire death.
Yeah, we're in the slow burn now. Like the dash has the Bravo in a checkmate type scenario because of the life totals. Usually, you need to have a life buffer to be able to take all the damage that a hero is presenting and then swing back your hand, and hopefully that's enough to disrupt them from what they're doing. However, Dash's life total is so high that she can take basically any attack that Jessie throws at her. Even if Jessie were to throw like a Crippling Crush,
absolutely,
and your hand was 4 blues, like you might even opt to just like tank the Crippling Crush and throw 12 back. That is how much value that all of the pistol items generate over the course of this longer game, and we're just waiting for the final moments.
Absolutely, I think Rose could take a pulverize to the face and still present more damage on the swing back.
Yeah,
that's an 18 damage swing.
2 left.
Looking like Jessie is blocking with 2s now. I think he really wants to play a CNC.
Boost is 0 to 60.
Ooh, she's boosted for the first time.
Oh, and she hit a firewall. So
I mean, she has
again.
She has the Achilles accelerator, so
yeah, that's true.
She's gonna. All right, and Jessie recognizes that it's slow burn to the death here. Extends the gentleman's fist bump, and we have Dash, our winner of round 6.
Yeah, I think just the fast start with the items was just ultimately like way too much for Bravo to handle.
Sure. Yeah, that was what was that? That was like almost.
I think it was an item every turn.
Yeah, almost. It was an item every turn, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was purifier into induction chamber.
Oh yeah, no, that was
just like we drew it up. We bottomed the third induction chamber. Didn't need it.
Yeah, see, this is why Rose is a Dash player, and we're here commentating on G.
Yeah.
Whenever I play Dash, all my items are at the bottom.
Or they're like in the same hand.
Yep.
You draw your hand. There's like three items that don't block. They attack you with a crippling crush. You're like, ooh, this is an awkward situation.
Oh yeah, definitely. And you discard both your items that you need.
Yep.
Never again to be able to create your engine.
Yeah, so an unfortunate end for Jessie, but that means that Rose is still in contention for top 8. I looked at a quick math breakdown of what it's going to look like. Because we're so close to the cutoff point, it looks like it's going to be almost a clean cut. I believe one player who's going to be 5-2 is going to make it, but that's probably going to be an undefeated that loses twice. I believe there's like 3 or 4 undefeated, so it's going to be a little bit random to determine who.
Yeah,
the last.
I think if a 5-2 does make it in, it'll be really upsetting for the other 5-2s because it will be fairly random who, makes it into top. But that's what you play for when you come to a battle hardened. You got to play really clean, not drop a game, and potentially drop a game your last round.
Yeah. So we'll try to get a win in game for the last round of coverage. And Ethan, I believe that we have a giveaway segment that we're gonna do.
Oh yeah.
So we're gonna go to giveaway. Great game played by both players.
All right.
Yes, sweet. As promised. People in chat were like, "But Bravo, and we won a long game. We don't want to break." But guess what a break means? A break means more giveaways. So we've got more Dragon Shields. We've actually let me do a tally real quick. Where are we at? We gave away 2 Dragon Shields. We gave away the Pittsburgh playmat. So we still have a box of Welcome to Wraith. We have 4 Dragon Shield sleeves. We have 2 Fab Farmery coloring books. We have a $25 gift card to Team Ascent's merch shop. We have, I think, a pint as well, like a pint glass for the coaxing. Is that everything? I might be missing it, but let's just say we really have a lot. We really have a lot. So for this next round, let's bring it back home, bring it back to basics here with a Dragon Shield giveaway. This is for, and I've actually got them in hand this time. I'll show them in a second once I set up the keyword. We're going to do a keyword giveaway here for just one of them, because I do think we're going to save a couple of these for tomorrow as well. The keyword on this is going to be Denmark, because guess what? Denmark is where Dragon Shield is actually based out of. Wait, is that true? Are they Denmark or the Netherlands? They're Denmark, right? They're in Copenhagen. That's Denmark. Okay, good. I had to like double check. All right, so check this out. The keyword is Denmark, and the deal on this is you can win. Wait, I'm waiting for the chat to confirm. They're in Denmark, right? Thank you. Okay. So the deal on these is they've got 2 new sleeve colors, Truth and Justice. Or I did it backwards. Truth and Justice, that they're pushing out there to all the folks watching on stream. These are the lovely dual matte as well. So these dual mattes mean the inside is black, where a lot of Fab players actually, I think, really like these because it matches the black border of a card. You don't see like that white lip. And these are truly 2 brand new colors, like basically gold and silver, but they're calling them Truth and Justice and have that amazing dragon lore on the back, which I love. I always like take a second to read them. I think the holiday ones are especially funny. So the keyword is Denmark, not Holland, not the Netherlands, Denmark, where Dragon Shield is actually located. And funny story, I think it was last year Christmas, I spent like a long layover in Denmark. I think it was last year, maybe it was 2 years ago. I spent a long layover in Denmark and was just casually invited, like, hey, if you actually have time, swing by Dragon Shield. I couldn't do it. It was like a very short layover. It was long enough to leave the airport and walk around, but it was only like a 10-hour layover. So I didn't get to like spend a full day and go visit the Dragon Shield offices. But if I had, then I 100% would have remembered that it was in Denmark, because I'd have a better story to tell than just like a should've, could've. But there we go. Enter in the chat Denmark to win one of these. So you will get a code which unlocks one of these for free on their website with free shipping as well. So you just go ahead, basically get a free sleeve. No harm, no foul. No harm, no foul. Denmark. How many entries do we have on this one? We got almost over 200 on the last one. We're at 160. Well, rapidly going up. We're at 165. We're at 165 for this one. Can we hit the 200 on just a sleeve giveaway? My goodness, what happens when we get to like the big old giveaways, like the box from Green Tree or the gift card for Team Ascent, where you can get some, we're going to get to this, some amazing teas with all the Guess the Fab event code stuff on them. Super hype. The Fab Farmery book. What's going to happen when we get to those? Those are the big deals. This is just a sleeve, people. We're at 180 entries. Let's get to 200. Come on, let's get to 200. We're at 185. It's popping off. At 200, I'm going to roll it. Even Fabric in the chat is jumping in for a giveaway here. Fabric in the chat, who has sponsored some amazing giveaways in the past as well, who's been a longtime supporter of the stream. Everyone's hanging around on this great day of Flesh and Blood. We are at 194. Who hasn't entered? Naib and Yanji, I see them on their phones. I don't think they're on the stream. They're getting sick of it. We are at 196. I wonder if I enter in the chat, does that make myself eligible? Does it tick it up? I'm going to type Denmark and see if it pops up. Oh, I think it did count me. I entered and it went up to like 198 from 196. So between me and other people. If I win, I will re-roll it. Just FYI. If I win, I'll re-roll it. We're at over 200 now. 202. Okay, roll it. Actually, let's just do 2 giveaways right now. A Truth and a Justice. Okay? Actually, it doesn't matter. It's the same code. You're the one who picks it. All right, Truth and a Justice. The first winner should pop up in chat. Sebastian Netsch. Sebastian Netz. It'll say it in the chat. I'm going to pull it up here as well. Sebastian Netsch. I believe that's how you say it. Well done. Well done. You have won one of the giveaways this round. A Truth or a Justice. A Truth or a Justice. We're going to roll for one more winner from this same pool of now over 220 eligible users. Okay, so let me get the message queued up as well for the 2 winners to email me. All right, next winner. We're at like seriously over 220. Devin S. Devin, D as in Denmark, has won the second Dragon Shield giveaway. So Devin S. and Sebastian, email me at ethan@savagefeats.com. There we go. I'll pin that in the chat for you both. That is 2 giveaway winners. Said and done. Said and done. All right. I'll have to actually write it out so I keep track of everything that we need to do. Because one of the other things we need to do is shout out some individual sponsors as we run through the day here. And we're coming up on not quite the day. We have 4 more rounds. It's going to be round 7, and then we're going to probably have the deck check break. We'll play Guess the Fab event code, and then come back for the top 8. So probably at least almost 5 more hours of Flesh and Blood if I had to guess, which is crazy. So much Flesh and Blood. But there we go. In this moment, before we jump to the ad break, to just shout out all of our sponsors, I want to take a moment to specifically Fabrec was in the chat, so why not Fabrec, who has a updated ad, by the way. I made an old one for them that is very much out of date. I think people in the chat at the last event in St. Louis were making fun of it because in the video I said something like, a fun and exciting new hero, Dromai, which is Dromai new and exciting? Is she even fun? It's questionable. But there you go. There is a new ad for Fabrec as part of the ad reel made by the wonderful guys over at 3 Floating, who are also fully sponsored by Fabrec, racking up all the sponsorships, guys. Well done. Fabrec, I also write articles for, and we'll be working on an article while I'm flying over to Barcelona, keeping me busy. Keep me on my toes. I always have to try to sound smart in those, so I do put a lot of work into them. But Fabrec.gg is a great website for you to really, as the ad says, the ad is the best sales pitch I've ever heard for this website, but it is a deeply analytical tool to basically solve all your questions and quandaries about how to build a performing deck in Flesh and Blood. You go over to their website, check out a hero, click on it, and see kind of the percentages of how many cards show up, or show the percentage of cards that are showing up in performing lists across Flesh and Blood, so you can pretty quickly get a read on, is this some crazy new tech? Have I discovered something? Is it being played in Iyslander yet? You go click on Iyslander, see that barraging Bighorn or whatever your new spicy 6-stack is it even being run yet? It's not. Oh my god, I could be the one. I could break the meta. That could be an angle to use it for. Or you just want a foundation for how to build a consistent list. You go ahead, check out Fabrec, because all that info is going to be there. And those articles, right? So great website. One of the many sponsors as we run through the day here. And with that, it's going to be, looks like there's about 10 minutes left. So the sponsor reel plus a bit of a break will get us to the last round of Swiss. We'll have the top 8. We actually might get standings. Normally they post standings right before we lead into round 7. So if they post those, I'll go grab that for us as well. All right. In the meantime, enjoy the ad reel. It's getting pretty good. Some of these are really high quality.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clamps, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are the merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You. I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
event-gaming.com for all your Flesh and Blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your Blood Rush to Pulping or Wild Ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of reckless swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of reckless swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the Flesh and Blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
No way, dude. I can't win a single game against you. It is so hard living with such a good Flesh and Blood player. Don't look at me like that. Yeah, I know I need practice. It's just hard when you beat me up all the time. What? You think I need to go to the Realm Rumble? And you also think I should outline exactly what the Realm Rumble is in case anybody watching doesn't know about one of the biggest Flesh and Blood events of the year? Okay, if you say so. Realm Rumble 2023 is a first of its kind, independently organized, 3-day-long celebration of all the biggest names in trading card games. If you love Flesh and Blood, then this is the weekend for you. There's going to be a $10,000 open tournament, a $5,000 team sealed tournament, and overall, $45,000 of prizes given out over the course of the whole weekend. If you like callings, if you like Pro Tours, then this is the event for you. It's going down December 1st through 3rd in Columbus, Ohio. Head down to the Realm Games' website, realmgames.myshopify.com, to get your early bird registrations in, and we'll see you at the Rumble. All right. 3 of a kind resolves.
Do you feel unsupported in your quest to become a better Fab player? Are you lacking the resources to answer your questions? And most importantly, is this you? Come join the Runaways premium Discord server where you can access a rated CC queue, play games that matter, not just against randoms on Talishar. Simply click to join the queue, play your game, and report the win. Tournament reports from the Runaways competitive team. Learn from the runs of some of the best in the country, reported live as the tournament unfolds. Private channels where like-minded players can chat, test, and network with others dedicated to improving at the game. For those committed few, the higher tiers gets access to team streams and direct access to the team for your questions. Runaways is committed to providing an environment for Fab players by Fab players. Run away with your next tournament win. Join the link below.
For a special giveaway to kickstart our paid tiers, if you join the Discord as a Rare Squire, you'll be entered to win the Cold Foil Apocalypse Automaton. If you join as a Majestic Squire, you'll be entered 3 times. A winner will be drawn at the end of November, along with a bonus prize drawn from our ranked queue players as well. Best of luck.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game. Ta-da.
Okay, sorry, people. I'm trying to fix. There's one ad in particular that won't load for some reason, so I'm just trying to fix that. That's why you saw the ad reel get re-clicked a couple times. I'm going to try it one more time because I really do want to give this person the time of day. All right, let's see. All right, honestly, I could not tell you why this one is not working. I will keep fiddling with it in the background. Sorry about that. But hey, it's troubleshooting live. 4.5 more hours of Flesh and Blood. We're good.
All right, welcome back to Dolphin Facts stream. Our Dolphin fact for this hour is: did you know, Yanji, that every dolphin has a unique whistle?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it can be seen as their own name. Some people say, but it'd be weird. Why would they say their own name? Are they kind of like Pokemon, where they can only say their own name?
Maybe. I don't know. That seems like a weird fact because it's like let's say you and I have unique voices. Does that mean that like what you sound like is your name?
Yeah, that's true. I don't know why that was part of the fact. They're also very social creatures, and they help sick and injured individuals. So, don't let the dolphin propaganda fool you. A lot of people think dolphin are bloodthirsty monsters, and they only want what's bad for everyone in society. But they're actually quite empathetic if you get to know them.
How would you approach? Let's say how would you get involved in the community of dolphins?
How would I? I'm not a member of their community, so I think it would be disingenuous for me, an outsider, to come in expecting for them to let me into their community.
Yeah.
But that's not to say that if a dolphin wanted to waltz up and wanted to be part of my community, that I would reject him.
Yeah. If a dolphin shows up for game night, it's like
for sure
game night.
Yeah, no, and as we started out the stream by saying, Flesh and Blood is a super inclusive game, and that's dolphins and dolphin creatures included.
Okay, that sounds good. So we have a pretty exciting game kind of lined up for the last round of Swiss. He was on stream before. It's going to be Dexter on Rhinar, and he's playing into into a Bravo. So Bravo's trying to make it out here to claim their spots. There's actually a couple of Bravos I know that are playing. They're kind of winning in for top 8.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe Charles Dunn was playing Iyslander, but his opponent I think is going to be the Bravo that was on feature last round.
Yep.
Wait, is that correct?
I don't know if it was the one that was on feature last round.
Oh, but Charles Dunn is playing a Bravo at 5-1.
Yep.
Dex is playing a Bravo this round. I don't know if Dexter has to win in order to make top 8 because he was 5-0, but I think that it is not guaranteed.
It's not guaranteed. Right.
So he is, for all intents and purposes, probably also treating it as a win in for himself as well.
Absolutely, and I did talk to Dexter before this round, and he said his one loss was to a Dromai, which you would expect the Rhinar to be favored into because they're literally their entire deck is 6s, and they have scabs and leathers. Do you think the Dromai is just such an impressive deck now that it's even able to beat its historic counters?
Yeah, so a Dromai got 2 cards from Bright Lights, which is pretty surprising. Some other classes like Vynnset gets Slay, which I don't know if that was like the card that will push her over the edge, but both, we talked about the tome earlier. The dust from the chromatic caverns, or whatever it's called, the Dromai dust that kind of removes Phantasm, has given Dromais an alternate way to beat 6+ power heavy decks. Normally in the past, like when you see Dromais playing into like Oldham, their primary game plan would be to set up, Chromai Mirror Guy and to set up this tempo board. But then while your dragons are dying to Phantasm, you get to put counters onto your Ghostly Touch.
Right.
The downside of the Ghostly Touch is one that you need to save a Passing Mirage for the late game, and you need to kind of set up this weird pitch deck so much that it's not usually the primary game plan, and most Dromais I think were opting to just a remembrance back their Chromais and Mirror Guides and just try to win that way. The other way that you could do is with Lost in Thought. Now with the Chromite Dust, what you can do is you can put 2 of those in play and then set up a situation where you build up this board, and Rhinar can clear dragons, but actually has a hard time, can't clear Ashwings very efficiently.
Right.
Honestly has a hard time dealing with dragons with 4 toughness.
Yep.
Since you can claw for 3 or you can attack for 6. So these are kind of weaknesses that Rhinar has. Once you build enough of a board and you get the 2 Chromite Dust in play, then you can play the 2 Chromais and you're in their hand, right? And if they and they need 3 poppers in their hand, and then if you attack, they most likely won't get to like swing your Chromite back. Like they have to keep cards in their hand to swing the Chromite back. So you're taking a lot of damage on those turns.
Yep. No, for sure. Yeah, looks like we're getting ready to go into the round 7. This is the final round of Swiss to determine the fate of both or either one or both of these players. Yep. This is their winning into Top Cut. We have Dexter on the left in his patented Rhinar uniform. Some say he is Rhinar at this point. And on the right, we'll have Addison, who is playing Bravo, also hoping to solidify his top 8 seat.
Now, I believe I was told that Dexter doesn't wear the teeth all the time to armory, and somebody was asking him why that is. Apparently, it's difficult to talk with the teeth in.
I mean, do brutes really need to talk?
You just grunt.
I would assume so. Like
they point at the scabs. Ooh.
Yeah. what do you what do you think the brute talking meta is like? What could they possibly be wanting to say?
You don't know. Maybe brutes have a rich and cultured history.
That could be the case, but looking at Rhinar, it doesn't seem like he's a very cultured or rich person.
You can't judge books by their cover.
That's totally fair. Maybe in brute culture, the bones and blood are a sign of wealth, and those who reign high and supreme.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's some kind of like caste system at work, in the Savage Lands. We saw our little teaser of heavy hitters, and there's definitely a rich guy with like a hyena and slaves. Like that is true. Something's going on. It's not just it's not truly the Savage Lands. There is some form of society.
Right, and then they have enough money to wager. Like we got these new wager cards, so clearly they're bartering with something here.
Yeah, on the right we have Bravo. Addison is adamant to kind of prove all the Bravo haters wrong, that Bravo is, a hero worthy of playing at tournaments, and he's doing pretty well at 5-1.
He
Just
is.
need to secure one more win to make it in the top 8 spot.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of the heavy hitters heroes today featured before us. We have Rhinars, Bravos. Notably, what's missing here, Yanji, is Warrior. Why do you think we're not seeing as many Warriors here?
So we had a Boltyn that won on stream. I don't know how the Boltyn player is doing currently, but I think that Warrior has been in a tough spot because of how tight they are with respect to the cost curves. And so I think that being a class that doesn't want to play a lot of blues, but then also having like a tight cost curve has made it tough for Warriors in a meta that still has ice heroes in it.
Right, absolutely. Looks like Dexter is drawing up without presenting his equipment. Oh, are they just... Oh, okay. He's presenting it now. Cool. We have Dexter with the same loadout as he had before. He's opting to go, the Intimidate headgear here. Do you think that's correct against a Bravo? I guess they can turn off their pummels, right?
Yeah, I don't know if Dexter even has the... Do you know if he has Crown of Providence in his list?
No idea. Maybe he doesn't run a Crown of Providence.
Yeah, there are some use cases where the Scowling Flesh Bag can prove to be useful, like you said. If the Bravo is setting up for a pummel and the pummel's in their hand, it's really good to take the card out. Also, if the pummel's in their arsenal and they have one card left that they would meant to pitch for it, you can intimidate the blue out.
But
also, when the Bravo is coming in, if they're bringing in go again attacks, which I think that they should, because Bravo actually doesn't win the long game, I think, into Rhinar. Rhinar being able to set up, triple intimidate, triple, quadruple intimidate hands, means that they can chunk the Bravo down from as high as, 15, 18 life.
Absolutely. It looks like Dexter is starting it off. We're seeing a blue Rekoromp being played here. I guess he's just trying to...
Yeah, Addison knows what's up. Even before the card was discarded, he presented his cards for...
Oh yeah, this isn't Addison's first rodeo. He's been getting intimidated all day, I'm guessing. There are 10 brutes here, so he's likely to have run up against one of them at least so far.
Whoa, and two Levia. Total baby.
And two Levia. None that we've seen in the top tables, but two Levia nonetheless. There's a Remembrance that was pitched, which tells me that Dexter is expecting this game to go long. What do you think about the inclusion of Remembrance in this matchup, Yanji?
So I believe, and Ethan can correct me if I'm wrong, but usually when you play Brutes into Guardian, your most impactful card is going to be Bloodrush Bellow. And so I think having Remembrance in the deck just ensures, you have more copies of Bloodrush Bellow as being one of the primary cards that matter.
Yeah, that's pretty much correct. The other thing I really like Remembrance for is it lets you run like a one-of Massacre, which is notoriously like pretty bad other than with Alpha Rampage. But then it lets you shuffle in kind of that exact hand, like red barraging, red Alpha, red Massacre, and you just instantly end the game. So I'm a big fan of One Remembrance just because it says like regardless of how I'm pitching this game, I win on card quality.
That makes a lot of sense. We see the Bravo pitching, not giving this card Dominate. He's floating 2 to play the Choke Slam. Is that telegraphing a pummel, or do you think Addison is trying to bluff the pummel?
No locks.
I think there are some benefits to bluffing the pummel. You know, this hit trigger is not super important on its own. And then if you don't bluff the pummel, then there's no opportunity for the opponent to misplay.
Right. Absolutely.
Dexter unfortunately drew like a pretty awkward hand. I'm actually surprised that he chose to block with the Fate Foreseen first.
Yep.
Do you know if that reincarnate is red or yellow?
Looks like a yellow to me.
Yeah. Okay, so he does have the resources to play the Command and Conquer. If he gets pummeled, he can probably play either his Arsenal if he has an Arsenal, or he can just attack the Mandible Claws.
Yeah. For sure. Addison is definitely an experienced Bravo player. I think most of the times when, I've been done over by Bravo is when they bluff the pummel, and I think
you end up playing around it,
exactly,
and then that costs, yeah.
That's one of the, that being said, I have very low loss rate to a Bravo, but the times they do well is when I either think they have a pummel or they don't. That seems to be, probably the trickiest Bravo play you can make.
Yeah, Addison actually choosing to use the Crown of Providence here, pretty interesting on this Command and Conquer. So there's no pummel being threatened because there's no Tunic on 3. Dexter didn't pitch a blue. And so I wonder if Addison really believes, maybe his hand is just so strong, and we see that he has the Rouse the Ancients, so he's probably going, okay, Dominate. Yeah, he is saying, I have a really good hand. I don't want to block any cards.
Absolutely. I think we're going to see that Crippling Crush come out here. Did Dexter Arsenal D-React? It doesn't seem like he did. He would need to give Armor Block and a D-React from Arsenal to be able... so we're being told that it's a Skullcrack and Arsenal. It seems like Dexter is just going to block 3 and... let fate take the wheels.
Yeah, and I think that this is kind of the window that Bravo has. I know that from my experience from Ethan telling me about the Leviah matchup, Crippling Crush is like the attack that really matters in this matchup, being able to make them discard 2 cards. It's really the primary hit effect that is important. Spinal Crush, you can always roll Scabs, and Scabs doesn't use the Go Again mechanic to gain action points.
Right.
And so... yeah, Dexter is looking to be taking a lot of damage right now. I think the Scab Skin's blocked, maybe.
He has a Reckless Swing.
Oh.
Okay, so he does have a D-React.
Okay, so blocking out the Dominated Crippling Crush is actually pretty big, even though, you're essentially spending an extra card to block anyways.
Okay.
I think being able to save you're like trading the card that you have to discard to Reckless Swing for, the extra card that Addison had to pitch.
Yeah, and Dexter missed the 2 damage there, so I think he'll probably be swinging a Mandible Claw and arsenaling the Blood Rush Bellow here. But I would say, throughout that exchange, Dexter came out on top, simply because that he didn't have to, discard his hand, and that's one of Bravo's Crippling Crushes gone there.
Yeah, agreed. I wonder if Addison...
2 for 3?
If Addison could have created a situation, I don't know what his Arsenal card was that he crowned away, but a lot of the medium turns in between when Rhinar is just sending 3, Bravo maybe will send 6 or 8 or whatever. Yep. It's basically both players just jockeying for position. No real progress usually gets made on these turns. Maybe you do 1 or 2 points of damage.
Right.
Do you have one?
It is active. I made that last turn. Yes, sir. Where'd the life total go?
Yeah, so I think they're just confirming that the life totals are correct and that Addison had made a seismic surge.
Right. And notably, looking back in retrospect, one good thing about running these this headpiece rather than kind of Providence is that it can prevent up to 6 damage on a Zealous Belting or a Rousing Ancient's turn. So I wonder if this is just a correct helmet to bring into Bravo, given that you know that they're going to be trying to rush you down. Scowling Fleshbag, again, one of the most impactful cards that was released for Brute in the last 2 sets.
Yeah. So now we have Bravo.
Bravo with a clean Starstruck coming out here. Now, Starstruck is one of the most impactful cards into much of the meta. However, Rhinar is a deck that likes to run many 7s and 8s. Do you think Starstruck is impactful at all played against a Rhinar, or is it just simply damage?
So it's nice because when they can like Blood Rush Bellow you on the turn that it comes out. So it basically at least demands a 2-card block. Now, that being said, spending 7 resources to do 10 damage isn't the best rate. And Rhinar is probably pretty happy in this spot to, block 6, throw Swing Big back.
Yep. Looks like, unfortunately, the Rhinar has 2 of his Swing Bigs in his hand, so he's going to probably have to block with one of them. I guess he's just thinking about which Swing Big to block with.
Yeah. There is a gamble line that you can take, which I would not recommend for the faint of heart, but you could block 3, take 7, and then roll Scab Skins, and if you get an extra action point, then you can play 2 Swing Bigs.
That would be the juice. I wonder if Dexter's actually thinking about that.
Yeah, if Dexter chooses to go for this line, that would indeed be the juice line.
That's such a powerful play. 3 card 16. Is he going for? Oh no,
Yeah.
Dexter. Oh, is he blocking even more? Whoa.
9.
I didn't expect this.
Yeah, so I think Dexter is just saying, okay, I'm going to play the game kind of conservatively. I have the Blood Rush Bellow set, so that's going to be the turn that I play for.
Yep.
One downside of playing the Swing Big is that if Addison chooses to block 2 cards and get a Quicken Token, having the Quicken Token on Bravo can be pretty powerful because you can attack with like a 3-cost attack into your weapon, and then all of a sudden you're giving them more damage than they otherwise could have come up with.
Right, that's totally fair.
Yeah, I think having Anothos really tips the favors in choosing to be a little bit more defensive instead of giving Addison an opportunity to block and reset.
Yeah, and as you can see in these, big heavy hitter mirror matches, Addison is also trying to find a spot to use his specific steps to block an attack. Rhinar, again, being one of those attackers that can throw, really big attacks at you, so it's really hard to find a spot to give them a Quicken Token.
Yeah, Quicken Token is actually quite useful for Rhinar. The way that all of the cards end up being costed, usually Rhinar with a Quicken Token can threaten some serious damage. So with the Tunic counter, for example, you could have thrown a Swing Big plus Mandible Claw, so then you get a 2-card 11 with the Quicken Token. And so I think both players are hamstrung a little bit by their card choices. Not saying that the card choices are wrong, like these are the best cards to play in their slot, but the situations that you would play them in can get a little bit awkward at times.
Right, and Dexter, at the end of the day, he's taking very, very value trades here. In each of these exchanges, Dexter is always the one presenting higher value. For instance, when Addison threw a 3-card 10, Rhinar blocked with a 3-card 9. Right there, Addison threw a 3-card 9, and Rhinar blocked with a 2-card 8.
Right.
So we're seeing the value game swing in the favor of Dex. We just need to find Dex a spot where he can play the Blood Rush from his arsenal. And I think he's waiting for one of the infamous all-blue Bravo hands for Addison to either simply swing a hammer and pass, or give him an opening where he can safely cast that card.
Yeah. And we are seeing another Zealous Belting. I think the previous turn, all he did was play a Zealous Belting from his hand, which is, not the best thing that you want to be doing. But this turn, he is going to be able to swing the Zealous Belting with Go Again, and he's going to be able to throw the Anothos for 6, which I think is,
And if Dexter chooses to block,
Bravoing.
If Dexter chooses to block with a Scowling Fleshbag here, if Addison has 1 card left in hand, then that can prevent up to 6 damage right here.
Yeah, agreed. I think it's hard to decide. It's hard to decide which is best. You kind of want to save the Scowling Fleshbag for maybe like a crucial turn where the Bravo is kind of leaning like they need to get the pummel off.
Yep.
Or they dominate a Crippling Crush and you need the extra armor to block. So you have that going for you. it's tough. The value is definitely there to block the Scowling Flashback on this turn. But I think also because Dexter has this Oasis Respite in his hand, you know, he can't really do that much with that on attack, especially like doesn't want to risk playing the Blood Rush Bellow with that in hand.
Right, and we see a double barraging. What's that card called? Barraging Bellow.
Beatdown.
Barraging Beatdown in Dexter's hand. So I guess he wants to force the Bravo to give him 2 cards.
Yeah.
Forcing an inefficient trade, a non-attack action for potentially 2 cards.
Yeah, I wonder if Dexter's plan in this matchup is also to try to go for fatigue.
Sure.
You see that Addison is making some, you know, like the trade's a little awkward for Dexter, but it also looks like the hands are drawing a little bit awkward for Addison, needing to defense reaction. You know, Mandible Claw, you would rather have the defense reaction saved for, you know, a Blood Rush Bellow turn or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely, and it feels like that could definitely be the game plan here. Just the way that Dexter's been playing. He's been very value-oriented. He's very thoughtful before he makes a move or a block.
Yeah, so Addison's coming in for 11. This is, I think, a really good turn for Dexter for this to line up this way because his hand is all reds, it looks like.
Yeah, absolutely, and if this was dominated, it would be really sad for Dexter here. But he can just say, hey, here's my whole hand. Let's go on to the next turn.
Give you the grip. I'm giving away, you know, all my Alpha Rampages.
Right.
So I won't have that play, but I do have a Remembrance, so I'll be able to get that back for later.
Yeah, absolutely. We did see a minor inefficiency in blocking there. He could have blocked 9 instead of 12, thrown back 3, but I guess Dexter just opted
I don't
to
think
save
he
his
can.
life.
I think his whole hand was red.
Was it all red?
Yeah, I think it was all red.
Got it. I thought that barraging... No, that's a red barraging beatdown. You're right. Yeah. All red hand.
Sometimes you just... You gotta take the lumps.
Yep.
6. Sure. Oh.
Again, just so many D-racks from this Rhinar. I do think fatigue is definitely built into a strategy.
I got you at 29.
Yep.
Cool.
And so, could this be the turn that Dexter... It looks like he still doesn't have...
He's not able to because he just kept 2 non-attacks in his hand.
Yeah, still doesn't have the turn set up. And so, you know, we're playing these barraging beatdowns. He is set up for a stack. I wonder if he's going to Remembrance before at this point, but it's kind of just like a byproduct of how you build your deck where, you know, if all your blues are Intimidate cards, like you're going to get an Intimidate hand at the end of the game.
Right, absolutely. Intimidate is always the mechanic that I fear the most if it ever becomes meta or, you know, the most dominant mechanic.
Yeah.
It is an extremely unfun mechanic to play against, and it's very impressive. You know, there's almost no counterplay to...
What do you mean? The counter, you just hit him back harder.
Yeah, but that's, you know, you're just throwing damage at that point, right?
Yeah,
At least with Dominate, you can just stop their turn with a D-React.
Sure.
With Intimidate, you can get your D-React intimidated away, and then you're just left feeling sad when you have your Eye of Ophidia left in your hand.
Yeah, come on, they got to get Rhinar something.
Mm-hmm.
So Dex is getting like a little bit of value from the blue barraging beatdown.
The blue barraging did leak 1.
Yep.
Looks like Bravo here also opting to play some defense reactions against this Rhinar.
I wonder if we're going to have the opportunity now to keep a card, like keep the Beast Within. Ideally, you would want to keep the Beast Within in your hand and have the blue to play. Oh, and this is, I think, this is Dexter's time to...
Right, this might be the turn
counter.
that Dexter's looking for here. Dexter has had that Blood Rush Bellow sitting in Arsenal from either the first or second turn.
Yeah.
It looks like here that all he needs to do is throw away the 1 card he's not going to pitch, that isn't a 6. Pitch the remaining blue and discard one of his 6s, and then he will have a turn where you'll almost guaranteed leak some damage.
Yeah, and I think there's 2 ways that Dexter could have chosen to play that turn. You could have chosen to block the Warmongers plus the card that's not the Savage Instinct. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Smash Instinct.
Smash Instinct.
And guarantee that the Beast Within gets discarded.
Looks like he hits it anyway.
Anyways. But I think that keeping the card in your hand, I think it is a yellow, kind of guarantees that you're going to be able to claw twice.
Right.
Which I think is quite important. Probably the Rhinar deck is playing quite a few reds.
Absolutely. And as a Rhinar player, Dexter has the ability to stack his triggers how he wants to. He's opting first to resolve the Beast Within before he resolves his Blood Rush Bellow, before he resolves an Intimidate off of Rhinar.
Yeah. And we are in go mode. These are the big turns that Rhinar's really building into, threatening most likely 18 and drawing a card off of the Savage Feast.
Yep, exactly. We have Mandible Claw coming in for 5, most likely followed by another Mandible Claw for 5.
Yep.
Does he have any way to attack a fourth time? Or are the resources just not adding up here?
So I think potentially you could, if you roll Scabskin Leathers and you get an extra action point, you could attack with the Savage Swing, draw a card. If you draw, I think, a 2 cost.
Right.
I believe that he could play it, and in which case the turn would be absolutely massive.
Absolutely. We'll see if Dexter opts to go for that line or whether he chooses to play it safe and attack for his measly 18.
Yeah, just 18. 18 plus you got a card intimidated, so you can only block, 3 cards. But Addison did have the Arsenal Sink below, so that is a good counter measure for the Blood Rush Bellow turn.
Right, absolutely. But, it's inevitable. Addison is going to be leaking some damage this turn. He's already leaked 1.
Choosing to block armor.
Yeah.
2 and 3.
It kind of makes sense. Rhinar doesn't really present a lot of hit triggers, so, the armor is just there for numbers.
Right, and we have Bravo playing this blue boulder trap. What do you think about the inclusion of this blue boulder trap?
Boulder drop?
Boulder drop, sorry, yes.
Oh.
1 action?
Sure.
Oh, he's going for it, Yonji.
Yeah,
It's
but
time.
we only got 1 action, so I think he's probably just going to end up playing... Maybe he's going to play the Savage Instinct or Smash Instinct.
Looks like he's playing the Savage Feast here. Savage Feast, pitching, getting rid of the Wild Up.
Yeah, but this is still pretty big. Getting a second Intimidate and swinging for 8 means a lot of damage is just coming through.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to chunk the Bravo player down.
Yeah, Bravo doesn't have a lot of really good 2-card hands in their deck, if any at all. They don't play cards like Enlightened Strike all the time. They don't necessarily play, 3-for-7s.
Right.
And so a lot of the times the best thing that you can be doing is just like throwing your Anothos for 6.
I mean, that's still a pretty good 2-card, lose nothing from deck play.
It is, but, I feel like when we're evaluating a matchup, we need to see, like, if you guys just keep dumping hands at each other, who's going to win. And I think that Rhinar should be the one that wins out on top, just because there's more cards that are relevant.
Right, I think so too. And, especially since we saw this Rhinar pitch his Remembrance to the bottom of his deck very early on. Rhinar is going to have inevitability with his multiple Blood Rush turns throughout this game.
Yeah, and Addison pitching a Pulverize, I think probably...
Single blocks?
Pass.
There's an argument to be made for attacking with an Othos for 4 and arsenaling the Pulverize even without a Seismic Surge counter, because you can find another opportunity to make a Seismic Surge.
Absolutely, and wow, Dexter just took it. This is a marked change from the way Dexter was playing earlier.
Yeah, must be another Blood Rush Bellow.
Yeah, he definitely drew the Blood Rush Bellow. Looks like he wants to go very wide this turn and really just, put the nail in Addison's coffin.
Yeah, so I think he's pulling out all his non-attack actions. I believe he's doing a count to see how likely he is to hit.
Right, absolutely.
Maybe we could be seeing a card like Wild Ride or Pulping.
Right, that would be really incredible. Those are the turn extenders that allow this deck to have the real potential that folks are afraid of when they go up to play against Rhinar.
Yeah, so we do have the Blood Rush Bellow, choosing to use the Tunic counter to play it.
All right, Blood Rush Bellow number 2 of 6 cast here. All right, looks like we got an Intimidate trigger on the stack. He's going to resolve that before the Blood Rush Bellow.
6.
Intimidating that middle card out of Addison's hand.
2 on Blood Rush?
Yep.
Resolving the Blood Rush, drawing 2. Looks like he drew a D-React.
I drew a D-React and a yellow, so I think maybe he was counting earlier to see how many reds he had left.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. So it seems that
I wonder if you go for scab skins.
+5.
I wonder
Block 3, take 2.
if you go for scab skins. What are your plays? Because it's really awkward to cast a CNC on a turn where you played your Blood Rush.
Yeah, and I think the players are representing he has. Should he have 1 float?
5. Go again.
No,
No,
now
I think he needs to pay an extra resource for this.
he uses tunic counter, I believe, to.
Yeah, but the tunic counter paid for the Blood Rush bellow, so he had a yellow. I believe this is a yellow, right?
Yeah.
Yellow pays for the claws.
You have me floating, so you pitch 2. So now you need 1 more to pay for that extra claw. Oh, right.
Yeah, so I think they're just getting that cleaned up. The judge, there's a floor judge who's telling them that they were misrepresenting the resources.
Okay.
This is, I think, a pretty simple fix.
That gets really awkward really quick. If he doesn't have the resources to pay for the claw, he should be able to rewind back.
Yeah, I believe the fix should be that the claw gets rewound because it's not a legal play.
Not do this attack.
And I think that's what Dexter is inquiring about right now as well.
Yeah. So we're just going through, like a pretty, it's like a pretty routine judge call. Usually, even if the fix is kind of obvious, I think most judges do a good job of just having like due diligence. You gotta just, check the handbook, make sure that indeed like this is like the appropriate fix.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're just doing a pause. Players, taking a break. Judges making sure that we're dotting all our I's and crossing off our T's.
Yeah, I think it should.
Sorry about that.
I think it should just end with like a rewind.
You want to move the resource over for Tunic, and I just didn't clear it, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're looking to see what the fix is here. Dexter asking whether he can rewind the claw.
Yeah.
Seems like the judge is making sure what the proper fix is here.
Yeah, my guess is that his arsenal is a 2-cost attack.
Mm-hmm.
And so I probably, if he had the resource, he would have wanted to go claw into attack. But now with the way that the hand is, probably would rather maybe roll Scabskins first to see if you can hit. If you hit an action point, you can play the Savage Feast into your attack.
Right, absolutely.
Star Wars game that you roll dice, kind of like you like to do.
Roll dice, and you're not on this?
Yeah. I tried to play Rhinar when I first started, like in 2020, like when we first started playing.
Yeah.
It was just too inconsistent for me. I couldn't do it. I mean, now it's way better. Back then it wasn't.
Yeah,
It didn't have claws. It didn't have any of the things. So.
This card is crazy.
Yeah, that card's crazy. That card's super good.
Yeah, Addison clearly dating himself. Flesh and Blood player in 2020.
Back in my day, we just had Welcome to Wraith. We didn't have
He doesn't play
Mandible Claws.
What the?
I know, right?
Right, absolutely.
It's crazy. It's a hard game.
From this point on, Yanji, who do you think is favored in this matchup? This is the second Blood Rush spell that's been cast, but we saw that Remembrance exists in the deck, and there's another copy and potentially 3 more once he sees the Remembrance.
Yeah, do we know how many Crippling Crushes? I think Addison's played 2 Crippling Crushes.
We've seen 2 so far, yes.
Yeah, so Addison has 1 more Crippling Crush available to him. I think it's going to be contingent upon whether or not Addison finds enough go-again attacks to threaten Dexter's life total. Dexter's below 20.
Right. But looks like we're being told that Dexter will be allowed to take back the claw. So we're just gonna do a simple rewind.
Yeah, just a rewind. So
the judges here are actually always quite good at making the right call during these scenarios. And
yeah, I believe in these situations you probably just get a warning for it's like a GRV game rule violation.
Right.
And then you rewind to the last legal thing that you could have done.
Yep. So Dexter was given that warning, and now we're back to the game state where the first Mandible Claw was cast, blocked for 3, so we leaked 2 damage, and now Dexter's thinking about what the follow-up play.
Yeah,
here
I wonder if you close the chain now and you roll Scabskins.
Yep. And it's exactly what we were talking about during the break.
Yeah, and if you hit the action point here, it's pretty big.
Oh boy!
6.
All right, so we're looking at 3 action points. This is why Dexter is the Rhinar player, and we're here casting Yanji.
Yep. So now if he draws into a yellow,
right,
it's representing a lot of damage.
Absolutely, and that's an intimidate trigger to boot.
Odd.
And so we have 2 cards intimidated coming in for 8.
Yep, absolutely. And that looks like, is that a blue that we saw in his hand? Oh, and he gives him. So this is actually a really good point.
This is a great heads up play by Addison. You know, normally like you don't know like when you should get the quicken token, but you know that the Rhinar is at most going to be able to come in with 1 more attack this turn.
Absolutely. Unless it's a blue and he has 2 costs.
Yeah, or his arsenal. If his arsenal is an E strike, that would be absolutely disgusting.
Yep. Although even if he's able to attack twice, the Mandible Claws already have go again anyway. So.
Yeah.
Is he just passing here?
It looks like I think he just drew a red. I think he drew a red. I think his arsenal is probably a 2 cost.
Oh man! All right.
So, quite honestly, best case scenario, although kind of for best case scenario for Addison, but kind of a saving grace for Dex is that he does have the quicken token available to make his next play, you know, pretty efficient.
Yep, absolutely. So we'll see if Dexter chooses to block here at all.
Yeah, so he has the Skull Crack.
Do we know what's in his arsenal, Yanchi? We know he discarded the Riled Up.
We know that he drew it off of his first Savage Feast.
Yep.
And my guess, based off of the way that everything played out, I believe that he drew the Skull Crack. So probably how it all played out is that he meant to go Claw into his arsenal, which is a 2 cost, but instead he's just going to go. You know, he just decided to play the Savage Feast.
Yep.
Couldn't make use of the action points because he drew a red.
3.
Absolutely. We're seeing a block for 3 here.
Yeah.
Which tells me that Dexter's going to be happy swinging with a big attack and then, you know, perhaps throwing a claw.
Yeah, probably big attack into claw or just 2 attacks and clearing the arsenal.
Yep, exactly. But I think ultimately is still favorable for the Rhinar.
Yeah, although Dexter is...
He is at a fairly low-ish life total against the Bravo.
Yeah, I think if Bravo finds a turn to dominate a Crippling Crush, that could shift the balance.
It is often hard to do without a arsenal, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Looks like Dexter is contemplating whether to swing the Skull Crack first or his arsenal first.
Okay.
Yep.
Skull Crack coming out. 6 go again. Off of the Quicken that Addison gave Dexter last turn by blocking with Civic Steps. Civic Steps are one of the new cards from around the table. Fantastic set if y'all haven't picked it up already.
Yeah, so it was a 2 cost attack. It was a Pack Hunt red.
Pack Hunt. And this just doesn't intimidate, right? So
yep.
Good card. We're going to be potentially forcing awkward blocks with cards that Addison doesn't want to give up.
Yeah, I think the worst would be if Addison is left with a red and then all he can do is arsenal, or he. But if his last card is a blue. Oh, so deciding to actually block the pummel, that's interesting.
Yep.
You could, I think, decide to keep the pummel and then arsenal it and then just attack hammer for 4. I think that's a legitimate play. Addison is probably valuing, you know, the life total pretty high, knowing that Dexter has access to.
Right, but it looks like.
It looks like he just arsenal.
Yeah, it looks like the card that he wanted to arsenal was already intimidated, so I guess he figured he'd just give out his whole hand.
That makes a lot of sense then. Now,
Dexter now has a really awkward hand, although he did draw his last Blood Rush Bella, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so that's going to be really big for Dexter. Basically, Addison has, you know, a card in his arsenal. He doesn't have to block this attack, but this is his window, I think, to do something. Dexter still has access to 3 armor, up to 4 if he wants to spend the tunic here.
Right.
So he is somewhat safe, but, you know, there is a window of opportunity if Addison drew the right cards. And it looks like Addison has, is that 3 blues in his hand?
Looks like there's a Chokeslam blue.
Taking 6?
I think it's Chokeslam, Showtime. And Addison is choosing to take all the damage, so something big has to be coming back.
Right, I'm wondering if that's the Crippling Crush that we were worried about.
Oh, no, it's a Rouse the Ancient, so he's coming in.
Okay.
Yeah, so maybe we're coming in for Rouse the Ancients plus, you know, a Spinal Crush. That would be pretty big.
Right, and I wonder if he said no blocks because he wants to rouse the Ancients unmolested by the helmet.
Oh, that is true. Yeah. Could be a heads-up play by Addison to try to play around the Scowling Flesh Bag, guaranteeing that you get to, swing your weapon afterwards.
All right, absolutely. So here we have Rousey Ancients. No, actually, no, he has to keep a full card hand to be able to power up the Rousey Ancients.
Yeah.
So no blocks here.
No, there's no service. Okay.
It doesn't really matter if Dexter intimidates, unless that's an arsenal that is relevant. Then I think you might want to intimidate with the Scowling Flesh Bag.
Dexter has drawn quite an awkward hand where he has drawn 2 cards that are not 6s. So he is incentivized here to block the hold the line, but it's just, a 2 block in your hand, which is not the greatest.
Right, absolutely. Is there a world
you could keep the hold the line for pitch and then play the Remembrance first? That might also be a good line.
Is there a world where you just put Scowling Flesh Bag in front of this?
I think so. I think one of the worst plays that you could be facing on the follow-up is you're coming in with the Rousey Ancients for 7. Addison chose to Arsenal the card, so the Arsenal card is most definitely a red.
Yep, absolutely.
So coming in with a Spinal Crush on the follow-up would be pretty bad.
That would be disastrous,
Coming in, I don't know if he's playing Red Choke Slam, but Red Choke Slam would also, threaten to
turn off the Blood Rush
turn
Bellow
off the Blood Rush Bellow on whatever attack that Dexter is going to play. So there is a pretty compelling argument. It's like, okay, you're going to get your 13 damage, but I'm not going to get attacked by, the worst of it.
Right, absolutely. And he's looking at Anathos, reading it, making sure that, there's no shenanigans that Addison can pull if he does indeed intimidate away the last card in his hand.
Yeah, I think he's just saying if Anathos is going to get buffed, which it almost certainly would be.
Right, unless you can intimidate both the cards away. We're going to see, at the very least, an Anathos coming in for 6 here.
Yeah, I believe Addison is looking through his graveyard. He's deciding. I think his plan is probably going to be to play the Remembrance and then to play the Blood Rush Bellow. And then so he just has to decide how he wants to block.
Absolutely. It seems like that's what Dexter is looking to rely on here. And we're seeing
Addison's getting the cards ready, so he's getting intimidated.
Sure.
And we're seeing only a Scowling Flesh Bag block here.
Even?
So it's as we expected.
Yep.
Dexter just saying...
Yeah, taking 5. You're going to attack me with Anathos. I'm going to tank the damage, and I am going to try to threaten lethal.
Absolutely. I think Dexter probably will block for either none or 1 card here. Most likely none.
Yeah, you can block none. I think that there's some argument to blocking with the Scab Skins here. Having a higher life total lets you play around Pummel somewhat better.
Right.
Rather than the other way around, but it honestly, in the long run, doesn't make a huge difference because you could always just throw the Scab Skins on whatever first attack
Yeah, for sure.
that Addison throws, and it would end up being the same.
Right. It's just the... the...
Blocks, I like to react.
Pass.
Oh, cool. So we're getting the Remembrance out of the way.
Yeah, we're getting the Remembrance early. A little bit of a pump fake. Addison thinking that he's going to get defense reactive, but instead it's a Remembrance.
Yep, for sure.
I believe Dexter had picked out a Wrecker Romp blue, so I think he's probably looking to put resources back into his deck.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm thinking as well. The difference between a really good Blood Rush Bellow and a very mediocre Blood Rush Bellow is a lack of a blue in the cards that you draw back up into.
Yep.
It looks like at the very least we want 2 blue, 3 blocks that attack for 6. And I guess Dexter is considering whether or not to put it back in a Blood Rush Bellow.
Yeah, you can put in Blood Rush Bellow, you could put in a 2-cost.
3 cards?
My most recent game that I played against Dexter was right before Oldham got banned, and I played against him, and he played 3 Blood Rush Bellows in the final turn, and it was a very scary brute to play against, to say the least.
Yeah. And so Addison must know, now that these blocks are kind of out of the way, Dexter going to 6 means that something is coming back.
Absolutely.
Taking 6?
We're taking 6 here from the Anathos, down to 5. Addison's going to be blocking for a considerable amount of time here, unless Dexter totally whiffs on the Blood Rush Bellow.
Yeah, I think in addition to the Blood Rush Bellow kind of threatening your life, you get the added space of, like Addison's probably going to have to block all his cards, and it's going to if not kill him this turn, buy Dexter the space to be able to draw into an Intimidate hand on the follow-up. You know, he'd been pitching all these Intimidate non-attack actions so far, and now he has a chance to kind of draw them back up.
Right, absolutely. And Dexter discards exactly the card that he wanted to discard there. Getting the red 6 attack that doesn't get buffed by Blood Rush Bellow discarded out of his hand.
Yeah, so I think he drew one of the Wrecker Romps that he put back. Oh, this is going to be a huge turn. He's going to be able to go Claw, Claw, I think Smash Instinct.
For sure. Claw, probably riled up because the riled up
riled
becomes a 7 because the 6 was discarded this turn.
Yep. Yeah, so we're coming in for 9, I think. So it'll be 7 plus 2. So 19 total damage this turn. Addison has access to 3 armor block plus 3 cards.
Absolutely. Looks like Addison is giving away the Quicken token now. Addison masterfully placing that Civic Steps. I don't think he's. I think the turn that he played it, he played it at the best time that he could.
Yeah.
Minor punish because Dexter's deck punished him by giving him a red.
Yeah. Dexter kind of punished Addison by getting punished himself.
Right.
So I guess it ended up being a wash.
It's the counter punish.
But yeah, Addison I think has been playing the Civic Steps really well.
Absolutely. And I think that really is a mark. What really differentiates a good Bravo from a great one.
Yeah, I wonder now that he has the Quicken token if he's thinking about intimidating the card first.
Right, that's what I'm thinking as well.
Because if you attack with the claws here, Addison could just block the last 2 cards in his hand and then save the armor block. But if you play the Smash Instinct first, then you're guaranteed to get an Intimidate, which I think could tip the scales. I think that would be enough to finish the job.
Right, absolutely. Because if Addison loses 1 more card from hand, he's going to be left with potentially 3 block at max, unless he has a D-React in Arsenal.
Yeah.
Then Dex, throws an Intimidate for 8. Looks like that's what he's doing here. Dexter's going to be attacking for 8, Intimidate, followed up by 5. That's total of 13, presenting exactly 10 unless Addison gives him the remaining armor.
Mm-hmm.
Even? Sure. Even?
So slight punish on the Civic Steps, but there really isn't a much better place.
I think the spot that Addison played it was the best possible spots that he could have found.
Right, absolutely.
All right, I'm going to chime in here. Actually, as the Brute player into this, the way that you most get punished is when they use it on your second claw. If they just save it on your second claw for every Blood Rush, then it is really almost impossible for you to use it, which is what happened the first time. It's not what happened here, though.
Right.
So Addison does have a D-React, is able to block. I think he'll be able to live at
1, but Addison knows that Dexter has. What are those cards called?
He goes to 4.
Reckless
He
Swings
goes
in his
to
deck.
4. He can block. Yeah. He has red. Yeah. So now you're kind of in a situation where you kind of got to be scared of Reckless Swing, and Dexter is is going to have.
Go again.
Right, and Addison heads
full
up
access
recognizes that he needs to not drop below 3 or any attack and spell death for him.
Yeah. So going to 3 right now. He's out of Reckless Swing range. Does have access to 2 cards and his Arsenal card. So maybe we could see. Probably. I'm betting that the Arsenal card is a Spinal Crush, so maybe the Spinal Crush is going to be enough to
Absolutely.
To stop Dexter for a little bit.
Dexter with a slight life lead here. Addison is on the play. It seems he no longer has an Anathos as he has gleefully chucked it into the waste bin.
Make a search.
Okay.
CNC for 6.
CNC for 6.
So CNC not being able to get Reckless Swing is pretty good. Dexter doesn't have to block all the damage, but oftentimes I think with Rhinar, you even after getting the Bravo to this point where he's low, you still kind of have to try to build into like a setup.
Right, absolutely. And in Dexter's hand, we see the Oasis Respite, which lines up perfectly with that Tunic counter that he has here.
Yeah, so maybe the line is you block 2 cards, you set the Oasis Respite.
Found it.
Addison doesn't have a card floating, so really there isn't a punish if Dexter just chooses to block for 6. Potentially saving the Oasis Respite for a future turn.
Yeah, but here I think Bravo actually is in a pretty good spot because Dexter is only going to be able to come back for 3.
Right.
You may.
Unless he blocks with the Oasis at another card, then he can potentially swing 6.
Yeah, you can swing 6. But I think in all of these situations, it's going to favor the Bravo, I believe.
Yeah.
Not having swung his arsenal, he did have the red in his hand.
Absolutely. I think Dexter does need to try to preserve his life count. Bravo will definitely win at the end of the day if they're just trading 2 cards for 2.
Yeah, so I think he's going to go for the line where he's going to opt to use the Oasis Respite.
Yep.
This line is a little bit more efficient because you get to take up your tunic.
You get a new tunic counter, and now you can throw a 6 Intimidate back at the Bravo.
6 Intimidate.
Yeah, so Dexter is just really looking for just like
2.
I think a chance where he gets to keep like at least a 3-card hand.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be really hard to maintain, though, at this point.
Yeah.
At minimum, Addison is probably going to be swinging in Anathos for 6 each turn.
Yeah, I wonder what I wonder how many reckless swings Dexter has in his deck. If it's I think most Brute players end up playing like about 2.
Right. We've already seen 1.
Yeah, we've already seen the 1.
I think Dexter, if he does have a reckless swing, his main priority is just leaking just 1 point of damage.
Yeah, it ends up being the Spinal Crush. So being able to cast the Spinal Crush with a red because he made a Seismic Surge, pretty big.
And I wonder if Dexter's just happy blocking for 9 here.
I think there's 2 things that you could do. You could block 6, take 3, go to 2, and then swing 3, set the defense reaction.
Right.
Or I think you could block 9, but if you block 9, then what do? Are you going to set the defense reaction? Are you going to swing 3?
Well, Dexter knows that Addison, from here on out, is going to have to play with a 3-card hand max. Because he's at 3, and so anytime he gets thrown a claw in his face, he's going to be having to give a card from his hand regardless. Right. And Bravo with a 3-card hand can be frightening if, a pummel lines up or if there's a Terrace Thunder play. But on average...
But there's no dominance available. You can dominate like a blue attack.
Exactly. That's not going to do as much since Dexter still has 2 remaining armor. So, although Dexter is at 5, he is actively 4 life ahead of Addison.
Sure. I think also like a crucial point that could come up is if Dexter manages to extend the game out to the point where he gets another tunic on 3, he could potentially continue this, I block 3 cards, I swing claw, you block 1 card, you swing 8, whatever back, and then we just like keep doing this for a while.
Yep.
When I get my tunic counter up, now I can start to roll Scabskin Leathers.
Yep.
And then I can roll Scabskin Leathers and try to get, a 1-card 6. And when I get my 1-card 6, that's how I claw my way back in.
Yep.
Pun intended.
Absolutely. And it looks like Dexter is doing a very smart brute play here. He is playing one of his remaining barraging beatdowns. This requires a 2-card answer from Addison.
I think he's trying to get that, Addison doesn't have to block 2 cards. He could block 1 card and go to 1, but then you have to be afraid of a potential reckless swing.
Right, but you don't always want to be looking behind your back when you're playing against a brute, and reckless swing just does that,
Yeah, that's true.
Adds that level of inevitability. Unless Addison is playing Sigil of Solaces, which a lot of Bravos I know are including, but I've yet to see one in Addison's list.
Yeah, I think at this point in the game, we're probably at or very close to the 2nd cycle.
Right, and so if he hasn't played one yet, it's very unlikely that he's playing one at all.
Yeah.
Is that a reckless swing we see there? Oh, boy. All right.
1 card in hand?
Yeah.
So Addison is swinging for 4 here. This is probably the opening that Dexter needed. He can clean block this. There's really no reactions that you can expect out of Addison here.
Yeah, and you can play the unless Addison's last card is a defense reaction from Dexter's side, playing the Alpha Rampage is almost guaranteeing a win.
Yep.
Unless, Addison draws into a defense reaction, then he goes to 1.
Right, absolutely.
The downside is that maybe you have to give up your reckless swing. So I think Dexter is going for the reckless swing play.
Yep. Is that a Blood Rush Fellow in his hand, Yanji?
Oh, if that's a Blood Rush Fellow, then that is going to be...
That's
probably
huge if that's a Blood Rush
that's
Fellow.
probably going to be what he is trying to go for.
Well, he has to give at least a 1-card block here. If Addison has a D-React, there's a chance he could survive a Blood Rush Bellow turn. But at 3 life, I wouldn't bet my money on it.
Yep. The Tunic is going to come up now to 3, which is going to also be pretty big.
Tunic to 3, and we have our... Is this the 4th or 3rd Blood Rush Bellow?
This is going to be the 4th Blood Rush Bellow that he's played.
4th Blood Rush Bellow.
Trigger.
So we get some recursion going.
Trigger.
Yep.
Absolutely.
And I think Addison is starting to see the writing is on the wall.
Yeah, for sure. This is a 3-card hand coming in for a minimum of 10. Looks like it's just going to be a 10. Unless
5, go again.
Yeah, because there's a Warmongers in hand. This isn't exactly
just looking like a 10, which is, you know, pretty good for Addison. I think you probably arsenal the Wrecker Romp.
Right.
One
Do you ever play out the Warmongers recital?
I don't think so. I think you claw and you save the Wrecker Romp. So Wrecker Romp is not the worst to have in your arsenal.
Right.
Because you do threaten, let's say if you draw into an Intimidate, so you Intimidate, you play Wrecker Romp.
Yep. Then
you get to Intimidate twice and swing for 6. And, you know, that's not the best, but it could be like what you need. Maybe that's what you need to threaten, you know, 3 Intimidates.
Right, absolutely.
And he is actually choosing to keep the Warmongers.
5, go again.
All right, so I guess this is dominate, insurance here. He's just playing it out, making sure there's no shenanigans that Addison can do on his turn.
Yeah.
He's got him down to 1, which is where he wants him. Now Dexter can safely choose to block out for the rest of the game as long as he doesn't get dominated. He will inevitably see that reckless swing again, and that will spell the end for Addison.
Yeah.
Addison swings for 4 here. Dexter able to play again with a 3-card hand. That's huge.
Yeah.
And
choosing to defense reaction. I think he's just trying to dig his way into that reckless swing.
Exactly. So Dexter has a way out here. The game is his to lose from this point onward.
Yep.
Crossing. 1, 8.
Dexter shouldn't be able to cast that because he chose War, I'm guessing, unless he chose Peace for some reason.
I think they caught it.
Yep. Dexter probably wants to just play out this Intimidate card, set the other one.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a world in which...
The card is not that great. There is an argument, I think, for using the Tunic here. So I think you use Tunic, and then you pitch the Beast Within so that you get to keep the barraging beatdown.
But I don't know how many more Oasis Respites Dexter runs in his deck. If there are more in his deck,
oh, that's true. That's true. Maybe he needs to save the Tunic counter for the...
Potentially, because that would be backbreaking if you had an Oasis and you were forced to pitch 2 cards.
Sure.
Just to block 4. Looks like Dexter deciding which of the 6s he wants to attack with. I would probably attack with the Beast Within. He's doing the play that you recommended, Yonji, which I like a lot. That tells me that there probably isn't another Oasis Respite in his deck.
Yeah. This is, I think, actually like a pretty heads-up move to play the Beast Within.
Yep.
I don't know if it would ever come to the point, but like, let's say if the Beast Within is
you
in
definitely
your
don't
hand,
want to discard that card
and
ever.
you discard it, like,
right.
Like if that's the only 6, you don't want that to be the only 6 in your hand.
Exactly, and if you reckless swing a Beast Within, I believe the Beast Within trigger would...
Yeah, it would happen first.
Would complete first before the reckless swing resolves.
Floating.
I have to.
Yeah, so Addison is repping the pummel. Here, I wonder if you can play around it. This is like where the mental fatigue of Flesh and Blood tournaments really plays a role. Do you know? Oh,
but
and he has double hold the line.
Wow.
Able to live.
Wow, is Dexter just a god? That was insane.
Yeah, but now Addison has the space to have a 5-card hand.
Right, but Dexter just drew into his reckless swing, Yonji. The game is over.
He just drew into his reckless swing?
Yes, he's back at his cycle.
Oh, my.
There's only 5 cards left in his deck. This is game, Yonji.
Yes, and we've seen the Terra
there is a world in... Does he miss? No, he doesn't, because the full
Yeah,
Full 6.
all
Wow.
his hands are 6.
What a phenomenally played game. Can we get Dexter in here for an interview, Ethan? That was just so fantastic.
Sure.
Really well performed. Definitely, Addison played really well, but Dexter really showing why Rhinar is a hero that rewards you for long and consistent play. He knew exactly what his out was.
Yep.
He played to his outs perfectly, and then he drew into his out and executed his plan. Yep.
I mean, I gotta attack, right? Like, there's nothing I can do there.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Man, that last sequence of plays was crazy.
Absolutely, for sure. I'm so excited to see this Rhinar in top 8. I wonder if we are following Dexter through his run of top 8 of Battle Hardened
Yeah,
Pittsburgh.
Dexter embodying the reckless rampage himself.
For sure. Looks like we're gonna be waiting to get Dexter on for an interview fairly quickly.
I think the judges said that probably they're gonna have to collect the decks for the top 8 players. Dexter is guaranteed a spot at 6-1.
Absolutely. Dexter, his loss being in round 6, I believe, to a Dromai.
Yep. So he should be in the top half of the bracket. Probably third or fourth seed.
Absolutely phenomenal play by Dexter. Always a pleasure to play with him as well. Whenever I get a chance to down in the DC area, he's just a wholesome guy. Loves playing the hero. Loves repping the hero. He's been a stalwart, brute, and Rhinar player for as long as I've known him, and I'm really happy to see that he's been able to advance to the top 8.
Yeah, and looks like all the experience is really paying off.
For sure. Dexter notably beat Michael Fang in the mirror on Rhinar earlier in this tournament.
Yeah, that's why he's the Rhinar sensei.
Absolutely. That's not a small feat to take on, regardless of whether or not it's Michael's first time playing a hero.
Yeah.
We're going to be joined by none other than Brody Spurlock out of the
Hello
blue.
there. Are we interviewing you? What's going on?
I think we're just chatting about top 8, and I mean
Yeah, can you tell us, because you're there? Do you know which heroes are making it into the top 8?
So I know a couple things. We just saw Dexter on stream on Rhinar is going to be in. Michael Fang is also on Rhinar and made the top 8 at X1.
Okay.
I know Guy, calling Dallas champion, is playing Dromai as usual and was undefeated until the last round. And so is X1 on Dromai. I know those 3 for sure.
Yeah.
I think there are only 2 Rhinars near top table, so I think it's just the 2 and then the 1 Dromai. And I really am not sure beyond that what won at the end. I know
Charles Dunn was playing a Bravo, I think, so it was Iyslander versus Bravo.
Gotcha.
So one of those players is going to make it in.
My money's an Iyslander there. As a notorious Bravo hater, I can't see Bravo beating a skilled Iyslander player.
I believe I heard that Charles did lose the last round, so I think that means Icelander's in.
Looks like Naive is incorrect.
That's so upsetting, but congratulations to the Bravo player for making top 8.
Bravo. No. I think we have to continue our image out on Runaways of being Bravo haters. And we have Dexter here.
Weren't half the Runaways on Bravo calling? Dexter coming in.
Poorly so. Do you want to interview him?
Sure. We can both interview him, but yeah. Dexter, welcome.
Thank you.
Congratulations for your win into top 8. It is always a pleasure to play against you, and to see you do so well, it really warms my heart. You've been a Rhinar aficionado from the start. We've seen you cosplay as Rhinar, continuing to cosplay as Rhinar. Maybe some say you are Rhinar himself. What do you have to say about that, Dex?
The allegations are true. I am Rhinar.
Now tell me, how comfortable is it wearing your teeth during a game?
Oh, terrible. I always clear it with my opponent first to make sure that they can understand what I'm saying, and then if they can't, then I take them out.
Now, do you actually try to talk to them, or do you just grunt at them, letting them know what you do in a series of grunts?
I think they know what my cards do at this point. No, I do explain what I'm doing, the process, intimidates, blood rushes, draws, all that.
Yeah, but talking about that game, you've been the only person that we've seen twice today, and you've had a masterful performance throughout. This last game in particular, you were able to notice that you had 1 remaining Reckless Swing in your deck, and if you got your opponent below the 2 life threshold, you were able to pitch that to the win, and you executed that game plan perfectly with that last turn. Is that something you calculated, or tell me about that and what went through your head?
Thank you. That was a nail biter. When you're playing Rhinar and you have Reckless Swings and you have a Reckless Swing endgame, basically if an opponent ever goes to 2, they're usually dead. So the whole point was to get the Bravo to the 2, and then I just have 2 unpreventable damage. I didn't see any Sigil of Solace in that he presented so far, so I was like, okay, I feel pretty safe playing toward this Reckless Swing endgame. The turn where I thought was actually pivotal was the Remembrance into double Wrecker Romp and Blood Rush Bellows. I actually didn't think I would need the 5th Blood Rush. I thought the 2 Wrecker Romps plus like a good Blood Rush turn would be enough, but the new Civic Steps is bananas. Is very good. Gives him just that extra armor block. He has so much in the fridge. So I feel like I got very fortunate in my Blood Rushes working out most times. I had to start one off of a Tunic, which was rough. But I figured if I was going to be blood rushing multiple times, the plan is sometimes to blood rush 5 times. So
yeah, absolutely. And hey, it's not luck; it's all skill, baby. Don't downplay it. And I recall last time we played, I was playing Oldhim, which is better Bravo, and you blood rushed me 5 times, and I was just astounded by how easy it is to do that.
Not only did I do that, I blood rushed you 3 times in the same turn.
You did. Yes, that final turn, I got blood rushed 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
Clawed twice. And then
it was just blood rush, alpha rampage for 5 intimidates.
No, you went blood rush claw.
Okay,
And then you blood rush twice again, and then you played the alpha rampage.
There it is. That's the one.
And I was like, oh man, I thought I was playing really defensively here, but no, this is why you're a Rhinar player and I'm here casting the Rhinar games. Fantastic play, my friend. Going into top 8, what do you want to see and what do you want to avoid?
There's nothing I really don't want to see. There's a couple of matchups that I would rather, I guess technically there is, right? Azaleas are pretty strong. I feel like I'm pretty 50-50 into those. It really depends on if they line up the Red and Ledgers on turns where I have Blood Rush. Otherwise, that card is just dead for them. I go Alpha Rampage, swing big, and it's like, okay, I can take your Red and Ledger and send back 8, send back 9. Yeah, I think it's just her.
Yeah, absolutely. And lucky for you, there was only 3 Azaleas in this tournament. None that I've seen that have made it to top 8, but we'll know for sure soon. I'm going to wish you the best.
Thank you very much.
Anything you want to shout out or say while you're here?
I do want to shout out Nathan, Savage Land News. He, of course, does incredible Rhinar content on YouTube. We work together on lists, or there's like a Brute Collective. We're all working on lists at any given point in time. So it makes me really happy that I was able to take this list, which I've pioneered and played for since February. I've been playing something relatively similar to this, and see it come to fruition has been really nice.
Yeah, for sure. And hey, man, it makes me really happy as a local and someone that I like to consider a friend. Good luck in the finals, and I'll be rooting for you in top 8.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Cool. And that was Dexter Fan, notable Rhinar player, Blood Rush Bellower of ages. We're going to be getting info on top 8 very soon. Right now, Ethan is going to be talking to us about... Are you talking to us about anything, Ethan?
Yeah. All right. So we had the top 8 announced over the voice system here, but we didn't quite catch it all. So the judges are running over the list to me so I can make the graphic for us. We'll have that. I mean, the info's already out there. Maybe you have a friend here and they just texted you about it. But regardless, we're still waiting on all the names, but we'll have that soon. Brody is here. He didn't make top 8, so he's going to be jumping in to do some casting. I think we'll tag team it. It'll be Brody plus Naib, then Brody plus Yanji, and then our boys back for the finals or something like that. There are more giveaways to run, but actually the big news of the moment is there are no deck checks, so there is no break before top 8. They are starting top 8 like basically right now. They said within 15 minutes, which is not a lot of time at all. So I guess we'll see when we get to guess the Fab event code, because we don't really have time right now. What we do have time for, though, is a giveaway again. So let's go ahead and since we're going to wait on the Guess the Fab event code giveaway until we can actually play that, with about 900 people in chat, let me go ahead and talk to you a bit about the Coaxing, okay? Because the Coaxing is an event coming up on December 10th out there in Colorado. This is put on just by a fan of the game, Joey Seinart from Dex and Drafts, and he's going all in on this event. We're talking custom playmat. You can see the art in there. Now, that's actually what one of the giveaways is for right now, is a playmat from the Coaxing. I can't get my directions right, but it's beautiful. It's got Meeps which are not trademarked, I don't think, but it's got meeps in it, as well as 2 bard characters. Maybe they're Yorick, maybe they're Melody, but there we go. It's a wonderful playmat. We've also got a pint glass to give away as well, so we're going to do 2 different giveaways. The keyword on this is straight up just meep, M-E-E-P, okay? So type meep in the chat, M-E-E-P, M-E-E-P. Let me see. Oh, I'm getting told that they want to do a TriCast. Yes, you guys can do a TriCast. I'll just have to relinquish my headset. But yeah, here we go. Type meep in the chat. Also, reminder to the previous giveaway winner, MLV, you never emailed me. I'm watching my emails for all the giveaway people. I'll get to all the giveaways probably on Sunday, like to email you back with the codes and all that. But at the moment, with about 900 people in the chat, let's get your entries to win. Let's do... We got to spread it out a little bit still. Let's do the playmat giveaway first. Save the pint glass, okay? So as of now, we'll be drawing pretty soon for the playmat featured here at The Coaxing out in lovely Colorado on December 10th. More information on fabcoaxing.com, as well as pre-orders for Even Deb's Fab Farm Recoloring Book, which is a giveaway that we'll be getting to later when we actually play Guess the Fab event code as well. I mean, there's really so much to do. We got to give away some coloring books. We've got to give away some Team Ascent gift cards. We've got more Dragon Shields. We've got the box of Unlimited Welcome Wraith. We've got the pint glass from the Coaxing as well. Now, there's a lot of stuff. But as of now, what you can do to participate in a giveaway for the lovely, and we're talking like stellar playmat that is going to be at the Coaxing physically, if you can make it there, or shipped to you if you can win this giveaway, just type MEEP in the chat. MEEP in the chat. In the meantime, let me give these guys directions. Brody, can you go find a judge? Get me the top 8, like written out or something. They were supposed to bring it to me. Okay, there we go. I've got errand boys now. Ha ha ha. I have lackeys. Now that some people didn't make the cut, you know, more people are like, how can I help? It's great. It's actually so great. As for your questions about tomorrow there will be no Swiss stream. There will be a top 8 stream. The reason for that is I've got to record some videos for LSS, believe it or not, and I need my literal only window to do it is tomorrow. So I do have to sacrifice the Swiss rounds, but I'm using all the recording gear that I've already got set up to just go ahead and make some content for LSS, which is still pretty cool. And hey, that actually pays, whereas this does not. So we're going to do that tomorrow, but we'll be back live for the top 8. Oh, perfect. Do you know their heroes as well? Okay, the judge is supposed to have like an actual one with names and heroes and all that.
I'll go get them again.
Yeah, okay. So there we go. It'll just be a top 8 stream tomorrow, but anything we don't get to today, we'll absolutely get tomorrow. Let's check how many entries we have. We've got almost 250 entries. Is that a new record? We actually went up in viewers talking about this giveaway rather than down. We were like over 1,000 and then dropped to like about 900 because of the break. And now we're like up to almost 900 and then like dropped down to 8 something. And now we're up almost to 900 again. Pretty sick. People are hyped. People are hyped about this giveaway. You want to learn more, of course, go to fabcoaxing.com, December 10th. Let's go ahead and draw. Okay. Rolling for the giveaway provided by the lovely Joey sent out from Dex Interview, who's pulling off the Coaxing out of almost 250 eligible people in the chat. If you typed MEEP, you can win. Let's see who did. It's Space Moose. What a deserving person. This one, don't claim rigged, people. Don't claim rigged. This person is a longtime viewer, not just of Savage Feats, but also of when I stream as well. A very familiar name. I feel like I also know who this person is in real life, but I'm forgetting at the moment. Definitely a very recognizable name. It's Space Moose has won the playmat. I feel like we do know each other IRL, so just remind me who you are in real life. But congratulations, Space Moose. That was for the playmat. So the playmat has been given away. We no longer have the playmat, but we do still have the pint glass. So we're going to get to the pint glass in a bit. There is still more to do with this stream, but the top 8 is coming really soon. So we're going to go ahead and push to a bit of a break and then come back with top 8. Like I said, there's no deck check before top 8, so they're trying to make us move pretty quickly here, which is appreciated. That way we don't run on like a 12-hour day. It's just like maybe an 11-hour day. Not bad. So congratulations again. I'll drop the email in the chat for you. In the meantime, thanks to our sponsor reel. Let's hit it. Be back in a sec.
Ayo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell them about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
Go to ascent-gaming.com for all your Flesh and Blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your Blood Rush to Pulping or Wild Ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of Reckless Swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of Reckless Swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the Flesh and Blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
No way, dude! I can't win a single game against you! It is so hard living with such a good Flesh and Blood player. Don't look at me like that. Yeah, I know I need practice. It's just hard when you beat me up all the time. What? You think I need to go to the Realm Rumble? And you also think I should outline exactly what the Realm Rumble is in case anybody watching doesn't know about one of the biggest Flesh and Blood events of the year? Okay, if you say so. Realm Rumble 2023 is a first of its kind, independently organized, 3-day-long celebration of all the biggest names in trading card games. If you love Flesh and Blood, then this is the weekend for you. There's going to be a $10,000 open tournament, a $5,000 team sealed tournament, and overall, $45,000 of prizes given out over the course of the whole weekend. If you like callings, if you like Pro Tours, then this is the event for you. It's going down December 1st through 3rd in Columbus, Ohio. Head down to the Realm Games' website, realmgames.myshopify.com, to get your early bird registrations in, and we'll see you at the Rumble. All right. 3 of a kind resolves.
Do you feel unsupported in your quest to become a better Fab player? Are you lacking the resources to answer your questions? And most importantly, is this you? Come join the Runaways premium Discord server where you can access a rated CC queue, play games that matter, not just against randoms on Talishar. Simply click to join the queue, play your game, and report the win. Tournament reports from the Runaways competitive team. Learn from the runs of some of the best in the country, reported live as the tournament unfolds. Private channels where like-minded players can chat, test, and network with others dedicated to improving at the game. For those committed few, the higher tiers gains access to team streams and direct access to the team for your questions. Runaways is committed to providing an environment for Fab players by Fab players. Run away with your next tournament win. Join the link below.
For a special giveaway to kickstart our paid tiers, if you join the Discord as a Rare Squire, you'll be entered to win the Cold Foil Apocalypse Automaton. If you join as a Majestic Squire, you'll be entered 3 times. A winner will be drawn at the end of November, along with a bonus prize drawn from our ranked queue players as well. Best of luck.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game. Ta-da.
Okay, I'm back just to remind people real quick. The poll is in the chat now. We have the actual top 8. We have the actual top 8. Shoot, do I have it on the screen? I'll pull it up on the screen real quick so we can talk through actually voting real quick. Top 8, here we go. All right, so here's the top 8. Here's what we're looking at. Well, it's missized. Give me a second. All right, here's the top 8. Go ahead, let me know which one we want. They're all in the chat as a poll option. We've got the top bracket here, Guy versus Corey. Okay, Guy versus Corey. So we haven't seen Corey on stream on how he plays Bravo, but we did see Guy on stream. And Brody actually voted for this because Brody said he thinks it will be a masterclass from Guy. Brody is really got the hots for Guy, which makes sense because Brody has been playing Dromai a bit, but hasn't had like the insane success with that hero that obviously Guy has. So Brody said for learning experiences and as for the benefit of humanity, to quote, putting Guy on for this match would be an absolute masterclass. And as far as Corey plays it, I don't know much about this player, but if Guy is going to put on a good show, I would hope the showstopper can, at least hamper that plan and put up a good showing as well, and maybe even upset the match would be kind of interesting. Then we've got the next one here, Michael Feng versus Rose. Michael declined feature at one point. We saw Rose win on feature. This matchup, Brody is saying doesn't think it's actually, he's not sure how it would tip. I thought maybe you would, if you know that the Rhinar is like really ready and prepared with like arc smashes and a fatigue package to just like wait out the dash, and Brody said he can't actually confirm if that's how it would play. So this one's a bit more of a question mark. But we do know that Rose is on more of a Tree Frog-esque, like a slower pistol-heavy dash build. So that's the next match you can vote for. Then we've got Dexter, who we saw win twice on stream now, versus Connor, who's a fellow Team Runaways member who I actually cardpooled in with, making a cheeky top 8 here at 7th with Dash.io. He claims that he's ready to beat Fatigue, but at the same time, Dexter's deck, actually, is his name actually Dexter or just Dex? I might have to change that. I'll double check. It's at least Dex. I just filled out Dexter. I don't know if it's actually Dexter. I'll clarify. But there we go. Dex versus Connor on Dash.io, but we did see that Dex's deck was teched really heavily to fatigue out the first Dash.io that he played. And then finally, the age-old matchup, Iyslander versus a Guardian. So if you really want to go back to that meta, put Iyslander on for a 4th time, you do have that vote available to you. But those are the 4 top 8 matchups we're looking at. All the caster people, they're just taking a quick break while we get things settled in. So I'll take a look at what people are voting for, and then we'll jump back in. In the meantime, enjoy the break music. It's pretty good.
Hey, welcome back everybody to Battle Hardened Pittsburgh. We have wrapped up the 7 rounds of Swiss and are about to jump into the top 8. I believe the match we're bringing you guys is a Dash.io versus Rhinar. Dexter on Rhinar.
Yeah.
Yanji.
Apparently I'm Dexter.
Oh.
Hi, I'm Brody. This is Dexter. Nice to meet you. We're going to be casting. I played in this event. Didn't quite make it. I was 5-2, so jumping in the booth for top 8. Yanji, what do you think about this Rhinar versus Dash.io match we have coming up?
So we actually featured Dexter playing a different Dash.io, somebody who's local to New Jersey. And the match looked pretty one-sided. I think Dexter came pretty well prepared in his deck choices. So he's playing cards like, I think he's playing That All You Got, Hold the Line. He's playing Oasis Respite. So, you know, it's pretty tough to break through. However, it's going to be Team Runaway's teammate Connor on Dash.io, and Connor claims that he has the secret sauce to beat Fatigue. So I don't know. We'll have to see.
Yeah, it'll be exciting to see. Dash.io, kind of the newest, hottest deck on the competitive scene, had the breakout performance in Melbourne last week, finishing second at the Calling. And it's a very difficult deck to play. That's the deck I played today. There are a lot of decisions, especially when you're battling against Fatigue. There are a lot of different lines you can take every turn, and you have to constantly evaluate basically like pushing as hard as possible now versus kind of like saving resources and trying to set up for later to like find these turns where you can burst through damage past the opponent's blocks to eventually leak enough to not get fatigued.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we saw on the last stream game that was a little bit awkward is, let's say like you have the cards in your deck like High Octane and Maximum Velocity. These are the cards that let you go like much above 12 damage on the single turn. So it's a question when you see one of those cards on the top of your deck, like how much are you actually supposed to push? How much are you supposed to hold back? David, who was the Dash.io player that we had put on earlier, decided to try to push. I think because he had played into a Rhinar earlier, that was usually more probably like playing like Wild Rides, Pulpings, Berserks, whatever, like that kind of style.
Yeah.
And he was like running lean 60, and he was just like, oh, I'm just gonna race you. And so I think David was in that mindset and just like boosting, using Foundry Heart every turn, and that's not the way that you beat somebody who's like come to play with a lot of defensive cards.
Yeah, that's the other really interesting part about Dash.io. I think there are several heroes in the game right now, several popular heroes who can potentially race you and threaten disruptive on hits and just lots of damage, or try to block you out and fatigue you. So you have to sideboard in kind of like, you have to figure out how much you want to hedge for the potential fatigue while also not making your deck weaker if they're just racing you. And then in game, you have to be constantly reevaluating what we were just talking about, like how much to push versus hold back.
Yeah.
And I think it is possible, even like, a bit into a game, like in the middle, for your opponent to pivot from one to the other.
Yeah.
So as the opponent of the Dash.io, you have the option of which plan you want to play, and you have to constantly reevaluate. And especially as the Dash.io, there's a ton of thinking to be done, and I think it really rewards like experience for getting a feel which one your opponent is doing.
Yeah, I think also the way that the current Dash.io lists are oriented, I think there's a lot of stuff that has yet to be explored. Obviously, Thomas did really well at Calling Melbourne with, a pretty boost-heavy approach where he wants to play, max velocity and a lot of boom grenades. But, there's a lot of stuff that you can do with the hero. Dash.io has such a flexible ability, and, you have access to a lot of different kinds of items that not everybody's playing. So, like, for example, like the current lists that are popular, everybody's playing, like, 6 boom grenades, and you're playing, like, backup protocols as your items, but you could also be playing, more defensive. You're playing mini force fields and some of the scripts. So like instead of using like boom grenades to push damage, maybe you want to play like Hadron Colliders and like Polarity Reversal script or something. These are just ideas to be throwing out. Like maybe you want to take the deck in like a more like mid-range direction. Maybe you want to take it in a more defensive direction. And so there's a lot of like unknown questions, I think, going into Worlds, especially for this hero.
Yeah, I agree. I think it has one of the largest card pools in the game now, especially that after Lexi and Oldham have LL'd.
Yeah.
With the whole Bright Light set being Mechanologist and then using the existing card pool as well. Also, Dash's old specializations are playable in New Dash, of course, like Spark of Genius. So that was something that I found this week when I was working on the hero. There are so many card choices, even with I kind of just copied Thomas's Boost Shell from last weekend, but even in the boost cards alone, there are a lot of options.
Right.
I found there was a lot to think about as far as like all these 1-for-4s have different little upsides and like which one I like most, or if I want to opt for 0 costs. We have the player's deck list in front of us. So Dexter's deck has already been on stream a couple times. We've seen his plan into Dash.io.
Yeah.
Has Connor been on yet today?
Connor has not been on stream yet, so let's take a look at his list. So I think for cards that might be a little bit different from what people are usually running, immediately he's playing 1 copy of Prismatic Lens. So, but he's not playing Scrap Harvesters.
Right, yeah, I know I've seen discussion of how Lens and Harvester form kind of an endgame loop. Why do you think Connor's on Lens then if he's not on Harvester?
Yeah, so I talked to Connor about this. So basically, I think like the Lens Harvester loop is, it takes a lot of setup, and it's only really good, I think, if you're planning on trying to fatigue the opponent, because, yeah, you can throw like 6 or 2, or you can throw 4 and 4, or like 4 and 2 every turn. But the only way that you can really make progress is like having your opponent like block cards until they're out of cards. And otherwise, like you're not making any progress. Let's say you're throwing 6 and 2. If you're playing into a Bravo, and then they're at 1, they can block 2 cards on your 6, 1 card on your 2. They swing hammer. That hammer is gonna go like uncontested for the most part, right?
So you have to be ahead enough on life that you can like run them out of cards before their hammer catches up.
Yeah, and so it's just like it's like a little bit of like an unrealistic like setup that you have to make. You have to draw the Prismatic Lens at the very end, or you have to like pitch it until like the end of the game. And so there's a lot of moving pieces. Prismatic Lens itself is quite a powerful card, especially I think into these fatigue matchups, because I think my thought on this is that a lot of the way that you beat fatigue is that you have to stack your damage up on a single turn, and Dash already has like a natural mechanism for storing damage, which is you can store pistol shots. So Prismatic Lens letting you play like items multiple times.
Yeah.
Each Prismatic Lens theoretically represents at least like 5 items if you use it twice every turn.
Yeah.
And so he does have the Hyper Scrapper to banish the items.
Turning the deck list back off.
Sorry about it. He does have Hyper Scrapper to kind of banish the items so that he can like set up some value plays to make with the Prismatic Lens. And I think that's the direction that he's taking it.
Yeah, I've seen Hyper Scrapper in several lists just for these endgame plays. Your graveyard is full of items. You have mostly blues left in your deck, and you just pitch away your hand to a huge attack. Also, 1 Optical Monocle in Connor's list. That was a card I was messing with a little bit. I think it can be quite good. Obviously, it does not have Crank, and a lot of times when you find an item on the top with Dash, you really want it to have Crank because you're trying to make like a tome play or something.
Yeah.
Where you need an extra action point. But Monocle can be really powerful. Obviously, with the hero ability, it gives you 5 ops throughout the game. That's a lot of control. I think we are ready to jump in to the quarterfinals match. We've got Dexter versus Connor. This is going to be interesting. I think that Dexter... What was Dexter's 1 loss in Swiss today?
Dexter lost to a Dromai.
Gotcha. Okay. Was it Guy or a different Dromai?
That I don't know.
Okay. Because Guy has also been tearing it up today in the top 8 as well after his recently off the back of his win in calling Dallas.
Yeah, I think to continue your thought before, like while the players are getting ready, I think Optical Monocle is like a really strong card in the longer matchups where you have to do like a little bit more setup. I think like the most awkward part about playing Dash is when you have like your power cards on top of your deck that you don't necessarily have to play them right now. But you also don't want to boost them away while you're like playing your turn out. So I think Optical Monocle kind of gives you like a get out jail free card 5 times when the high octane and the max velocity is on top of your deck.
Yeah, and if you're trying to set up some sort of late game pitch stack, you can bottom cards at will to go with that, and it makes it a lot easier to set up powerful combos, especially with like red cards where you don't want to have to be inefficient and pitch reds.
Yeah, so apparently Brian Gottlieb, lead designer, has messaged Ethan saying that if Connor doesn't show up on stream, he's going to riot.
Well, thankfully for Brian, he does not have to riot. We've got Connor right here, Dash.io versus Rhinar.
Yep.
Kind of a brand new hero on the competitive scene, making waves, obviously at Melbourne and then here as well. And can I just say, this hero is so much fun to play. I played it today, and there are just like so many things to think about every turn and options.
I think I said this to a couple of people. Even if I don't plan on playing Dash.io for Worlds, I think just seeing Dash.io do well has rekindled a joy in Flesh and Blood for me that I haven't felt in a while. I think being able to craft these complex and very powerful play lines, I think it's a breath of fresh air after watching, I don't know. Bravo just doesn't do it for me.
That's fair. I agree.
Swinging 4.
I too have been kind of inspired by first Thomas's run in Melbourne and then just like playing with Dash.io. It has been a ton of fun to explore. It really has like kind of brought back some of the feelings I had when I was playing Chain and Viscerai a long time ago.
Yeah.
It feels kind of like
free Viscerai. Give us back the Bloodsheath Skeleton.
Oh, I would have so much fun if that card was back.
Dude, they're ULL on Monday. It would only be legal for like a month.
There is actually the LL Battle Harden coming up. In theory, if I play in that at Worlds, I could play Skeleton Viscera if I want to.
Yeah, I heard that's actually pretty good. Okay, the players look like they're getting into it. Connor has submitted Goliath Gauntlet, Crown of Providence, Teklo Foundry Heart, and Achilles Accelerator. Dexter going with so far the only setup that we've ever seen him run, which is the Scowling Flesh Bag, Gambler's Gloves, Scab Skins, and Tunic. So I think Dexter is chosen to go first, which, how do you feel about that?
I think that makes sense. There are a lot of items in the Dash.io deck to the point where I think even though oftentimes in Flesh and Blood we default to going second, Dash.io has the ability to tick up her gun multiple times and put at least one powerful effect in play on average. I think Dexter just let us off with a 1 roll on Scab Skins, which is never what you want to see. But yeah, I think going first makes sense. It looks like Connor is going to fire an item off the top before going to his turn.
Yeah, so this is pretty powerful, getting to, do a boom grenade off the top. It's unlikely that the boom grenade is going to hit, but, you get a counter on your gun for free. And I think that Connor told me that he doesn't feel the need to necessarily play out all the boom grenades. And this was like kind of in line with the prismatic lens theory, where it's like you want to present the boom grenades as pressure, but you want to also have a game plan that doesn't specifically revolve around the boom grenades having to hit.
That makes sense. I think there's a lot you can do with them. Obviously, the best time to hit them is when you just swing like a 1-for-4 boost, and the second top card of your deck just happens to be a boom grenade, and you sneak in damage. There's a lot you can do to set them up and guarantee that you're going to leak damage, but I agree you want to have other ways to combat fatigue and leak through bursts, because the boom grenades can be kind of unreliable.
Yeah, so it looks like his hand is double twin drive, double blue zipper hit. Or is that a red zipper? No, it's a blue zipper hit.
I think it's a max V and a twin drive.
Oh, max V. So he's choosing not to boost this.
We don't know what the top of his deck is. It could be something powerful, or possibly a tome where if he boosted it, he wouldn't get go again anyway.
Yeah.
Or maybe just a power card that he's not willing to give up.
Yeah, and so this is already a departure kind of from the play style that we had seen before. So he had a zipper hit, red zipper hit on top of his deck. I think probably wanted to save the zipper hit so that he could potentially go into like a zipper hit in like 5-5-10.
A 1 again? Oh no, Dexter is not.
Are we going to break the gambler's gloves?
He's thinking about. It looks like he's just passing, maybe.
Yeah, choosing just to pass.
Wow. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that from Connor's side, really, he saw Twin Drive and Max V together, and his hand last turn couldn't functionally play them, so he just wanted to hang on to them. He's seen Dexter's deck list, so he knows the plan is Fatigue, and those two cards go really well together to leak damage.
Yeah. I think drawing the high octane is a little bit awkward.
It's not ideal at this point in the game with only one counter on your gun, but hopefully he can just park it in Arsenal. He doesn't have enough resources, so he might have to just pitch it away, which is not the end of the world. Obviously, it's a red, so not the best for pitching. But if he just goes Twin Drive and Zipper Hit off the blue, he can hopefully Foundry Heart to get 2 resources for the Max V.
Yep.
Dexter is blocking 3, and Connor's thinking in reactions here. With Dash IO, of course, you can play at instant speed. There's always a chance this top card is a boom grenade or just some other item you want to fire off.
Oh, no. It's just...
If it were to be a boom grenade, Connor would be faced with an interesting choice here where he's already committed his twin drive to play, and he doesn't have enough resources to play an item with Dash's ability and still max V. So he would have to make a choice. Playing a boom grenade seems reasonable, though. You're leaking a lot of damage by doing that.
Well, you have to think that Dexter must have a defense reaction set. Otherwise, he wouldn't have, chosen to.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Wouldn't have chosen to just pass the turn. Like maybe would have wanted to push, and then to try to get some defenses up.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see what Dexter's heuristics are in this matchup. I think that sometimes the Rhinars will use their whole hand to just throw damage at you and constantly pressure your life total if you leave them with cards so you're not able to set up. But then it's really interesting. Obviously, there are these non-attack actions like Arc Smash and Warmongers to try to disrupt the dash. But I do think some players go with a never attack heuristic to not give the Crown of Providence a chance to sink and make the Dash's offensive hands better. I kind of doubt that that'll be Dexter's plan to just never attack, but I have seen it before.
Yeah, so Connor is deciding to activate the Foundry Heart. Ooh, and that was, I think, a big choice in banishing away the Convection Amplifier. I think he has 2.
He does have a second one on the list.
Yeah, so pushing 10.
And Connor doesn't know it, but we have...
Interestingly enough, Dexter didn't want to commit the Scowling Flesh Bag to the turn. And it's because he had the blocks ready. So it took 4 damage chip. But Connor loses a Convection Amplifier. Convection Amplifier is like really pretty big on I think, trying to land boom grenades.
Yeah, do you think if he only had 1 Convection in his list, he would have been willing to Foundry Heart it away there, or would have just stopped?
So one thing that you can do as the Dash IO player is you can let, so Dexter had already let, 4 damage through. You could just, play the Convection Amplifier off of the top and then, attack it with your gun for 2 and see and just try to get in some chip. Leave your max V. But that being said, Dexter had the Arc Smash in his hand, so, could have also just, played for Arc Smash, which I think is probably why he kept the Gambler's Gloves.
That makes sense. I think keeping Gambler's Gloves for that is really heads up. As the Dash AO, you have to play differently because Rhinar is one of the only heroes that can destroy your items on demand like that.
Yeah, and so Connor's hand was a little bit awkward, had 2 boom grenades in it. Yeah, I think he needs to find a way to either get rid of this boom grenade.
Yellow. Yep.
And it looks like this time around, Dexter's hand does not have anything that really disrupts what Connor's doing, but he is going to just go for some damage, it looks like.
Yeah, barraging beatdowns, very strong into Dash IO. Dash IO doesn't really want to be blocking 2 cards most of the time.
Yeah, and they also have items in the deck, so if you intimidate a couple of times, you can... Oh, Dexter...
Yeah, putting out the wrong card. Meant to put out the red card, pitching the yellow instead, put out the yellow card.
Got it all sorted out. But yeah, Dash IO has items in the deck, so if you intimidate away their blocking cards, sometimes they have 3 cards like this, but straight up can't block with 2 of them.
Yeah, and Connor's thinking about the Crown of Providence. Did he intimidate away the boom grenade? That would be a little bit awkward. I think Connor wants to probably throw away the boom grenade.
Crowning the card.
It looks like that's what he's thinking. I'm not sure what his intimidated card is, but that's a tome off the top.
Yeah, so tome is pretty strong. So he's going to be taking 8 or 9 on the turn. Oh, sorry, 9 minus 2, 7. Going to 29.
Connor is down on life here.
Connor has a huge turn this turn because he has access to the Tome of Findel, but Dexter does have access to what's it called? To Scowling Flesh Bag, so
yeah, Scowling Flesh Bag just looming in play there is really interesting. Constantly able to help you shut down a turn that gets too big to manage. I wonder if we'll see at this turn, especially with a red boom grenade in play, it's possible that it's worth it to just ship one of those boost attacks into the banish zone if you can't cover them all up.
Yeah.
Looks like Connor is getting ready to lead off with a red throttle, pitching away his blue, boosting a blue payload. That's another card of note in his list that we did not see in Melbourne.
Yeah,
it looks like it's just a one of, but maybe just like a way to leak boom grenade damage through once all of the opponent's armor is gone.
Yep. Ooh, he has Dexter has a that all you got. So if Connor chooses to break the chain after attacking with with gun or something, it could be pretty tough. Connor has a choice now of whether or not he wants to play the Toma Findall.
Yeah, he has not played... Oh, that's an item off the top. So he now has the extra action point to safely play Tome without having to commit his Achilles or risk ending the turn.
Yeah, but unfortunately doesn't have the resource now to play Tome.
That's interesting. Do you think that he will... Is his hand just Tome plus Sprocket Rocket?
Yeah, it's just Tome and Sprocket Rocket. This is, I think, an argument for leading off with Sprocket Rocket.
Yeah, you're good. Yep.
Being able to Foundry Heart and then try to get an extra resource so that you'll have an extra resource floating. If you lead with the throttle, then you don't. But now you have to pitch the Sprocket Rocket to Tome.
It is kind of a rough spot for him either way. This way, he guaranteed gets his action point back. The other way, he would have hit the red protocol on Sprocket Rocket, so it would have been a 4 break point, which is quite difficult for Dexter to block right now if he doesn't have a D-React. Connor doesn't know for sure whether that card in Arsenal is a defense reaction or not, but Dexter has no 1 breakpoint armor except for his tunic, which he probably doesn't want to use.
Yeah, here Connor has access to a couple of lines. He can use his red protocol to get back an attack and either throw like a red zipper hit, or he can throw like with his pulse wave harpoon, or he can throw a like a throttle if he wants to use Technical Foundry Heart and he hits 2 resources.
Yeah.
Either way is burning a lot of cards from his hand, or from his deck.
Dexter still has 2 blocking cards available.
Oh, sorry, I'm wrong. I'm just completely wrong. He has to pay 2 resources to activate the protocol. So I don't believe Connor has a 0-cost red boost attack in his graveyard.
I don't think so either, so it's possible he's just not going to be able to use the protocol this turn. He is choosing to boost, leaving 1 floating, so still has the ability to go up to 2 with Foundry Heart.
Show you 2 cards? No.
Technical Foundry Heart, obviously a very powerful card, giving you access to 1 additional resource a turn, but it does require that you flip 2 mech cards off the top, so if you were to hit a Toma Fiendel, it would net you 0 extra resources. That is a D-React in Dexter's arsenal, covering up the 4 break
It's
point.
interesting that he showed him that all you got. I think because he doesn't want to... I'm not sure. I think you just show him the Warmonger's diplomacy, right?
That's a really interesting choice. I think that drawing cards for Dexter doesn't really matter unless they're specific cards. He doesn't care as much about threatening damage. He wants to, of course, use his cards to threaten damage when he's left with extra, but I think that in this case, he doesn't have a Crown of Providence to turn his arsenal into a blocking card at any point, so he's basically just saying he doesn't really value drawing a random card off the top, and he'd rather keep the Warmonger's secret to try to catch Connor off guard and basically buy himself a turn when he has a higher chance to draw into something like Arg Smash, or actually I think he only has 1 Arg Smash, which we already saw in this game, but maybe something like a Command and Conquer.
So this breaks the chain.
Yeah, so the last card is a Twin Drive.
Just boosting once on this Twin Drive makes sense. Doesn't want to burn an extra card for no reason. Dexter is choosing to block with the Warmongers, and now just has that all you got that we know about.
I'm actually really surprised that Connor chose to boost there. I think like you get to pressure the card, but
if he doesn't boost, he gets to keep the gun counter. He is vulnerable to 1 card Warmonger's play.
I'm going to do something before. Okay, I'll move to end. Yep.
And then Connor is basically saying, Dexter, before you end your turn, I might crack my backup protocol red. I also theoretically could play an item off the top using Dash's ability.
Yep.
That works once per turn on your opponent's turn and your own turn. So just pitching a yellow to swap into a red card of his choice. He's considering his options and grabbing back a max V. That's exciting.
Yeah, so this is probably looking like a setup.
I think so too, like a setup turn to just park the max V in Arsenal and try to fire it off next turn if possible.
Yeah, it looks like he has drawn his last Twin Drive. I think he's played 2 already so far, right?
I think so too, so it's possible he's just going to IP the Twin Drive again like he did before just to try to fire it off with the max V next turn.
Yeah.
Also, when we say IP, that's shorthand for intellect penalty, basically just saying hold a card in your hand at the end of the turn and only draw up to 3 instead of 4. Heist coming in for 5. Does have the on-hit effect if Connor has boosted away any items to go and snatch them back.
Does Connor have any items in his banish zone?
I don't know. That is always a question.
Oh,
you have to
he has a
ask.
Tekla core, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, that he boosted away or Foundry Hearted.
Yeah.
So this does have a real on-hit. Dexter is just covering it up with a D-React plus his last Scabskins block. And then Gun coming in for 2. He's just going to park one of these cards in Arsenal and try to set up for a big Max V next turn.
Yeah.
It is interesting that this time Dexter knows the Max V is hanging out in hand, so he kind of has an idea what's up.
Yeah, one of the awkward parts of this deck, I think, for Dash that is when you set up these turns and you get to Max V, I think just playing Max V isn't really enough to try to win. Like, you need to have like Max V with an item, or sorry, with a boom grenade.
I think, yeah, combining the two is incredibly good. Back to Dexter's turn. This is the first Command and Conquer. Obviously, bread and butter disruption card. Connor's Crown of Providence is gone, so he has to either commit 2 cards to blocking or lose his arsenal. It looks like he put the Twin Drive in arsenal. This is pretty rough for him. He can block 2 cards, take another setup turn, and hope Dexter doesn't draw anything disruptive off the top.
Yeah.
It looks like he has 2 vanilla boost cards in his hand, I think, as well as a backup protocol red.
Yeah, you have the 0 to 60 and the zipper hit. I think his hand is mostly red.
Is that a backup protocol? Yeah, it is red, yeah. So he's going to block 6 here, it looks like, and then maybe just play the backup on his turn, no crank, and give himself the opportunity to, next turn, spend 2 resources to find a red of his choice that could make it a little smoother to play the Max V.
Yeah, I think Connor's really looking for an opportunity to try to like play a Tekla core. A lot of these turns kind of get choked on resources, and so without a Tekla core in play, you know, it's really hard to make like all the plays that you would want.
Yeah, Dash.io clearly playing against a fatigue strategy here. Connor knows that. It's face up. And when that's the case, you want to, as much as possible, try to stack all of your value into one turn or, you know, a couple big power turns, basically. And so cards like Teklo Core are really good at that, carrying resources over to future turns when you can try to go bigger and burst more. We see that a lot with Teklo Pounder in Boost Dash. I guess it's not really the case anymore, but there used to be like the Blitz Boost Dash deck that couldn't, sideboarding didn't exist in Blitz, so you'd have to play Pounder and try to set up huge turns to leak enough to beat Fatigue.
Yeah. And so Connor might have caught a break in the sense that Dexter doesn't really have either a piece of disruption, nor does he have a defense reaction. So he's just going to be threatening damage. Gets an extra action point.
Not a 1 this time. That's nice for Dexter. And even though he is trying to fatigue in this game, he's up on life right now. Connor's been taking a lot of time off to set up, so he does have to. Connor has to be careful. If he gives Dexter too much time, he could just die to the Rhinar's attacks.
Savage Feast?
Yeah, Savage Feast, a great opener. He's going to be able to swing the claws with Go again.
Savage Feast?
Savage Feast and another Savage Feast, sandwiching the Savage Feats logo on the board. Love to see it.
Yep.
Intimidating one of the cards from Connor's hand and drawing, so he's down to 1 action point, 6 coming in. Savage Feast is a pretty strong card when you have the extra action point. It is a 1 for 6 and just recycles the card in your hand as well as intimidating your opponent.
Yeah, gonna be able, so Dexter is gonna be able to either go Claw, Arsenal, the Alpha Rampage, or I think probably the better line is to just use the Tunic to Alpha Rampage so you clear your arsenal for a defense reaction.
That makes sense to me. Definitely sending 1 Mandible Claw either way. I think I agree with you. Just sending it now and keeping your arsenal clean. That Scowling Flesh Bag is still just looming at the top of Dexter's arena there, ready to be used maybe to stop a Max V turn or on a Boom Grenade turn when there are just too many attacks in hand to block. I'm really curious to see where that gets used in this game because I think it's one of the most important parts of the match from Rhinar's side.
Oh, so not exactly the same. Doesn't decide to. So he decides to preserve the Tuna counter. So the Tuna counter and do 2 less damage, but I think that's an okay trade because he does have Oasis Respites in his deck.
That makes sense. Yeah, the Respites are very taxing if you don't have the Tunic resource available to pay for them. If you draw 2 at once, it can be really bad.
Yeah, and Connor, I think, has given up on this Max V. You know, I think the setup is too difficult while Dexter has access to the Scowling Flesh Bag. So he's probably just looking to push, you know, the Pulse Wave Harpoon and maybe get back a... Oh, he can't actually... He has all reds again.
Yeah, so choosing to boost here, all reds, unfortunately. It is 4 go again with no floating. And I guess he's just going to be shooting the gun after this.
Yeah.
It's looking rough from Connor's spot. Dexter is still at 34 and pressuring enough damage that Connor's having to block. Obviously, his hand was unfortunate. It was all reds, but he had to block with some key cards. And this is like the spot you really don't want to be in as the Dash IO, where fatigue is being threatened, but your life total is under a lot of pressure as well.
Yeah. And I'm not sure how many cards Connor ended up submitting for the matchup, but this is, you know, one of the dangers that you run into where you end up not having enough, you know, resource cards. The deck is already kind of lean on resource cards, and you add in the cards like the Layawaste that cost 2. You know, it just opens you up to drawing some hands that don't line up the best.
I've found that as well when I was playing the deck throughout the week. There are a lot of yellows, which is helpful, but it can be rough. There are definitely resource light hands. Unfortunately, another CNC with no Crown of Providence in play. I think he might be fetching a red card off backup protocol just to block with. Maybe he has too many items in his hand.
Yeah, or block 2 cards, play the 0 to 60.
We see...
Oh yeah, so he has a Tekla core. So this is kind of like the moment that he's been waiting for, where he can finally set up the backup protocol with the Tekla core.
Stick 2 counters on his gun and hope for maybe a high octane turn soon once he gets a couple more counters. Oh, he's got an item on top.
Oh, yeah, that's actually better than having a backup protocol in play, I believe.
It's comparable, yeah. Backup protocol in theory is like +1 if you can pay 2 resources to get a card out of it, and then if Boom Grenade connects, it's 2 damage. But Boom Grenade has a higher ceiling of just like leaking stuff through to your opponent.
So Connor has found the high octane. There's an optical monocle.
I don't think we've seen a Blood Rush Bellow yet from Dexter's side. I'm curious to see if he ever fires one of those off and maybe just...
Yeah, I think he pitched one earlier.
Okay, yeah. Intimidating with another beatdown. I think this is a red beatdown, so +4 if Connor doesn't block with 2 cards.
Connor is probably not that interested in blocking this turn.
That is going to be a big swing big for 12.
And Dexter gets to keep the defense reaction in his hand to like really counteract Connor's next turn.
Connor does have the option to block with both of these cards plus this Foundry Heart and get a Quicken if he wants to, which can be nice with several counters on the Symbiosis shot.
I didn't.
It looks like he is lining up the block with 2 cards. I'll be curious to see whether he goes for the Quicken.
Got no extra points left, right? Correct.
Yep, that's what we're going to do. So barraging +4 is turned off because there are 2 cards from hand blocking, and that is a Quicken on Connor's side. What is his last card in hand?
He has an optical monocle and high octane.
Okay. High octane, maybe getting set up in Arsenal. He is going to get 2 free resources from the Tekla core at the start of this turn. There's a little bit of pressure to make something happen this turn because of the Boom Grenade in play, but it is a blue boom. I think it's more likely we'll see him just let it go and try to set up for a huge high octane turn soon. From Dexter's side, we have multiple defense reactions.
Yeah, I wonder what the right play is. So like you could, for example, play the Twin Drive this turn, and you go Twin Drive, maybe boost, maybe don't. You just go Twin Drive for 5. Probably Twin Drive boost now that he's attacked with a pistol first. So he's attacking for pistol go again. You could go like Twin Drive boost, play Optical Monocle, set high octane.
Yeah, there's a tricky balance here because you want to combine the Twin Drive with the high octane if possible, but you don't have other boost cards in your hand to fire off high octane right now, and if you just do nothing with your resources, your life is getting lower and lower. Connor doesn't know it, but Dexter doesn't actually have a very powerful 4-card hand here. He's got 2 Fate Foreseens and a Respite. So if Connor does just take a setup turn and pass back, he's not going to be under too much pressure from the Rhinar.
Can Connor find the line of where you just play Optical Monocle and pass?
We'll see if he... It looks like that's what he's leaning toward, maybe. The card is outstretched from his hand, and he's doing it. So gun goes up to 4. This is a really nice setup for the high octane turn. He's got Red Boom Grenade in play, so hopefully he can get a lot of attack action cards with clean breakpoints, and then also fire off that gun 4 or 5 times next turn.
Yeah, and this is kind of like the dream setup where you have a boom grenade in play, a Teklo core, you have the optical monocle, you have the high octane. He has 2 Tome of Findals in his hand.
That is fascinating. If he does find a boost card on top,
he has 5 looks to look for a boost card.
True, yeah, and then as long as he draws 1, he can just go bananas with these tomes and keep it going.
Yeah.
This is exciting. Dexter is just swinging the claw with that 1 blue and hanging on to the 3 defensive cards we know about.
Yeah, so wonder if Dexter Scowling Fleshbag is one of the tomes, that would be pretty massive.
Boom Grenade takes down, the other one dies, and we will have to see how Connor starts his turn. Does he have a card on top that he wants to draw already, or is he going to try to opt?
Start here.
Looks like he's opting. Teklo Core as well, giving 2 resources, which is really nice on a turn like this, where you're basically playing a card like High Octane that gets better the more cards you have. Every single time you boost, it gives you an extra action point. So having something in play like Teklo Core to give you extra resources means you maybe have to pitch 1 less blue, and that can turn into a red card that you boost. Very nice.
Yeah, so he's found the boost card, I believe. Oh, no, he's found a Spark of Genius.
Interesting. Spark can turn into a boost card if he just fetches a protocol. I'll be curious to see if he just... maybe he's
no, he has a boost card in his arsenal. It's the Twin Drive.
And that is a fantastic boost card to have on this kind of turn. You boost it twice. High Octane gives you 2 extra action points, so already up to 3. That is enough to fire off both tomes and then keep building your turn from there.
Yeah, and he has the Spark of Genius as well. So pretty much finding the dream turn, being able to play all of his power cards.
Yeah, this is wonderful for Connor. From Dexter's side, we do have a very strong defending hand.
Cards in hand? 3 cards.
Respite plus 2 4-blocks and a 3-block. He has access to the Flesh Bag, and his Scab Skins is used up, though, so not a lot of armor break points. It's tough to block 5s with Boom Grenade like this. Maybe he's going to block Flesh Bag plus 3-block, or he could commit his Tunic if he wants to. He could go Tunic plus Respite. He has options, but none of them are super clean.
Yeah, you're super incentivized, though, I think, to block the Flesh Bag, not only for the fact that, Connor's on his, big turn, but also for the fact that, he's coming in for a 5-power attack, so...
Yeah,
most efficient block, you block 2 and 3.
I agree. If you value your Tunic, it's the only way to efficiently block, and High Octane plus Red Boom Grenade, I think, is enough to be pretty happy giving up your Flesh Bag. I haven't played it from the Rhinar side. I will... Yep, that looks like what Dexter is doing, so it is time to Intimidate.
Yeah, so Connor probably wants the Spark of Genius to get intimidated out.
Looks like he held on to... I don't know what the second card is. So one of the tomes was intimidated. He keeps Spark and the tome. I think all 3 of these cards are quite powerful on this turn.
Yeah.
Honestly, he's pretty okay with any outcome. So it looks like maybe he's about to play an item with Dash. That is a Convection Amplifier. That can be really nice on these kinds of turns with Red Boom Grenade to force Dexter not to block something, like in this case, a 6-power.
Yeah, but Dexter has a D-React set, right? He has a D-React set and then a D-React in his hand.
In that case, there is pretty much no card that could force through an on-hit except Max V.
Yeah.
Action and it has go again. Okay.
And then just double-checking action point math. Symbiosis Shot is up to 5. Dexter has 3 action points. As long as he can draw into just some more cheap boost cards, he has a crazy ceiling on this turn.
Yeah, so he has the Max V in his graveyard, so if he has enough resources, he can, Spark a Genius for a red protocol and get it back.
Yeah. So boosting away, or not boosting, but banishing away 2 mech cards with the Foundry Heart, gaining a free resource, and he is going to lead with the Spark of Genius instead of the Tome.
Okay.
Searching for some sort of item.
In action, has go again.
Yep, backup protocol red, like you said. He can crank this to get the action point back from the Spark, and then wants to see what he draws off the top from the Spark effect because he has boosted this turn. What do you think we're going to see him get back with the backup protocol?
I mean, it has to be looking for like a Max V, right?
It could be a Max V.
So you can dominate the Max V with the Goliath Gauntlet.
Yeah, as long as he draws enough resources to do it all and a boost card, I would not be surprised by that.
Yeah, because he still has the Tome of Fendal available to him.
It is also possible that we just see him get back Twin Drive if Max V is not possible this
So
turn.
he's drawn another Spark of Genius.
Oh my goodness.
So we can keep training these. Spark of Genius for a blue protocol actually nets him a resource in this situation.
Yeah, that could be quite possibly the best option. We're going to get a lot of information right here, see what we draw with Tome. That is a red throttle. Is that a Max V?
Yeah, and a Max V.
So, yeah, I think...
Can he Max V twice this turn?
So
if he sparks for blue protocol and draws a blue,
yeah,
then he gets access. He has 4 or 5 resources. No, it's not enough.
So he needs 6 more basically to play Max V, and then he needs 8 if he wants to also pop the red protocol to get like another boost card. This is assuming okay. I should rephrase that because part of the 6 is popping the blue protocol. So he really only needs 4 resources. If he plays Spark, fetches blue protocol, draws a card blind, and then pitches that card to pop the blue protocol, get a blue back. As long as the card he draws pitches for more than red, I think he should be okay.
Yeah.
But then if he wants to also pop his red protocol, it might not, the Max V play might not work out.
This is like every
Yeah, yeah.
every big turn dash, you're like, what did I do this turn? What did I not do?
Two actions left. Two boosts so far.
Yeah, the safe line I think is to just red protocol for
Okay.
like you could just red protocol for a 0 to 60, but I don't know. I think sparking for a blue protocol is not too bad.
It's also quite possible he wants to just spark for a boom grenade here if he knows he's going to be able to dominate Max V and connect it, just get a red boom and leak more damage.
Yeah, but you need to draw like a yellow or a blue.
You would need to, yeah. I think with that play you would need.
Is that an action?
What would he? Oh, he's just pitching spark away. Okay, so he's not doing what we talked about. It looks like he's just fetching something back. The red 0 right away.
Yeah, so this is like the guaranteed line. You're guaranteed to get a 0 to 60 off, or sorry, the Max V off.
Yeah, yeah.
Signal blocks. I like to react.
Yep. Yep.
Great.
And then Dexter's covering it up with the D-React.
Oh, but he has the Oasis Respite in his hand, so if he has a D-React, he can actually block 12.
That is true. Do we know that he has a D-React in his arsenal?
I thought so because he had an empty arsenal and then he drew that hand that just like was all D-Reacts.
So let's see what Connor does. He is popping the gauntlet, so it's going to be for 12. If Dexter has Sink Below or Favor Stein in his arsenal, this will get covered up, which is kind of insane.
It's going to be so gross for the Dash.io player. Normally, you would think that dominating 12, you're home free, but Dexter's like, I have other plans.
Regardless, he is still going to get some damage in with the Symbiosis shot. But yeah, if that is a D-React in Arsenal, that is such a blowout in this case.
So you take 12 in total.
Think.
Oh. And he's going to Tunic Respite. This is just crushing.
Yeah.
All right. So then
have.
Sorry, I should have.
Yikes.
Yeah, just have the Stone Perfects. Oh. That has to be a really disappointing moment for Connor just because you spent the whole turn so far building up to this like massive turn, and he's still able to, get in some chip damage, getting in a 4. But as the Dash.io, you've dedicated so many resources in your deck to trying to push through this Max V just for it to get stuffed.
Yeah, that's brutal. Connor's going to get his Intimidated card back. We know it's a Tome of Fyendal. That's going to be put in the arsenal. Choosing how to order his pitch, and unfortunately for him, this red boom grenade is going to go away at the start of his next turn.
Yeah, could this turn, if not, I think the MVP of this turn was the Scowling Flesh Bag. Just like being able to take away the second Tome of Fyendal. Like if Connor's able to play Tome of Fyendal twice, like for sure, like he's getting through. There's just like too many numbers going on.
Yeah, that Scowling Flesh Bag is so powerful in a matchup like this, where basically the Dash.io, in order to win, has to set up these huge turns that like really synergize and scale with more cards, and just being able to take one of those cards away on demand is very strong.
Yeah.
Looks like we are maybe at the so we're at the start of Connor's turn. Boom Grenade's going away, and as always, he has a lot of options, especially with optical in play. He can always opt away the top card of his deck if he doesn't like it. Looks like his hand has a lot of blues.
Do you know how many boom grenades Connor has gone through?
Roughly.
I think roughly like 4 or 5.
4 or 5, maybe 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I'm not sure. We can try to catch a glimpse here. Looking at that's 2. Looks like just 3 in the yard, I think, and then I'm not sure how many in the banish zone. Maybe it was 4 in the yard and I missed one.
Yeah. So obviously, emotionally, it's very crushing to have your big turn get stuffed. However, I have seen dashes pull out crazy finishes even when the opponent is at around 20. So if Connor is able to chip like a couple of points of damage coming up, he still has a lot of counters left on his gun. And so another high octane could represent a ton of damage, especially with the Tome of Findall that is arsenaled.
Yeah, high octane could be big. He's not out of max Vs and boom grenades. There's still 1 counter on the convection amplifier for maybe some like late game setup play.
Yeah.
He has a lot of resources still at his disposal to find a way to take Dexter from 25 to 0. On Dexter's side, we see That All You Got in hand, as well as Command and Conquer. And is that a Warmonger's hiding at the back or some other random?
No, I think it's a high roller.
Ah, okay. I think I see the high roller. I think there's a blue card at the back that maybe is a Warmonger's. I think it's possible he's got CNC and Warmongers in one hand, which kind of work well together. If you manage to keep both, you can fire off Warmongers to buy space, and then CNC, and then potentially even deal more damage on the CNC turn if you get another action point.
Yeah, choosing to attack for 2, but Dexter has the That All You Got.
He draws a card from that, and Connor's just going to pass turn, not wanting to spend too many resources here. Just like, oh, that's a high octane. That's nice for him. He's just kind of trying to play it slow and set up.
Yep.
Back to Dexter's turn. He's got options. He can fire off Warmongers. He can just send CNC.
Intimidate?
Starting with an Intimidate. That makes sense. He can.
Yeah, Intimidate is pretty big. Like, if Connor's left, let's say, with the high octane in your hand, and then you're getting attacked with a CNC, like, you're pretty incentivized to block.
Yeah. Based on the fact that he played Intimidate, yeah, it makes sense that he's just going to fire off CNC. Hopefully for Connor,
Yeah,
he has...
What is that last card in his hand?
Oh, yeah, I think just a... That's all good. I think it's a payload.
No. In Dexter's hand.
I believe that's the Warmongers.
Warmongers? Okay, so Warmongers is going to be also like a great card to play after the dash kind of sets up. So there's some tells that dash kind of gives to people who are, you know, if you're trying to pay attention. There are some tells that dash is given that this is their go turn. Mostly when they try to go for a Teklo core, and then they, you know, like pass without doing a lot of damage, then you know, like the dash is like kind of set up to go. And so when Connor plays his next Tekla core, if Dexter just comes in with a Warmongers, that would be tremendous in shutting down a lot of the damage. Or like this, when you have like boom grenades set up, like you know that the dash is gearing up.
Yeah, and we still have 1 CNC left in Dexter's deck, which is, I think, the most powerful follow-up to Warmongers if you're not yet threatening lethal on the dash, because they have to just take like another setup turn, keep holding their power cards in hand, and then you force them to either lose their arsenal or block with those power cards.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what's happening here. Some cards were stripped from Connor, so he's just playing an item and passing. Dexter has some options. He has E-Strike, which is guaranteed go again. That's a nice way to pressure damage without having to rely on the scabs. And then he can choose whether he wants to try to present more attacks after that and or play Warmongers.
So Connor has maximum velocity. Is that a blue zipper hit? I think that's a red zipper hit. I think Connor's hand's all reds again.
Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, that's a blue zipper hit.
No, it's a blue zipper hit.
That's
okay,
nice.
So we are okay, but if Dexter ends the turn, if Connor goes no blocks, and Dexter ends the turn on a Warmongers, that could be devastating.
Yeah, Connor needs to have a 1 undisrupted turn to close this out. High Octane plus Max V could be a huge turn with this yellow boom in play as well, if he can find enough boost cards to do it. It seems hard, though. He's out of Twin Drives. He only has 1 resource card in his hand right now with no Teklo core, and basically just like the fact that he also has a boom grenade in his hand means it seems like he'd be really hard pressed to find enough resources plus boost cards to play Max V.
Yeah, I think you just have to call peace here, right? Like call peace and then
play this boom grenade, do a little more setup, and just hope you don't get punished by a CNC. He's also at 14, so if Dexter were to fire off a Blood Rush at any point, that could just threaten lethal immediately.
Yeah.
Connor's thinking hard here. He has a plan versus Fatigue. We've seen him time and time again kind of set up to execute it and then keep getting these like plays from Dexter that make it awkward for him and kind of get in his way.
Yeah, Dexter always has kind of like the perfect response. So it's like, yeah, like against people who are just trying to block you out, sure, like maybe if I'm playing a lot of defense reactions, like you would be able to push the maximum velocity for 12 through with Dominate. But because I have decided to put Oasis Respite in my deck, I have my Tunic on 3, I have the perfect counter to kind of your setup plan. And it's just like, it's whether or not you can, whether or not you have prepared these options in deck building that are coming to fruition. And so I think it's a little bit frustrating as the Dash player when you're setting up to get its stuff, but there's still, you know, one more chance. I think that Connor is probably naming Peace. Oh, he named, he's a name War? Okay.
Looks like he did say War. Yeah, all game he keeps getting these plays on Dexter's turn, like Warmonger's CNC, that cause Connor to kind of have to pass. It feels good to finally get that 5-card hand where he can push, and the fact that when he got that, it just kind of got stuffed by those defense reactions. Hopefully he gets that one more time where he can finally leak through a ton of damage with a Boom Grenade and also high-octane gunshots.
Yeah, so choosing to throw a zipper hit for 3 instead of playing the red Boom Grenade.
He has to constantly balance trying to set up enough that he can leak 25, but also stripping enough cards from Dexter that he doesn't just die.
Yeah.
The fact that there's a yellow boom in play means Dexter definitely needs to block here. So Connor's just kind of walking the tightrope. That red boom grenade is going to the bottom, so I mean that can be used later to maybe flash in on a 4-break point and leak a final bit of damage. We're going to have to see. It looks like we're back to Dexter's turn here. He, I think, has a Blood Rush Bellow in hand. Yeah, Blood Rush Bellow, hold the line, and a Wrecker Rump.
Yeah, so Blood Rush Bellow is going to be huge to kind of pressure Connor's remaining life total.
So true. So true.
We saw Dexter kind of in agony there, trying to decide basically whether he wants to fire off Blood Rush or just set that hold the line in Arsenal and continue kind of just sticking to his fatigue plan, being really disciplined.
Yeah, I think Dexter thought that he had the opening to play the Blood Rush Bellow, but Connor reminded him, no, he is also under war.
Yes, this is true. So in this case, just has to set that blue D-react in Arsenal.
Yeah, but it's going to be a very good D-react into Connor's turn because Connor's going to be looking to play the Toma Findall with the high octane, so it's going to turn the hold the line on.
I'm going to be so sad if we once again get a dominated max V and then this hold the line stops it.
Yeah. Well, it looks like we are getting set up for such a play right now, meaning that Connor is setting up for the maximum velocity. He has a 0 to 60 in his hand, so he's able to boost. It looks like he's okay with the top card of his deck.
Yep, he's drawing into it. Looks like another Hyper Scrapper, so just lots of resources. So now he just needs the boost cards off of Tome.
Yep.
Which this is enough resources. If he can fire off the 0 to 60, use the extra action point to play Tome from Arsenal, and then draw into basically any boost cards that cost total 3 or less, assuming that Foundry Heart connects, then he'll be good to go. He also has access to that Achilles Accelerator in the corner that at any time could represent an extra gunshot or kind of a get-me-out-of-jail-free card.
Yeah.
If you ever boost a Tome or something like that, it just replaces your action point. Obviously, on a turn like this, you have plenty of action points already with High Octane, but it is possible that if we see Dexter's whole hand committed to blocking here, that Connor would just pop the Achilles at the end if he still has gun counters, just to unload when he knows it's not going to get blocked.
Connor's played how many? He's played 1 Tome so far, so he has 1 more Tome in his deck.
I am not positive, but I think that might be right. I don't think we've seen any go to the Banish Zone.
Yeah.
Looks like 1 damage is connecting on the 0 to 60. No Boom Grenade in play on this turn, which is unfortunate. Last turn, he had to just pass because of the Warmongers when there was a Boom Grenade active.
Okay.
Firing off the Tome. Here we go. Hopefully for Connor, he can find a Boom Grenade off the top. That would be really nice. By the time he gets to his max V, he is going to cycle through the top of his deck a lot, and I think that draws exactly what he needed. It is a blue 0-60, which is not ideal, but that is another... Oh, it's not a boost card. It's a Teklo Core. That is not what he needed. So in order to play max V, he has...
No, he can play the blue. He can play the blue 0-60.
Yeah, but he only has... That's his only boost card in hand, and I think he's only boosted once this turn, so he would have to find a backup protocol off the top to be able to boost a third time for max V.
Does he not have 2 0-60s? I thought he had a red 0-60 at the beginning.
That's the one he played and boosted, but that was his only boost attack.
Oh, so yeah, he actually cannot play the... Oh, that's tough.
A red backup protocol would do it if he ever finds one of those, because he can play 0-60 for free and then has plenty of resources.
That's true. He does have a lot of looks.
Even blue backup protocol would be enough. Ideally, it's red so that you can leak more damage.
Connor did pitch a red backup protocol kind of early on.
But this Boom Grenade off the top.
Play a Boom Grenade off the top.
This means that max V is definitely not happening this turn. Hyper Scrapper and Teklo Core are really not what you want to see in this hand.
So one thing that Connor can do is he can play a Hyper Scrapper for 8 with Dominate.
That's true. That's big. You can try to connect this Boom Grenade. Do we know what Dexter's arsenal is right now? I think it's the Hold the Line, right?
Yeah, it's the Hold the Line. So the Hold the Line's up for 5, which conveniently adds with 3 to make 8.
That's so unfortunate.
I know.
All right, so spending one of those action points to fire off the gun. It is all the way up to 6 right now. This is disappointing to see. Connor is spending his last high octane, but only has 2 total boost cards, and one of them is blue, so not going to be able to unload all these gun counters this turn. Hopefully, for him, he can find some other way to leak damage. I really think that the Hyper Scrapper Dominate play is not going to be enough, because like you said, the Hold the Line's 5 extra from Arsenal. Not finding a boost card to play max V is just really unfortunate.
Yeah, but he can do it for 9.
Oh. Oh, wait, but Tunic.
Yeah, so Dexter is going to have to commit the Tunic.
Sure.
Wow. Dexter just has all the answers in this game. So shuffling through the graveyard, he has to find 7 items to banish. X equals 7. For anyone who doesn't know, Hyper Scrapper is basically a 0 for 2, but the cost is not 0, it's X, and you can banish X items from your graveyard to give it plus X. It also has synergy with Hyper Drivers, but those are not in the Dash.io deck.
Yep.
It's just playing this as like a late game, banish my graveyard, pitch a ton of blues, send in 1 big dominated attack. Hyper Scrapper is kind of punishing Connor on this turn, like having this card in the deck instead of, for example, a blue boost card. It's good in a lot of situations, but in this spot, it is really rough because I think he'd much rather be playing a max V on this turn.
Yeah, not like getting attack dominating with the max V is definitely big. Dude, Dexter also has an Oasis Respite in his hand.
Not again. Oh my goodness.
Oh, so he doesn't even have to. He can just Oasis Respite and hold the line. That's 9.
Wow.
Oh, Dexter was well prepared, I think, for this matchup.
He did, to his credit, put a lot of tech cards in and respected Dash.io in his deck list. He has drawn those tech cards at great opportune times in this game, but yeah, couldn't have done it without choosing to put them in the deck list. He came prepared.
Yeah, so now the Hyper Scrapper is coming in for 9, Dominate.
9 dominates.
And, oh.
Is there a respite in the hand that I'm not seeing?
I believe so.
Maybe there is. I don't know what maybe it's that last card, yeah. Dexter likes to hide his last card from the camera. It's hard to see. Yeah, that is an Oasis.
Yeah.
So he's just choosing how he wants to cover up this breakpoint. He has multiple options, but I think, like you said, just Oasis plus Hold the Line makes the most sense, since there's no way to do it without playing Hold the Line.
Yeah.
His alternative option is to give Tunic. Hold the Line is on, right?
Yeah, but I think he's doing it this way so that he can use the card to block, because Hold the Line just prevents the next however much damage is coming to you. So he's going to be able to block some pistol shots with this as well.
Gotcha.
Hyper. Yep. So this will be 7, and I have 3 prevention afterwards. Okay.
Yeah, so he gets to prevent the pistol shot afterwards.
Yep.
Gotcha.
I mean, you might as well just not shoot it.
This makes sense. That is optimal sequencing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Connor will have to decide.
This is 7.
He only has 1 action point. It really does not make sense to shoot the pistol here. If he shot it and popped his boots to shoot it again, he could present 1 actual damage, but Dexter still has a card in hand.
Yeah. Oh.
So this is looking really rough for Connor. Dexter's still at 22, but Connor does still have boom grenades left. That's a max V going to the bottom, so there are still chances for him to string together some strong plays if things line up well.
Yeah, I think to Connor's credit, he has been putting together, when given the opportunity, strong turns, but Dexter has just been doing a great job of kind of shutting everything down.
Is that another high octane? I didn't realize
it
there
is
was
another high octane.
That's exciting.
So maybe we have one more chance.
Connor says, send me the bill. Down to 12, so always within range of just getting lethal threatened on any of these Rhinar turns where he gives Dexter a full hand.
Yeah, Connor's deck is getting to the point where this is potentially his last chance to put together, a sizable turn.
He has to decide if he's just going to play this high octane right now and go for it, or if he wants to set up an arsenal and try to go for a bigger 5-card hand next turn.
That's true.
Is this boom grenade... Was this cranked off the top, or was it put in with a counter and so it is actually still in play on his turn? I think it's possible he's holding at the end of Dexter's turn or something and it's going to go away. I don't remember.
I think the boom grenade was cranked off the top.
Okay. Yeah, I think looks like it's going to die. So no boom grenade threat this turn. Unless he finds another one off the top to play. That deck is looking very thin. I think we might be to the point where...
Yeah, I think Connor's at sub 10 cards for sure.
Yeah, so like every Foundry Heart is very expensive at this point. That max V is hiding at the bottom. It's possible he could set up a way to play it on his next turn. The issue is, since it's so close to the top because the deck is so small, it's difficult to get enough cards under it that you can actually boost your deck away to play it.
Yeah, so he's paying X=1 for the Spark of Genius, probably getting the Prismatic Lens.
This will be interesting. I'm excited to see this in action.
Ooh. How did this one away?
So Connor has 7 cards left in his deck. There can only really be one more attacking turn.
He's shuffling them up. Yeah, because of the boost mechanic, and especially if he needs resources from Foundry Heart, there's just only so much you can do. I agree. There's basically one card, or one turn left worth of push.
Yeah, like one push turn left.
Yeah. Dexter's counting that deck. He knows he's close to his victory. Still at 22. It's looking super grim for Connor, but I'll be curious to see if he can put this Prismatic Lens to good use and show off some sort of in-game plan we're not thinking about.
Yeah, so Prismatic Lens has, pretty high synergy with backup protocols. Being able to, put extra cards into your deck. So you reveal a red backup protocol. And he is putting a convection amplifier on top of his deck. So he's going to get to use this convection amplifier.
Sticking it into play. No trigger on the gun because he's already at 6 counters, but convection comes in with 2 steam counters, can be used to dominate some stuff. Dash IO is used for the turn, so that red boom can no longer be played.
Yeah. Dexter has another hold the line, so if Connor is going to play... I don't think he has... Does he have another card that draws other than the high octane left?
I don't think there's any way for him to draw 2 other than... He just played his Spark of Genius, which draws a card.
Yeah.
But I don't think he has any of those left. So unlikely hold the line will ever be turned on again. It's just a 2-block D-React.
Yeah, which is still, pretty good to have an extra 2-block coming out of your arsenal.
For sure.
Oh, he does have the Blood Rush Bella, so Dexter might be thinking, okay, Connor's at 12. Maybe it's time you just give up on fatiguing, or you're just gonna fatigue by damage.
Yeah, it's very possible. I bet we'll see Dexter block with as many 3-blocks as he has presented clean damage for. Oh, but no damage is presented. We're just passing turn.
Yeah, Connor, because Connor just played the Prismatic.
Oh, right. He used his action point on Spark. Yeah, so it's Rhinar time. After a lot of blocking, it's time to do some swinging. I think it's 2 yellow smash instincts in hand, so not actually a random discard.
Yeah, but
here.
He's guaranteed. So he's guaranteed 2 claws for sure. Now it's just whether or not he's going to be able to throw an attack for 8. So whether it's going to be 5/5 or it's going to 5/5 arsenal or it's going to be 5/8.
Yeah, he would need a pretty specific. Oh, I guess for just 1 claw and then a swing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could definitely happen. Is it possible for him to swing 2 claws and a card on this turn?
Is it possible for him to swing 2 claws and a card? Not unless he was playing 0-cost cards.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he's drawing 2. No, it is possible. It is possible.
Yeah, he could. Oh, he definitely.
He just has to draw a card and the resources to play it.
Yeah, it's actually not unlikely. Yeah, I think we both just forgot how Blood Rush Filler works for a second.
Yeah, I thought Blood Rush Filler just draws 1 card. Draws 2 cards. That's crazy.
Card's pretty good. So it looks like Connor's playing a Tekla Core off the top in response. Basically just wanting to get this other Tekla Core out of his hand before the Intimidate trigger resolves.
Yeah.
We're rolling. Oh, Dexter wasted a 6 on Intimidate.
No. It's never a waste.
Never a waste. That is very much a fallacy.
All right, let's see what Dexter drew. So he drew, it looks like a blue and a Wrecker Romp. So now he can claw, throw the Smash Instinct because he drew a blue.
And that is a grand total of 18 damage. That's really rough for Connor.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage. Connor's going to have to block his whole hand. And
I mean, it could be if he has a single item in hand, he's just dead this turn.
I don't. Does he have the Boom Grenade? I think he has the Boom Grenade in his hand.
This might be the game. Let's see. Oh, that's a Boom Grenade in hand.
Yeah, so he has access to 6 block, so he can block 7 with the equipment. Dexter is going to be presenting 18 damage. So Connor will take 11, go to 1.
But I think because 1 card's pitched and 1 card's intimidated, he's going to go to -2 because he can only block 3 or 4 with the Foundry Heart.
Was that 12? Yeah.
Oh, he didn't intimidate. Did he intimidate the Boom Grenade, or he has the Boom Grenade in his hand?
I think he has the Boom Grenade still in his hand.
Oh,
so
no.
I think this is going to spell doom for Connor.
I think it is curtains for our mechanologist friend.
We do have one other mech in the top 8, OG Dash, but this is the end of the line for Dash.io. I think Dexter has played very well this game, but also things lined up really well for him with 12 on the max V and lots of disruptive cards when he needed them. And yeah, there's the fist bump from Connor.
Yep.
Dexter moves on to the semifinals on Rhinar. Congratulations to him. And congrats to Connor as well, making the top 8 with Dash.io. Yep. Really strong run. And a very interesting deck list as well.
12 Dominate, couldn't get through. We're with you, Connor.
Yeah, I felt the pain on that turn.
Yeah.
Also later on, when we already knew, we saw the hold the line plus respite, and we knew no matter what he did, it was just no chance. Do we have any other updates on our? Ethan's going to look to see what our other quarterfinal matches, how they're going. We have Michael Feng on Rhinar versus Rose Smith on other Dash, original Dash, and then we have a Bravo versus Iyslander and Bravo versus Dromai. Our Dromai is Guy, the first seed, who has been on its hair lately. Recently won Calling Dallas with Dromai and has had some results at Battle Hardens and such.
Mm-hmm. Who do you have, I think, as your favorite to kind of take this tournament, given the bracket? I think we didn't get time to do like a bracket prediction.
Let's break it down. I think we have the bracket memorized, and maybe we can get it up on stream in a second, but let's start with Michael Feng versus Rose Smith on Dash. I feel like Rhinar is likely to win that matchup.
Yeah, I think if Michael plays it defensively, it's really difficult for Pistol Dash to win into Rhinar, just because I don't know how many arc smashes if Michael's playing.
I'm not sure how many, but I know he has them.
So it makes a big difference if he only has 1 arc smash, because Rose is playing 5 pistol items. If you play one and let's say it doesn't roll well, you kill 2 items. I think Dash is still fine. I think if Michael is playing 3 arc smashes, it's decidedly in his favor.
Yeah.
If he plays 2, I think it'll be like a variance game, like who draws, how the dice rolls.
Okay, so anything could happen there, but I think we can lock in Michael Feng for our prediction if we're drawing out a bracket.
Okay. I'll go with Michael Feng.
You go with Michael?
I believe.
And then what do you think, Guy versus Bravo? I forget which Bravo player is against Guy. There we go. It is Corey. Corey versus Guy. So we are going to draw out our predictions for the top 8, you guys. We already know Dexter has moved on. I
have Guy winning. I think it's just a good matchup for Dromai if the Dromai has a good plan.
I think Guy is a very experienced Dromai who will execute things about as well as he can. I would also put Guy winning. We have Michael moving on as our prediction. We know Dexter's moving on. What would you have predicted before this match if you had to choose between Dexter and Connor?
Yeah, after because we watched Dexter play another Dash.io on stream. Dexter's deck is so teched against Dash.io that I would have given it to Dexter, I think.
Gotcha. Okay. And then finally, Iyslander versus Bravo. I think Iyslander is favored in this matchup.
Yeah, I agree.
So we'll go.
I've heard that Michael Metallo is the best Bravo in Ontario.
Ooh, nice.
For whatever that's worth. Let's.
All right, hey, we have updates from 3 of the other games. You ready?
All right. I'll disagree with Yanji on this one. I'll go Iyslander.
Okay, hold up. Here's what actually happened. You ready?
Yeah,
we're ready.
So this match is still ongoing.
Okay.
We don't know how long it'll take, but it's still ongoing. That's an infinity symbol. And then in this match, Michael lost. Rose moves on. Look at that. And
Rose
then we just saw this here. And then Joe won here.
Ah, okay. So Michael Metallo, despite being the best Bravo in Ontario, failed to break what, I don't know. I wouldn't say it's like a set in stone Icelander's favored, but I would say like the general consensus kind of.
Yeah, no, I think Icelander's definitely favored. I think Bravo has some chances, but only if you tech your deck specifically to try to beat Iyslander.
Yeah, I think it depends how both decks are built. Depends a lot on how the players play, how well they know the matchup. I do think that it's quite possible that the matchup is closer than it gets credit for.
Yeah, between Dexter and Joe, how do you think it's going to go? I actually really like playing Iyslander into Rhinar.
It's super interesting. Iyslander into Rhinar. Intimidate makes your life really awkward. It's not necessarily...
It's only awkward if you plan on blocking.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. If you just use your hand, play a blue spell, pitch a blue every turn, and then Wounded Bull, Arsenal, something else, it works out.
Yeah.
I think I feel like Dexter is really experienced on his deck, has been on a tear all day. I am going to give him the edge. I feel like he's probably got a good plan for this matchup, but I really think it can go either way. I wouldn't say that either hero is that favored.
Yeah, I think because of the way that Dexter has chosen to build his deck, so there are some pros there's some pros and some cons. I think having the Oasis Respites definitely are beneficial to stuff Aether Ice Veins. But if Joe decides to go for more attacks and less focused on trying to play out the Aether Ice Veins, I think usually Iyslander ends up outvaluing Rhinar on like the average turns. Like Rhinar will have like 1 or 2 like really big turns, but for most of the game, Iyslander just like outvalues Rhinar.
Yeah, Icelander's playing cards like Wounded Bull and Fiandel's Fighting Spirit, and Rhinar, when he's not on his pop-off turn...
He's just like playing like 2 card 6.
Yeah, it's like on or below rate usually.
Yeah.
But then, of course, Blood Rush Bellow can make up for that if you can get one undisrupted, but Iyslander is the queen of disruption, so I don't know how that's going to go. Looking at Dexter's list here, he's got Skullhorn and Nullroom Gloves, so the typical AB3 into Iyslander, and he also has this Hardened Cross Trap in his list that it sounds like he hasn't played on stream all day. What matchups do you think that's for?
Hardened Cross Trap, I think, is probably when you're playing into Ninja, or like decks that like you need to like race.
Okay.
It's better than playing Tunic.
If it just game goes super fast, you're not going to take Tunic that much.
Yeah, I think the card that Dexter is missing in his list that would help improve his Iyslander matchup specifically is Pummel.
Ah, that's fair.
Yeah, and so like not having Pummels, I think like Dexter has oriented his deck as like, I'm going to be playing defensively. I'm going to be kind of like picking my spots, and I'm going to extend the game out, making sure that I get to draw all my Blood Rush Bellows, because that's Rhinar's best card. And it works against a lot of heroes, but I think it could come to be a little bit detrimental, his card choices in the matchup into Iyslander.
That's reasonable. I could see that. He has chosen, like you talked about, to tech his deck very heavily for Dash.io.
Yeah.
And it's possible that that's going to hurt him a little bit in his next match. So Dexter versus Iyslander. Our other semifinals match is Rose Smith on Dash versus, we don't know yet, the winner of either Corey's Bravo or Guy's Dromai.
Yeah, I feel like if you play kind of like defensive, more Tree Frog-like Dash, it's actually quite good into Dromai, or like a lot more playable than the regular Dash in the Dromai. I think playing like boost attacks in the Dromai already is just not so great. Even when I was playing like hybrid, I found myself wanting to lean towards playing like a pistol-oriented plan. And if you are playing like more Tree Frog, if you have like the space, you probably have a bunch more poppers in your deck, which should help swing the matchup in your favor.
I would be really interested to see that one play. I think that Tree Frog into Bravo is probably that's the kind of deck you want to see.
Yeah, you want to play into Bravos.
So I think Rose definitely would prefer for Corey to win the quarterfinals match, but I think if Guy moves on, we would have a really fascinating game to watch.
Yeah, sure.
Yep, so we have an update from the judges. The Guy versus Corey game, they're both about equal life. It's like 10-8 with not too many dragons, about 20 cards left in deck on both sides. So too early to call, supposedly. So now that we have downtime, would you like to play Guess the Fab event code?
Let's play Guess the Fab event code. I haven't done this in a minute.
This is Brody's favorite.
This is the real reason why he comes for top 8.
It's a lot of fun.
It's the only reason.
All right, chat, we ready? Chat is normally right. I always go with a different answer than chat, and then of course they're always right. But maybe today I will deviate and get it right for once. Normally when I trust chat, it works out. Not always, but most of the time.
Okay, sorry. I'm loading it up here. Let me just make sure.
All right, we've got our first wonderful drawing from Deb. I believe, is it showing on screen?
Yes, but you need to intro the segment, Brody.
Okay, so basically, welcome to Guess the Fab event code. What we do here is we look at a drawing drawn by Deb, Bobble Waffle on Twitter, and basically every Flesh and Blood event you play has a 2-word event, basically like code or like identifier attached to it, which is an adjective and then an animal. So Deb takes the most funny and interesting of those codes and makes a little drawing based on them, and we have to reverse engineer it and figure out which code inspired the particular drawing on screen. So in this case, we have a bird that looks like it has like a little like a medal, like a won an award or something.
Blue ribbon.
Yeah. So Victorious Grosbeak. I don't know if I've heard of a grosbeak before.
I have never heard of a grosbeak.
I'm just going to assume it's some kind of small bird, and that seems like a very reasonable title for this drawing.
Yeah.
Proud Finch. I think that Proud Finch is also quite possible, but maybe not as likely because, I don't know, if I'm Deb and I see Proud.
Yeah, I don't know if I would draw this.
Yeah, like the ribbon in particular feels like I think the bird's expression could be interpreted as proud, but the ribbon feels like an interesting, like kind of, like, I don't know.
It's an extra.
Yeah, it seems like weird to come up with that if the word you're given is proud.
Yeah, I like C. Myself, Triumphant Sparrow.
Okay, triumphant makes sense. It's like you've won something, so you've gotten the
so you get the ribbon.
Yeah. Does this bird look like a sparrow? I think so.
Maybe. Dude, I don't like Successful Robin because I feel like successful could be drawn so many different ways. Like you can draw as somebody who has like a lot of accomplishments. Maybe is at an awards show or something.
Yeah, I do think Successful Robin is possible, but I agree. Proud Finch and Successful Robin to me feel like if they were the actual words for this drawing, it would have been drawn in a different way.
Yeah.
So I'm willing to lock in C with Yanji, Triumphant Sparrow. Ethan, what is chat saying?
Chat has a poll, and currently I do believe C. C is winning. If about 40% of people are in on C.
Let's go.
Next highest would be B at about 30%, A at about 20%, D at about 15%.
All right, chat likes C, we like C. The odds look good. We're locking it in.
Here's what we're going to do as well. We're going to make it spicier. Deb actually sent a bunch of these doodles that she's made over the course of Guess the Fab event code, all the stuff she does on Twitter as well, over to Joey, who is pulling off the coaxing, right, Dex and Drafts, out in Colorado on December 10th. And they collaborated on a coloring book with all of these doodles. It's being called Deb's Farmery book, which I find just so cutesy and adorable. Farmery as in armory, and then farm because it's all animals, obviously. And there are 2 of those for us to give away. All right, 2 of those to give away. So there are going to be 4 Guess the Fab event codes with 2 of these grand prizes. So at the very end, if you stick with us, if I notice you're an active chatter or something along those lines, then you'll be entered in for when we draw the Farmery book winner. So stick around until the end of this segment, and we'll get that going. It'll be a great Christmas gift for maybe like a younger niece or nephew that you might have, or daughter, son, anything like that. Or if you just like coloring books, it's a great thing. So stick with us. What'd you guys lock in again? We'll reveal the answer.
We're locked in on C.
C, Triumphant Sparrow.
Okay, and drum roll, please.
Dun, dun, dun.
The answer was... Wait, oops, I'm not showing it. Hold on. The answer
He's
was
keeping us in suspense.
Is it A?
no. It wasn't A. It was B.
What?
Be proud, Finch. Oh, this was the one I thought was least likely. All right, that was chat's second guess. So as usual, chat was pretty close to the correct answer. Proud Finch. All right, as usual, Deb is 2 steps ahead of us. It's difficult to get into her mind and see what she's thinking.
Yeah, I got juiced by these 3 adjectives are more similar than B, and there's like no way that you would just put like, oh, it's a tag team. Dev and Ethan,
they're outplaying us.
I thought maybe Michael would be in the booth, and he is 0 for 4.
Oh no!
Or technically like 0 for 6, whatever you call it, because they were doodling and his were awful. But there we go. Next one, everyone. Let's see.
Moving on to guess the Fab event code number 2. Oh, we have some sort of like rodent-looking creature carrying an umbrella while hanging on to like a tree stump.
There's like a little Tinkerbell.
There's a lot going on here. Yeah, there is a little Tinkerbell. He's also wearing a hat. There's a lot to unpack in this one. So I'm going to go ahead and lock in D right now. Whimsical polecat.
What is a polecat?
I don't know what a polecat is, but this guy is like latched on to a little pole, and whimsical polecat sounds the coolest. We could do a lot of like logic here to break down what's going on, but I'm just going to do an early lock-in. D, what are you thinking?
So I think it doesn't quite look like a skunk. I think the skunk tails are a little bit different.
Yeah, I agree. It doesn't quite look like a skunk to me. I don't know what a mink looks like.
I'm going to go with unusual muskrat.
That seems fair to me, too. I would certainly describe this little dude as unusual. Wearing a hat. I'm trying to unpack the...
This guy looks like a drifter. Like, he doesn't have a home.
There's like the umbrella over it. Is that what that is? It looks like an umbrella to me.
Yeah, he has an umbrella. He has like the hat with a little piece of straw in it.
We have like the little fairy next to his face. I think A and D are both kind of like...
I don't know if this is supposed to be a Peter Pan reference, but...
I don't know. I don't know anything that's going on, but I think this is like the most interesting drawing I've seen in Guess the Fab event code. There's like the most stuff going on. I'm very curious what the answer is.
What is chat? What is chat saying?
Chat is very high on D.
Yeah, whimsical polecat.
Right, I have no idea what a polecat is.
I'm 2 for 2 on agreeing with chat this time. So you're locking in A?
I'm locking in A.
All right.
It's interesting, though. We got people saying that's a mink, 100%. That's the muskiest rat I've ever seen.
Ooh.
And yet, the majority does win on this one. It is D.
Let's go! Chat for the win.
Fun story on this one. I think this actually might not be a true story because I may be misremembering here, but I think Deb told me this is the one that Max Ferocity, the Dash cosplayer extraordinaire that you've maybe seen before, sent in to get illustrated because it was such a strange event code.
Oh,
and
nice.
So Deb took a commission and did this one.
I've done that a couple times. I've just been playing Armories, and they put the code up on the screen to join, and I'm like, oh, that'd be a fun one to do, so I just sent it to Deb. Like, you should draw this.
Oh, has she done them?
She...
Don't spoil it if you've seen it before.
I have. I've sent in 2, and I haven't seen either of them yet, but maybe they're in the works.
Okay. Oh, okay. We have an update as well. Guy just won the other match, so they're going to be moving over to stream. So let's keep going.
Alrighty, Guy is moving on to the semifinals. That means we're going to have Dash versus Dromai, which I'd be very curious to watch. Event code number 3. We have Patient Lemur, Curious Loris. I don't know what that animal is. Stoic Bush Baby probably. Or Obedient Ringtail. I don't know what any of these animals are except lemur.
Lemurs don't have striped tails like that.
I actually don't know. I know they have tails.
That's it? That's your analysis?
I'm gonna go.
We're just
tail
alone.
So the last time it was polecat and it was just like some animal on a pole. I'm gonna go with ringtail because there's just like rings on its tail.
Okay, that's fair, and it's also D. You know, D's been right before. I feel like polecat's probably a real thing, and we just don't know what it is, and we don't look it up because that's cheating. But
what are bushabees?
Wait, but this says bush baby. There's another B in there.
You guys.
Is it bush baby? What's going on?
Lemurs, yeah. I thought it was a raccoon at first.
Is there? What's going on?
It's like with a dog. Like
That's true.
you tell the dog like sit.
Look at the nose. Like, what's going on with this little like a little?
I think it's like when you put like when you have a dog and you're training, you put like the treat on its nose and you're like don't eat it and you like sit.
Okay, so maybe it is obedient.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with D. I'm locking it in.
I think C is my least favorite, unless people think it looks like a bush baby. I don't know what a bush baby looks like. So you locked in D?
I'm locking it in.
I guess if you had to draw a bush baby, you'd draw that.
What are bush babies?
I want to hear chat's opinion this time before I lock in.
Chat is pretty high on D again. It's close though. A is at 30. D is at about 35.
All right.
B and C are about like 17% both.
I need extra guidance on this one, so I'm just gonna trust Yanji in chat. Locking in
No,
D.
lemurs have like fin tails.
We're having a very heated debate about what animal this is, even though none of us know what these
embarrassed
animals
because
are.
I didn't know what was on its nose. I was like, is that a duck? I don't know. I'm too tired to think about it.
I thought it was a duck as well.
So I did not. I don't think I made the
it's
best
like a little
guesses
like
on this
doggy treat.
Yanji, I'm gonna spoil the answer. That makes a lot more sense now because it is D. Obedient ringtail. I was
Cat wins again.
I was like, what's on its nose?
I feel like
it was a dog treat. I get it now.
I feel like every time I trust chat, it works out. Thanks, you guys.
Deb.
Bobble Waffle on Twitter.
Oh, got it. Okay.
All right, so we're like 2 for 3-ish. I don't remember. I think Yanji and I have been split on 1 or 2 of them, but that is number 3. Do we have one more to get
Yes,
through?
this is the last one before we do some giveaways and then jump into top 4.
Number 4. That is. Yeah, it could be. It does give me reindeer vibes. The nose in particular.
Dude,
gives me like Rudolph vibes.
D is definitely a bait. It's like because it's a reindeer, it's a festive deer.
Yeah, I agree.
The fact
D is
that
out.
it's a reindeer.
D is cut. Springy stag makes a lot of sense to me. It's like jumping in the air. I guess maybe they're.
No, I think if Deb was drawing springy stag, there would be like a reference to like an actual spring.
Yeah, no, that's fair. It would be wearing like shoes with springs on the bottom.
I don't think it screams Caribou. I feel like cheerful reindeer is like.
Yeah, I'm locking in B.
This might be a silly question, but are reindeers real animals?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh God.
I had to ask. I wasn't confident. In that case, I will lock in B as well. Cheerful reindeer. What does chat think? Does chat think I'm silly for not knowing that reindeers are real?
The American education system at work.
Well, because yes. Okay. I'm just gonna admit fault here. It's my bad. I thought that they probably were, but like I don't know. Maybe they're just part of the myth.
No, they're like they're like the woolly mammoth, the reindeer. They're not real anymore, right? Like, come on. No, they're definitely real. Wait, what was
We're
the
locking in B.
Yeah,
or we want to see what chat thinks first.
B is heavily slanted towards B.
All right.
Heavily slanted.
Chat is
B.
always right.
Chat is always right. I'm with it.
All right, you guys ready?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Oh.
Energetic caribou. Oh.
That was my second choice, but.
We have failed this time.
Oh, bamboozled
Pull up
again.
the sign. Pull up the sign, Yanji. Yikes.
Yikes. Ending on a loss. Never fun.
Yeah, chat was very wrong on that one. I think chat was 3 for 3, weren't they? Until this one.
I think so. I don't remember on the first one. I know on the middle 2, we sided with chat and got it right, which is a good feeling.
All right, well, to wrap up this segment, we will have top 8 starting within about like 2 minutes or so is what the judge told me, or top 4 rather. But to wrap up the segment, we have giveaways with the Deb's Farmery book that I was talking about.
Awesome.
So for the giveaway, let's go ahead and I can do it based on active user, but like I don't really know how far back that goes. So let's do the keyword farmery, right? Farmery. I'll type it in chat.
A spelling contest.
Farm.
It is on the screen. Farmery.
Yeah, I gotta
Farmery.
enter. I gotta.
A-R-M.
Yeah, everyone should enter this one. This is a great prize. So we're gonna be rolling for 2 of these. You also, if you don't win, have the opportunity to go ahead and just buy this on fabcoaxing.com. On top of that, if you want to support the art in that fashion, ascentgaming.com has a lot of these as t-shirts. And actually, I have one with me. Let me put down the mic for a second.
It made me happy. In Cincinnati, Sam O'Byrne and I were casting and did this Guess the Fab Event Code game. And Sam was like, oh, I need this one on a t-shirt. just like some really funny drawing, and then it actually happened. Ascent put it on a T-shirt. So we're gonna. Oh, Ethan has one right here. Oh, whoa! Just goat.
There you go. So
Is this the one that Michael got wrong? And it's like,
this one was legendary on the St. Louis stream, so I went ahead and got it. It was hilarious. So I got it as a
I
shirt.
was like, isn't it? It's true goat.
That's awesome.
No, named goat.
Named goat.
Michael was so in his head about it. It's named goat. Look at its forehead. It's named goat. And Dan really went in on the tank on it too. It was really funny. So I got it as a shirt. Literally, Team Ascent Gaming made that within like 3 minutes of the segment going live. They jumped on it. There's a ton of illustrations like this you can get on their website along with some other merch, and it makes for great, I guess, like Christmas gifts upcoming as well. There's gift cards you can get, and we've got giveaways specifically tied to the merch later. I mean, seriously, there's so much stuff to give away. But for now, it's going to be 2 of the Deb's Farmery coloring books. Let's go ahead and roll for the first one.
Drum roll.
Drum roll it. We've got about 150 eligible people. First person is Madtown Hobby. It should pop up in the chat.
Okay, nice.
I'll also throw it on screen. Madtown Hobby. There you go. That is winner number 1.
Congratulations.
Madtown Hobby. And then we're going to roll one more time. One more time. Keep entering in the chat. Joey is actually here from Dex and Drafts, the one pulling off the coaxing himself. The one who, I believe, had the idea to make this a coloring book. Or maybe it was Deb, but the two of them collabed on this, and that's how we got here. All right, we're going to roll for the second person. The players are actually seated to begin top 4.
My drum roll.
They're seated to begin top 4, so we got to roll it. Let's see it.
I'm just following the CX sign.
Sots Daniel. I'm not sure how to say that one. Sots Daniel. That one just popped up. Should be on screen.
Congratulations to both of you. You have won a free coloring book. Everybody else can. Where do they head to buy this, Ethan?
It is on fabcoaxing.com. How do I spell this? Sots Daniel. Oh, there we go. Email me, Ethan, at savagefeats.com. All right. Well, with that, I want to thank you all for playing in the chat. Thank you all for hosting, Yanji and Brody. I think we're swapping out. Naib's coming back for top 4, something like that.
Cool.
But then the players are actually seated, but I do want to make sure we get our sponsor roll in here real quick.
For top 4?
Okay. I do want to make sure we get our sponsor roll in here real quick before the match starts. So let's bump to that, and then we'll be right back.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
Event-gaming.com for all your Flesh and Blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your blood rush to pulping or wild ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of reckless swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of reckless swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the Flesh and Blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
No way, dude. I can't win a single game against you. It is so hard living with such a good Flesh and Blood player. Don't look at me like that. Yeah, I know I need practice. It's just hard when you beat me up all the time. What? You think I need to go to the Realm Rumble? And you also think I should outline exactly what the Realm Rumble is in case anybody watching doesn't know about one of the biggest Flesh and Blood events of the year? Okay, if you say so. Realm Rumble 2023 is a first of its kind, independently organized, 3-day-long celebration of all the biggest names in trading card games. If you love Flesh and Blood, then this is the weekend for you. There's going to be a $10,000 open tournament, a $5,000 team sealed tournament, and overall, $45,000 of prizes given out over the course of the whole weekend. If you like callings, if you like Pro Tours, then this is the event for you. It's going down December 1st through 3rd in Columbus, Ohio. Head down to the Realm Games' website, realmgames.myshopify.com, to get your early bird registrations in, and we'll see you at the Rumble. All right. 3 of a kind resolves.
Do you feel unsupported in your quest to become a better Fab player? Are you lacking the resources to answer your questions? And most importantly, is this you? Come join the Runaways premium Discord server where you can access a rated CC queue, play games that matter, not just against randoms on Talishar. Simply click to join the queue, play your game, and report the win. Tournament reports from the Runaways competitive team. Learn from the runs of some of the best in the country, reported live as the tournament unfolds. Private channels where like-minded players can chat, test, and network with others dedicated to improving at the game. For those committed few, the higher tiers gains access to team streams and direct access to the team for your questions. Runaways is committed to providing an environment for Fab players by Fab players. Run away with your next tournament win. Join the link below.
For a special giveaway to kickstart our paid tiers, if you join the Discord as a Rare Squire, you'll be entered to win the Cold Foil Apocalypse Automaton. If you join as a Majestic Squire, you'll be entered 3 times. A winner will be drawn at the end of November, along with a bonus prize drawn from our ranked queue players as well. Best of luck.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game. Ta-da.
All right, and welcome back to Battle Hardened Pittsburgh. We are heading into our semifinals here. And as always, it's time for our Dolphin Fact of the Hour. Brody, did you know the dolphins can make up to 1,000 clicking sounds per second, which are important for echolocation?
Really? 1,000 per second is actually quite impressive.
Yeah.
That's cool.
How many clicking sounds per second can you make?
That wasn't even clicking. That was like...
That's pretty close.
That was something. That was an attempt.
But I'm being told the players are ready to go. These have been probably the two stompiest matches that we've seen in the Swiss rounds. We're heading into semifinals. Guy on the left, first seed. He's on Dromai. On the right, we have Rose. She is piloting Dash. We saw a very defensive Dash earlier on. What do you think about this matchup? We haven't seen this so far.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I think Dromai Dash is already really interesting. And then, of course, Rose's more defensive list will be fascinating to watch. Rose is a player who I think is like very much a Dash main, has played other heroes, but last year at Battle Hardened Philadelphia, also in this state, Rose took down the whole event playing Dash.
Absolutely. Rose has a very high win rate at Battle Hardens. Apparently she's only gotten a 3 and won the one in Pennsylvania earlier this year or last year when Dynasty dropped, right after Dynasty dropped. I was watching Rose and Michael Fung's match earlier, and it was painful to watch because Michael missed every single arc smash. He rolled a 1 twice, and it was really sad. But, you know, it really showed the power of the Dash deck when you're unable to get rid of her items, and you're not fast enough to present enough damage to outdo her turn block cycle.
Yeah, so starting us off, Guy is the higher seed, and it looks like he has chosen to go first in this game. Starting off with the typical pitch 2 reds to make 2 ash and draw a card off the gold token. Crown of Dominion, of course, in these Dromai decks now because of the new card, Tome of Imperial Flame. We have Guy's deck list in front of us, and it's pretty funny. He's got 66 reds and a total of 6 other non-equipment cards, 2 Remembrance, and then 4 blues.
Absolutely. And in Rose's deck, it looks like we have 60 reds, 6 yellows, and 26 blues. She is running that fairly high amount of blue count just to be able to continuously fuel her late game plan of pistol shoot, pistol shoot, pistol shoot.
Yeah, Rose's deck is super defensive. 3 Oasis, 3 Sigil, 3 Firewall, the 6 normal D-Reacts, 3 Unmovable as well, and 3 That'll You Got It yellow.
For sure. And we're seeing the hold the line, so Rose is clearly, you know, attuned to the recent surge of Dash IOs.
There's a brand new card, Junkyard Dog from Bright Lights, in the pitch zone.
Absolutely. Rose coming in for 2. Guy recently, in the last match in quarters, played an hour-long slog against a Bravo who he managed to finally conquer. And so I'm sure he's quite fatigued going into this game.
Speaking of fatigue, do you know how that game ended?
Through fatigue, almost.
Almost? Okay.
No, it was through Guy burning up the Bravo's Arcane Barrier and ending with a few points of arcane damage.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
Arcane damage and also just damage because the Bravo wasn't able to block out.
Yeah. So Rose is firing off a Magnetic Protocol here. This is a 3 for 5. Has additional text if there are Evos equipped, but Rose does not have any Evos. Doesn't have any base equipment in the board, just is playing this as a blue attack, swinging in for a bit of damage. And it looks like Guy is taking it all, getting ready to set up a board.
Yeah, Guy recognizes that's a bait. The main thing you want to focus on in this match is making sure that you're able to establish a dragon board before Rose is able to get going. In the Swiss match leading up to this, where we featured Rose and Bravo player, I think Rose played about 1 item per turn. So by turn 5, she had a full setup.
That's exactly what you want to see.
Oh, for sure. This game, however, we only see the induction chamber that Rose has been able to get out through the Dash's hero ability. Guy thinking on what to pitch for Tome of the Imperial Flame.
Looks like he's giving up 2 attack action cards there, going up to 4 ash, holding his dragons in hand. Probably wants to get his board set up. I think that's also a sweeping blow in hand to get even more ash set up.
Absolutely, and we see a passing Mirage. Do you think passing Mirage is necessary at all in this matchup?
Let's look at how many poppers Rose has, because it looks like from her side...
6?
Yep. Yeah, Throttle and Command and Conquer, and I think that's it. So
yeah.
Passing Mirage is a nice insurance policy, but it's way less critical. Some other slow matchups like Brutes and Bravo have basically infinite poppers for the first while in the game, and so it's really nice to land those kind of anti-phantasm effects. In this match, it's more of a luxury or just kind of insurance policy to give you peace of mind.
Absolutely, and Guy recognizing how impactful Themai is in this matchup, given the sheer amount of D-reacts and instance that Rose plays. It is notable that in this matchup, the tournament organizer has opted not to make open deck lists to the players.
Sure.
And so Guy and Rose don't have any information on the total contents of their decks, albeit Rose was able to look at Guy's game since she was able to finish her game with Michael Kong earlier than Guy finished his.
Yeah, so firing off a High Octane from Rose's side, boosting away a generic, so High Octane will give the action point back, but we will not get any extra action points because boost doesn't give go again. This is interesting. We're seeing kind of typical dash cards being played in a very defensive dash deck on this turn.
Absolutely. High Octane, I think, is probably a choice that Rose has made to play specifically into the Dromai, particularly for the ability to clear auras, dragons, whatever the Dromai board, whenever the Dromai board state gets wide enough, perhaps this card is meant to clear so that Rose can set up her own board, while the Dromai has none.
It makes a lot of sense to me. It basically gives you insurance. Oh, and this is nice too. You can boost into the Passing Mirage. Boost is an additional cost, so Spectra does not stop it.
Yep.
And then, even though Spectra normally stops your turn, High Octane just straight up gives you an action point, so you are free to continue. That's a really nice card for Dromai.
Absolutely.
Players just confirming that works the way we think it does, and then I would not be surprised to see Rose just shoot that pistol 2 times into Themai.
Twice, absolutely.
Yep, just clean up the board. That's a great turn from her.
Yep. She's high. She has lost no life. Key at 33. Rose coming in hot. Given this board state, who do you think is favored in this matchup? Do you think it's really whichever of the players is able to establish a big enough board state that can be cleared?
It's really interesting to me. I think with a low popper count, if Guy can, a low popper count on Rose's side, of course, if Guy can establish enough dragons at one time where Rose isn't able to clear them all in one turn, then he can run away with the game if he just keeps swinging a board of Ashwings over and over. But I could also see a world where Induction Chamber plus some boost cards and, just pistol swinging twice a turn and eventually 3 times a turn is enough to keep up with the board and eventually fatigue Guy out. I am going to give the edge to Guy going in because I think he's very experienced with his deck, knows how to beat strategies like this, and I do think that there's only so much Rose can do to clear dragons if he can establish enough of them at one time. But, I mean, we just saw her figure out a way to clear a Themai and a Mirror Guy and a Passing Mirage all at once. So, I don't know. It could definitely go either way.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was speaking to Rose before this match, and Guy was definitely the player slash character that she didn't want to play into. So certainly she fears Dromai a little more than Rhinar. Looks like Guy is pitching the Dominia. What do you think about this choice?
I do think it's difficult to fire off Dominia in this deck because you're playing so few blues, and really the only way to consistently do it is off of a tome. I mean, or blue, of course, but it's possible that by putting it in the second cycle, he can just make it more likely that he'll be able to play it, maybe just hold a tome when he finds it much later in the game, or hope to pitch a blue after this. I don't know what his arsenal card is, but I assume it's something that's just kind of important for him to hold on to, and it's just too difficult to wait around for the Dominia to be castable.
Absolutely. My friend Jason, who is a very notorious Dromai enjoyer, really loves this card. I can see him casting that card if only to take an item from the Dash's hand.
Yeah. You can take their 1 popper, take an item. I mean, taking an item is probably like the highest ceiling. That's what you want to be doing.
Absolutely. That's why I was surprised that Guy is pitching this card, but Guy has a lot more experience with this deck than I do. So for sure, I don't doubt that is the right choice.
Go ahead and
Guy with his beautiful max rarity Dromai deck. I believe that he has, I believe all of his equipment is gold foil. He has Marvel Dragons. Every card is as rare as it can be, with the exception that he doesn't play. I don't think he plays rainbow foils just for fear. Basically, you don't want them to curl and then you end up with marked cards. But he has put a lot of work into blinging out his Dromai deck, which is cool to see.
Absolutely. And according to the last stream where we had Guy on, the totality in the cost of his deck is more than the cost of one of the audience's house.
Incredible. So a little bit of shortcutting here, but ultimately going -1 Ash. Yenderai is neutral, Asvali is -1, and then 2 Arcane coming in because he's also playing out this Burn Them All. This is a tiny bit early for the Burn Them All. There are only so many reds in the graveyard. I think right now this will stick around about 3 or 4 turns. But it's possible that he'll be able to clear enough reds to keep it around longer, or in very long games like this, it's also possible that he doesn't mind it dying after like the 4th turn because you only have so many reds total. So it looks like, let me check how many Burn the Mauls are in Guy's deck. All 3. So it's possible he only wants to commit 10, 15 or so reds to each Burn the Maul just so that he's able to get the maximum total points of Arcane out of them.
Absolutely, yeah. He is very serious with his Burn the Maul. In the Bravo match that I watched earlier, he was able to keep the Burn the Maul for about 9 turns before it went away. And that Burn the Maul got 2 cards out of the Bravo's hand every single turn. It was very impressive to watch.
Yeah. He also has Tumultai in the deck, I believe, that can eat away the Null Rune. I think you said that happened at the end of the Bravo game?
Exactly. The reason that the game drew out so long was because it took him a while to find the Tumultai in his deck.
Makes sense. Firing off a new card from Bright Lights, Dusk from the Chrome Caverns. This basically gives a Chromai you play the Lack of Phantasm, which is really helpful against Popper decks. Rose's deck isn't as much of a Popper deck, but it is a slow, grindy defensive deck. So it's nice to just have a Chromai that they for sure have to kill and can't clear by popping.
Absolutely. And notably about these special dusts, you can summon any dragon on top of them. They can be used in a pinch, but of course the special effect only goes to the named dragon on the card.
Yeah, that is a great point. If Guy runs himself out of Ash, he always has this as a backup.
Absolutely.
I'm going to just do a repeat.
I somehow doubt that Guy will run out of Ash in this matchup, though. It seems that Guy will be in the driver's seat up until Rose establishes her board. And at that point, it's anyone's game.
Yeah. Life totals are still quite high at this point. Guy has several dragons in play. Those Yenderais are pretty sticky, difficult to kill. So Guy's probably pretty happy having multiple of those in play at once. Is very likely to be able to keep around a dragon to get that Burn them all value each turn.
Absolutely. Rose has to sink an entire pistol shot into it to be able to clear. I think she's probably going to want to depend on a popper to get rid of those, as they're very pesky to deal with.
Yeah. Asvalai has 3 health, which is infinitely more than 2 into dash because it takes 2 pistol shots.
Absolutely, and she hasn't seen her Plasma Purifier yet, which is doubly saddening for her.
Yeah. It looks like she did have the popper here, so taking the arcane damage, but otherwise stopping the turn. Guy is moving to end, banishing some reds for that Burn them all, and packing his last card into Arsenal. Back to Rose's side, I think we have 2 blues and a sigil in hand.
Yep, looks like she's going to be firing off a bunch of pistol shots, potentially playing out her Arsenal, and perhaps arsenaling that sigil.
Yep. Yeah.
Shoot an endurance counter off the back.
So
Rose is opting to kill the Yenderais.
Yeah, those Yenderais are getting slowly dealt with.
For 2 damage, go again.
Yep. 2, go again.
Looks like Rose is sending all the attacks at that same Yenderai, just going to clear it at the end of the turn. The other one still has its counter. She's just firing off the sigil. So this is kind of nice for Rose. She's not committing any damage to that Yenderai yet, so if she does draw a popper for it, she can just take it away, and otherwise she can find a time to deal 6 more to it later.
Absolutely. I'm very impressed. Rose patiently dealt with that one Yenderai. If it were me, I would have probably just kept taking damage to the face and died eventually, but she knows that she has to clear dragons and set up her own board state in order to actually win this game, and she's carrying out her game plan to the best of her ability.
Yeah, it seems to me like both players really understand their role in this matchup, and I'm really excited to see it continue to develop. As we mentioned, life totals are still quite high. Guy firing off a Lost in Thought here, so the most basic use of this card is just check your opponent's hand for poppers, put them to the bottom if they're there. You are forced to take an attack action card if they have one, and then they get a ponder token to replace it. But it can be quite clunky. Similar to inertia tokens from Outsiders, it can be pretty clunky to try to clear your hand away in order to make use of the ponder.
Yep.
Do you know what Rose's arsenal is right now?
I was not paying attention. I thought you might know.
I'm not sure either, but she will likely want to try to play it out this turn in order to make use of the ponder token.
Absolutely.
Taking that red 0 to 60, it makes sense. There are 2 blue ones. I do think it's possible that he would want to take a blue if maybe these chambers weren't loaded up to just stop Rose from pitching 6 into her board. But right now, the board only costs 4 resources to use anyway.
Absolutely. Do you think there's ever a world in which Guy can cast and invoke Hyloria and steal one of her items?
That is certainly possible. I think that is probably not something he's planning on. It's difficult to get it to connect because Rose could pop it, or very likely she'd be willing to devote any amount of cards or armor to stop that.
Absolutely.
But if he were to create a sneaky situation where he could strip most or all of her hand and then sneak Hyloria in at the end, that could be really powerful.
Absolutely, and Rose's deck has D-reacts for days, and so I don't think a Hyloria would actually connect. But it would be hilarious if it ever stole one of Dash's big items.
Yeah. The first time I ever played Dromai in paper, the first game I played Kyloria and stole my opponent's Nitro Mechanoid.
Oh, that's so depressing for the player who had a Nitro Mechanoid out.
It was insane.
Oh, man. Well, what do you think feels worse, getting your Nitro Mechanoid shredded or stolen by a Kyloria?
I think stolen by a Kyloria is worse because then they immediately attack you with it. It's like, I'll banish your pistol and hit you for 6.
Oh, man, that's rough.
All right, so Rose is loading up that gun. It looks like she cleared away one or... I'm not sure. I think she cleared an Ashwing.
Looks like she's clearing Ashwings now.
Yeah.
She's recognizing that these are damaged over time and they will add up.
38.
Yep, so choosing to clear the 3 Ashwings instead of the 1 Yenderai, which makes sense to me because 1 Popper can deal with the Yenderai, whereas with Ashwings it would only take away 1 of them.
Yep, absolutely. Rose probably drew a blue, which is why she's declining the arsenal.
Either a blue or maybe a Popper, yeah.
Absolutely. Heads up play to play the Sigil of Solace because she had that Ponder token that was given to her by Guy.
Rose has a lot of important cards in her hand right now. It looks like the card off the Ponder token was a Throttle, so can pop, and I think she's got 2 Plasma Purifiers and another red. So you don't... I mean, she's happy to see these items, but not necessarily happy to see them all together with no resource cards.
Right, absolutely.
Tunic being on 2 is nice because it means she can, if she wants to, use Tunic resource and a red to play 1 out and then likely Arsenal the other. Gia's firing off a Tome, though, is going to have a big turn, and it's possible this is a good window for him to sneak in a lot of dragons when Rose doesn't have the resources to clear them away.
For sure. One of the things I noticed, the most impactful thing about the new Tome is your ability to just play, 3 or more dragons on the same turn, which is not something that Dromai had access to in the past.
Yeah.
While going Ash neutral. A very impressive card.
Expensive dragons, too. You pitch 2 reds, you activate Furnace, you can get a lot of resources on this turn.
Absolutely. You can play a Necria and a Chromai. That's not something you had the mana or cost to do in the past.
Mm-hmm. So Guy's just deciding which 2 cards to pitch here. Looks like I think that's a Sigil of Solace, and then definitely Rabble on top.
Rabble.
That nice Merlion Sigil.
Now, is that a first edition Arcane Ravenous Rabble?
I have to imagine it is, but I definitely cannot tell from here.
Oh boy, and we see the Tumulti. This is the Dragon of Nightmares.
It is coming in. So basically, Guy pitches 2 reds. He then immediately uses Furnace to sink a resource, gain 2 more, so ends up with 3, and then plus 2 more reds is enough to pay for Tumulti.
Absolutely, and no doubt Tumulti will be swinging this turn. What do you think Guy prioritizes here, the boots or the tunic?
I think the boots, most likely. I think that Rose's win con is eventually fatiguing Guy out of threats. It's possible that once she has all the items in play, she can actually just win by... Aw, sad Tumulti. Sad. Well, Tumulti is not sad. Rose is sad that there is a Tumulti. I think it's possible that Rose could win by just presenting enough damage once she has the powerful item setup.
Right.
But I think that taking the boots makes sense because it's very likely she wins by fatigue, and getting rid of her Arcane Barrier gives you a lot more ways to guaranteed leak damage.
Yeah, he is.
Absolutely. And by playing the Tumulti, Guy is recognizing that this game is going to go long, and he needs the Arcane Barrier to not be a way for Rose to be able to inch out the game. Once the Arcane Barrier is gone, he is probably confident that he has enough Arcane in his damage to whittle her down. However, I do think if Rose is able to establish items, the pure value that you get from the items alone, add up faster than the amount of Arcane that the Dromai player can present over time.
Yeah, this is a fascinating game to have on stream. 33 to 37, but we're making board progress. I'm really curious to see how it continues to play out. Oh, Rose does have a blue. That's really nice for her. I thought this was going to be a red, where she would have to just Tunic, play Purifier. Even though the Tumulti did clear away the AB, it means that a lot of small dragons were not developed, and Rose can pretty much clean up that Yenderai and leave Guy without any board left.
Absolutely, and it looks like Rose is able to play out a Plasma Purifier. She's probably going to use the Tunic counter to play out the Plasma Purifier, and then Arsenal the other one that she has.
Yeah, that makes sense. Just clearing away the Endurance counter on the Yenderai, saying we'll deal with that next turn. Purifier means that you only have to give 1 pistol shot to the Yenderai, assuming you do activate the Purifier.
And a really heads-up play from Rose, just clearing that counter to be able to take care of that dragon next turn.
Yep, and that's the 3rd Yenderai coming down with another Endurance counter. These things are sticky, but we are slowly getting rid of them.
Absolutely. Rose still at 37.
Yeah.
The interesting thing about the Dash deck is you have infinite weapon shots over time without losing any of your deck. That is a threat for Guy if he's not able to establish a sticky board presence.
Yeah, the sigils do help a lot also with dealing with the arcane damage. It gains some of that life back.
Absolutely. I'd be hard-pressed to find 37 points of arcane. So unless Guy's able to leak some damage, I can see Rose start sealing this game away once she's established her next Purifier.
Yeah, which we know is in Arsenal right now, and I think she drew another one, so we have all 3 of them in our grip, assuming that Arsenal is what I think it is.
34.
We have an update from the other semifinals match. Dexter Fan has finally fallen, and Iyslander took him down, so Iyslander is moving on to the finals and will be playing against the winner of this game.
Oh man, who do you think the Iyslander wants to see here less? The Tree Frog Dash or Guy Cohen?
I don't know how Iyslander is versus Tree Frog Dash. I feel like the Iyslander would probably rather go up against Guy, but I don't know. Rose has AB4 in the list.
AB4, 3 Oasis Respites, 3 Sigils of Solace.
Yeah, I feel like the Iyslander probably doesn't want to play into that.
Yeah, that might be rough. Although, the first time Tree Frog Dash was played, an Iyslander won that event, so it would be hard to say.
It's interesting for sure.
Looks like it's... she's pitching a Plasma Purifier so she can play out the other Plasma Purifier.
I think she's just really valuing killing those dragons.
She's just passing.
Is she sandbagging a popper in hand, maybe?
That would be so interesting.
It is. It's a throttle.
It's one of her throttles.
So she's valuing holding the popper over the purifier, putting it all the way to the bottom of the deck. That's really interesting to see.
Oh, and she drew a Command and Conquer. I'm betting Rose is thinking, I need to establish my last purifier, and I need a way to do it cleanly without pesky dragons getting in my way.
From Guy's side, we have a CNC and a Snatch in hand. So if this Kyloria doesn't get popped, he could activate Furnace, get an Ash, and fire off the CNC.
There's no world in which this Kyloria isn't getting popped. You know, you snap that popper down immediately.
Absolutely, yeah. And then Guy is forced to just Furnace and IP a card.
Absolutely. Looks like Rose now has initiative because Guy floated 2 cards essentially. She is likely going to try to play out this Plasma Purifier here on this turn.
Yeah, and finally has another window to just present damage to face. I wonder if she's going to take time off from setting up the Purifier to play out the CNC. I kind of suspect she won't. Based on how much she has held poppers in hand so far, I bet she'll just keep it as a popper.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it looks like she's just choosing to load the pistol once and then put the Purifier in play. Probably to Arsenal that all you got and just keep the CNC in hand because she wants to
Whatever you're good with. That's fine. I don't care.
Absolutely.
Players are just discussing rearranging the equipment there.
Oh, true.
So I'm just gonna leave it now.
Oh, that's funny. Because the adaptive plating has text that lets it be any part of the body, Rose is indicating that she's not using the ability to change the part of the body it's on, but she's just moving the card physically. It's still going to remain arm piece.
That is really funny.
Yeah.
That's cool. It's cool that you have to clarify that.
Right.
Back to Guy's side. That is the 3rd tome in his hand. He is pitching it. That's interesting. So he's just playing Rake, developing Ash Wings, putting Tome in the 2nd cycle.
Absolutely. Tome is a very impactful power card. I'm sure Guy wants to see that 2nd cycle to be able to play out a large impactful turn without it having been cleared by, Rose's pistols the turn prior.
Yeah. Aether Ash Wing swinging in for 1 here. Rose does have the CNC in hand, which can pop. She also has a That All You Got, which is kind of fascinating. If she wants to play it first, she could basically exchange it for a card off the top, and that's what she's going to do.
Looks like she is playing that All You Got. 2 more Ash Wings coming in hot.
And then she's immediately popping, so it's functionally the same. She's just choosing to trade the That All You Got in Arsenal for a random card off the top of the deck.
Absolutely.
Which is a Sink Below, which maybe will also end up in her arsenal. We'll have to see.
Rose does have her full item suite that she would want. Of course, she can greed for another Purifier or another Induction Chamber, but there are diminishing costs to playing those out. Do you think this is where Rose starts trading up and just going face, or do you think she's going to continuously clear the field?
I think we're going to see her continue to clear these Ash Wings, but then use any remaining resources to pressure face, probably. Actually, I should clarify. I kind of don't think that she will unload her gun unless all the items are already loaded up. I think if she has extra resources, she'll probably be really disciplined and just reload her whole board to get ready for future dragon clearing.
Mm-hmm.
But she is the expert here. We'll have to see.
Absolutely, and we're seeing a high octane. This is one of the power cards into the Dromai. With an effectively placed high octane, Rose is potentially able to shoot her pistol, 4 or 5 times with 4 power.
Yeah, it looks like she did draw into a red 0-cost boost card, which is really nice. Has access to 6 more resources, counting the tunic, assuming you're not pitching the sink below away.
Absolutely, extremely impactful. Do we think we're going to see Rose go face entirely this turn?
I still think that we'll probably see the Ashwings cleared based on the way she's been playing this game, but only time will tell. It is up to Rose. We have enough resources to activate both purifiers and then pop them and then shoot the pistol basically 3 times because you have 2 action points. So you go pistol, pay 1 to pistol, and then pay 2 to chamber pistol. Right. And that leaves you with 1 more resource with which you can load anything for the future, but I don't think you'd be able to shoot the pistol again. So I think in this case, because...
Wow, she's so disciplined. She's clearing the dragons.
Yeah, it makes sense, I guess, not to use the purifiers this turn. If she wants to shoot 2 pistol shots at Ashwings, there's kind of diminishing return. Or, like, basically, it'd be better to just leave the purifiers sitting for a turn when you're going to shoot the pistol for an actual, like, relevant 4 multiple times.
Right, absolutely. And the way that this deck plays, there's on and off turns. There's turns where you can set up, perhaps clear 1 or 2 dragons, and then on your on turns, you can, load up your gun and then shoot 4, 4, 4, 4.
Yeah.
So I think that ebb and flow of the way that this deck plays allows Rose to be both defensive and offensive when she needs to.
It seems so like fun to pilot. It's almost like calming. It's kind of methodical. Just like setting up, and then just like tap all the things, shoot you a billion times for 4.
For sure, I enjoy playing this type of dash a lot. The only reason I choose not to bring these types of decks into larger tournaments is because I don't like the manual dexterity that decks like Dromai and Dash require of you.
What do you mean when you say manual dexterity?
There's so many items and, dragons and allies floating around. There's a lot of, like, physical dexterity they need to have as a player to play these decks fast enough and efficiently enough such that you don't go to time during Swiss.
That's fair. I've been feeling that a tiny bit with Dash.io as well. You have to take your gun, move a lot of things around.
Right.
It looks like Rose has a Spark of Genius in her hand, so if she wants to, she can go fetch that Purifier that got sent to the bottom.
Yes, when you attack with it, you may transform an Ash.
And Guy is making an Ashwing on that Billowing Mirage.
Absolutely. Looks like we are Ash neutral on this play, and we are making an Ashwing.
Like you mentioned earlier, Guy seems very comfortable on Ash, chilling with 5 there.
For sure. I don't think Guy is going to ever run into an Ash problem.
Tome helps a lot with that, just giving you kind of free Ash. Especially on that Tome multi turn, we pitched 4 reds and only used 1 Ash.
Right, absolutely. And because of the Tome, Guy has 4 more Ash than he would otherwise, If this were pre-Tome era, he'd probably be on 1 Ash right now, and it might be scary, but because of the Tomes, you never have to think about Ash ever again.
What a card.
Yep.
Rose is thinking on blocks here. It looks like she's considering blocking with the Spark of Genius. She does have 2 more in the deck. I don't know if we've seen any played, pitched, or boosted, but she has at least, I think, 1 more of those left in first cycle that she can fetch the Purifier with if she wants to.
Absolutely. Rose is a very careful and methodical player. She will go out of her way not to take a single point of damage if she can help it, and her 34 life total is, clear evidence for that fact.
Sinking the Sigil away here, so really valuing holding on to the Spark, using that 4 breakpoint on the 3 just to sink, just to have a way to block it without like giving up her blue or her Spark, basically.
Oh, and here we see a dominated Nourishing Emptiness. This happens, not so frequently, but when it does, it's very exciting to see.
Kind of unfortunate for Rose that it happened immediately after she played her D-React from Arsenal.
Absolutely. That is pretty unlucky, but let's see how Rose chooses to deal with that.
So she has 3 3-blocks in hand. Yikes. But doesn't want to give the Tunic, obviously. Can't stop the on-hit. No matter. I guess there's no on-hit here. Wait, there is an on-hit. That's why it's Dominate.
It's Dominate, exactly. It wouldn't have Dominate if the on-hit wasn't active.
Yeah, so this is the first turn that Guy played attack action cards. Wow, all right.
Yep.
I think this is the first damage he's dealt this game that wasn't arcane damage, and it has a very meaningful on-hit attached. He is now holding a 5-card hand.
Did Rose have a Sigil? I don't see her life total change.
I believe Rose sunk her Sigil to the sink below.
Got it. So she took damage to the Nourishing Emptiness. I guess the players just haven't updated their life totals yet.
I think Rose was at 37 and dropped down to 34 because she has taken 4 arcane. She's played 1 Sigil this game. Maybe has taken 6
She was
arcane?
at 34 at the start of last turn. She blocked out, and I just didn't see the life change since then.
Huh, okay, maybe she's at 31 then. Looks like Guy is given a blocking card of the pistol. We're giving it go again another time.
22, right? That's what I got.
Yep. Guy recognizes that he is at the point where he needs to start worrying about these pistols. Actually blocking this pistol shot. from this point, who do you think is in the driver's seat?
To me, it feels like Rose has kind of taken control of this game, really managed to keep that board clear. I expected we'd see at least one spot where Guy managed to unload a bunch of dragons where Rose wasn't able to clear them. The most we've ever had is like 2 or 3 in play at a time. Those Yenderais in particular were kind of sticky, but I would give the edge to Rose right now.
Absolutely. I'm thinking the same. Looks like the life total is just updated. Rose is at 31.
Yeah.
Guy at 22, coming in with a Kyloria, but somehow Kyloria is not as frightening without a Dromai or a Mirror Guy backing it up.
That's true. Rose has the sync below to nicely cover this.
Yep.
It does die to a single gunshot for 2. Miraging Metamorph for 7. I mean, that's a pretty big hitter.
That is a lot of damage. How afraid do we think Rose is of this attack?
Rose has to decide at this point with so many pistol items set up and with a life lead on Guy, she might be willing to just take some damage to continue swinging the big board.
Absolutely. She just
like
takes it. 7?
Oh,
wow.
my
That is
goodness.
such a powerful turn.
That's such a great hand to have a blue.
Absolutely. 4 into 7 into 7. That is 18 damage turn with an on-hit on one of them.
Wow. And we can see now kind of why Guy chose to block with the dust up. He wanted to make this play, but he didn't want to have an extra hit card just sitting in hand if one of these were to get popped.
Absolutely. And I thought they'd ban Lexi this format.
I'm going to block.
So life totals are pretty even now. Rose is dropping to 20, Guy's at 22. There is a Kyloria in play, but Rose has those pesky pistol items still just hanging out.
Exactly. In a single turn, Guy has even the life total.
Drawing back to...
Rose does, however, have a way more fleshed out and established board, so I would still give the edge slightly to her.
I would too, yeah. She has that adaptive plating. If she ever gets in a spot where a Kyloria is landed and she doesn't have a D-React or a popper, she can give a card plus that.
Right, she can just give her full equipment suite. But it would be pretty rough to have to give one of these, one of these big items that she worked so hard to establish.
Yeah, hopefully she can just go card plus adaptive for 1, and then eventually card plus Tunic if necessary, but I think we've already seen 2 Kylorias, so should be safe from that particular effect after the 3rd one.
This feels like a fun thing to fiddle around.
Unless Guy remembrances them back, I suppose. He does have 2 remembrance in his list.
Absolutely. The great thing about adaptive plating is once you get them to a point where they're, quote-unquote Kodachi locked or pistol locked or whatever, you can probably just give one of the plasma purifiers because your opponent has to block out every shot anyway.
Yeah.
No box.
I'll give it go again.
Yep. 18.
Does it go again? Cleared out the dragon. Looks like this one's going to face.
He is down to 18. Rose has maintained throughout most of this game her life lead, just not taking much damage until just now on Guy's big 18 swing turn, and being very diligent clearing all his dragons, but, over time leaking in damage with the pistol.
Absolutely, and unlike Lexi, Dromai, I believe, can only do that once or twice.
4 cards or 3?
Looks like we have a Dromai in hand. That's going to be played on top of the Dromai dust. He has found his point in the game where he's able to utilize his dust. Let's see if it will be impactful.
Looks like Rose does not have a popper in hand here, but I mean, if she did, this would be a very nice way to safeguard your Dromai. Rake is going to follow it up to make 3 Ash Wings, down to 4 Ash.
Absolutely, and I think we'll probably see a clean clear on these dragons from Rose on her turn.
Yeah, based on the way she's been playing this game, very likely just use both chambers to shoot the pistol 3 times and then maybe send a boost card at one of the... it's kind of dangerous. Boosting at this point, she doesn't have her Achilles. I think even if she did have it, she might not want to pop it because of AB.
Exactly.
So might have to leave an Ashwing and an Asvali in play here if she wants to just clear Dromai, Ashwing.
Absolutely, and I think the Dromai 100% has to be dealt with next turn, so we're at least going to see 1 pistol shot going to that Dromai.
Rose looks like she has... Is that 2 blues and a zipper hit in hand?
Yeah, it looks like she has a Techlo Core, a zipper hit, and another blue.
Junkyard Dog, I think.
Junkyard Dog.
She does have access to a lot of resources on this turn. I'll be curious to see whether she chooses to boost the zipper hit. Maybe very late in the turn she will, but it is certainly dangerous because a generic truly stops the turn.
Absolutely. Looks like Rose is probably going to just add +1 to the pistol so she can clear the big dragons.
That makes sense.
The big-ish dragons.
Yeah, both of those, and then maybe also clear 1 baby if she chooses to.
Absolutely. Looks like this one should definitely be going at Dromai. Rose will consider whether or not she wants to send the last attack in the face or at the small dragon.
One decision point we've been brushing over is actually quite interesting on the Dash's side. In this case, Rose has 2 extra resources, so chooses to put a counter on the Chamber and the Purifier. But when you only have 1, you have to choose which of those 2 you want to put it on. I think that in this build, it makes a lot of sense to usually just put it on the Chamber first.
Yep.
But especially in normal Dash, when you have access to High Octane, it's possible that sometimes you want to put it on the Purifier instead. And Rose's deck does have High Octane in it, so it's always an option. And then in this case, when she has 2, she's chosen to go Chamber Purifier instead of Chamber Chamber. So just interesting to see those heuristics.
Absolutely. And Guy plays the Mother of All Dragons, Uvia. This is probably one of the hardest dragons for Rose to clear, unless she, it's very awkward. If she has a zipper hit or something of that sort, you can't clear it very efficiently. Same as Yenderai, you either waste a 6 into it or it'll eat up a bunch of pistol shots.
Yeah, very notably though, Guy is all the way down to 1 Ash.
Yeah, Guy is at 1 Ash. Imagine if he didn't have those tomes. Guy would be Ash-starved for the last 2 turns.
Yeah, seriously. And it makes the Uvia less immediately threatening because he doesn't have just a lot of times when this card is played, especially in slow matchups, there's just huge Ash pile to dip into to just keep making Ash Wings. And right now, Rose has a little bit of extra time. She can maybe clear the Ash Wings first if she wants to, and then find a spot to kill Uvia.
Absolutely. Guy has masterfully played the last 2 turns. I think first starting with the Kyloria Metamorph into that last turn, Guy has managed to turn the swing of this game, and he might potentially even be slightly favored going into this turn.
Yeah, he's keeping up a lot of pressure. He now has a small life lead on Rose, who is sitting at 11. I think that fatigue is no longer the #1 outcome on people's. Maybe the players knew that it was never going to go there. I think for a while that was on our minds as a possibility. But right now it looks like they're just going to keep pressuring each other, and pretty soon one of them is going to be in lethal range.
Absolutely. There's no way this game goes to the bottom of either player's deck. I think the game is going to end, in a couple of turns, probably before turn 20, with one player dying.
Yeah, Guy is remembering back some dragons, grabbing a Kyloria, which we mentioned could be really annoying if Rose runs out of poppers and armor and D reacts, she might have to just end up committing 2 cards to this Kyloria later in the game because she really does not want to let it take one of her pistol items away.
Absolutely, and Guy, recognizing the importance of the tomes, chooses to remembrance one of them back in. He recognizes he's low on Ash and the value the tomes have provided to him this game, and masterfully puts it back into his deck.
He's shuffling up, and then the other remembrance is going to the bottom this turn, so Guy knows for sure that at this point, his pitch stack is trapped in second cycle all the way until he gets there, because these are his only 2 shuffle effects.
He is indefatigable. Indefatigable?
I think, how do you say that word? Indefatigable?
I have no idea. I've only seen it written.
That's fair.
No one has ever pronounced or recited that word to me.
I think, I'm going to go with indefatigable.
He is indefatigable.
It's unfatigable. What are you guys on?
No, indefatigable.
Wait, what? That's a word?
Yeah.
Wait.
It's
you changed it, though. You changed it to fatigable.
Oh, sorry. Indefatigable.
I mean, I don't know which one's right. I just, we're locking in indefatigable for now.
Yeah. Put it up on the screen, Ethan, so folks can learn this new word.
Rose is just... Oh, she's choosing to clear away the Uvia first.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. That Uvia is going to get so much value if Guy can continue generating Ash.
Yeah, and then loading up the pistol again. I'll be curious to see whether she fires off the pistol at an Ash. Oh, she has a 3rd chamber. All right, we're playing that out.
Oh, wow, okay.
Oh, we even got the... Wait, I don't know how to read this pronunciation guide.
Which one?
We have this chat message here that is supposed to tell us how to pronounce it, but I still don't know.
Oh, it's indefatigable.
Rebel?
Okay.
All right.
Cards in hand.
Rabble for 4 go again. The nice thing about Ravenous Rabble in this Dromai deck is it is almost always for 4. You have very few blues and yellows in this deck. All the yellows are gone.
Absolutely. And that was our free SAT tutoring session, free of charge, from Ethan, Brody, and myself.
Wait, who said free of charge? You got to donate $5 right now.
Oh, yeah, go ahead and donate $5 to Ethan's Patreon. We can get all the money we can. We haven't been able to get free amenities here today.
Rose is covering up that 4 breakpoint cleanly with a Fate Foreseen. I think she has resolved the opt, and now we're back on Guy's side, figuring out what to do with this hand. Looks like he has a Billowing Mirage and 2 other cards I can't quite make out. Board of Ashwings obviously still in play. he does have this passing Mirage effect that is not eaten up by the Ravenous because it's a generic card, so he has to decide, okay, but the Billowing will eat it. So wasting the Anti-Phantasm on Billowing and likely just swinging the Board of Ashwings after this.
Right, this is just more damage total. You can throw the Metamorph, but that's only just 7. It is also 7, but it's harder to block.
Yeah.
And at this point, he recognizes that the more chip he can get, the closer he is to attaining victory.
In theory, throwing the Metamorph, assuming he doesn't want to use the last card in his hand, is better for this turn because it is immune to Phantasm. But playing Billowing gives him the 4th Ashwing for later in the game, just repeatedly getting damage. Oh, and that is also a Burn Them All, so you definitely want to swing your Dragons.
Absolutely, and he just needs to keep this Burn Them All alive for 10 turns, and that is inevitability. He has masterfully played this game in such a way that he, at one point, he was definitely unfavored in this game, but now I would say he's cleanly in the driver's seat.
Yeah. Rose has a lot of blues here. She can clear the whole board of Ashwings this turn, which is really interesting. But she does not have a popper to stop them, so is going to be taking a lot of damage and, like you said, getting really close to just arcane lethal range.
Right. She's going to be taking 5 minimum this turn unless she gives equipment block. I don't think there's a world in which she gives a card from hand.
It looks like she is choosing to take it all, so on her turn it's going to cost 1, 2, 3, 4 resources to clear all the Ashwings, and then after that she'll have 5 resources left over to reload all her items. I don't know if she's going to be able to make use of her very last resource because it doesn't really make sense to activate the Purifier if your plan is to kill all the Ashwings.
Right.
So
Shoot an Ashwing.
Absolutely.
she might have 1 resource wasted for that reason. We'll have to see.
I thought it was a very heads-up play for Rose to play out this 3rd induction chamber because I think she realized she needs to go wider than she had the ability to prior. The way that Rose loses this game is that Guy is able to establish a board that she's unable to respond to. But I do feel at this point in the game, it's a little late if Guy is able to establish multiple dragons and Rose isn't able to clear while threatening damage. Rose is just going to keep falling more and more behind.
I do think she's falling behind here, but yeah, 3 induction chambers plus 2 purifiers means as long as you have resources, you can pretty efficiently clear any size of dragon. You can also scale it, like with Azalize and stuff. You can just use your purifier instead of having to swing the gun twice. A lot of flexibility.
Absolutely. Do we throw the last gun at the Ashwing or the Aura?
That's a good question. I think that maybe the Ashwing, but I don't know. I'm curious to see what Rose chooses here. I think that, yeah, I think it makes sense to clear the Ashwing, but it is nice on Guy's side to have that passing Mirage to know for sure that something like a Kyloria can't be popped.
Absolutely. That Aura is, potential damage, but the Ashwing is guaranteed damage. Rose recognizes this and clears the Ashwing.
Yeah, she does not draw into a popper this turn. That looks like 4 blues.
She does not, but she has full suite of items ready to go. So if Guy can't present lethal this turn, and I'm sure he can with 4-card hand.
Yeah.
Rose is definitely going to be back in the driver's seat.
Rose, at this point, can present 16 damage off of 4 resources. Her Tunic's not going to 3. She can't do that off 1 card, but these pistol items, when combined, do become very powerful.
Absolutely. He just needs to maintain the pressure. It looks like he's just opting to throw a Command and Conquer.
I think he might have a Dragonless hand.
Oh, that's rough. So that's how Guy loses this game, if he has a Dragonless hand.
Yeah, Rose, I think, is going to block with 2 cards, stay at 5, and then she's going to have enough resources to shoot for 16 total damage.
Absolutely. That's a clean block from Rose, and that's a turn wasted on the Burn Them All.
They're all home.
I suppose that's the worst way to say it when there aren't any.
I think this is going to end up being a very close late game.
Absolutely.
This is a fascinating match.
We're at turn 14. I predicted turn 20, Brody. What do you think is going to be the turn count when this game ends?
I think turn 20 sounds. I'm gonna go with turn 18. Okay. I think it'll be a couple more. It can drag on. I think if Rose had Arcane Barrier, I would expect it to drag on longer. But I think that she either needs to kill Guy ASAP or he's gonna leak in enough points with this Burn Them All and maybe Azvalize other Burn Them Alls. I don't remember what the 3rd card was that he remembered back. I think it was Miragai, Kyloria, and some 3rd, maybe Dragon. It was Tome. Yeah. So he has 2 Tomes in the deck.
Tome of the Imperial Flame. One of the most impactful cards in this matchup, as we've learned. Single-handedly turning the tide.
Yeah, giving Guy a ton of Ash to work with. He's back to 3 Ash right now because of that CMC, so pretty comfy.
Looks like we're going to be shooting for 16 this turn, so Rose is presenting lethal.
Yeah, even through the Furnace, it's lethal. Gee's going to have to give at least one card, assuming Rose doesn't clear the Passing Mirage, which I'd be quite surprised to see her attack that.
The other reason that burning the Achilles Accelerator was so impactful is that the Achilles Accelerator presents an additional 4 to 8 damage on the turn that you're quote-unquote about to kill with this deck.
Yeah, if you do boost a mech card, then your gun shoots another time, and it also like allows you to make that play because if you don't boost a mech card, you're safe.
Right. And if Rose had that play option available, then she would be the one who would cleanly take this game back.
No blocks.
He is not blocking the first shot. Going down to 10 after the pistol is given go again.
I wonder if Guy ever just gives armor here. Says my hand is more damage than you can block, and I'm just going to throw everything at you.
Counter on the pistol, fire before.
Oh, he can choose to just, let the Furnace die if he wants to and stay at 1.
Right, and because Rose has to break the combat chain every time she attacks, Guy's just able to get a clean 3 block out of this on a single turn.
Yeah.
Pistol, fire 4.
Just shooting again. Guy's at 8 now. Life totals are about to be close to even. Looks like his hand is Dromai, Mirror Guy, Sigil.
Right.
So with 3 Ash, definitely can make several dragons and threaten a lot here.
He is saying, I have 3 Ash, and that's all I need if he chooses to block with this Furnace one more time.
Rose's Tunic resource next turn, I bet, is going to be pretty critical. At this point in the game, every item you can activate scales so much.
Right, absolutely. This loadout is definitely the most efficient item, weapon loadout that you can have in the game.
Rose does have a 3rd Purifier hiding somewhere in her deck, right?
Right, but I think it'd be suicide to play it out at this point.
Yeah, but it's like it's a potential liability if she draws it.
For sure. I think once she draws it, she's going to really struggle during that turn.
Has she shuffled? Did she ever play a Spark?
I don't recall her playing Spark. I think she blocked with a Spark.
Yeah, I don't remember for sure either. But if she hasn't shuffled, I think that means she's safe because the Purifier is somewhere near the bottom of her deck.
Right, but she did pitch it 4 or 5 turns ago, so...
That's true. It could eventually start climbing back.
Right. And this deck pitches a lot because you pitch multiple blues a turn, so we could see that card pop up. Soon.
That's a good point.
Yep.
He's just really in the tank on blocks here. What's his arsenal right now? I know his hand is Mirror Guy, Dromai, and Sigil.
He has Sigil in hand. I don't think it was a Sigil in his arsenal. It might be a dragon that starts a chain.
Looks like he is going to do 1 card of block here.
Like he's saying, I don't need all my Mirror Guys to win this game. I just need 1 to stick it out, and I can present lethal over 5 turns.
He very likely is going to have a double anti-phantasm effect, kind of triple with the Chroma giving him an action point, but regardless, it all goes away on the 2nd dragon. So if Rose gets a popper, she will be able to clear one of the threats away, as well as saving the life.
Right, so we have a Sigil, a Dromai, and a Mirror Guy. Do we think the Sigil is going to get pitched, or do we think that the Sigil is going to get played?
I suspect it's going to get pitched, but not confident.
Yeah, I can see the Sigil getting pitched. I think it's way more impactful.
3 and 1 arcane.
Oh, wow, so he's able to create 2 dragons that don't have Phantasm now because he's opting to attack with the Dromai first before playing the Mirror Guy.
I think that Mirror Guy still doesn't work. I think it says
it doesn't.
I think it says your first dragon attack each turn, so it still just like sees the previous Dromai.
Gotcha. So it doesn't consider itself the first dragon attack because Dromai is already attacked.
So 2 being threatened. I think, yeah, there we go. Life totals are updated. Rose is at 4 from that arcane damage.
4, and then if she has a popper, she can stop this.
Have we seen the 3rd Sigil from Rose's deck yet? Because that is one way for her to mitigate this potential arcane lethal.
No, I don't think we've seen it yet. I believe she might have pitched it earlier on.
I'll go to 2 here.
I think she played 1, pitched 1. I believe there's still a 3rd one in the first cycle, but I am not positive.
Rose goes to 2. If Guy draws an Asvalai, it's just game over.
Game over unless Rose draws her out of Sigil, but it's possible she can strip enough cards from Guy that he... I don't know. He definitely could keep a 1-card hand, right?
Right, absolutely. It looks like...
Well, maybe not. Rose has a lot of resources.
Right.
Oh, she did draw that 1 Purifier, which is a little clunky at this point in the game.
Oh, did she draw the Purifier already?
Yeah, it's probably just going to be a red pitch, I bet.
All right, so...
Rose can once again present 16. Guy is at 3, so... If he gives if he gives all 4 cards and his Furnace, he theoretically still goes to 0 without a D-React. So I think Rose might be about to run away with this game.
Mark 3.
Wow.
Go again.
Take 1, go to 2.
I don't know what Guy's arsenal is, but
Yeah, do we remember if there's a D-Reactor? Oh, Guy does have a Sigil, is that?
I think in this case, Sigil's just going to be the same as a 3-block.
Right, it's exactly a 3-block, so it's just 4 3-blocks in his hand. Question is, does Guy have a D-React in arsenal?
Rose really managed to hang on to more resources than I expected this turn and is just doing shooting the whole board again.
I feel like Guy would have played a D-React if it was an arsenal. Other than a D-React or a Sigil, this might be it for Guy.
Yeah. Rose is thinking here. Oh, she is getting low on resources. I think she maybe has just enough. She has, or 1 extra counting the Purifier in hand. She can use Purifier or Tunic for the final shot.
Response, I will gain 3.
He goes to 4, blocks with his Furnace, so he ultimately goes back to 1. Furnace is gone. And then, oh man, does he have it? Rose is going to shoot.
This is the pivotal attack here.
I think Rose is considering what she wants to target. Oh, she's reloading the chamber. She's shooting Guy.
Shooting Guy for 4.
Guy.
Oh,
Wow,
that's
the
and
game.
that's it. Guy drew the tome, which ended up being a liability. He had a Necria in Arsenal. Wow. That was astounding. Was that the result that you expected? That was such a tumultuous game.
That was fascinating. I really didn't know what to expect at the start. At the start of the game, thought that Guy would probably be favored. He'd find a spot to develop a dragon board that was too big to clear and then just keep spiraling out of control. But Rose really played with extreme discipline, cleared the dragons, set up 5 of her items, which is some decks don't even play more than 5 items. That's what I would consider the full, whatever you want to call it, wombo combo setup. I'm trying to think of what Exodia. You assemble. That's what I was trying to find.
Assemble Exodia.
Assemble Exodia. But yeah, Rose moving on to the finals, going to play against Iyslander soon.
Yeah, that was surgical extraction. Rose played that cleanly and precisely. I was on the edge of my seat. Rose, going in, I thought the same as you. I thought Dromai clearly favored, and then Rose established a board presence that I thought, there's no way that Guy's going to get past this. Guy turned the tides, and then I thought Guy was clearly favored at a certain point, and then Rose just snuck in from, clear victory on Guy's side if he had a Aswalai or any other arcane form.
Lots of back and forth, and originally we thought maybe the game would get really grindy, go to fatigue, and it was grindy, but it was a very close end game where both players were threatening each other with damage, you're going to die if you don't, take my cards or kill my things. Rose obviously has a bit more, options in how she wants to approach the matchup. She can attack face or attack dragons.
Absolutely.
He has a lot less ways to interact with Rose's permanents. Kyloria can steal them, but he has no way to force that interaction. So he's kind of at the mercy of Rose's choices and how quickly she's able to set up the board.
Right.
And just has to try to pressure enough with his dragons that she can't keep enough resources to just keep doing these really efficient pistol plays.
Absolutely. And if I remember correctly, Rose still had armor at the end of that game, right?
She still had 2, yeah.
Wow, so she was at a 2, potentially 4. She was at a higher life total. And so I think it was a commanding win there, more or less. It looked close, but looked like Rose has had it in a bag for, it didn't seem like she was pressured enough. And he played really well, but, Rose played even better. And at the end of the day, the dash took it away.
Yeah, right at the end, I do feel like Rose was firmly ahead.
Yeah, this was such an interesting bracket. Brody, looks like we had Guy who beat Bravo, a deck that's historically favored given the amount of poppers. Michael lost to Rose on Dash.
And then on the other side of the bracket, Joe moved on, beating Bravo in the quarterfinals, Rhinar in the semis. Dexter's been on a tear all day, but ultimately lost to Joe. And then it's going to be Dash versus Iyslander in the finals. Did you say players don't have each other's deck lists in this event?
They do not. That was a choice made by the tournament organizer. Some of the players were a little upset at that because typically Battle Hardens and Callings will give deck lists. But, the matches have been streamed. Most of the players have been on stream. And so more or less the deck lists are public-ish, but there's no direct access to the deck list.
Yeah, I assume at this point Joe would have heard or seen what Rose is doing with her Dash deck. But in general, as Iyslander going into the matchup, you probably are assuming hybrid boost dash,
right?
Which is a pretty rough matchup. And I wonder if that's going to influence the way Joe sideboards if he doesn't know that Rose is in fact like a more tree froggy defensive dash.
Absolutely. No, Joe has been watching very intently from the start. I'm sure by now that Joe knows exactly what he's up against. The question is, will he be able to adapt his strategy to be able to beat Tree Frog Dash, so to speak?
Which will be really interesting to see. I think it'll be a cooler game to watch than just like maybe a typical dash build versus Iyslander, where I think the dash is favored. In this case, I feel like I would also assume the dash is favored, but I feel like there's probably a ton of agency on both sides.
Right, absolutely. It's definitely going to be a nail-biter for sure. Such a fantastic match to round out our finals for Battle of Hardened Pittsburgh. We're gonna be moving on to Ethan now. He's gonna do our final giveaway, second to last giveaway.
Final giveaway for the day.
Final giveaway for the day. So stay tuned, Ethan. Take it away, and let's give some stuff away.
Sweet. All right, everybody. We have one of the bigger ones to give away today. What we're going to do, just a reminder of how today and tomorrow work. Tomorrow, we're not streaming the entire day. Tomorrow, we're streaming just the top 8. Because reminder, this is a bit... I won't get into it. Anyway, tomorrow we're streaming just the top 8. Swiss rounds, I've got some other projects to do. So we are going to save 3 giveaways for tomorrow just to make sure that all of the top 8 is exciting, even though we couldn't stay with you all day. But we have one more big one to cap off the night, and that is going to be from our friends over at Team Ascent. Where can I put this where it's not in the way? Let's put it like right here. All right, so final giveaway of the day coming from Team Ascent here with a $25 e-gift card. The keyword on this is literally just Ascent. Type Ascent. You can see it if you need help. If you're like apparently me and Brody, then if you need any spelling help, it's right there, Ascent. Type Ascent, and you will win a $25 e-gift card for their merch shop at ascent-gaming.com, which has really cool event code merch like this from the St. Louis stream. The Just Goat shirt, as well as some hats, shirts, hoodies, things like that, all based around the lovely game we play, Flesh and Blood. You can also just buy other gift cards or maybe pass along. Well, you wouldn't buy a gift card with a gift card. You would just pass along this gift card. But it would be great for gifts if you've made great friends within the Fab community, getting them a event code shirt. It's kind of a cool idea. I considered getting the Just Goat shirt for Dan, and then I just got it for myself. Because I liked it. I liked it too. So there you go. Type Ascent in the chat. Ascent in the chat to enter into this as we wait for the finals to start. I mean, like, they're literally at the table already, so we shouldn't take too long here. I'm going to mute for 1 second so I can talk to the judge. Keep typing Ascent. All right. Cool. The finals is, they're ready. They're ready to go. So we need to go ahead, get those entries in for Ascent so you can win this gift card. You guys should also enter in the giveaway because a $25 gift card would get you an entire one of these shirts. Reminder, shirt. I can't believe I'm not wearing this shirt today, but at the same time, a Savage Feats shirt isn't half bad either. You can't buy those, though. But you can buy the Fab Event Code shirts. So we've got almost 200 people, again, eligible for this giveaway. That's pretty hype. People are really popping off. With over 1,000 people in the chat right now, we can easily get it over. What was the highest entries? We had like 220. We can get higher than that. We can absolutely get higher than that. This is the easiest code ever to win because it's just an e-gift card. I shoot you a code, and then you go browse the store. There's no waiting for shipping, nothing. Look at this. You will just... if you don't win, this is what the checkout looks like if you want your own. You can't go wrong with a gift card. Choose an amount and write a personal message to make this gift your own. Well, it'll be your own if you win this giveaway. How many entries are we at? Come on, people. Come on, people. The highest we had was 220. Let's break that ceiling. Let's break that ceiling. We're only at like 180 right now. I lied. We weren't even at 200 yet, but I believed. I thought I would tab out and tab back in, and we'd be at 280. What's up? Yanji's pointing at something. I don't know what he's pointing at. In the meantime, I'll call it at 200 then, because the judges do want to keep this moving. Brody. Oh, are you doing a TriCast? Is that the plan? Okay, cool. They're all making plans around me while I'm busy over here. Drag the mouse to the right, by the way. It's on my screen. There you go. Yep. Do you have it? Yep. Okay, keep it there. All right, cool. We're going to roll the giveaway so we can jump into the finals. We do have over 200 eligible users now. Well done. Well done. Well done. Here we go. Roll it. This is just the last winner of the night, by the way. Last winner of the night. And then tomorrow we have 3 more giveaways to do. Tomorrow we have the unlimited box of Welcome to Wraith. We have 2 more Dragon Shields. And we have the pint glass from the Coaxing event on December 10th out in Colorado, run by Joey from Dex and Drafts. So, more to do tomorrow. But as of now, everyone in chat, well, not everyone, about a quarter of you are entered for this one. Let's see it. Giveaway winner is Keaton Landenberger. Keaton Landenberger has won the giveaway. Let's highlight your name real quick, just so everyone knows. Keaton Landenberger. Email me, Keaton Landenberger. Email me at Ethan at savagefeats.com. And congrats. There you go. That's the last giveaway of the day. We're going to go ahead and jump into the finals with a tri-cast situation. It's going to be Brody, Yanji, and Naib to wrap it. And then we're going to have to go get dinner, and I'm going to have to go add timestamps. So we'll definitely get a winner's interview, but no final giveaway right at the end. This is it for the night. Thank you all for being around in chat. We gave away a ton of prizes today, and there's more tomorrow. So stick around for the weekend. I'm going to make sure the finals is situated, and we'll be right back.
All right, and welcome back to Battle Hardened Pittsburgh. This is our final round of the day. 10 rounds, Yanji. How has casting been for you today?
It was actually pretty good. I thought that I'd be more tired than I am, but I'm pretty amped to see, a lot of good games of Flesh and Blood. It's oddly more relaxing than playing the tournament.
For sure. Awesome. We get Brody under my subtitle. Brody, how has playing and casting been for you today?
It's been a lot of fun. I had a great time playing Dash.io. I've been playing it throughout the week, trying to practice, and playing it today in person was so much fun. It was my first time playing it in paper, so it took a little bit of getting used to. I have played Dash Database in draft, so I'm kind of used to the look at the top thing. I'm a little scared that I'm going to switch heroes and then accidentally do it still. That happened to me last weekend. Two weeks ago in St. Louis, I played the Draft Pro Quest.
Dude, that's broken. Just play Dash Inventor Extraordinaire and then just look at the top of your deck every time.
I was thinking about that. Like at Worlds, if someone drafts Dash and then switch back to their other Dash CC deck and they accidentally look at the top, I kept having the impulse to when I was playing Azalea 2 weeks ago, but I never did it, thankfully. But yeah, it's been a fun time. I went 5-2 on Dash.io and learned a lot. It's an incredibly fun deck to play, and then casting has been great as always. Our last game was really interesting to watch. That was like lots of back and forth, and we weren't really sure what was going to happen until the very end, but I think masterclass on both sides.
It was. I've had an absolute blast casting today. Our final dolphin fact of the day, Yanji. Did you know that dolphins can dive up to 1,000 feet deep? What's the deepest you guys have ever dived?
Dove? I actually don't know. Dived.
I've gone to
I think it's dove.
Maybe like 12 feet.
12 feet?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
It's like it's like a pool. It's just like a regular pool.
I think mine's pretty similar. It's probably like 8 feet.
All right, yeah.
Whatever it goes to.
I think same here. Yeah, whatever a regular pool is. Yeah, imagine 10 times that. That's That's pretty impressive.
Dolphins are.
Yeah, I am actually the worst swimmer.
100 times actually. I can't do math. This is why I'm casting and these guys are playing. Ethan, are
This is
we?
why you're casting the Dolphins are diving 1,000 feet.
Yeah, with those diving skills, the Dolphins can probably do.
Absolutely.
Best math in the
We
room.
are ready to head into our next match here. Our last match, Dromai versus Dash. Going into this, did you guys think that this would be the finals?
No, it's Iyslander versus Dash.
Iyslander versus Dash. I stand corrected. I was going to say this is why I'm casting, but I should probably know what heroes are in the finals while I'm casting. Fantastic. This is an untimed round. Joe at 3rd seed, Rose at 5th. Rose playing Dash Mechanologist, Inventor Extraordinaire instead of Dash IO.
Yeah.
This is a deck that she's been a fond pilot of from the start. She's been, always bringing it to tournaments. She won the last Battle Hardened that we had in Pennsylvania, or the one right after
Dynasty.
Right after Dynasty dropped. Joe has been an Iyslander, staunch Iyslander player from as long as I can remember.
Okay.
He's been playing this hero. He's brought it every time to a Battle Hardened. I think he's topped multiple Battle Hardens or PTI events. So both of these players are just the go-to players for these decks.
Yeah, and they've both, for making the finals, have already locked up their PTI, but now I think they're playing for the Legendary Gold Foil.
That is right. Joe is the higher seed here, and it looks like he has chosen to go first, leading us off with, I think he's Coronet peeking himself, just clearing the hand away. Coronet peek does say target hero, pitching 2 blues, and then is going to set something up in his arsenal.
Right, not letting Rose clear her hand at all or cycle her hand.
Rose has AB4.
Rose has brought in all of her Arcane Barrier here. Joe is on Goliath Gauntlet. Looks like Joe is going to want to take this match as fast as he can and present damage that Rose is not able to block while establishing her items.
Yeah, I think normally this matchup should be favored for Iyslander. If you're playing Dash, the matchup that you don't want to see as Icelanders usually boost Dash. And looking at Rose's deck list, looks like it's a little bit difficult for her to boost efficiently just because of all of the non-mechanologist cards that are in her deck.
Wow.
But she does get to deploy an item on the first turn, playing a Spark of Genius.
That's fantastic. Rose has a Spark anyway. The first time we saw Rose, she played 1 item per turn up until turn 5. Last game, she was a little slower.
Yeah.
How fast do you think she's going to establish 4 items?
I don't know. Establishing items into Iyslander can be a little bit difficult since you do need to hold up some damage. I am actually really surprised that he's pitching the Frost Hex here.
Absolutely. I would imagine that Joe would want to set up at least one, but he probably has a higher tempo play. I think I've never played this matchup, but I think it's going to be very tempo reliant.
It looks like Joe has 2 reds in hand, so I think he's sort of forced to make this play just because he has to play a red and arsenal a red to not be inefficient.
Sure.
Absolutely. Joe chose to give her 2 Frostbites at this point. Do you think these Frostbites are relevant?
Not really. Rose's turn is about to end, and she's going to just be deploying the Plasma Purifier and then arsenaling a card. Her arsenal card is probably either a defense reaction or sigil or some other card similar to that because she chose not to Arcane Barrier.
Then in that case, perhaps we've seen, perhaps a timing misstep on Joe. If he had done it, 1 action earlier, he might have been able to prevent that item search on Rose.
Yeah, I'm really curious. No, I think normally you would want to, with a card like that, you would want to play it as soon as Rose activates her pistol to put a counter on it or something like that.
I think Joe was waiting to gain more information and maybe let Rose walk herself into a trap, especially with a card like Arctic where you give 2 Frostbites at once. That's kind of unexpected.
Sure.
And I think he didn't expect her to tap out so quickly with 1 action on this board.
Yeah.
Right. Coming in with Phandel's Fighting Spirit, Joe is on the typical heavy attack Iyslander list known as Bolander. Joe is playing 3 red Phandel's Fighting Spirit, also 3 yellow Phandel's Fighting Spirit. Do you think he's bringing the yellow Phandel's Fighting Spirits into this matchup, or do you think they're specifically for Dromai, Yanji?
I think they're probably just for Dromai. Against the dash deck like this, I think you just want to kind of run your deck as lean as possible. The important pieces in your deck for this matchup, you obviously have your above rate attack, so you have the Wounded Bulls, the Phandel's Fighting Spirits. But I think in addition to that, you really want to lean on your Insidious Chills, your Frost Hexes, because Rose is not playing, a traditional boost dash deck, so she cannot put as much pressure on Joe. She's going to be spending a lot of time setting up and for the most part being, tempo negative on those turns while setting up.
Right, absolutely. In addition to those, Joe's other attacks are 3 Enlightened Strikes, 3 Scar for Scars, 3 Wounded Bulls, and 3 Command and Conquers. I think the Command and Conquers are going to be very clutch in this game, and I think that's precisely why Joe is bringing the Goliath Gauntlet. What do you think about that, Brody?
Rose does have several defense reactions and no blocks in her deck in the items, so there are plenty of turns where you could catch her off guard with a Command and Conquer and either straight up make it so that she can't block it because she has no armor and she has like 3 of these sorts of cards in her hand, or more likely she just has to block with, say, her resources for that turn or a critical card like Spark or something like that.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I think that because of Command and Conquer's interaction with defense reactions, just like likely trapping reds in her hand, it is sometimes even better than something like Wounded Bull.
Yeah, and Rose is already set up for her second Plasma Purifier, so she is keeping
She's
up in
already-
pace.
yeah.
She's keeping on pace with the 1 item per turn. I think if you get the items out really fast, it could be, pretty strong. Joe's turn is not super high tempo.
Setting up the Insidious Chill, Joe definitely valuing the long-term tempo rather than the inevitability that Frost Hex brings him.
He had the option to play Aether Ice Vein fused here. I think that's a yellow Ice Vein, and then, maybe it's a blue Ice Vein, in which case either one of those are not as great.
That's a yellow Ice Vein. Rose does have AB4.
Yeah,
so it's not as strong.
2 blues would cleanly block the Ice Vein plus Moon. Red Ice Veins are much better, so just setting up the chill to pair with those later.
Yeah.
Right.
I wonder, his arsenal is a red attack.
I think
I believe so.
I think so too.
I think Joe is recognizing that the way he wins this game, or his path to victory, as he's probably identified it, is probably getting the Insidious triggers late in the game and just tempoing Rose out of the game after she set up her items.
Yeah.
That's another Frost Hex in hand for Joe. On Rose's side, we have blue High Octane, and what's the third card behind the High Octane?
Twin Drive.
We have a
So Twin Drive is going to be really strong if Rose draws into a blue. She's drawn, I think, into a second induction chamber.
Yeah, I was curious. I wasn't seeing Twin Drive in the list, and I was like, did Rose add some Twin Drives to this list? No, she has very few boost cards, mostly just zipper hits and throttles in the red.
What, am I misreading?
I think it's Zipper Hit blue.
Oh, Zipper Hit.
Yeah, zipper hit. There is 060 as well, so the typical boost cards.
Oh, I think I saw the High Octane as a Twin Drive. Like I said, I cannot tell art. I just look at outlines and colors.
That's fair. Pistol's coming in for 3, only popping 1 Purifier this turn, interestingly. She had both of them available, but...
Oh, so he actually had 2 Frost Hexes on the turn, I guess.
Is that Frost Hex on the field, or is it blocking a... That's blocking.
Oh, it's blocking?
Got it.
Never mind.
Firing off the Blizzard, though, to tax more resources from Rose.
Yep.
That basically demands a full card.
Now, the wording on the induction chamber is that it gives your pistol go again, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it doesn't gain you an action point. So the Blizzards are very relevant here, potentially just ending a turn if Rose does not allocate her resources in the proper order.
Yeah.
Sure. Wow, still maintaining the 1 item per turn. This is why Rose is a dash player, and I'm here casting Yanji.
Yep.
Very good start for her. 34-35, very little damage dealt so far in this game, and she already has 2 Purifiers, 2 Chambers. I think this is looking comfortably in Rose's favor right now.
Wow, okay, and we're seeing
for 10.
Joe just attack for 10. Typically, you reserve the Goliath Gauntlet for a tempo swing or for an on-hit. Joe just choosing to cash it in and get value here. What do you guys think about this play?
I think it depends what his plan is. He has a lot of attacks in the deck, so it does seem surprising to me that he wouldn't pair with a CNC if he's chosen to bring those in. But it's possible that he just kind of has a heuristic that you just pop Goliath Gauntlet the first chance you get, just to make sure, like, in case you end up just playing mostly arcane spells for the rest of the game, you don't want to never use it. But 34-35 does seem kind of early. It's possible he doesn't have the CNCs in, and so there's really no better time, so he may as well use it now.
Mm-hmm. In the past, I've struggled to get value out of the Goliath Gauntlet sometimes. I've played, 1 or 2 too many attacks, and then I would look back and wish I had popped it earlier. So perhaps just a heads-up play from Joe, recognizing that maybe the on-hit from CNC is not impactful to, sandbag the Goliath Gauntlet, so to speak. So he's just catching it in for value as soon as he can.
On Rose's side, we're pitching a blue to load up the items again. Her hand is, I think, 2 more blues. Again, not sure what that card is behind the Magnetic Protocol, but shooting the pistol for 4 this time. Both purifiers are used.
Yeah, I think after Dash has kind of established all the items, now it's a little bit tough for Iyslander.
Right, Dash is just throwing Wounded Bulls every turn, whereas Iyslander has to find her Wounded Bulls.
Yeah, it's so efficient once these items are all set up and used together. And, like one Frostbite is disruptive, but unless there's a channel like Frigid or something, Iyslander's disruption is not enough to stop the efficiency here.
And you have 1 float?
Yeah.
How impactful do you think the Blue Arctic Incarcerations will be in this matchup, Genji?
Blue Arctic is, while it's pretty good, I think Rose has like a very high blue count, so it's not as impactful. A big part of Dash's strength is that she's very modular with her resource usage. So when you take away 2 resources, it's not like in a lot of other decks where sometimes when you tax 1 or 2 resources, you're like cutting away a card. Dash is unique in the sense that your pistol plus your pistol items just use the resources incrementally 1 at a time, and so you're just taking away 2 resources worth of of pistol activation. So it's you cut from that turn maybe like a pistol plus induction chamber.
Yeah, you spend 1 card to take away 2 resources. Her resources do scale, but you also have to consider that Joe probably wants to be kind of the aggressor in this matchup. The longer the game goes, the more value Rose gets from these items, the more she can search for more items. Obviously, already has 4 in play, but Joe wants to end the game kind of quickly, so every time he makes a play like that where he's just trading cards with his opponent, it is not necessarily good for him, though it is fair to say that 2 of Rose's resources might be worth significantly more than a card on a turn where all the items are tapped and you're stopping like another pistol shot plus like some item load for a future turn. So it's like 5.
Have we seen a channel like Frigid yet from like, in pitch or
I don't think so.
block? Yeah, so I think channel like Frigid is actually going to be the key card in the matchup as it currently stands. So kind of your question about whether or not the Arctic is impactful. So a one-time 2 cost tax is not as impactful, but a card like Channel Lake Frigid, which incrementally taxes 1 resource on every single activation, does scale very well. So every time you want to put a counter on the induction chamber, that costs 2. Activating the induction chamber, that costs 1. Every time you want to put a counter on the plasma purifier, that costs 2. And you want to activate the plasma purifier, that costs 1.
Your whole hand's already gone.
Yeah, your whole hand's gone already. And so that's going to be, I think, the big card that Joe is looking for to kind of put himself back in the driver's seat. Rose is definitely, I think, has the momentum at this point in time.
Rose is just taking an off turn here, gaining 6 life with 2 sigils. And moving it back to Joe. Life totals are now even at 30-30.
Joe looks like did not have something in his arsenal to punish that turn.
Right. It's probably to Joe's favor that Joe did not see the Channel Lake Bridges early on. You definitely want them later on when the dash is already established her item count.
Yeah.
I think Joe has a red in his arsenal and then is just firing off this other red.
No.
I think the onus is on the Iyslander player to maintain life parity. So if Joe can keep around the same health total as Rose, whittled down little by little by little, the Iyslander player gets favored as the life totals drop lower and lower.
Yeah. How much, like, do you think that it's better to just, like, clear your arsenal and put a blue there? He's, like, IPing himself, right?
It's weird, yeah. I think that in this case, he's going to get IP'd no matter what. Like, he's going to waste cards, but it's by leaving the red in his arsenal, he sets himself up for potentially getting IP'd again.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. I think that it, depending on how much he likes the blues in his hand, it likely would be more flexible to just play the red out of arsenal and set up a blue there. But it's possible that none of the blues he had are really ones he wants to arsenal.
Absolutely. For folks newer to the game, IP is intellectual penalty. It stands for it's a violation. When players commit a violation, judges usually give an IP at the start of the game, which means the player will draw one less card for X amount of turns. The number indicating the number of turns. And so when we say words like IP, we mean that
you're voluntarily choosing to penalize yourself.
Exactly, by floating a card.
Yep.
i.e. not using the card efficiently.
Yeah, I think that's like one aspect of Flesh and Blood that takes a lot of people to get used to when they first start. In a lot of other games, you just incrementally draw, a card every turn or so. But Flesh and Blood, because you draw up to your hero's intellect, you're really incentivized to try to find a way to use all the cards in your hand every turn.
Yeah, to just maximize the benefit of that constant redraw.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons it's been called a numbers game, because you really do have to make very efficient use of your numbers to be able to edge out a win.
Does Joe have, is that from hand? Does he still have the same card in his arsenal, or is that just the card that he had in his hand that he's floating now?
I believe this Wounded Bull is from hand, and he still has some other red, I think a red attack in his arsenal.
Okay.
Right. Joe, recognizing the importance of these red attacks, opting to play red attack every turn, I think that's the only way that Joe really maintains life parity with Rose, throwing, 1 card 8, similar to how she's going to be playing out her weapon swings over the next few turns.
Yeah. And Joe, while still being above 24, like the pressure's kind of on. He's drew his Channel Lake Frigid in this hand, so I think
What Channel Lake Frigid?
now. Oh, he had the Channel Lake Frigid the whole time.
Oh wow.
Very surprising.
We've been bamboozled.
Joe's a very skillful player. He's probably setting up Channel Lake Frigid on a turn where he can use his Tunic counter to push damage, but also I think Joe is setting it up to a point where, he's lulling Rose into false insecurity. That's been there for a while. She's probably not expecting it at this point.
True.
Pay 3 to put a counter on this and play the Frostbite.
Okay.
Yeah, it's so expensive. She's paying 3, a whole blue, just to activate Induction Chamber once.
Right, that's got to be rough. Joe probably hoping to take tempo from this point on and continue pushing damage in a
Yeah, it
punishing
looks
way.
like he does have an Ice Vein. So if does he have another ice card other than the Channel Lake Frigid?
He has a Frost Hex in his hand, but I wonder if
Rose is just passing here. What's the last card in her hand?
Choosing not to Waning Moon. I think you. This is tough. You do get to rip some cards, so you're showing the Frost Hex. I think Joe is realizing that he needs to set up a Frost Hex in order to kind of push through.
Frost Hex is also kind of a nice play on this turn cycle because the Dash player would really like to just like AB whatever blue you play during their turn instead of inefficiently spending their resources on their items.
Wait, Rose needs to pay.
Rose?
She needs to pay 1 more for her Oasis Respite.
Yeah, Channel Lake Frigid is up. Rose just played an Oasis Respite without paying an additional cost.
We will see if they notice that and see if get the judges to step in. But in the meantime, I think Frost Hex is a nice play on this turn cycle because it is a way to use your cards on your opponent's turn without giving them much chance to AB with their resources. Basically, when you're under Channel Lake Frigid, using your resources to Arcane Barrier is just as efficient as normal, but using it to take game actions is usually twice as expensive.
Yeah.
So as the Iyslander, you don't really want to give your opponent an out to just use their cards to block.
It could be the case that Rose also discarded the Oasis Respite and just blocked 3 with AB.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
React.
Ah, yeah.
Enlightened Strike.
It seems like that's what happened.
Again?
That makes sense.
Rose just opting to load up one.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, because it was a blue. It was a blue Aether Ice Vein.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wait, so did she not AB3?
No. So you discard the Oasis Respite to the Insidious trigger.
I see what happened. Makes sense.
I see. So Joe going 5 go again with the Enlightened Strike. This is one of the ways that the Iyslander player has to extend their turn. Typically, a 4-card hand wouldn't be very frightening, but with Enlightened Strike, we're looking at 4-card 11.
Yeah, I think combining the CNC with one of your go-agains, either Scar or E-Strike, is pretty nice when you're trying to catch the Dash player off guard. It is a little interesting. Like, if they had D-Reacts, they probably would just play them on the first attack.
But Joe does have a Channel Lake Frigid, which really disincentivizes the D-React from being played.
Yeah, you can't play the D-Reacts. I think if Joe had the Goliath Gauntlet on this turn, it would be quite powerful.
I think Rose might have another Oasis Respite.
Oasis?
Wow.
Stay at 22 life here.
Yes.
Okay. Unless you want.
Looks like Rose Oasis Respites gains 1, loses 2.
Yeah, so staying at 22.
Because she pitched the Heart of Fyendal, which also gains her a life.
Yeah, and now I think Joe has, because he ripped 3 cards from Rose's hand, has found an opening to be able to play the Frost Hex.
Right, absolutely. And Joe has full grip, of course, because just drew up. Rose has 2 cards in hand, so she really has to decide how she wants to maneuver this turn. She already has 3 of her items loaded up, as well as her pistol. She can choose to start attacking off the bat, but instead, Rose chooses to establish the 3rd plasma purifier. What do you guys think about this play?
So I think it's pretty good to not attack. Putting the 3rd purifier is really strong. I think just like banking purifier counters is how Dash gets super efficient. And Rose knows that Joe pitched his 2nd channel like Frigid. So Joe's like kind of banking on drawing, I think, into the 3rd channel like Frigid.
Yeah. The first channel did a lot of work. I mean, Joe has done a good job of maintaining life total parity throughout this game, but Rose's board is getting bigger and bigger, and if he can't chip her down fast enough to find a window to kill with Striders, he will eventually just get outvalued by these pistol items.
For 7.
Absolutely. Joe is a very skillful player. I'm very interested in the way that he's playing this game. He chose not to Frost Hex earlier on, but recognized that Frost Hex does help his late game inevitability, and so he arsenaled it and found exactly the right moment to play it without getting punished.
Yeah, I think Rose.
Okay. 21.
Rose really needs, or sorry, Joe really needs.
Say go.
Did he? Is this the 3rd Frost Hex in his pitch stack, or is it the 2nd one in his cycle?
Frost Hex looks like Joe is playing 3 Frost Hex.
He's playing 3. He pitched one at the very beginning, and then did he pitch a 2nd one?
I think this is the 2nd one. I think he's still got 1 left in first
He's
cycle.
got 1 left. Yeah. So I think the basically the.
No, he blocked with 1. He blocked.
Oh, he blocked with 1. Yeah. So I was gonna say I think like Rose being at 24 with all the items set up, one of the sequences that
Ice Vein.
Joe is I think probably looking for is going to be would have been to set up the 2nd Frost Hex and to try to get like a cheeky Ice Eternal kill from that you can do from like around 18.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We see the yellow Aether Ice Vein cast. Rose has to pitch 2 or discard for the Insidious Chill.
Yeah, but she has 2 blues, so she gets a clean paying 2 for the Insidious Chill plus 4 for the Aether Ice Vein.
Really showcasing the power of the AB4 here.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that Joe decided to play the yellow Ice Veins.
Knowing that Rose, well, I guess
knowing that Rose is playing like a more defensive. Normally, I don't even like playing yellow Ice Veins into Dash at all.
I don't know if Joe expected AB4. Again, we didn't have access to the players' list.
Oh, that's true. The players don't have access to each other's deck list. That's fair.
Right, and Rose, I don't think she played against Wizard on stream or anywhere near Joe, and so he might not have even known that it was in the list.
Yeah, I think Aether Ice Vein into Dash in general is just like a little bit tricky to play because it requires you to like hold a bunch of cards in your hand, so it gets disrupted easily by cards. If she was playing like a more boost-oriented deck, like cards like Pulse Wave Harpoon, and then in her particular build, she has access, to AB4 or to Oasis Respite. So I think in both scenarios, because of the number of blues that Dash Inventory Extraordinary ends up running, I tend to favor just like throwing attacks instead of Ice Veins. You need some, to make your Insidious Chills worthwhile, but I think probably just the red ones.
That makes sense. I think that normal dashes do run AB4 as well sometimes, which is a pretty big incentive not to have Yellow Ice Veins.
Yeah.
I mean, so Yellow Ice Vein alone without a Waning Moon or Chill is still honestly kind of okay in AB4, but if you have a Chill setup and then you play it, they cleanly pitch 2 blues, or if you have to basically pitch your Fuse card, they cleanly pitch 2 blues, and both of those spots are really bad for you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It looked like Rose went to get a Tunic counter, and Joe responded with a Frostbite.
Oh, okay.
And then Rose just played the Spark of Genius.
We're good to go.
Getting
a Tekla core.
You think Rose had another play, or she tried to get the Tunic counter just to bait out an ice card?
No, I think Rose is just trying to play efficiently. So, if you get the Tunic counter, you can put a thing on. You can put a counter on an item, and then just play your core.
Yep. Absolutely. It looks like Rose is probably trying to bank counters on her items and weapons so she can go really wide on a turn where she has a lot of blues in hand.
Yeah.
However, Joe is not making it easy for her. He's playing his red Aether Ice Vein. There's no clean way for Rose to block this and pay for the last insidious chill trigger.
Yeah, agreed.
Rose just opting to discard the red in her hand. That is a liability into Iyslander. Rose trying to figure out how to arcane barrier. She's gonna AB3 and then.
I think she's A-being 1 and then paying 4. So she's opting to take 4 damage. I think Rose is probably identifying that she is in the position of being kind of the beatdown. Having already executed her game plan, she has deployed all of her pistol items. Now it's time to cash in when you have the Tekla core in play.
Right, absolutely. And the Waning Moon getting an additional 2 damage in there.
I think I got the core.
Rose is behind in life total, but like you just mentioned, this is going to be a huge turn from her.
Right,
What is Joe's arsenal card right now?
It's good.
I think it's a blue.
He really needs it to be the channel like frigid.
Counter on Purify. Activate 1.
Sure.
Doesn't seem like it, as Joe probably would have played it in response to the Tekla core.
Yep.
Generating resources.
You activated all 3, right?
All 3, yeah.
All right, this is going to be some big pistol action.
Yeah, we're coming in. Every pistol shot is going to be coming in for 5, and we can do at least 3.
Oh yeah, that's some good BPA.
Yeah, so normally Iyslander is used to being the high rate deck, but not higher rate than pistol when all your items are online.
All right, Joe blocking for 5 here. What does that tell you?
Dude, this hard to find all paying dividends.
I don't
gaining a life, shuffling your deck, gaining a life again.
Beautiful. It's like in Oldham games when it used to gain like 4 life just because you go through your deck 4 times.
Yeah, but instead you just shuffle your deck, so now you get it again.
It was also quite degenerate in the Oldham games, as you would see it as the last like 2 cards when you keep cycling out your arsenal.
Yeah, I don't think there's any combination of cards in the game as efficient as Dash's items consistently in the late game where you like turn to turn just keep grinding this crazy value.
Yeah, I believe it just ends up being, I think, all of her resources once she has 3 purifier, 3 chambers online. I think each resource converts into 2 damage, so all your cards, all your blues are 6 damage with go again, which is kind of nuts, like 1 card 6s.
Absolutely. Kadachi for 2.
Puts you to 14.
Wow, Joe choosing to be very defensive this turn. I guess he probably has a red in Arsenal or an Aether Ice Vein, as he's choosing to keep a blue and an ice card.
Yep,
Yeah,
so we see the red Aether Ice Vein. Now, Joe said it's my turn to gain life with Hard to Find Dell. I strategically went lower than you.
15 to 19. So even though Rose has a huge board here and is going to get more resources from the Tekla core, she is like low enough to start to feel within kill range. I would say she's still ahead in this game right now, but like being in the teens, not the 20s, means there is space for Joe to try to find a spot to whittle her down and then maybe kill with the Frost Hex somehow.
Right.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I think Joe needs a couple things to break his way. He needs Rose to draw into some hands, maybe like a couple of reds clump, maybe like 1 blue, a yellow, and 2 reds. These types of hand textures in order to really capitalize. He needs a channel like Frigid.
He's playing the Cold Snap out from Arsenal.
Yep.
Forward Rose is able to generate resources.
Yeah, and this is kind of like a play so that before giving Rose, a priority window in order to play her arsenal. So, maybe you want to think about paying 1 to save your arsenal.
Rose letting it resolve without paying for it. Joe trying to sneak in damage. Very sneaky, very heads up. Before the Tekla core is able to resolve and generate the 2 resources that Rose needs to fund her turn.
Cards and stuff.
Yeah, so I think Rose is trying to calculate right now to see how many resources does she need to kind of shoot all her pistol shots. An added wrinkle to this is, okay, well, what if the Iyslander has a card like Blizzard?
Yeah, I was going to say everything is face up except for instants like Blizzard, and I think in the Iyslander deck it really is just Blizzard.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Without the Metacarpus nodes, Joe's kill potential is 12, right? So Rose just needs to stay above the 12 threshold, and she should be fine.
And on a turn like this, it is only 8 because Arsenal is gone.
Right, absolutely. Now it's 5 because he already...
Oh, yeah, true.
In there.
So Rose does have a blue. I think she has 2 blues because I think it's a blue 0 to 60 in hand. So once again going to get a lot of efficient pistol attacks.
Coming in with the big guns.
Looks like Joe does have a Blizzard in hand.
No bucks.
Go again.
Blizzard. Trigger.
Joe looks like he's starting to lose his voice. It's been a long day for all of us.
Yeah, so Rose is opting to pay the 2 resources. Still has a blue. This Blizzard is blocking at least 5 damage though, which is pretty nice.
Absolutely. She's paying for the Blizzard.
It's blocking actually a little bit more than 5 damage. Because it also will prevent Rose from putting an extra counter on an item carrying over the resource to the next turn.
Right. There's no point in paying for it, right? Because there's nothing that she can do with this remaining counter, remaining resource.
Sure.
How did she? Shouldn't she have a frostbite?
So she pitched the blue to pay for the 2.
The Blizzard.
The Blizzard.
She should have a frostbite, no?
I think she had 2 resources floating.
I think she had 1 or 2 resources floating.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense.
To attack for 8.
Wounded Bull coming in. That is a blue Emeritus Scolding going in the arsenal. So
Oh, and that is the card that Joe needs to get to that threshold.
Rose has been taking a lot of damage here. Obviously playing very efficiently, but I feel like if she takes any amount of damage from this,
2 damage from this, Joe can just walk away with the game.
Wow, this is crazy.
Yeah. What do you think is the?
Oh, is she opting to take 5 damage here?
That's so dangerous.
That's extremely dangerous because Joe can eat.
She does have sigils and respites. Do we know what her arsenal is?
If she does have sigils and respites, that may be why she's feeling so safe taking this. And that arsenal has been sitting there forever.
Yeah.
It could definitely be.
I could see it being like a respite or a sigil.
For sure.
Sigil's such a gotcha type of card. Like you think that you get them, you pop the Striders, you calculated it all out.
You'll take 5.
Like nope, I have 3 more health.
We've seen 2 sigils already. She cast 1 and discarded 1.
Yeah.
Sorry, we've seen 2 respites already. I don't know if we've seen a sigil. No, we have. She played 2 sigils out. So she has 1 sigil and 1 respite left in her deck, and or arsenal.
Yeah, I couldn't catch when she did a little flip.
Respond.
Joe is responding with Emeritus Scalding, seeing what she does.
4 arcane?
Yes.
And so I think Joe is trying to use this Emeritus Scalding to kind of buy himself some space. I see he did draw a Ice Eternal, so maybe trying to end the game with an Ice Eternal in the arsenal instead of the Emeritus Scalding.
I wonder, at a really high level, do you think that the fact that he's playing this out tells Rose a bit about his hand? Because, in theory, there's no reason for him to fire this off until attacks are being presented. He doesn't have to make any choices yet.
Right.
So he could let Rose continue taking game actions, but instead, the moment she does something, he says, fire it off. Here's my arcane damage, trying to buy her resources. So I think from Rose's side, you can suspect that maybe he has an even more important play he's trying to buy space for by doing that.
Right, and did Rose pay for any of that at all?
So Rose, I believe, AB'd all of it, and then now is just opting to go for like a smaller turn, attacking for 3.
Right, absolutely. Joe, using the tuning counter to winning Moon, trying to get more information from Rose. How much is she willing to Arcane Barrier here?
Yeah, it's interesting to note that the tunic is actually pretty huge because the tunic trigger, it's 3 damage on this turn, but it also represents an extra frostbite on the Insidious Chill, or not the Insidious, the Ice Eternal.
Yep.
Yeah. Rose is a being here, staying at 8.
Being fully, so she's only presenting 3 plus potentially another 3. Joe is just giving his equipment here.
He's
thinking about it.
Is Rose out of cards? Joe?
Rose is out of cards.
Joe could choose to fire off the Scolding with Striders here because he wants to dump basically his whole hand into Ice Eternal next turn. It's a pretty unique card, so it's a bit. I don't know. He's in a rough spot. He's low enough that anything he does is kind of dangerous. Saying no blocks. Gonna go to 2.
Rose's blue count is so high that I don't know.
Yeah, I think Stridersing the Emeritus is interesting.
I don't know if Ice Eternal wins from here without second Frostex. Rose has a high enough blue count that she can just clear Frostbites or just pay for them.
Yeah. If Joe had more life total to work with, he could maybe like bait her into firing the pistol a couple times until she's low on resources and then send it, but he doesn't have life to work with.
Yeah, the problem with being at 2 and going for the Ice Eternal play is that
2 arcane.
probably like you would take the damage.
He's pitching away the.
Or sorry, you would be able to just like break the frostbites with, like when you do your first action. Let's say I play, I give you 4 frostbites. You can just break the frostbites.
Yeah.
Joe opting to throw Arcane, potentially stripping cards from Rose's hand.
Yeah. So.
He gets 1. He's
Yeah.
gonna throw another 2.
Putting her low.
She's-
Just kind of hoping that she's
probably. Oh wow, she pays for the full.
Arsenal pass. Sure.
Full
Just
bit of the
cashing
Arcane.
in, using that red for a life.
Yep.
We still don't know what her arsenal is. I am more and more starting to feel like it's probably some sort of get out of jail card.
And Joe drawing one of the Aether
Ooh.
Ice veins.
Rose has a red. She's boosting.
Rose choosing to boost for 4.
Does hit a Met card.
He does have.
So she has a blue. She has a blue in her hand.
Yeah. Sync.
Joe has a sink below.
Sure.
Drawing the sync on the 0 to 60 is kind of nice.
And he does have the channel like frigid.
But in order to play the Channel Lake Frigid, he has to get rid of the Emeritus Scolding and Arsenal, and that's going to be tough to do efficiently, especially without a tune encounter.
Oh, did he pitch Ice Eternal?
He pitched
He pitched Ice Eternal.
Gotcha.
And Arsenal the Emeritus Scolding.
Yeah,
Okay.
he played a blue Arctic Hail into Waning Moon for 2 and 2.
Gotcha. What is the highest? Is that an Ice Bolt? Oh, he doesn't have enough resources to go.
Right.
Yeah, you can't go Emeritus, Weapon,
He needed another blue.
Interestingly, he could have done it in response to the 0 if he wanted to. Could have presented 10 Arcane, but that does not win unless Rose's card is yellow or red.
Joe either loses tempo on this turn, or Rose chooses to load and pass. I don't know if that's. Yeah, Rose is definitely going to attack here.
Wait, but she didn't load her. Okay, so she's just leaving 2 floating up, I guess.
Yeah, so you can block here, and then shoot the Emeritus Scolding, chip 2 more, Arsenal the Ice Bolt, and look for, a better spot potentially.
You can also just fire off Channel Lake Frigid if you want.
Right, exactly. Rose playing very
Oh,
cautiously.
true.
Joe playing Channel Lake.
You'll the-
But
my
that
turn.
is a tempo negative card because
One flow counter.
Joe is not pressuring anything from Rose's hand this turn.
Go to you.
If she draws out blues, I think she's happy to pay for pistol shots potentially.
Mm-hmm.
This endgame is dragging on. Channel Lake is definitely what you're looking for to try to buy enough space to play a red attack. or
Rose's
something.
hand is Oasis Respite, High Octane,
Imperial
Warhorn. So
Oh,
she's
wow.
3 reds.
Yeah, Rose is serious.
And a
Did we-
blue,
Did we miss
and-
that from the list? No, it was right there. Imperial Warhorn, very interesting. So she is taking the fatigue route against Iyslander potentially. That would explain the AB4. Looks like Rose is thinking about how much she wants to pitch to load an item. She did draw into her Oasis Respite, which gives her some level of security. However, it's not as good on a Channel Lake Frigid turn.
She actively wants these reds out of her hand, so it looks
Yeah.
like maybe thinking about just pitching 2 of them to load up the pistol. She's at 8. Joe has a full hand with Strider's Emeritus. I feel like he's in the driver's seat at this point, despite being at down 6 life against a full board of pistol items.
Yeah, this channel Lake Frigid might be the winning ticket because, like, what do you think is the best line here? I think potentially it's just like pitch your 2 reds, load pistol pass.
I feel like it depends a lot on what Rose's arsenal is, which we still don't know.
Wow, and Rose is pitching 2 reds. She's pitching a Warhorn and a High
Well, actually, you're pretty safe from like most Striders plays. You have to Striders in like a 4 damage.
Wow, Rose pitching the Oasis Respite. Is this Joe's opening?
Hurricane.
He's going for it, I think. We're gonna find out what that arsenal is.
That's 4 damage here.
Oh, but I think Joe only has 10, so even without anything in arsenal, Rose still should be able to go to 1.
Yeah.
That Arsenal can't be an Oasis Respite because this is her last Oasis.
83, not 4.
I wonder if you're supposed to not Arcane Barrier this.
I
and
think
then
so.
get him to commit.
AB3s. I think Joe has it.
think you're supposed to wait.
No, because Joe can only present 10 damage.
Present 7 more. Yeah,
Really?
This
Does
is
he
it.
have another?
Yeah, he has a yellow Aether
Oh, he's
Ice
a yellow
Vein.
Aether Ice
This
Vein?
is game.
So he's drawn the damage.
Joe just edged out. Rose has no way to respond to this. And that's game.
You got it. Good game.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, it looks like the Arsenal was a 0 to 60.
Wow, I thought that was a blue Aether Ice Vein. Joe is the battle hardened
Wow.
champion, going
Joe-
all the way with Iyslander.
Yeah, what a nail biter. You know, it looked kind of grim, but the Channel Lake Frigid just
115 players, 7 rounds, 3 additional rounds. Joe, losing his voice, manages to win Battle Hardened Pittsburgh masterfully. He played this game, you know, he had a game plan. He set up a Frost Hex as insurance, but he played the game perfectly, and he was rewarded for it.
Yeah, and I will eat crow on the yellow Ice Vein coming through, you know, when it matters most.
And that pushes Iyslander up to 952.
Still not enough to Living Legend before Worlds Barcelona, by the way.
Yeah, I think it's 972 now, so it's very close, 30 points away.
How many points do you get for a PTI event?
They just upped it. I think it's like 10 or 20 now.
It's still not enough.
Okay.
With
Yeah.
this event, she gains 40 because of the new LL rework that they did.
And then if she wins tomorrow, she'll go up to like 992. Still not enough.
But yeah, that's got to feel
Let's
great.
go.
Joe has been bringing an Iyslander to these events. He's always been just a staunch, you know, lover of that hero. He's been playing it. He's been tuning it.
Yeah.
More or less very similar to the list that he keeps bringing every time. But
Yeah.
he's mastered this list, and he's finally, you know, got there. He got the win. 115 players, one of the biggest battle hardens we've had in a long time. Congratulations to Joe. I wonder if we're going to get him up here for an interview.
I think Ethan's going to get him right now. Yeah, big congrats to Joe. Those were some really interesting top 8 games. The semis and finals especially. The semis was really cool watching Guy and Rose pilot that matchup. And then the finals, it really looked like Rose was quite ahead for a while. And then Joe just managed to leak enough through to eventually come back.
Yeah, and then got I think a little bit fortunate that Rose drew a 3 red hand at the very end.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's your out as an Iyslander, right? When you're setting up an Insidious Chill and you have a Frost Hex and a Channel Lake Frigid, you're expecting to have a 1 or 2 red hand, and that's Icelander's an opportunist at the end of the day, and Joe just took the opportunity and he got there in the end.
Yeah, we really thought that Arsenal was like some sneaky sigil respite. It was just another boost
I
card.
think, yeah, this is 0 to 60.
He just couldn't find the right opportunity to play that card.
Yeah,
I think probably didn't want to risk blowing up the AB by boosting a generic. Also was under channel a lot, so it's like kind of awkward to play it out.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, she could have just cast it without boosting, but you know, her weapons are way more efficient. Why would you cast a card?
I think it was on one of the turns where she was like holding a card in her hand to like hold up AB, and then he just like didn't do anything, and she just like put it in the arsenal.
Gotcha. Makes sense. Ethan, are we planning to get Joe for an interview? Oh, awesome.
Opening the gold
We're
foil.
gonna see a
Right.
gold foil get opened live on stream.
That's awesome.
Wow, Joe, a man of the
Predictions?
people, opting to open his gold foil live.
Predictions. What are the new ones? I want to see
You have adaptive plating.
boom. I want to see adaptive plating. Dash.io new card. Hop on in, Joe. How's it going? Congrats.
Thank you.
I will pass my headset on to you.
I'm gonna guess Scowling Fleshbag.
Scowling Fleshbag.
Scowling Fleshbag. That's a good one.
Joe, welcome back, man.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. You have been just a champion of this hero for so long. You've been bringing it to Battle Hardens. I don't know if you won a Battle Harden in the past, but
I have not.
this is your first win. How does it feel, man? That was
Oh, it feels
fantastic.
amazing. It's the culmination of a year's worth of prep and work on this hero. I have a really great friend who taught me how to play Iyslander, and I would have not have known how to be as successful as I am without his help. Elijah Caleb, some man you know well.
Our mutual friend for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
excellent player. Taught me everything I know about Iyslander.
Yeah, Elijah's one of the nicest players I knew. When I started getting into this game, I went to a pro quest with him. I played against him. This is in a pro quest in an area where people are very, very sharky, and they would get you for every little thing.
Yeah.
And he was very nice to me, and he let me take back a move, and I ended up winning that game, and he felt really bad after. And I told him after, hey man, regardless of what happens, just being nice to people around you, the karma gets you back in the end. And Elijah's shown that through and through. He always brings great ideas, and so I'm really happy to have a mutual friend like Elijah and get to know you in the process.
Yeah.
I'm really happy for you. I know we were both playing Iyslander at a certain point.
Yep.
I stopped playing it, and then you just kept going on, and you were heavily rewarded for it.
I was too stubborn. Either that or too stupid to play another deck. But
For sure. I know you're not going to Worlds. Do you think the Iyslander is going to be the hero to beat at Worlds, given your performance here?
Yes and no. Yes, I think it's probably like the strongest. If nobody knows what to play, Iyslander is the deck to beat. And that's always been my kind of philosophy on Iyslander. If nobody knows what to play, Iyslander just thrives in that field. But if people are going to expect Iyslander to have a strong showing, then maybe we can see better representation from Dash and Dromai. And, you know, maybe it won't perform that well. Maybe we'll see none in top 8. I'll be surprised if we don't get at least one in top 8, though.
For sure. And that last game, that was just probably the best game of the day. We did a tri-cast. We had a blast casting it, man.
Yeah, there were like a lot of periods in time when like we didn't know if you were winning. It seemed like you had tempo at some point, but she got all her items out really fast. And then we didn't know if you had a window to really close out the last remaining life points, but you were able to play the channel. And then fortunately, she got a hand that was heavy in hits.
Yeah.
It's channeling frigid high roll.
Yeah, walk me.
Oh.
Walk me through how you're feeling like throughout the game, like as the game was going on.
I honestly I kind of knew that she was playing a more defensive list, so I wasn't entirely sure. I don't have a lot of experience in the matchup, so my initial thought is to set up Frost X combo kind of aggressively, take a lot of damage to set those up. But then what ended up happening is she was ended up taking a lot of life to play out her items. So I was like, was I wrong? Is this a tempo game?
Yeah.
And then I didn't know what the hell was going on halfway through when I played that Insidious chill. I didn't know what I was doing. I was like, I don't know. I'll hope this gets me there.
Yeah.
But yeah, towards the early to mid game, I felt very, very behind. I think it's very fortunate that I was able to leak like any damage there. You know, some, you know, pretty, I guess, smart Arsenal decisions that were able to leak damage, and the channel completely just saved my bacon.
Yeah, I think both of them. It looked kind of dicey. You played the first channel that was really good for you,
right?
And then we were talking about how you hadn't seen a channel for the first like 4 or 5 turns.
Yeah, and it worked out to your benefit because you want to see that later on.
Yes.
You definitely had me fooled. You know, when you play that, I was like, he knows exactly what he's doing. He's setting up for the late game where this is going to pay out from dividends. And, you know, at the end of the day, Iyslander is an opportunist, and having, playing against someone who draws, 1 or 2 reds, you want to, literally seize the opportunity on those turns. And you did exactly that, and you played the hero perfectly, man.
Thank you.
Any shout outs that you want to make before we let you take the stage with the gold foil?
2 Florida guys in top 4.
2 Florida guys, yeah. Yeah, thanks, Guy Cohen. He's a good friend of mine. Everybody I've ever practiced with in Florida. Florida is an amazing community.
Absolutely.
Everybody in Jacksonville, Shaky Leaf. Elijah for letting me, showing me how to play Iyslander, and it's the entire Flesh and Blood community for being so great.
Awesome.
For sure.
Well, I'll let you take this seat if you want to show the camera.
Sure.
I'm told we'll be doing an opening here live.
We're doing it
Joe,
live.
Always a man of the people, giving them exactly what they want.
Yeah, I wonder what these go for. Sealed. Not enough to justify not opening it.
Yeah, I couldn't live with myself if I don't open a gold foil. I've opened every single one I've gotten.
Yeah. Plastic. Let's fail to open the gold foil, guys. Okay. You gotta tell me which way is up and down.
I think this side is down.
This side is down.
So
Can you confirm?
You open it, yeah. It's like,
Okay. So do I reveal it this way or this way?
This side is it's the back, and then you flip it.
It's the back, and then I'm not looking at it. I'm just looking at the camera.
Oh. 1, 2.
Oh.
What is it?
I hit him of Dream State.
That
My
reaction,
favorite legendary.
That reaction, if not anything, was worth that opening.
Hell yeah.
Hey, that card will be playable at some point in the future, so I would hold on to that.
Hope so.
For not too far future.
Yes, it is.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Did you?
Played versus Wave item Dromai.
Yeah. Again, man, fantastic run. I'm so proud of you. I'm so happy that you got to where you are.
Thanks.
Even though you want people to make worlds, you got the last big championship right before.
Yeah. Hopefully make it next year.
For sure. Hope to see you there.
All right. Thanks for having me.
Cool. We're going to be signing off for the day. We're going to be passing the mic to Ethan. I'm going to say thank you so much from me, Yanji, and Brody for sticking in through the end and supporting this stream. It means a lot to me because Ethan is someone who works really hard to put these streams on. I don't think he gets the credit that he deserves a lot of the time.
I get enough credit. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Do I get enough money? I get enough credit. That's fine.
Yo, this isn't the money chat.
It could be.
It could be the money chat.
All right. Well, with that, everyone, let's pass it off to me to talk about tomorrow real quick, and then shout out our sponsors, and then cut. So tomorrow, I'm working on some other projects throughout the day. So we'll be back with the top 8 only. Top 8 only. So Swiss rounds will just happen as they happen. I might do some like Twitter updates on Savage Feats or something. But we will be back live for the top 8. Top 8 is estimated maybe like 4 p.m. EST is my guess, because it's probably like 1 round shorter than the Battle Hardened. So I'll schedule the stream, and if I put 4 p.m. and it doesn't even start till 5, we'll probably still go live and just like talk about how the day has been, or maybe catch like 1 game of Swiss, whatever. But it won't be a full day of streaming. I got too much to do. I leave to Barcelona like literally as soon as tomorrow ends, so there's just a lot going on for me. Cool. So with that, everybody, we'll see you tomorrow. Gonna run the sponsor reel. Don't forget, tomorrow there are some major giveaways still. We've got 2 more Dragon Shields. We've got the unlimited box of Welcome Wraith, thanks to Green Tree Sports Cards, locals here in Pittsburgh, and then a pint glass from the Coaxing that's coming up on December 10th. So with that, everybody, we will see you tomorrow. What a great day of Flesh and Blood. Tomorrow, it can't be even better, because today was the bigger event. Today was Battle Hard. It will be a little bit smaller, but just as good. There you go. See you tomorrow.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You. I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
Go to ascent-gaming.com for all your Flesh and Blood merchandise needs. Use code SAVAGE to get 5% off your entire purchase.
Do you know what the hardest part about being a brute is? No, it's not rolling a 1, because that never happens. It's not discarding your Blood Rush to Pulping or Wild Ride. It's actually having to buy hundreds and hundreds of Reckless Swings for your opponents to sign as you kill them with it and put them in the ground. That's why I go to fabfoundry.co. With incredibly competitive pricing and extremely fast shipping methods, fabfoundry.co is the only place I need for an unlimited supply of Reckless Swings. Visit fabfoundry.co to support one of the OGs of the Flesh and Blood community and to get your product delivered on time, safely, so you can go crush your foes.
No way, dude. I can't win a single game against you. It is so hard living with such a good flesh and blood player. Don't look at me like that. Yeah, I know I need practice. It's just hard when you beat me up all the time. What? You think I need to go to the Realm Rumble? And you also think I should outline exactly what the Realm Rumble is in case anybody watching doesn't know about one of the biggest flesh and blood events of the year? Okay, if you say so. Realm Rumble 2023 is a first of its kind, independently organized, 3-day-long celebration of all the biggest names in trading card games. If you love Flesh and Blood, then this is the weekend for you. There's going to be a $10,000 open tournament, a $5,000 team sealed tournament, and overall, $45,000 of prizes given out over the course of the whole weekend. If you like callings, if you like Pro Tours, then this is the event for you. It's going down December 1st through 3rd in Columbus, Ohio. Head down to the Realm Games' website, realmgames.myshopify.com, to get your early bird registrations in, and we'll see you at the Rumble. All right. 3 of a kind resolves.
Do you feel unsupported in your quest to become a better Fab player? Are you lacking the resources to answer your questions? And most importantly, is this you? Come join the Runaways premium Discord server where you can access a rated CC queue, play games that matter, not just against randoms on Talishar. Simply click to join the queue, play your game, and report the win. Tournament reports from the Runaways competitive team. Learn from the runs of some of the best in the country, reported live as the tournament unfolds. Private channels where like-minded players can chat, test, and network with others dedicated to improving at the game. For those committed few, the higher tiers gets access to team streams and direct access to the team for your questions. Runaways is committed to providing an environment for Fab players by Fab players. Run away with your next tournament win. Join the link below.
For a special giveaway to kickstart our paid tiers, if you join the Discord as a Rare Squire, you'll be entered to win the Cold Foil Apocalypse Automaton. If you join as a Majestic Squire, you'll be entered 3 times. A winner will be drawn at the end of November, along with a bonus prize drawn from our Ranked Q players as well. Best of luck.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game. Ta-da.